Chapter 1. The Budding Lotus on April 29, 2003, in the small northern town of Ferreira, Portugal at the Royal Mata Stadium, the home ground of the struggling team Ferreira in the Primeira Liga. Ferreira had been having a disastrous season, with several key players injured just a few rounds into the league. This left a team that was originally mid-tier in the league completely mired in the relegation zone. Today's match was the fourth to last of the 2002-2003 season. Ferreira had only managed a pitiful 27 points from 30 matches, placing them second to last out of 18 teams in the league, 4 points behind 15th place Beira-Mar, which had 31 points. Theoretically, if Ferreira won their last 4 matches, they could still have a chance at survival. Unfortunately, their upcoming opponents included Benfica at home, Sporting CP away, and Porto away. In the final round, Ferreira would face the already relegated bottom team, Santa Clara, at home. Apart from Santa Clara, Ferreira was destined to be a pushover against any team due to their lack of players. As expected, just 65 minutes into the match, Benfica was already leading 3-0. Chapter 2. The Dance of the Ice Prince. Zhang felt a stir in his heart as a personal attribute panel, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Name: Zhang height, 177. cm weight, 76 kilograms. Age, 19 years, 1 month, and 3 days. Preferred foot: left. Offense, 55. Defense, 52. Speed, 58. Passing, 51. 100. Master level attribute permanently. Boosted vision, 88. Strength, 57. Confrontation, 54. Dribbling, 49. Header, 56. Dribbling skill, 53. 100. Ice Prince's Dance, Bergkamp's back to goal dribbling skill. Activated, shooting, 44-90. Triggered Roberto Carlos's powerful curling shot skill. Store system is opening. Tasks pending completion. Overall evaluation: failing, simply a fighter among garbage. Zhang Li's face fell. He had no way to refute it. Calling his attributes a fighter among garbage was almost an insult to garbage itself. Aside from his standout vision, the rest of his stats were quite average. If it weren't for the generous starter package from the system, with these stats, he probably wouldn't even qualify to play in the second division. Chapter 3. Do you believe I'm just guessing? Benfica's left center-back Anderson, rushing to the edge of the penalty area, was too late to block Zhang Li's shot. A relieved smile appeared on Anderson's face. A rookie is just a rookie. Zhang Li was at least 30 meters away from the goal when he took his shot. At that distance, the goalkeeper had enough time to react. Even if the shooter had a strong kick, the threat to the goal was minimal. Before Anderson could finish his thoughts, Zhang Li's left foot struck the lower middle part of the ball. With a loud bang, the ball seemed to deform slightly at the moment it made contact with Zhang Li's foot. Immediately afterward, a gust of wind whooshed past Anderson's face. He instinctively shrank his neck. The ball spun violently in the air, heading toward the upper right corner of the goal. The Benfica goalkeeper had already moved a few steps forward, his eyes fixed on the incoming ball. After a match with few opportunities to show his skills, it was finally his turn to shine. As the main goalkeeper for Benfica, he had immense experience in big matches and knew that such a powerful shot was impossible to catch. The goalkeeper leapt gracefully, his right hand reaching for the bottom of the ball. He was confident he could deflect this forceful shot over the crossbar. Chapter 4. Same way. Again a whistle blew, and Benfica's forward kicked off in the center circle, restarting the match. The current time was the 78th minute of the match. Including stoppage time, there were about 15 minutes left until the end of the game. The Benfica attacking midfielder received a back pass from the forward and habitually passed the ball horizontally to the left. With the current score, the team was assured of taking all 3 points. There was no need to risk angering the Ferreira players by continuing to attack. With only 3 rounds left in the season, getting injured at this point could hinder the team's chase of Porto, which would be too unwise. The Benfica left winger was right to think this way. He received a lateral pass from the attacking midfielder, stepped on the ball with his right foot, and looked up to find his defensive midfielder to pass it back to him. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him. A figure in an orange-yellow home jersey rushed towards him like the wind, heading straight for the ball at his feet. The Benfica left winger was startled. In a hurry, he kicked the ball towards Ferreira's half. There were no teammates there. The 2 Benfica forwards after the kickoff were still slowly moving forward. Chapter 5. Panenka penalty. Hawkins. Wasn't the action just now by Zhang exactly the same as last spring when Arsenal faced Newcastle? With Dutch forward Bergkamp receiving a pass from Pires and turning past Newcastle defender Dyer, Ferreira's young coach, Jose Moure, asked his assistant in bewilderment. The assistant coach, Hawkins, looked equally shocked, staring blankly at the two players on the pitch who were contesting the right to take the penalty. It wasn't until Moray repeated himself that Hawkins came to his senses and exclaimed, "Sir, I think Zhang's action resembles Bergkamp's dance of the elf at least 8 points." Moray grinned widely. "I think it's more than 8 points." Hawkins was ecstatic. "Sir, I think we might have struck gold." Moray's expression turned serious. It's still too early to tell with only 25 minutes of the match gone. Unless he gets more playing time. Hawkins's mind raced. "Sir, do you mean?" Moray shook his head with his arms crossed. "It's still a bit early to say, after all. We have a week until our away challenge against Porto, right?" Chapter 6 Beautiful reporter Aaron the DJ at Royal Modest Stadium shouted with all his might. Hargreaves. Unmarked Hargreaves received Zhang's lob, and before the goalkeeper could intervene, he headed the ball into the empty net. In the dying moments of the match, a Benfica defender made a fatal error, failing to mark the tall striker Hargreaves in the corner of the penalty area. The goal was not offside, as Benfica's left and right fullbacks were closer to the baseline than Hargreaves. The boys did it. They equalized against Benfica in the last seconds. This group of never-give-up boys makes us proud and lets us cheer for them wholeheartedly. Royal Mada Stadium instantly turned into a sea of joy, with fans spontaneously creating a wave in the stands. Hargreaves, who scored the goal, got up from the ground and raced towards the corner flag. The ecstatic Ferreira striker roared as he tore off his jersey and forcefully threw it onto the corner flag. Luckily, it was still 2003, and FIFA's rule against players celebrating by taking off their shirts wouldn't be implemented until next year. Otherwise, the hero of the equalizer, already on a yellow card, would have dug his own grave. Chapter 7 Zhang family and Li family name. Zhang Lu height, 177 centimeters weight, 76 kilograms age, 19 years. 3 days preferred foot, left foot attack, 56 defense, 52 speed, 58 passing, 51 master level attributes permanently enhanced vision, 88 strength, 58 confrontation, 55 dribbling, 50 heading, 56 dribbling, 54 enhanced by Bergkamp's back-to-goal dribbling skill, shooting, 46 triggered Roberto Carlos's powerful curling shot skill. Zhang Lu was pleasantly surprised to find that after 25 minutes of honing, several of his basic attributes had slightly improved. Although the increase was minimal, it was enough to astonish Zhang Lu. This indicated that his attributes could strengthen with more matches. This wasn't the main point. What he wanted to see most was the reward after completing the system tasks. Reputation 2039 for the mall system is activated, and the host can exchange reputation points for the required goods. The Little Lotus just peeking task is completed. The host scored 1 goal, earned 1 penalty, and provided 1 assist. The system determined the task completion level as perfect, rewarding an SSS level gift package. Would you like to open it? Chapter 8 Escobar's Curse outside Ferreira City. A bright red Ferrari stopped at the entrance of an old courtyard. Alberto looked at the gray house in the yard and grimaced. "Zhang, I think the house you rented is older than my grandfather. Why don't you move in with me? My house has a private swimming pool and gym." Zhang Lu smiled non-committally and jumped out of the car. "Carlos, thank you for bringing me back." Alberto, not giving up, leaned out of the car window. "Zhang, aren't you going to celebrate with us at the bar?" Zhang Lu waved his hand. "No, have fun." Alberto shrugged helplessly. "All right then." The bright red Ferrari started up again and quickly disappeared around the corner. Zhang Lu took the key from his backpack, unlocked the door, and entered. Just earlier in the locker room, he hadn't figured out what could be exchanged in the system mall before Alberto interrupted him. Now back home, he finally had enough personal space. Opening the system panel's mall again, Zhang Lu was stunned. The mall interface offered only 2 types of redeemable items. One was a virtual training space, and the other was a lottery machine. Chapter 9 Using the Curse Card May 6th, Sunday. The entire Ferreira team headed to the away game to challenge league leaders Porto. The match was scheduled for 7:45 p.m. local time. At the pre-match press conference, the notoriously arrogant Portuguese coach, famous for his bluntness, stated as usual, "In the match against Ferreira, my goal is to take all 3 points." The beautiful journalist Aaron from Porto Sports newspaper once again grabbed the microphone and asked, "Coach Mourinho, in the last match of Ferreira, player Zhang's performance was very impressive. Will you assign someone to specifically mark Zhang in this match?" The special one sneered disdainfully. "In front of my players, no opponent is worth marking specifically." Moyes smirked subtly and said, "I just hear you bragging." A reporter asked, "Mr. Mourinho, you mentioned in the media that you need to score more than 4 goals against Ferreira. Are you joking?" The special one maintained a serious face and coldly replied, "I never joke." The journalists attending the pre-match press conference looked at the away team's coach with expressions of pity. Moyes chuckled awkwardly. Ferreira is just here to learn. The gap in strength between the two teams is obvious. As for how many goals we will lose by, that will need to be verified in the match. After all, football is round. Chapter 10. Puskas's change of direction. The referee blew a long whistle, and Porto's for McCarthy lightly kicked the ball. Standing opposite him, number 23 Mendes passed the ball back to number 10 Deco. The Samba player, who would turn 26 in 4 months, was at the peak of his physical fitness and competitive state. Since transferring from Fluminense to Porto in 1999, Deco had gradually become the midfield core of the team with his vision and precise passing. Under the training of the special one Mourinho, Deco had grown into a top-class attacking midfielder in Europe. Upon receiving Mendes's pass, Deco wasted no time and pushed the ball toward the left flank. Left midfielder number 18 Maniche charged forward with the ball. Meanwhile, McCarthy, Mendes, and Deco, who had just supported from the center, along with the two defensive midfielders Costinha and Delny, all surged into Ferreira's half. At this moment, the match had not even lasted 3 minutes. The home DJ hadn't even finished introducing the away team's starting lineup when 6 Porto players had already penetrated Ferreira's territory. Ferreira's right midfielder Alberto, undeterred, charged straight at the speeding Maniche. Chapter 11. The unfortunate Carvalho. Zhang Li's speed with the ball was not fast, and his posture was not elegant. However, the unbelievable change of direction during the previous high-speed run caused the special one on the sidelines to change his expression dramatically. Valente stopped him. Porto's right-back Valente charged forward with a do-or-die momentum. He had made up his mind. He would rather take a yellow card than let this Eastern kid get past him. This time, Zhang did not force his way through, but gently slipped the ball behind Valente. At this moment, Porto's left midfielder Maniche could not retreat in time, and left-back Valente had already stepped up. The area behind him turned into a vast open space with no defense. Ferreira's right winger Alberto was charging forward at high speed. Zhang Li's pass was perfectly timed, as if calculated for Alberto's stride, appearing right in front of him. The Samba player did not need to make any adjustments, even maintaining his speed, and directly used the tip of his foot to lead the ball straight into the penalty area. Valente, having lost his defensive position, turned pale. Experienced center-back Carvalho charged out of the penalty area to block. Inside the penalty area, Porto's other center-back, Captain João Costa, was entangled with Ferreira's forward Hargreaves, fighting for a favorable position. Chapter 12. Counterattack. As a relegation-threatened team, Ferreira's defense must have problems. Porto's storm-like attack finally tore open a gap in the opponent's defense. Deco took the free kick, which swept across the penalty area and landed at the back post. Porto's center forward McCarthy was there competing for position with the opponent. Hargreaves, responsible for marking him, was squeezed behind, sticking to McCarthy like a plaster. Although McCarthy got to the spot, he couldn't jump sufficiently due to Hargreaves' strong interference, so he could only redirect the header towards the middle. Unexpectedly, this misdirected play worked out perfectly. Both teams' players rushed toward the back post, leaving the middle wide open. Porto's defensive midfielder Costinha found this unexpected chance near the penalty spot. He controlled the ball with his chest and then immediately took a shot. At such a close distance, if the shot were on target, the goalkeeper would have no chance. On the sidelines, the young coach Moyes felt the darkness before his eyes. It was over. Just 10 minutes ahead, and they were about to be equalized. This goal was practically a sure thing for Ferreira, with their central defense wide open. Chapter 13. Carvalho's brace. Zhang Li's speed with the ball was not fast. There were only him and Hargreaves in the front, so he had to advance while waiting for his teammate support. Alberto, originally assisting in defense, was desperately running forward with his head down. On the other side, the left midfielder was also decisively pushing forward. The two aimed to help Zhang Li draw away the defense, making his breakthrough easier. Porto's two defensive midfielders left the players making runs on the flanks to their teammates to defend and simultaneously pounced on Zhang Li. This black-haired kid was the most dangerous player on Ferreira's team. Every attack from the opponent was orchestrated by him, as long as they shut down his passing. Ferreira's counterattack would be fruitless. As for using one person to intercept Zhang Li, these two felt it was impossible to stop him. This black-haired Eastern kid's unbelievable rapid changes in direction were impossible to defend against alone. Before he made a move, you wouldn't even know which side he would choose to break through. Delny and Costinha closed in from both sides, preparing to corner Zhang Lu. The distance between the three quickly shrank. This time, Zhang Lu chose not to force his way through. He used his left foot to flick the ball to the right side where Alberto was unmarked. Chapter 14. The beautiful journalist who speaks 4 foreign languages after pulling one back, Porto, finally regained some momentum. Unfortunately, there was too little time left in the match. With just 6 minutes remaining, plus 3 minutes of injury time, the entire Ferreira team united to hold onto their 2-1 lead. Beep beep. Beep, 2 short beeps followed by 1 long whistle. The referee raised both hands to signal the end of the match. The system voice in Zhang Li's mind synchronized with the referee's whistle. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the league leaders. Based on the performance in this match, the system rewards an S-level platinum treasure chest. Zhang Li felt greatly disappointed. Why only S-level? I think it should be SSS level. Don't tell me this pitiful system deducted my reward again. It seemed as if he sensed his thoughts, and the system rarely explained. Hello, host. The results of the system are guaranteed to be the most fair and will never go wrong. Well, an S level isn't bad. Just don't know what skill the reward chest will yield this time. Zhang Li sat on the grass, panting heavily. He was too exhausted to move. The 11 players from Ferreira were almost all collapsed on the grass the moment the whistle blew. Chapter 15. System Reward. Indestructible Body, the number 9 and number 10 of a team, are undoubtedly the core on the field. Deco's willingness to give up the number 10 jersey shows his recognition of Zhang Lu. The Samba player patted Zhang Li's shoulder. Think about it. I'm talking about coming to Porto. Zhang Lu was stunned. He really hadn't thought about what would happen after the season ended. Deco grinned and quickly walked ahead. Pushing open the door to the locker room, the Samba player was startled by Mourinho's frosty face. Coach, Deco felt a bit anxious. Without the head coach's approval, privately contacting the opposing players is quite taboo. Mourinho's expression showed no sign of joy or anger as he nodded at him. Anderson, get ready. Come with me to the post-match press conference. Deco's face turned sour. Attending a press conference after losing a match is not a good job. Yes. When Mourinho brought Deco to the press conference, the cheerful Morey had already arrived with midfielder Alberto. Once Mourinho sat down, the two coaches typically commented on their team's performances in the match. Morey first stated that Porto was very strong and that his team won by luck. Chapter 16. War of Words. Lisbon Sporting's head coach, the notoriously provocative Fernando Santos, was certainly not going to back down. He spoke through local media. Both your teams lost to Ferreira's newcomer Zhang Lu, while our team has the future star of Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo. Upon hearing this, the furious Mourinho turned pale. Yet, he couldn't refute it. The 18-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo was touted as the successor to Luis Figo, the future star of Portuguese football. The veteran Spanish coach, Camacho, casually mentioned through the media, I heard that Manchester United has reached an agreement with Lisbon Sporting's higher-ups to introduce the future star mentioned by Coach Santos during the summer window. This time, it was Fernando Santos who went crazy. Damn the team executives, they dare to sell the future of the team for their own pockets. The news of C. Ronaldo joining Manchester United was no longer a secret. Back during the winter transfer window, after Manchester United's midfield core, number 7 Beckham, had some flirtation with Real Madrid. It was reported that Sir Alex Ferguson had pointed out that he wanted to bring in the talented young Cristiano Ronaldo from Lisbon Sporting as reinforcement. Chapter 17. The unusual Ferreira team on May 12th, Saturday, at 7:45 p.m. in the capital of Portugal, Lisbon, at the Alvalade Stadium. This stadium, named after the founder of Lisbon Sporting, is the largest football stadium in Portugal. It was built by the Portuguese Football Association in preparation for next year's European Championship. The entire stadium's hardware and software facilities are among the best in Europe. Today's match is the last home game of the season for Lisbon Sporting. Facing a team that has already been relegated, the fans are very much looking forward to their team delivering a thrilling victory. The Alvalade Stadium, which can hold 52,000 people, is packed today. Compared to the home fans in green and white striped jerseys, the 1,000 loyal Ferreira fans who travel from afar seem very insignificant. At the pre-match press conference, Fernando Santos did not hide his intentions, directly stating that he would provide a wonderful match for the home fans present. The implication was that he would never let up. Morey remained humble as always. With the team's strength on display, he had no choice but to be modest. He first praised Lisbon Sporting's strong capabilities and then mentioned that his team was here with a learning attitude. Chapter 18. This kind of ball. Even a wooden post could score. Ferreira striker number 9, Hargreaves, outjumped Lisbon Sporting center-backs Alston and Adams, smashing the ball into the top left corner of the goal with a powerful header. Hargreaves fell to the ground, crazily pounding his chest and roaring to the sky. Throughout the season, lacking support from midfield, this tall striker had hardly made any impact up front. As the season came to a close, Zhang emerged. With his passes, Hargreaves had already scored 2 goals in the last 3 matches. This striker, who had been frustrated all season, was now roaring wildly on the field. Lisbon Sporting's goalkeeper didn't even have time to make a save and just watched the ball go into the net. The 2 center-backs, Alston and Adams, were left questioning their lives. The 2 of them failed to stop the opposing striker, allowing him to score with a header, leaving them both filled with shame. But can we be blamed? That Eastern kid's pass was too sneaky. The ball seemed to have calculated Alston's jumping height perfectly, just as it passed over his head. It dropped rapidly. All Hargreaves had to do was nod his heavy head. Chapter 19. Conflict. The 15-minute halftime ended, and the match continued. In the second half, the players of Lisbon Sporting noticeably increased their physical play. Bruno's marking of Zhang was so tight, it was like they were conjoined twins. Wherever Zhang went, Bruno was like a sticky plaster. This was the tactic that Lisbon Sporting's coach Santos arranged during halftime, using a defensive midfielder to closely mark Ferreira's most threatening player, Zhang. As long as they locked down this point, the opponent's counterattacks would not be able to initiate. As the coach of the third-place team in the Portuguese league, Fernando Santos still had some skills. His plan was fine. The problem lay with the person executing the plan. Bruno was going crazy. The Eastern kid he was supposed to mark was like an unstoppable perpetual motion machine, constantly moving and switching positions near midfield. Just 15 minutes into the second half, Bruno's legs already felt like they were filled with vinegar, heavy and sore, as Zhang once again dashed from the left side of the field to the right. Bruno finally could not keep up. Ferreira's midfielder Andreas seized the opportunity with a precise through ball, and the football landed perfectly at Zhang's feet. Chapter 20. The tough guy Zhang lay on the ground, while 2 team doctors hurriedly took out a spray to treat his injury. Spraying it vigorously on the wounded area, they pulled down Zhang's socks and shin guards, revealing 3 bloody marks on the inside of his thigh and ankle. Both doctors felt a weight in their hearts. Based on their experience, such a severe injury would at least mean a torn ligament, requiring at least 3 to 6 months of recovery on a hospital bed. If it were even more serious, like an ankle fracture, it was possible he could miss the entire season. At this moment, Zhang, grimacing in pain, was questioning the system in his mind. System, where are you? Didn't you say I had an indestructible body? What's going on now? The system was equally helpless. Host, you said indestructible, not uninjured or unhurt. Damn it. Are you playing word games with me? The key is that this twisted logic left Zhang with no rebuttal. Fine, you're the system, you're right. The 2 team doctors exchanged glances, filled with sympathy. A glimmer of hope was crushed by this serious injury. As they were lamenting, they didn't expect Zhang to suddenly roll over and get back up. Chapter 21. Zhang, the beast from the east. With a loud thud, Zhang struck the lower part of the ball with his left foot. The soccer ball soared high, quickly descending after clearing the wall. The goalkeeper of Sporting Lisbon jumped into the air, stretching his body to the limit, barely grazing the ball with his fingertips, but unable to change its trajectory. With a light swish, the net rippled as the ball hit it. At this moment, the Lisbon goalkeeper finally understood the level of a free kick that could not be defended even with 7 defenders on the line, as Mourinho had said. An absolute dead corner. Zhang sprinted towards the sidelines and the substitute bench. He had no choice but to run. Alberto, Andias, and Hargreaves, that bunch of bastards, had already swarmed over to him after his goal. Zhang didn't want to be buried under their pile. He reached the sidelines and gave Morais a big hug. If it weren't for this young coach giving him the chance, he wouldn't have had such a shining moment. Morais hugged Zhang back fiercely, his voice trembling. Well done. As his coaching tenure came to an end, discovering an outstanding talent brought a great sense of achievement to the young coach. Alberto screeched to a halt at the sidelines. Chapter 22. Season in Monday. The Ferreira players, back to their recovery routine, began affectionately calling Zhang the Beast from the East. Even the head coach Morais, assistant coach Hawkins, and the 2 team doctors joined in the teasing. I'm not. I didn't tee. Don't say that. This name is from that guy Drogba. Okay. Unfortunately, the genuine beast from Côte d'Ivoire was still muddling through in a lower division league in France. Left with no choice, Zhang Lu could only tacitly accept this nickname. It seemed that this midfield beast nickname would follow him throughout his career. Damn that Porto reporter Aaron Harold for writing whatever nonsense. Why get the chance? I'll definitely give her a piece of my mind. Zhang Lu gritted his teeth in anger. That's right. The article published in the Porto Sports News was indeed by that sexy journalist Aaron. I have natural conflict with her. Otherwise, why would this woman keep staring at me? Plus, after opening the platinum gift bag last night, which nearly made me vomit blood from frustration with the system, Zhang Lu felt that his good luck seemed to have run out. Honestly, the S-level gift bag rewarded by the system this time wasn't bad, just incomparable to the previous 2 times. The bag contained 2 rewards that had never appeared before. Chapter 23 Olive Branch, a strange number flashed on the old Nokia screen. Zhang Lu pressed the answer button and politely said, "Hello, this is Zhang Lu." A strange male voice came from the receiver. "Hello, Zhang. Let me introduce myself. I'm Craig Benson, the general manager of Sporting Lisbon." Zhang Lu was taken aback. "Hello, Mr. Benson. May I ask what's the matter?" His phone number wasn't a secret. It would be easy for someone of Benson's status to obtain it. Benson got straight to the point. "Mr. Zhang, I know your contract with Ferreira has expired. How about it? Are you interested in joining us at Sporting Lisbon?" Zhang Lu never expected that the general manager of Sporting Lisbon would personally call him to extend an olive branch. Mr. Benson interrupted him. "Zhang, Sporting Lisbon is very sincere. I'm calling because the head coach, Mr. Fernando Santos, has strongly requested to sign you. If you agree, you will receive a weekly salary of 12,000 euros, along with an opportunity to compete in the Europa League." Zhang Li's heart raced. A weekly salary of 12,000 euros was quite high in the Primeira Liga. Chapter 24 The self-recommendation of an agent. Zhang Lu opened the door. The person standing outside made him pause for a moment. Maurice looked at him with a smile. "What's wrong? It's only been half a month since we last met, and you don't recognize me?" Zhang Lu came to his senses and quickly gestured. "Coach, please come in." Maurice stepped into the room and glanced around at the simple furnishings. "Zhang, I didn't expect your living conditions to be so tough." Zhang Lu chuckled. "It's nothing much. This year has been all about matches and training. The house is just a place to sleep at night." Maurice looked into Zhang Li's eyes. "Zhang, the season has ended. Do you have any plans?" Zhang Lu poured a cup of tea and handed it to his mentor. He never drank coffee or similar beverages. Apart from the tea he brought from home, he only drank sports drinks and purified water. Only those who are disciplined can stand firm in this circle. Zhang Lu had seen too many talented players who quickly fell from grace because they couldn't control themselves. Hearing Maurice ask this, Zhang Lu shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet." Maurice took a sip from the teacup. "With your performance at the end of the season, surely there must be teams interested in you?" Zhang Lu found it strange. His mentor had already resigned from Ferreira, yet he still cared so much about his future. Chapter 25 Major transactions in the 03 season. In July 2003, the European transfer market kicked off with several major transactions. The most impactful was the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, who splashed out $1.3 billion to buy the Premier League powerhouse Chelsea. Following this, Chelsea, with the strong backing of their new owner, waved their checkbook all over the transfer market to buy players. According to Transfermarkt statistics, Chelsea's spending in the summer transfer window for the 03-04 season reached a staggering $1 billion. Compared to the big spending, Chelsea, Manchester United, another Premier League giant, seems to be in a much worse situation. Their midfield core, David Beckham, was taken to the Bernabeu by Real Madrid for a staggering $35 million. To fill the void left by Beckham's departure, Sir Alex Ferguson chose to spend $24 million to buy Cristiano Ronaldo, who was touted as Figo's successor from the Portuguese league. Seeing their arch-rivals Real Madrid strengthen their squad, Barcelona in La Liga naturally did not want to be outdone. They spent $25 million to snatch Ronaldinho from Manchester United. In comparison to these significant transfers, AC Milan, far away in Serie A, acquired the little-known midfielder Kaká from Sao Paulo for a mere $5 million. Chapter 26 Unexpected results after joining Porto. Zhang Lu finally understood why Mourinho could become a renowned coach. This guy was as demanding during training as Huang Shuren from the white-haired girl. Even someone like Zhang Lu, who had an indestructible physique and abundant stamina for 90 minutes, was pushed to the brink of exhaustion every day, not to mention his teammates, who relied solely on their physical strength. However, the benefits of such hellish training were evident. Zhang Lu could clearly feel significant improvements in all his metrics. After a day of training, he returned to his rented house and collapsed on the sofa, feeling too tired to move. The virtual training space rewarded by the system had long been used up, even if it hadn't under such high-intensity training. Zhang didn't have the extra energy to practice alone. Pulling up the system panel, his basic attributes had indeed shown great progress. Name: Zhang Lu. Height: 177 centimeters. Weight: 76 kilograms. Age: 19 years, 6 months. In 21 days. Preferred foot: left foot. Attack: 67. Defense: 66. Speed: 65. Passing: 66. Master level attributes permanently boosted. Chapter 27. Two idiots with a shared stink. Seeing Zhang Li's surprised expression, the person burst into laughter. Zhang, you think you can ditch me? No way. As he spoke, he even winked deliberately. Zhang Lu exclaimed in surprise. Carlos, is that you? The Samba winger grinned broadly. Zhang, I told you, wherever you go, I'll follow. Indeed, the new member brought by Moises was Zhang Li's teammate from Ferreira, right winger Carlos Alberto. Moises smiled and said, Everyone, meet Carlos Alberto, who plays as a right winger. He has been loaned from Ferreira this season and will wear the number 19 jersey. The players applauded, welcoming their new teammate. The original starting right winger, Mendez, looked somewhat displeased. This kid was here to compete for his position. Given Alberto's relationship with Moises and Zhang, Mendez had to pay more attention to him. He couldn't afford to lose his starting spot. Mendez's eyes darted around, resolving to build a good relationship with Zhang Lu. At the very least, he needed to ensure that when competing with this Samba player, he wouldn't lend a helping hand to him. Alberto was outgoing and quickly blended in with the new teammates. Chapter 28. New season, 15-second goal, gift on August 3rd at 7:30 p.m. The opening match of the 0-3-0-4 season of the Portuguese Super League was about to begin, with Porto hosting Beira-Mar. The Dragão Stadium, which can hold 52,000 people, was packed to capacity, and fans wearing Porto's green and white striped home jerseys sang the team's anthem, Filhos do Dragão, loudly in the stands. This song translates to Song of the Dragon in Chinese, named after their home ground, Dragão Stadium. Standing in the middle of the team, Zhang Lu had a strange thought flash through his mind. Porto's anthem is called the Song of the Dragon, and the Great Xia country claims to be descendants of the dragon. Could this be fate? Will I soar in this stadium? Next to Zhang Lu, Alberto excitedly whispered, Zhang, did you see how much the home fans love me? Zhang Lu rolled his eyes. Dude, your skin is too thick. They're just singing the team anthem. Watching Alberto feeling good about himself, Zhang Lu had a thought. System, use Milton's blessing card on Carlos Alberto. Hello, host, Milton's blessing has been used, duration, 2 hours. Chapter 29. Milton's blessing. With a loud bang, the entire Dragão Stadium erupted. Zhang Lu's goal was stunning. He dribbled the ball from near the center circle. His speed so fast that even his teammates making off-the-ball runs fell behind. What was even more impressive was that at such high speed, he could still execute a nutmeg and change direction rapidly. Finally, a thunderous long shot just outside the penalty area created a bizarre S-shaped curve in the air, leaving the opposing goalkeeper dumbfounded. Without a doubt, this goal would definitely make it to the top 10 goals of the week. Mourinho exchanged a glance with Moises, both of them filled with disbelief. When did Zhang Lu get such speed? From their understanding of him, Zhang Li's speed had always been ordinary. Did this kid hide his strength during daily training? Mourinho shot Zhang Lu a fierce glare. How could such a secret weapon be used against a weak team like Beira-Mar? Suddenly, Zhang Lu rushed over to give him a big hug. A hint of warmth appeared on Mourinho's stern face as he patted his proud disciple's back. Zhang, well done. After scoring, Zhang Lu chose to celebrate with his coach because he was intimidated by the stacking of teammates from last season at Ferreira. Chapter 30. Unsolvable free kick with a light sound. The ball was unceremoniously knocked into the goal by Alberto's face. Zhang Lu was dumbfounded. So this is the effect of Milton's blessing. The Samba player was hit in the face and felt a burning pain. Completely unaware that the ball had gone in, Alberto, dazed, tried to get up to find the culprit who had hit him. How could someone kick the ball into my face? This couldn't end without an explanation. But just as he got halfway up, he was jumped on by the furious McCarthy, who knocked him back down again. Porto's center forward was practically going mad. It was clearly his opportunity, yet it ended up benefiting that jerk Alberto. How could he not take a good shot at him to relieve the hatred in his heart? Zhang Li's eyes darted around, and like the wind, he rushed over and collided with McCarthy. Immediately after, Deco, Castiani, and Delny from the midfield charged into the opponent's penalty area. engaging in a human tower game. Poor Alberto, who didn't even know what was happening, found himself at the bottom of the pile. Even more unfortunate were the two forwards from the Miramar team. Just 10 minutes into the match, they had already taken the kickoff from the center circle for the second time. Chapter 31. Massacre at halftime. Porto led 4-0 at home. The referee didn't even add a minute of stoppage time. The Miramar players could hardly wait to return to the locker room to end this excruciating match. In the locker room, Miramar's head coach remained silent for a long time before gently speaking. "Boys, try to enjoy the second half. Don't think about the score. I only have one request. Everyone should avoid injuries and minimize non-combat losses." The Miramar players lowered their heads, fully aware of the coach's intention. This match had been strategically abandoned by him. In Porto's locker room, Mourinho first inquired about Zhang's injury. After receiving a positive response from the team doctor, the madman coach finally relaxed. The first half went very well, especially Zhang's performance, which was beyond my expectations. In the second half, everyone should pay attention to protecting themselves and avoid injuries. After a 15-minute halftime break, the second half began. Miramar's forward took the kickoff for the fifth time, and this was the only time they did so without conceding a goal. In the second half, Porto finally slowed down the pace. Miramar's coach breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the opponents weren't intent on bullying them to the extreme. Chapter 32. Call back in an hour and a half. Eileen brought over the well-known sports weekly from Xiaogua. In the 1980s, Chuyuan transformed a small provincial newspaper, Xiangnan Sports News, into the nationally recognized Sports Weekly. By 2002, riding on the wave of the national football team's entry into the World Cup, it became the best-selling sports newspaper in Xiaogua. In an era when the internet was not yet developed, Sports Weekly represented, to some extent, authority in Xiaogua. Eileen pulled Zhang to sit on the sofa and pointed to a small news piece in the corner of the fourth page of the newspaper, smiling. "Zhang, see? Your name has caught the attention of Xiaogua's authoritative media." Zhang was greatly disappointed. He had expected Eileen to refer to a headline news story, but instead, it was in such a corner. Those with poor eyesight probably wouldn't even see it. This is the news. Our young player Zhang has joined the Portuguese Super League team Porto as a free agent, signing a 2-year contract. Zhang is 19 years old, plays as an attacking midfielder, and comes from Dongliao youth training. That's it. Just these two sentences provided a simple introduction to the basic situation, and then it ended abruptly. Chapter 33. Zhang. "You must teach me." Qian Li Min snatched the newspaper from her husband's hands and quickly found the news Zhang Xingyuan mentioned. Our young midfielder Zhang scored a hat-trick within 50 minutes in the opening match of the Portuguese Super League, where Porto faced mid-table team Miramar and provided 2 assists. He ultimately helped Porto achieve a stunning 7-0 victory against Miramar in the season opener. After the match, Zhang was also named the best player of the game. Qian Li Min smiled broadly. "That's my son. My little Lu has made it." Zhang Xingyuan proudly snorted. "Of course. Just look at who his father is. My son can't go wrong." Old Zhang held his head high, walking out of the kitchen with his hands behind his back. Qian Li Min smiled. "That old man, my son, has made it. What does it have to do with you?" Zhang Xingyuan argued with a flushed face. "How can it not be related? If I hadn't sent him to practice football at the sports school from a young age, how could Lu have today's achievements?" Qian Li Min lifted her apron to wipe her hands. Yes, it's all your credit. Okay? I need to call my son to celebrate." Chapter 34. Big Mouth Alberto. When Zhang sent Alberto off, he seriously instructed, "Carlos, I hope you don't say anything reckless tomorrow." The Brazilian, with a furious expression, exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Zhang, you don't trust me? You don't trust your closest comrade? Am I really the kind of person who betrays friends in your eyes? I gave up a comfortable life in Ferreira to come to you. It's too heartbreaking. I certainly don't trust you, you big mouth." Alberto couldn't even keep his own secret with the technician from Ferreira Esbar, so Zhang doubted his integrity. But seeing Alberto getting frantic, he could only shrug. "Carlos, how can I not trust you? We're the closest of friends." Alberto turned his anger into joy, firmly grasping Zhang's hand. "Good brother for life." Zhang discreetly pulled his hand back and wiped it on his clothes behind his back. "Yes, good brother for life." Before leaving, Alberto swore that he would definitely not speak recklessly. Zhang believed him. The next morning, the Porto team conducted regular recovery training. Chapter 35. Second round of the league, away after much persuasion. It took a lot of effort for Morales to believe that Xiaogua did not have the kind of skills that Alberto claimed. However, this matter was not over. Other teammates prefer to believe that Zhang Lu genuinely possessed such miraculous skills. This was due to Alberto's adamant declaration that he had witnessed it with his own eyes and would never lie. He even swore on his deceased father's name. The consequence of this was that during training sessions in the following days, Porto players treated Zhang Lu with inexplicable friendliness. After finishing their laps, before Zhang Lu could reach out, Carvalho had already eagerly brought over a towel. "Zhang, wipe your face." Zhang Lu awkwardly accepted the towel and wiped his face haphazardly. Before he could put the towel down, McCarthy approached with a bottle of sports drink, smiling. "Zhang, you must be thirsty. Have some water." Zhang Lu forced a smile. "Thank you." He knew full well what his teammates were after. Unfortunately, Zhang Lu really couldn't teach them anything. His impressive achievements were entirely due to the system. He couldn't just conjure up a miraculous set of exercises out of thin air for them. Zhang Lu was overwhelmed by his teammates' enthusiasm every day. Chapter 36. Restricted. The referee Ricardo blew the whistle, and the match officially began. The live commentator started introducing the starting lineups of both sides. The home team, Braga Sports, took the kickoff first, dressed in their traditional red jerseys and white shorts, attacking from right to left. In this round of the match, head coach Abel continued to use his preferred 352 formation. The goalkeeper position was still occupied by the main goalkeeper from last season, number 1 Natus, with left back number 5 Segra, right back number 27 Sergio, and a defensive midfielder number 2 Colin Fernandez. The 5 midfielders were number 12 Sosa, number 21 Orta, number 7 Noyes, number 10 Horta, and number 11 Pearson. The 2 forwards were number 9 Ruiz and number 8 Mohamed Garo. The away team Bordeaux deployed the 442 formation commonly used by their eccentric coach Mourinho. In the goalkeeper position, Bordeaux used the veteran goalkeeper number 99 Baya, with 4 defenders in sequence. Number 8 Valente, number 2 Joao Costa, number 4 Carvalho, and number 22 Ferreira. The 4 midfielders were number 6 Casciani, number 17 Bosanwa, number 10 Deco, and number 7 Zhang Lu, who had a standout performance last round with 3 goals and 2 assists. Chapter 37. Self-doubt. At the edge of the Porto penalty area stood Braga's number 11 Pearson. Ruiz's back pass was perfectly timed and angled. Pearson didn't need to make any adjustments. He shot fiercely with his foot. The ball flew through the air with almost no spin, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Porto's veteran goalkeeper Baya made the correct judgment, leaping into the air and stretching his body to increase his blocking area. However, at such a close distance, the speed of the ball was simply too fast. Before Baya's palm could reach the right position, the ball, propelled by a strong wind, drilled into the net. Beep. Referee Ricardo blew his whistle and pointed to the center circle. The goal was valid. In the 28th minute of the first half, Braga, playing at home, took the lead with a goal. The commentator shouted excitedly, "Beautiful, truly beautiful." Pearson opened Baya's 10-finger defense with a world-class shot. The audience erupted in a roar of cheers. The scorer Pearson excitedly ran to the south stand and made a heart gesture to celebrate. The south stand of the municipal stadium was filled with die-hard fans of the home team Braga. Chapter 38. Garanshaw Shinguard's equipment beep with the referee's whistle. The first half of the match ended. After a fierce battle of 45 minutes, Braga, playing at home, led by 1 goal and returned to the dressing room first. Braga's head coach Abel praised his players for their execution of tactics. He urged them to continue playing this way in the second half, to closely mark Zhang Lu, and to take down Porto. Victory would eventually belong to them. The Braga players shouted in unison, "Tightly mark Zhang Lu, take down Porto." In stark contrast to the confident Braga, the Porto players returned to the dressing room with their heads down, looking like withered eggplants. Mourinho exchanged glances with assistant coach Moret, who lowered his voice and said, "Sir, should we substitute Zhang Lu at halftime?" As a qualified coach, he could certainly see that the reason the team was passive in the first half lay with Zhang Lu. This key point being tightly marked caused the entire Porto team to lose its rhythm. The first half was not a true reflection of the team's real strength. It should be noted that last season, Porto had defeated Braga both home and away. Chapter 39. 3-person encirclement. Through past, both teams made no adjustments in the second half. Continuing with their starting lineups, Jan Guskas and Alberto stood at the center circle, ready to kick off. Beep with referee Ricardo's whistle. The game resumed. Jan Guskas pushed the ball to Alberto with his toe. The Brazilian lightly nudged it back to his compatriot Deco. At the same time, Zhang Xin and Bosanwa from both sides started their runs forward. After passing the ball, Alberto turned to reposition himself and was momentarily stunned by Zhang Li's strange running posture. What the heck? Did Zhang go crazy with Eileen last night? Why does he run like a duck? Alberto thought to himself, wait, that's not right. The team arrived in Braga yesterday morning. Even if Zhang wanted to do something with Eileen, he wouldn't have had the chance. Moreover, last night, I shared a room with Zhang. Originally, the team had arranged for Deco and Zhang to share a room, but Alberto insisted on switching with his fellow countrymen. Am I being delusional? Alberto felt a chill in his lower back, panic setting in as he considered another possibility. Before he could continue his wild thoughts, Mourinho's shouts came from the sidelines. Chapter 40. Equalizer. The ball flew directly towards the top right corner of the goal. As the last line of defense for the team, Braga's goalkeeper number 1 Natus was highly focused. He did not rashly rush out to contest the high ball with the opposing striker. If he did, the tall young Gus Gas might easily head the ball into an empty net. Natus kept his eyes fixed on the incoming ball, pushed off with both feet, and jumped into the air, using his right palm to strike the ball. The ball hit squarely and rebounded into the left side of the penalty area. Natus sighed in relief, but lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Young Gus Gas, frustrated, knelt on the ground, pounding the turf with his fists. How could that miss? Today, even luck isn't on Porto's side. Suddenly, a figure in a green and white striped shirt appeared at the landing spot, moving like a ghost. The number 7 on his back announced his identity to everyone. No one knew how Zhang Lu, who had originally been surrounded by 3 defenders, had gotten into this position. As the ball descended, Zhang Lu lightly flicked it with his foot. At that moment, Braga's defensive line, with defensive midfielder Colin Fernandez and goalkeeper Natus still on the ground, had not yet recovered. Chapter 41. Comeback. Zhang Lu clutched his injured ankle, rolling on the ground in pain. The indestructible body could withstand injuries but could not avoid pain. Beep. Referee Ricardo rushed to the scene immediately and issued a yellow card to the offending Orta. The tall player was very dissatisfied, defiantly arguing that he did not commit a foul. Another Braga midfielder, Sosa, pulled him back. What else is there to say? His sock is still bleeding. The referee didn't show you a red card, considering it was a home game. 2 feet off the ground from a side angle. This tackle was definitely worthy of a red card. Alberto was the first to rush over, angrily raising his hand and gesturing, red card. That action deserves a red card. The referee Ricardo shot him a glare, ignoring the Brazilian. Alberto was furious. Are you kidding me? Are you blind? The closest Brazilian teammate, Deco, quickly covered Alberto's mouth and said to the referee with a silly grin, "Sorry, he has a problem with his brain. Please don't mind." Ricardo, with a sullen face, still showed mercy and did not give Alberto a yellow card. Chapter 42. We didn't lose to Porto. We just lost to Zhang Lu. Braga's substitute striker, Hark, shouted in frustration, his face full of regret. This sure goal was actually saved. He forgot that the match was not over yet. Outside the penalty area, Porto's midfielder Deco lifted his foot, skillfully bringing the ball under control. After receiving the ball, Deco didn't look up. He immediately sent a long pass to the left midfield. There, at that moment, was Porto's most threatening player, number 7 Zhang Lu. The chemistry developed during the entire summer break played a significant role at this moment. The Braga players were collectively stunned when Hark's header was saved. By the time they regained their senses under the coach's shouts, the ball was already at Zhang Li's feet near the halfway line. At this point, Braga's defense had almost pushed up to the halfway line, leaving a vast open space in their own half. Right back number 27 Sergio gritted his teeth and charged directly at Zhang Lu. He was willing to take a yellow card rather than let this Eastern kid get through. Despite having 90 minutes of stamina, Zhang Li's speed remained his weak point. Faced with the aggressive Sergio, Zhang Lu made a pass. Chapter 43. The theatrical cavalho. After the match, the team stayed in Braga for one night, and the next morning boarded the bus for the return trip. The straight distance between Porto and Braga is less than 60 kilometers. In the back of the bus, Zhang Lu closed his eyes, pretending to nap. Next to him, Alberto was chattering with his buddy Cavalho, boasting about his chip shot. "Dude, you don't know, after I got the ball, I charged into the penalty area, and there were defenders in front and behind. At that moment, I realized I couldn't get past that tuss for an open goal, so in a split second, I chose to chip it." Listening to this shameless guy bragging, Zhang Lu almost burst out laughing. If Alberto went to summer school to learn stand-up comedy, maybe there wouldn't be any need for the Diyun Society. The best listener, Cavalho exclaimed. "Carlos, you are the kind of player born for the big stage." Deco in the front couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry, I choked on my water, you guys continue." Deco found a poor excuse to brush it off. Zhang Lu ignored the commercial flattery of these two clowns and accessed the communication system to check his attributes from a match. Chapter 44. Aftermath. Tsuyoshi had been wandering around this street for half an hour. She finally realized with dismay that she was indeed lost. She found it somewhat laughable. As the genius campus beauty of Seoul University and a key member of the national archery team, if her friends found out that she was directionally challenged, they would probably laugh her to death. It was all her father's fault. It was because she inherited his lack of sensitivity to the environment that she got lost. Tsuyoshi pouted and unceremoniously blamed her father, Su Jingwang, the head of the largest logistics group in South Korea. She would never admit that someone with an IQ of 148 like her could have such an obvious flaw, regardless of where the problem lay. The fact remained that she couldn't find her way back to the hotel. Tsuyoshi slightly regretted that she shouldn't have come to Europe alone half a month in advance. If she had traveled with the archery team, such an embarrassing situation wouldn't have happened. Especially unfortunate was that most of the people in this city spoke Portuguese, which made it difficult for this genius beauty, who was proficient in Chinese, Korean, and English, to ask for directions due to the language barrier. Just as she was aimlessly wandering the streets of Porto like a headless fly, a figure flashed in front of her. A black-haired boy with a backpack turned the corner. Chapter 45. Dark Horse Mori Rents. In the past few days, aside from training with the team, Zhang Lu hadn't seen a trace of Erin. This woman had been busy accompanying her Italian friend, helping with translations. She'd called Zhang Lu to explain. Her friend, named Monica Bellucci, was a big star. She came to Porto to shoot a series of commercials. Since Monica didn't understand Portuguese, she dragged Erin along as a translator. Zhang Lu felt that the name Monica sounded somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember when he had heard that name before. In the end, he could only categorize it as a common name. It was probably similar to names like Lon, Ji, Feng, and one in our country, which gave him a sense of déjà vu. Without Erin's interruptions, he could fully devote himself to training. Next month, the Champions League group stage would officially draw lots, and Zhang Lu wanted to improve his attributes a bit before the competition started. During Zhang Li's intense training, the Portuguese league also welcomed its third round. On August 17, 2003, at the Dragao Stadium, Porto hosted the newly promoted Mori Rents in the third round of the league. Chapter 46. Iron Barrel Formation. The pace of the first half of the match was Porto's offense against Mori Rents' defense. In the 9th minute of the match, Deco received a pass from Zhang Lu at the top of the penalty area, took 2 steps sideways, and suddenly took a cold shot, testing Mori Rents' goalkeeper. Fortunately, the visiting goalkeeper Ronald was highly focused and managed to deflect the ball onto the crossbar with one hand. Porto earned a corner kick from the right side. Deco's corner kick went to the near post, but was seized by a Mori Rents defender who headed the ball out of the penalty area. Mendez, stationed outside the penalty area, easily took the ball and passed it to number 6 Casciani. Porto began to organize their attack again. Mori Rents' iron barrel formation greatly limited Zhang Li's performance. In such a densely packed situation, whether it was Puska's change of direction or Bergkamp's Ice Prince dance, there was no space to execute. Zhang Lu could only rely on his master-level passing, with a vision of 93 and awareness of 91, to slowly organize Porto's attacking rhythm. What frustrated him was that Mori Rents' tactics were very clear. The tiger does not leave its den. They allowed the opponent to bombard from the outside, with the whole team united in defense first. Chapter 47. 2 consecutive victories. Zhang Lu powerfully swept the ball into the penalty area. This pass was very sneaky. Inside the penalty area, players from both sides were tangled together, and anyone who stretched a leg to block the ball and change its direction could potentially lead to a goal. In the Moray penalty area, Alberto at the front post, McCarthy in the middle, and Deco were all desperately stretching their legs to touch the ball. As long as they slightly changed the direction of the football, given the close distance, it would be very difficult for goalkeeper Ronald to react. The Moray defenders were tightly entangled, not allowing the attacking players to gain advantageous positions. Zhang Li's cross was powerful, sweeping horizontally across the goal. Strangely, with so many legs from both sides, not a single person touched the ball. Moray goalkeeper Ronald let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. This pass made it hard for him to decide whether to come out or stay. Staying was even more uncomfortable as he watched the ball glide past the goal. At the back post, Porto's midfielder number 6, Casciani, rushed in. All the Moray defenders' attention was on Zhang Alberto at the front post and McCarthy and Deco trying to get into position in the middle. Casciani, who was making a late run, happened to be in an unguarded vacuum. Chapter 48, Tsuyoshi reappears the day after returning to Porto from Setúbal. Mourinho called Zhang aside. Zhang, get ready. Come with me to 9 tomorrow. 9? Zhang was taken aback for a moment. Yes. Mourinho smiled meaningfully. Come with me to the Champions League group draw ceremony. Zhang was both surprised and delighted. Coach, you mean I can go with you? Mourinho patted him on the shoulder. No doubt about it. That's exactly what I mean. Go home early today and prepare. Yes, I will. Zhang was so excited he almost jumped up. Being taken by the head coach to participate in the Champions League draw meant he had already recognized his ability. He was finally one step closer to his ultimate goal of stepping into the top 5 leagues. On August 27th, Mourinho and his team boarded a flight to UEFA headquarters in Nyon. Nyon, a small town west of Lake Geneva, has a total population of only 17,000 and is known for its beautiful scenery throughout Europe. UEFA headquarters is located in this beautiful lakeside town. Sitting in the first-class cabin of the plane, Zhang took a few deep breaths. Next to him, Porto's general manager Rolls tilted his head and smiled. Zhang, are you nervous? Chapter 49 Champions League draw, brother. So you're a football player. I'll let you on a secret. My dad is a super fan too, with a lively and cheerful Tsuyoshi accompanying him. Zhang Li's dull trip to Nyon became much less tedious. When it was time to part ways at Nyon Airport, Tsuyoshi seemed a bit reluctant. Brother, after the archery competition is over, can I come cheer for you? Zhang had a very good impression of this sunny little beauty and smiled as he nodded. Of course, I would love that. Tsuyoshi extended her slender, fair finger. Then it's a deal. Zhang humorously extended his pinky to make a pinky swear with her. This girl really had a childlike heart. All right. After the stamp is on, no one is allowed to back out. Tsuyoshi waved her hand. Brother, my teammates are here to pick me up. Bye. Bye. Zhang watched Tsuyoshi's graceful figure disappear into the crowd. Cough, cough, cough. Mourinho, with a dark face, cleared his throat a few times. Zhang, the most important thing now is to practice your skills. Beautiful women and fine wine can erode your will. These are taboos for players. Zhang Li's face flushed. Yes, coach. I know my limits. Mourinho gave him a meaningful look. This kind of thing requires self-discipline. Throughout history, there have been countless talented players who destroyed themselves. Chapter 50, the group of Death Deer audience friends. You are now watching the live broadcast of the 03-04 Season Champions League Group Draw Ceremony by ZZT. I am the special correspondent Lu Jianhong, and I will report to you from the scene. A refined and slender man spoke confidently in front of the camera. Thanks to the unprecedented qualification of the national football team for the World Cup in 2002, football has been heating up in the country. Summer country fans firmly believe that the 2002 World Cup was just the starting point for the national team. From now on, we will also be regulars in the World Cup finals, just like our 2 neighboring countries. Taking advantage of this momentum, ZZT invested heavily in acquiring the broadcasting rights for the Champions League. UEFA had long been eager to tap into this enormous market of over 1 billion people. The 2 parties were like a match made in heaven. For this Champions League group draw, ZZT sent their star anchor Lu Jianhong to Nyon. The star-studded scene made this golden host excited. Dear audience friends, I think besides the Champions League draw ceremony, it's hard to see so many world-renowned coaches gathered together with their proud disciples. Over there are several famous coaches from Serie A, known as the Mini World Cup, including AC Milan's coach Ancelotti and Juventus coach Lippi, known as the Silver Fox. Chapter 51, the honest Lu Jianhong. After the draw ended, Mourinho took Zhang and left. It was not a place to linger. Many old-timers here looked at his apprentice with significant expressions. The special one regretted bringing Zhang to Nyon for this draw ceremony. The old foxes from the top 5 leagues looked at Zhang as if they were hungry wolves eyeing a succulent piece of meat. Their eyes practically shone green, as if they wanted to swallow the kid whole. Especially Sir Ferguson, with his red nose, was almost ready to pounce. There is a saying in summer country, don't fear a thief stealing, just fear a thief coveting. Coupled with the complex expressions in the eyes of Porto's bushy-bearded general manager Rolls, Mourinho's heart was hanging by a thread. God bless. Let Zhang stay at Porto for this season. Mourinho no longer hoped to keep Zhang for long. He just hoped that this season, Rolls and the club's higher-ups would allow him to lead this talented young man to a perfect end to the entire schedule. With Zhang in the team, Mourinho had a backbone. He was now suffering from a dependency on Zhang. His anxious demeanor caught the attention of several keen-eyed people in the venue. who began to secretly chuckle. Chapter 52, Clash of Titans. In the 5th round of the Primeira Liga, there was a clash of titans. Currently ranked first in the league, Porto traveled to face last season's third-place team, Sporting Lisbon. This match was nothing short of a collision of Mars with Earth. A week before the match, fans from both teams started a war of words. As traditional powerhouse clubs, the enmity between the two clubs could easily fill a drama series. The higher-ups at Porto have given head coach Mourinho a strict order. No matter who they lose to, they cannot lose to Sporting Lisbon. Of course, the opponent thinks the same way. This highly anticipated showdown has already heated up before it even begins. As last season's top 3 teams, both clubs have intercontinental matches ahead. Porto will travel to face Red Star Belgrade after the 6th round of the league, while Sporting Lisbon will participate in the Europa League. Last season, both teams were evenly matched, and neither could confidently say they would win. This season, the situation is slightly different. Sporting Lisbon not only lost their talented youth player Cristiano Ronaldo to Manchester United's veteran coach Ferguson, but their main winger Quaresma was also taken to Camp Nou by Barcelona for $6 million. Chapter 53, Unintelligible Tactics. As the on-field captain of Sporting Lisbon, goalkeeper Ricardo Lopez's actions are quite irrational. Provoking the opponent's key players before the game undoubtedly changes the nature of the match. The number 19 winger, Carlos Alberto, standing in front of Zhang, also saw Ricardo's provocative actions. The Samba player was not having it. "What the hell are you trying to do, you little bastard?" he cursed. Clenching his fists, Alberto rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the opponent. Fortunately, Deco reacted quickly and grabbed his fellow countryman. Alberto struggled hard. "Let go of me, Deco, you bastard. Why are you helping outsiders?" Deco, the good boy, grinned and whispered in his ear, "Carlos, don't be impulsive. What if the referee sees?" Alberto knew that his fighting capability was not on the same level as the towering opponent's goalkeeper. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch his best friend be provoked. Chapter 54. Did you pay the patent fee? Damn it. On the guest coach's bench, the madman coach's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on his right winger, who was charging onto the field to grab the ball, as he angrily growled in a low voice. "Damn it, Carlos, what the hell is he doing, using high-intensity technical moves so early? Can his body hold up until halftime?" Assistant coach Moret, who had worked with this Samba speedster a few months ago at Ferreira, understood him well enough. "Sir, Carlos must have his reasons for doing this. Although he can be foolish at times, he's not reckless." His explanation did not satisfy the madman coach. Mourinho remained grim-faced and snorted. "If his recklessness disrupts our pre-match tactical arrangement, just wait and see how I'll deal with him." Moret felt a chill and silently prayed for Alberto. "Carlos, please don't pull any stunts on the field. Coach Jose's temper is completely different from mine. Good luck to you." While Moret worried for the Samba player, Alberto was not idle. No matter which opponent received the ball, he rushed over to contest it immediately. Chapter 55. I told you to hit the opponent's coach, not to smash the opponent's defender. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded just in time. At the same time, Pedro quickly ran to the scene. Adams was completely bewildered. He instinctively looked up, his confused gaze directed at the referee. "I'm innocent." The referee, Pedro, smiled coldly. As one of the top referees in the Primeira Liga, he had extensive experience. Some players always tried to express their innocence with various excuses after committing fouls. He simply pulled out a yellow card from his pocket and held it up high towards Adams. Sporting Lisbon's center-back opened his mouth, just about to defend his actions. His partner, Alston, grabbed Adams and forcibly dragged him away from the scene. The referee's decision was correct. Adams had committed a foul by pulling the opponent's shirt after Zhang had brushed past him. With subjective intent, he had disrupted a clear attacking opportunity for Porto. The referee was lenient not to send him off with a red card. Alston feared that if Adams dithered, the referee might change his mind, and the game would truly be unplayable. Adams actually knew in his heart that his action deserved a yellow card, and there was no issue. He just habitually wanted to argue with the referee. Chapter 56. We are all civilized people. Unlucky Adams had just finished his suspension and was on the field for only 7 minutes before being carried off on a stretcher. His injury did not affect the normal flow of the match. Substitute center-back Delgado was sent on without even warming up. Referee Pedro resumed the game before Adams's unexpected injury. The ball was in Porto's possession. According to the rules, the referee signaled the defending players to move aside and threw the ball to McCarthy. Porto striker made a back pass to Casciani near the midfield. The game continued. Adams's injury had a significant impact on Sporting Lisbon. The newly introduced substitute centre-back Delgado, in terms of big match experience and understanding with his teammates, could not compare to him. Porto's midfield kept passing the ball, searching for gaps in Sporting Lisbon's defense. The opportunity still appeared on the left side. After coming on, substitute centre-back Delgado was tasked with marking the opponent's midfield core, Zhang. Perhaps Adams's injury affected his mentality. Delgado appeared very nervous. Zhang received the ball, turned, and easily faked Delgado out with a single bicycle kick move. Chapter 57. Found a treasure. Nanny Sporting Lisbon's goalkeeper Ricardo Lopez kicked a long ball over the midfield. Porto's defensive midfielder Castiani tangled with the opponent's tall striker Goncalves. Both wanted to get to the ball first. In the end, it was the robust high striker from Sporting Lisbon who outjumped Porto's defensive midfielder, leaping high to head the ball. However, due to Castiani's interference, Goncalves couldn't generate enough power from his waist and abdomen, causing the ball to be slightly off target. Oh no! Even the commentator at Alvalade Stadium couldn't help but sigh. Goncalves' header was too close to the right side. His striker partner Vina couldn't reach it. What a pity! Before his lamentation could finish, a green and white figure darted towards the landing spot like lightning. The home crowd at Alvalade erupted. It was Nanny, the 17-year-old rookie right winger in the starting lineup, and his speed was remarkable. Zhang Li's heart stirred. Nanny? Is it Cristiano Ronaldo's golden partner on the right wing? Considering his age, Nanny is indeed still a newcomer. Zhang Li focused on the boy chasing the ball like the wind. Chapter 58. Goal line rescue. The home fans at Alvarado Stadium were nearly breathless. More anxious than them was Porto's goalkeeper, Bea. Facing Nanny's shooting motion, Bea gritted his teeth and dove to his left. With the opposing forward breaking through on a one-on-one, the goalkeeper could only gamble on one side. If he guessed right, he would be the hero who saved the team. Generally speaking, right-footed players tend to shoot towards the goalkeeper's left side. But Nanny is not an ordinary player. He is a genius. The thinking of a genius is always unexpected. At the moment Bea made his save, Nanny's raised right foot suddenly became gentle. At the instant he made contact with the ball, this talented young player subtly flicked his ankle, using his toe to lift the ball from its lower part. A delicate chip shot. No one expected Nanny to employ such a light shooting technique. Bea's center of gravity had already tilted to the left. He could only watch helplessly as the ball slowly flew over his head and toward the empty goal behind him. Mourinho on the sidelines closed his eyes. This ball was undoubtedly going in. In a match between two evenly matched teams, whoever first breaks through the opponent's goal gains the upper hand. The upcoming game for Porto would be tough. Chapter 59. The match can be lost, but the goalkeeper must die. The match continued. In the overwhelming cheers of 52,000 home fans, the Lisbon sporting team, not favored before the match, displayed a high level of competition. Whether in possession or the number of times they entered the opponent's 30-meter area, they exceeded Porto. The face of the madman, coach, gradually became serious. Several attacking attempts by his side were dismantled under the united defense of Lisbon Sporting's players. Conversely, the few counterattack from the opposing team were quite threatening, especially that young player wearing the number 17 jersey, whose performance on the field was particularly eye-catching. He single-handedly turned Porto's left flank upside down. The ironclad starting left-back Carvalho of the Portugal national team was surprisingly suppressed in his own half by a newcomer, afraid to rashly join the attack. With the left flank's attack obstructed, Mourinho's strategy of attacking from both wings was equivalent to having one wing broken. Moreover, the starting right midfielder Alberto was running around aimlessly like he had mad cow disease, with both wings unable to open up. Relying solely on central penetration made it much easier for Lisbon Sporting to defend. Mourinho's frown deepened as he turned and ordered the substitute number 17 Bozingua. Chapter 60. Coincidence. All coincidence, one-on-one. Porto's midfield core Zhang Li had almost the exact same one-on-one opportunity as Nanny. The commentary at Alvarado Stadium was sharp, like a yellow-faced woman catching her husband cheating. Substitutes Delgado and Alston were drawn out of the penalty area by Porto's attacking players. And now, the veteran captain Ricardo Lopez was in a one-on-one duel with the opponent. The entire Alvarado Stadium erupted in boos. The home fans tried to interfere with Zhang Li's shot in this manner. Ricardo Lopez stood firm, a hint of disdainful cold laughter at the corner of his mouth. He was certain that Zhang Li would attempt a chip shot. With a dull thud, Zhang Li's left foot struck the lower part of the ball hard. A black and white shadow, like lightning struck down by a deity, suddenly magnified in Ricardo Lopez's pupils. The Portugal national goalkeeper didn't even have time to think about dodging, and his face was heavily hit. The home commentator's voice, almost breaking, echoed throughout Alvarado Stadium. Ricardo, he saved the team. Our beloved captain. He blocked the opponent's powerful shot with his face. He is the hero of Lisbon. Let us cheer for our hero, Ricardo Lopez. Chapter 61. Nani's restored confidence. Zhang wore a plain expression. Without evidence, the referee couldn't do anything to me. In such a situation, both Ricardo Lopez and Adams could only consider themselves unlucky. Even the TV broadcast couldn't find any dirt on Zhang. Back in the locker room, the madman coach laid out tactics for the second half. The offense would still revolve around Zhang, passing the ball to him as much as possible. McCarthy, Deco, Bozingwa, you all need to move more and try to create space for him. On defense, Carvalho should closely mark the opponent as number 17 and not rashly join the attack. Number 8, Carvalho, silently nodded. In the first half's 45 minutes, he had faced concentrated attacks on his left flank. Even without the coach's reminders, he wouldn't dare to easily join the attack. That newcomer number 17 from Lisbon Sporting put a lot of pressure on him. Having only played half the first half, Alberto, who was subbed off for running aimlessly, still muttered stubbornly, "One day, I have to challenge that kid and see who is faster." Mourinho shot him a dark glare. The Samba player shrank his head in fear. Even so, his restless eyes still darted around, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 62. You've made a name for yourself back on the substitute bench. Zhang took the towel handed to him by assistant coach Morales and wiped his face haphazardly. He was not satisfied with his performance today. Did I really not know how to play without the system support? The madman coach noticed his disappointment and casually patted Zhang's shoulder. It's okay. Everyone has ups and downs in their form. Not performing well in 1 or 2 matches doesn't mean anything. Zhang nodded, touched. It was quite rare for Mourinho, with his cold and proud character, to say such words to him. Alberto leaned over with a big grin, mischievously blinking his eyes. Zhang, you actually played well in this match. At least, their main center back and goalkeeper were both taken out by you. That big mouth, that never changed. Zhang coughed and straightened his face. Carlos, that was a coincidence. Really just a coincidence. Alberto had a look that said he didn't believe him. Mourinho shot a fierce glare at the Samba player, his voice cold and sharp. Shut up. Alberto shrank his neck and sat back down, looking dejected. The madman coach ignored him and turned his attention back to the field. Chapter 63. 18 falls in the clothes. Zhang frowned and placed his backpack on the ground. Can we change the name next time? I don't like that title. Eileen's ice blue eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. No, I prefer to call you Little Wolf Dog. Zhang took a deep breath and rolled his eyes helplessly. This devilish woman always liked to tease him every time they met. He didn't want to continue discussing this ambiguous topic. By the way, you said I became famous. What does that mean? Eileen shrugged, literally. She magically produced a newspaper from somewhere. You can read it yourself. Zhang didn't take the newspaper she handed him. Even if he took it, he wouldn't understand it. His Portuguese level was limited to spoken communication. As for written texts, apart from some commonly encountered place names, he couldn't recognize a single word. Read it to me. Eileen smiled sweetly, intentionally wanting to see Zhang make a fool of himself. She had already known that he couldn't read the newspaper. All right, then I'll reluctantly read what's written on it. Eileen cleared her throat and began to recite the text on the newspaper. This was the latest issue of the Lisbon Sports Daily, and it said the following about your away match against the opponent. Chapter 64. Bro, I heard mad cow disease is contagious. No matter how dissatisfied Zhang felt inside, the fact that his hard-earned reputation points had been ruined by the unreliable system was already a reality. In any case, this passively triggered falling over while wearing clothes had already been added to his attribute panel. According to the system, returning items was impossible. At most, they would increase the drop rate for the next lottery. Still draw? Damn it. Zhang secretly vowed in his heart that he would never let the scam system fool him again. Host, you really misunderstood me. Time will prove everything. The system weakly argued a bit before finally falling silent. The next morning, Zhang went to participate in the team's training as usual. Outside the Dragon Stadium, he encountered a few die-hard Porto fans. These people were wearing Zhang's number 7 jersey. It was clear they were his loyal fans. Hey Zhang, that double hit on Ricardo's face was so cool. Zhang, carrying a backpack, paused the steps and chuckled awkwardly. No, that was just a coincidence. Wishing Ricardo a speedy recovery. A bearded fan blinked. I knew it. How could Zhang be the kind of person described in the newspaper? They're slandering our Porto hero. Chapter 65. The struggle between the spear and the shield. September 12th, Saturday. Porto hosted the visiting Black Panther Boa Vista. This was a small club that had been hovering in the mid-table of the Portuguese Super League for years. They had no ambition to compete for the championship and no pressure to avoid relegation. Teams that come into a match unburdened often display unexpected fighting strength. Boa Vista was known for creating upsets. In the 2000-2001 season, under the leadership of veteran coach Jaime Pacheco, they unexpectedly won the Portuguese Super League championship. This achievement broke the historical monopoly of the three giants, Porto, Benfica, and Sporting Lisbon, on the league title. With this honor, Pacheco became a true champion coach. Under his guidance, Boa Vista's play was straightforward, their attack sharp, and their defense tough, making them a recognized tough nut to crack. At the pre-match press conference, Pacheco appeared low-key and humble. He stated, Porto is a strong team with many talented players. This time, if Boa Vista can take 1 point home, we will be very satisfied. Mourinho's remarks, like his nickname, were filled with arrogance. Sorry, it's unlikely for Boa Vista to take points from Porto. These 3 points are mine. Chapter 66. When quality is lacking, quantity makes up for it. In the 58th minute of the match, Porto made a midfield substitution. Number 7 Zhang came on as a substitute, replacing another key midfielder, Deco. Mourinho's substitution caught everyone by surprise. Even Deco himself was stunned for a few seconds before running off the field. Commentator DJ Saul exclaimed, "What does Mourinho mean by substituting Zhang for Deco?" The special one wore a serious expression, ignoring the noise from the field. What do you guys know? Having 2 core players on the field is indeed powerful. But this season has just begun. There are still dozens of matches to play. Plus, with the Champions League and domestic cup competitions, if we don't let the main players rest properly, even Iron Man will get worn out. Of course, Mourinho's good intentions didn't need to be explained to others. This was determined by his arrogant and unruly personality. Seeing Zhang take the field, the old coach Pacheco's heart tightened. He had watched all of Porto's matches this season. The energy generated by the midfield combination of Zhang and Deco was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. As soon as Zhang stepped onto the field, even if he did nothing, the opposing team had to assign at least 2 players to mark him closely. Chapter 67. The use of falling over while wearing clothes. It wasn't a mistake. The player who crossed the ball aimed for the unguarded back post. Boa Vista's goalkeeper's heart was in his throat, shouting to direct his teammates, "Mark that number 23, don't let him shoot." While shouting, the goalkeeper bent his legs slightly, preparing to make a save. It was too late. The players who should have filled in were all surrounding Zhang. Mendes also understood that the opportunity was fleeting. Without waiting for the ball to land, he leaped off the ground using an unconventional volley action. His toes accurately struck the descending football. The ball suddenly changed direction and flew towards the near corner of the Boa Vista goal. The goalkeeper had been on high alert. The moment the football left Mendes' toes, the goalkeeper pushed off the ground with all his might, launching himself into the air, stretching out his arms as much as possible in midair to expand his defensive area. Mendes' sharply angled volley was barely touched by the goalkeeper's fingertips, changing its direction slightly before hitting the intersection of the crossbar and the post, rebounding back. Boa Vista's goalkeeper heavily crashed to the ground, his head just inches away from the post. He didn't have time to feel scared and quickly scrambled to get back up. Chapter 68. Captain, the opponent didn't push me. Dodging the wildly celebrating Porto players. Boa Vista's on-field captain Ferdinand rushed to the referee and shouted angrily. He fouled first and pushed down our defender. The Boa Vista forward was very dissatisfied with this ruling. While speaking, saliva splattered all over the main referee's face. The referee's expression was as cold as ice, and his voice carried a hint of sternness. "Are you questioning my officiating skills?" Ferdinand's boiling anger dissipated somewhat under that icy gaze. "No, sir. I just want to remind you that their number 7 knocked down our defensive player before the shot. As the captain on the field, I believe I have the right to verify this with you." "Yes." The referee raised his arm, wiped the saliva off his face, and pointed to the large screen high up that was replaying the entire goal process by Zhang. "There is no need to explain this to you. If you question my officiating skills, you can watch it yourself." Ferdinand also understood that the referee had absolute authority on the field. It was basically impossible to get him to change his decision. He just couldn't believe that his teammate would fall without reason. Chapter 69. Locking in victory after Boavista made substitutions. Their style of play did not change. As time ticked away, they were eager to equalize, and their overall formation began to push forward. On the sidelines, the veteran coach Pacheco was deeply conflicted. Pushing forward would leave bigger gaps for Porto. If they abandoned the attack, wouldn't that mean giving up the match? In this contradictory mood, he also vaguely hoped that one of his players would step up and break through Porto's goal. This desperate style of play was a double-edged sword. While Porto's defense was under pressure, Boavista's backline also faced significant risks. In the 85th minute of the match, the Boavista players, frustrated after failing to score, became impatient. In a moment of distraction, their pass was intercepted by Porto's midfielder Casciani. Casciani immediately sent the ball through to Zhang, who was roaming on the left flank in the front line. Zhang received the ball, turned, and then charged towards the opponent's penalty area. The right back and right center back of Boavista, in sync, rushed up. They couldn't let this number 7 from the east build up speed. If necessary, they would rather take a card than allow him to get through. Chapter 70. Tsuyoshi slips away in the 6th round of the league. Porto hosted Boavista and won 2-0 thanks to Zhang Li's goal and assist. Although Coach Pacheco had some doubts about whether Zhang Lu had pushed someone during the first goal, he still graciously shook hands with Mourinho to congratulate him after the match. The special one wore a face of certainty. It was expected to beat Boavista. After this victory, Porto led the Primeira Liga standings with 5 wins and 1 draw. Traditional powerhouses Benfica and Sporting Lisbon followed in 2nd and 3rd place with 15 and 14 points, respectively. Mourinho was especially pleased that several key players had received ample rest. While the players maintained their form, they also secured valuable 3 points. At the post-match summary meeting, the special one changed from his previous arrogant demeanor and praised Zhang highly. He was growing fonder of this proud disciple the more he saw him. Before announcing the dismissal, Mourinho emphasized, "Tomorrow morning, the whole team departs for Belgrade, so behave yourselves tonight." As he spoke, his stern gaze deliberately fell on Alberto. Chapter 71. Tsuyoshi was startled, her face pale, and she carefully turned around, her eyes suddenly brightening as she playfully complained. Are you trying to scare me to death? Do you know that scaring people can actually kill them? The one grabbing her backpack was none other than her archery teammate Yoon-young, who was also Tsuyoshi's only close friend. Yoon-young, with her single eyelids and distinct South Korean girl features, chuckled and teased. "All right, my lady Sue, just think about it. In the entire archery team, who would dare to disrespect you? You are the jewel of the 3rd largest conglomerate in South Korea." Tsuyoshi made a face, wrinkling her nose and huffing. "You make it sound like I'm a spoiled rich kid. Having a wealthy and powerful family is not something I can choose." Yoon-young didn't know that coming from a prominent family also brought many helpless troubles. "Come on, Yoshi, stop pretending to be pitiful. You might not care about being rich, but others certainly do." A sly glint flashed in Yoon-young's eyes as she slowly said, "For example, the team leader Kim Min-nam." Hearing her mention Kim Min-nam's name, Tsuyoshi's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. "Young, please don't mention that person, okay?" Chapter 72. Adapting to the venue, the flight arrived in Belgrade on time. The club's general manager roles had already arranged the hotel. Porto's squad booked the top 2 floors of the Holiday Inn in the city center as their base. When Zhang entered the hotel, he deliberately lagged behind. While checking in at the front desk, he caught a glimpse of teammates Manish and substitute defender Manuel drooling and pointing towards the elevator. These 2 guys, in terms of sleaziness, were only second to Alberto and Carvalho on the team. Seeing their lecherous expressions, Zhang could guess what was going on. He couldn't be bothered with these 2 boring guys and just wanted to get his room key quickly to rest. Zhang didn't want to stir up trouble, but Manuel approached him voluntarily. Zhang, 2 Eastern beauties, just left, and their figures and looks were just stunning. With his lecherous expression, Zhang kindly reminded him, "Manuel, you know Coach Mourinho doesn't allow flirting with women before the match." Manuel shrank back in fear, reflexively turning around. Mourinho was not in sight. Chapter 73. The consequences of angering a lion, Lothar Matthäus. Born in 1961 in Germany, currently 42 years old. During his playing career, Matthäus had an absolutely glorious resume. He was known alongside contemporaries like the Golden Bomber Klinsmann and Brame as one of the German 3 horsemen. Throughout his 22-year professional career, this ironclad mainstay of the German national team played for top clubs like Bayern Munich and Inter Milan. His main positions were attacking midfielder or defensive midfielder, making him the best sweeper choice in both club and national teams. The Emperor of Football, Beckenbauer, held Matthias in high regard. Matthias is the most complete and also the best midfielder in the world. Whether in attack or defense, his level is absolutely top-notch. If I had to choose between Effenberg and Matthias, I would choose Matthias without hesitation. Pampa's King Maradona praised Matthias like this: "He is the best opponent I have ever encountered in my life." Being called an opponent by the King of Football shows Matthias's immense ability. Chapter 74. The unusual mad coach. The tactical idea for this match is attack, and keep attacking. I need you to make the arrogant Belgraders pay for their actions with goals. In the last preparation meeting before the match, the furious mad coach changed his usual defensive style, roaring at his disciples to go all out on the attack. Zhang, your task is to completely tear apart the defense of that damn Red Star team. You don't need to worry about defense. Kostic and Deco, you two will play as double pivots, responsible for the first line of defense. The players called out looked serious and nodded vigorously. It was clear that the continuous little tricks from the Belgrade Red Star had thoroughly angered Mourinho. The tactics arranged by the mad coach were an attacking style of football he had never looked up to before. After reminding all 11 starting players one by one, the mad coach first extended his right hand and high-fived his players for encouragement. "Boys, this is the first match of the Champions League group stage, and it is also an opportunity to prove your abilities. In the future, how many club owners from the top 5 leagues will be willing to open their wallets for you depends entirely on your performance." Chapter 75. Fooled again by the system, the live broadcast comments were clearly divided into two factions. One group of fans was looking forward to the performance of Porto because Zhang was in the team. The other group was staying up late to watch the match for Real Madrid. They were disappointed to find that the broadcast was actually featuring the obscure Porto team. The two commentators quickly changed the topic to try to divert the fans' attention. The team in red jerseys and white shorts was the home team, Belgrade Red Star, who would attack from the right side of the field to the left. The away team, Porto, wore blue and white striped shirts. Our country's midfield genius Zhang also appeared in the starting lineup. This match marked the first time a player from our country participated in the top European Cup competition. This is the pride of our country's football. Go Zhang! Lu Jinhong's commentary was as passionate as ever. The two factions of fans, who were originally arguing fiercely, were temporarily united by his enthusiasm to cease hostilities. Lu was right. Zhang Li's appearance in the Champions League group stage was a milestone event for our country's football. Zhang was completely unaware of what was happening in the live broadcast room. Chapter 76. Brothers, I, Carlos Alberto, am back again as the champions of the Serbian League. Belgrade Red Star was indeed not easy to deal with. Porto players kept passing the ball near the midfield, pulling the opponent's defense left and right, trying to find a gap to exploit. The Red Star players had clear positioning, and the distances between the three lines were very reasonable. Whenever a Porto forward received the ball, they would often be double-teamed by two opponents. There was no way to pass forward, so they could only choose to pass back to the defense. Zhang felt anxious. The mad coach had warned everyone to take it seriously. The intensity of the Champions League matches was not comparable to the Portuguese league. Even the so-called underdog Belgrade Red Star was so difficult to handle. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Zhang mind was racing, thinking of ways to break the deadlock. Before he could come up with a solution, the ball, originally controlled by McCarthy, was snatched back by 3 opponents. The two teams played similarly, both aiming to exhaust their opponents in the first half and save the decisive battle for the second half. It wasn't until the 24th minute that Porto's right midfielder Mendes completed the first shot on goal. Mendes received a through ball from Kostic just outside the penalty area. 5 meters to the right, turned, and blasted a powerful shot. Chapter 77. Brother go. The mad coach had a dark expression on his face. If it weren't for the team playing passively, he would never have let Alberto come on. This guy had a clear role on the wing, indeed a sharp knife. However, his mind was a bit erratic, often making unpredictable moves. Mourinho originally planned to keep him in check to avoid disrupting the tactical arrangement when he came on. This time, he had no choice but to send him in to challenge the opponent's defense. Now it seemed that his decision might have been wrong. Alberto burst onto the field like a runaway wild horse, bouncing up to Zhang near the center circle, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle to start the game, and cheerfully greeted him. "Hey Zhang, we can fight side by side again." Zhang turned his head away, pretending not to know him. Alberto, feeling awkward, chuckled a couple of times and shifted his gaze to the distant stands. Suddenly, Alberto's small eyes lit up brightly. Zhang, there's a super beautiful Eastern girl in the stands waving frantically at me. Wow, it seems that my charm, Carlos Alberto, really cannot be hidden. Chapter 78. A different person. Zhang Li's gaze inadvertently swept past the electronic scoreboard hanging high above the field. The time displayed was 43 minutes and 25 seconds, which suddenly brought clarity to Zhang Li's heated mind. I can't act impulsively. The effectiveness of Garrincha's shin guards lasts only 45 minutes. Now, considering the halftime break, that would be almost a third of the time lost. It might be better to hold on a bit longer until the second half starts, when I can unleash the maximum power. Zhang Li forcibly suppressed the idea of equipping Garrincha's shin guards. Facing the stubborn defense of Belgrade Red Star, who refused to budge, Porto also struggled to find an effective way to break through the opponent's defense. However, on the right side, Alberto relied on his abundant stamina, repeatedly making runs back and forth, causing the Red Star defenders to be somewhat exhausted. Left back number 22 Illich was getting frantic. This little Samba player was running erratically while mumbling something under his breath like he was possessed. Are you here to play football or to perform some ritual? Fortunately, there was little time left in the first half. After giving 2 minutes of injury time, the bald-headed referee Krina blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Chapter 79. Fans who want to be Zhang Li's brother-in-law Zhang Lu picked up the football and walked to the foul spot indicated by the referee, gently placing it down. The bald referee Krina pointed to his whistle, signaling him to listen for the sound. Zhang Li nodded. Two defensive midfielders from Porto, Deco and Castilla, approached him and whispered in his ear. This was to confuse the opposing goalkeeper, making it hard for him to guess who would take the free kick. Red Star Belgrade's goalkeeper, Radakovic, sneered inwardly. No matter what tricks you play, I will focus on that Eastern kid. Coach Mathaus had said he had superb free kick skills. Although this free kick was a bit far, it was likely he would take it. Out of caution, Radakovic directed his teammates to form a wall of 4. Normally, for a free kick this far out, only 1 or 2 players would need to stand in the wall. Radakovic's actions were due to his wariness of Zhang Li. A 40-meter free kick goal, besides Roberto Carlos, known for his powerful long shots. No one else has been able to do that. Radakovic crouched down, fully alert. The bald referee, Krina, blew the whistle, and Zhang Li began his run-up. Chapter 80. Out of nowhere in the 49th minute of the second half, Porto's midfield core. Zhang Li equalized with a stunning long-range strike. The intense expression on the mad coach's face finally softened. No one knew how heavy the burden on Mourinho's shoulders was in this first Champions League match of the season. Returning to Porto with a loss, he couldn't give the fans an explanation. With both teams back on equal footing, the pressure on the mad coach suddenly eased. He looked approvingly at the young players sprinting into the wind, nodding silently. At critical moments, you can always trust Zhang Li. Of course, Alberto, who provided the assist, also contributed a little. Well, just a tiny bit. Mourinho secretly felt relieved about his decisive substitutions in the first half. Coming off the bench and contributing an assist, his performance was mainly due to my excellent management. Alberto, excited, celebrated by pounding his chest like a gorilla. Guys, I'm really not trying to interrupt your joy, but shouldn't we return to our half and let the game continue? The bald referee, Krina, spoke up in an opportune moment. Chapter 81. Referee, I scored. Winning the Serbian Superliga championship, Red Star was not easily beaten. Although Porto pressed them in their half, they couldn't find a definite scoring opportunity. As for Zhang Li, he was especially marked by Red Star. 3 defenders were glued to him, while 2 forwards retreated to their half, closely watching Zhang Li. Additionally, 2 midfielders took turns coming to mark him. With such high defensive intensity, even Garrincha's shin guards were of no use. The opponents completely denied him the chance to receive the ball. Fortunately, Porto still had Deco, with Zhang Li attracting a lot of defensive attention. He created space for other teammates. Deco observed his teammates' positions and suddenly made a diagonal pass. The ball sliced through 2 Red Star defenders like a scalpel and rolled behind them. In that space, Alberto, finally free to run, charged towards the baseline. The Red Star left back, who had been pulled around for most of the field, finally reached his limit. Watching Alberto's speed past him on the outside like the wind, he wanted to chase after him, but his feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with syrup. Chapter 82. The unruly system. In the first round of the 03-04 Champions League group stage, Porto visited Belgrade. thanks to super sub Alberto's goal and assist. They reversed the game to win 2-1 against Red Star. In this match, the number 19 Samba winger was undoubtedly the MVP. At least he felt it was well-deserved. Fans in Xia country who stayed up until dawn to watch the live broadcast clearly did not think so. In the live chat, fans reluctant to disperse were passionately discussing the match. Zhang Li's level could definitely stand in the top 5 leagues. Do you even need to mention it? Everyone has eyes. His skills, vision, and imaginative passing are even better than Beckham in his prime. What s Beckham compared to Zhang Li? If Zhang Li hadn't attracted 4 defenders, that Samba winger Woon T have been able to break through and shoot so easily. Indeed, Zhang Li was the biggest contributor to this victory. In half a month, my favorite Real Madrid will have a match against Porto. Which team should I support? Does anyone know? Damn, are you even speaking human language? Porto has Zhang Li. So of course I support Real Madrid. Chapter 83. Super double this time. Zhang Li couldn't be blamed for turning sour. It was truly the ridiculous system that went too far. In the system space, a card-like item suddenly appeared. Super double card. Usage conditions. Increases the attribute bonus of a certain piece of equipment by 50%, ignoring level. Usage time. 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 48 seconds. This time was still counting down second by second. Zhang Li's nose was crooked with anger. It was promised that rewards would be given based on my performance. Why give me this card? Are we playing Do Di Zhu? And it's a super double? The most critical part is that this damn thing actually has a time limit. This means Zhang Li must choose a piece of equipment and use it within 24 hours. System, please act like a human. Even if you give me a lucky card or a misfortune card, I could at least use it against someone. What can this useless thing do? The system's aggrieved voice replied. Host, I am not human to begin with. Damn, I got so frustrated I forgot about that. I don't care. Hurry up and give me a different reward. Zhang would try to bargain. The result was predictable. Sorry, once the reward is issued, it cannot be exchanged. Chapter 84. Jealous? I'm still drinking soy sauce. Upon returning to Porto, the team was greeted with wild enthusiasm from fans as soon as they got off the plane. Hey Zhang, that world-class shot of yours was simply amazing. The opponent's goalkeeper didn't even react, just watched the ball go into the net. Of course, Zhang is the best. Hey Zhang, do you have a girlfriend? The one who asked this was, of course, a female fan. Zhang Li immediately nodded. Yes, I have a girlfriend. The fiery gaze of the female fan gave him an ominous feeling. He needed to nip this danger in the bud. A flicker of disappointment crossed the female fan's face. And then she asked with an expectant tone, So, Zhang, would you mind having another girlfriend? I mind, I really mind. Zhang Li chuckled twice and earnestly advised the female fan to give up this unrealistic idea. After his efforts, the female fan finally compromised. Zhang, you're right. If you leave your girlfriend to be with me, it wouldn't be fair to her. Zhang Li nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I'm really glad you can think this way. The female fan's eyes were brimming with tears as she forced a smile. Zhang, can I take a picture with you? Chapter 85. Rotation of key players Xia country. Dongliao province, Ningzhou. Zhang Xingyuan, who had a habit of morning jogging, walked into the house with a newspaper and a smile. His wife, Qian Limin, poked her head out of the kitchen and said cheerfully, Old Zhang, you're back just in time. Help me take this dish upstairs. It's time to eat. Zhang Xingyuan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, You can take your time. I have important matters to attend to. Qian Limin retracted her head, muttering discontentedly, What important matters could you have? Aren't you just looking for an excuse to slack off? Zhang Xingyuan sat down on the sofa, took a sip of the perfectly warm tea from the coffee table, and then unfolded the newspaper tucked under his arm. In fact, he had already read the news on the way. Old Zhang felt that reading it once was not enough to satisfy his joyful heart. My son has really made a name for himself this time. The newspaper was a well-known sports publication in Xia country, and the headline read in bold red, Zhang Li, the savior of Xia country football. Hey, they even compare my son to Jesus? Zhang Xingyuan was bubbling with joy. He read the highly praising article again and smiled with satisfaction. Xiaolu, you really made your father proud this time. Chapter 86. Mutual betting the system sensed Zhang Li's hesitation and seized the opportunity to say, If you can't bear to part with the child, you can't catch the wolf. Host, if you directly draw the Hai Qiao possession, who on this planet can stop you? Zhang Li was taken aback. He never expected that the ultimate boss in the system's setting would actually be Hai Tai. This is a bit too much. Even if it's not Maradona or Pele, at least it should be someone like Mbappe or Neymar, right? Why make a treacherous minister as the ultimate boss? Speaking of this matter, the system also felt wronged. I can't help it. The programmer is sick and insisted on using Hai Chiao. They also said that ever since Hai Tai retired, Xia Country's football level hasn't recovered for 1,000 years. Huh, that sounds familiar. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Hai Tai is Hai Tai. It's obvious that the system doesn't want to waste time on these trivial issues. What it cares about is Zhang Li's reputation points. Host, are you going to draw a lottery or not? Zhang Li hesitated. What if I get thank you for your patronage 20 times in a row this time? He had already developed a psychological shadow from this old six of a system. Chapter 87. The 6-point battle with Real Madrid after the Samba player Deco secretly learned Zhang Li's V-shaped Puskas dribble. Forward Yang Gasikas also sneakily practiced the Ice Princess dance. Although he didn't use it as skillfully as Zhang Li, he was still not something the Estoril defenders could handle. The defender tried to stay close to Yang Gasikas and prevent him from turning. Suddenly found himself dazzled as Porto's number 77 center forward slipped past him like a fish. All the defender's strength was concentrated on battling Yang Gasikas to prevent him from turning. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and stumbled a few steps forward. By the time he regained his balance and turned to reattach himself to Yang Gasikas, it was already too late. Porto's number 77 drew his bow and shot, unleashing a powerful strike from the edge of the penalty area. The ball flew straight to the top right corner of the goal. Despite the Estoril goalkeeper making the correct diving save, he ultimately failed to stop this well-placed shot. With a soft sound, the ball hit the net, causing it to ripple. After confirming the goal, Yang Gasikas joyfully opened his arms and ran straight toward Zhang Li. Before the latter could react, the 193-meter-tall center forward knelt on one knee, placed Zhang Li's left foot on his leg, and performed a shoe-shining celebration. Chapter 88. Manchester United also inquired Zhang Li. What I desire, Beckham, is also what I desire, but I cannot have both. On the barrage, a fan modified a famous quote from Mencius. Someone immediately provided a solution. If Zhang Li can join Real Madrid, wouldn't that be perfect, allowing him to have both? As soon as this message was sent out, it immediately resonated with the fans. They agreed on Zhang Li going to Real Madrid. Yes, joining the Galacticos, Figo is getting old. The future star of Real Madrid must be Zhang Li. Agreed. Supported. Old Florentino, why not create a Zhang Li act to double the good things? These fans were purely enjoying the excitement and didn't care about the chaos. There were all sorts of opinions. Some even jokingly tagged the Real Madrid president, Liu Jianhong. Listening to the real-time news from the director in his earpiece, couldn't help but smile. If Zhang Li really could join Real Madrid, it would definitely be a historic event for Xia Country football. The director just reminded me that the fans are calling for Zhang Li to join Real Madrid. I can only say this is a beautiful wish, and I hope it can come true. Chapter 89. Come out, my little baby Zhang Li's heart stirred. When he was in Nyan, he had a brief encounter with Sir Alex. He promised that as long as Zhang Li was willing, he could join Manchester United at any time. Erin felt the two hands on her shoulders stop moving and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, little wolf dog? Are you moved now that Manchester United is coming? Zhang Li smiled awkwardly. Erin guessed correctly. Knowing that Manchester United had sent someone to contact him, he naturally had thoughts about it. After all, that is the most successful club in Europe. I doubt anyone wouldn't want to join Manchester United. Who could resist the temptation of battling on the green field under Sir Alex? Erin slowly turned her head, looked into Zhang Li's eyes, and her expression became unusually serious. Little wolf dog, sister knows you want to go to Manchester United, but as your agent, I have a responsibility to remind you that Manchester United just brought in Cristiano Ronaldo, planning to cultivate him as the core. If you go to Manchester United, whether you can get along harmoniously with him is uncertain. So I think this matter needs to be considered carefully. Zhang Li was suddenly startled. One phrase woke him from a dream. Erin was right. Since ancient times, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Before his rebirth, Messi's inability to stay at Paris Saint-Germain was closely related to his and Mbappe's and Neymar's desire to be the core of the team. Chapter 90. Zhang Li. Suppress him when playing against Red Star Belgrade. Zhang Li used the Garincha shin guards once. Fortunately, that time, he had a negative effect immunity card from the system as a reward. The side effect Zhang Li was worried about did not occur. This home match against Real Madrid was a rare opportunity for him to showcase himself. In order to realize his dream of joining one of the top 5 league giants, Zhang Li decided to go for it. Even if there were after effects, he had to use the Garincha shin guards. A white light that others could not see flashed by, and Zhang Li's originally straight legs turned into turned-in knees. With a long whistle from the main referee Bennett, the highly anticipated match between Porto and Real Madrid officially kicked off. In the live broadcast room, Lu Jianhong was still introducing the starting lineup of the away team. Real Madrid. Like Porto's cautious coach Mourinho, Real Madrid's coach Carrasco's lineup was also quite intriguing. The starting lineup for Real Madrid I received for this match is as follows. Goalkeeper number 1, still known as Saint Casillas, Iker Casillas. Defenders include number 2 Salgado No. 3 Roberto Carlos, number 6 Elguera, number 15 Raul Bravo, and number 22 young player Francisco Pavón. Chapter 91 Real Madrid's weakness. Pavón, the Porto goalkeeper, Bahia, kicked the goal kick. He did not dare to pass the ball to his teammates in the defense to organize. Real Madrid players have strong individual combat ability. Whether it's the cool-haired Ronaldo or midfield core Figo and Zidane, their movements are ghostly and erratic. If they lose the ball in the backfield, it could be dangerous. With this concern, Bahia kicked the ball hard toward the midfield. Porto's 2 attacking midfielders, Alenichev and Boswinga, rushed toward the first drop point simultaneously. Competing for the header with them was the prematurely bald Zidane. Relying on his height and weight advantage, Zidane squeezed Alenichev behind him and successfully grabbed the first drop point. The ball hit the top of his head and bounced back into Porto's half. Solari accurately predicted the landing point of this header and stepped in early to position himself. The Real Madrid midfielder controlled the ball with his chest and raised his head to look for his teammates' positions. Suddenly, a blue and white figure flashed past him like lightning, snatching the ball that he had already controlled at his feet. Solari was stunned. He never expected that someone from Porto could steal the ball from under his feet. Chapter 92 Stunned Casillas. Pavón felt wronged. He clearly touched the ball first and then knocked down the opponent. He kept gesturing the shape of the football to explain to the referee that he had not committed a foul. Zidane walked over and pushed him away. Zidane was holding back a surge of anger and shot a fierce glare at Pavón. He didn't even understand the rules thoroughly and still dared to argue with the referee. It was only because Bennett showed mercy. Otherwise, if he had given him a second yellow card, Real Madrid would have to play with one less player for the remaining 80 minutes, sliding in from behind and with both feet off the ground. Regardless of whether he touched the ball first or not, it is a foul. The looks of Real Madrid's teammates toward Pavón were filled with dissatisfaction. If he hadn't recklessly lunged in, there were 2 Real Madrid players in the penalty area blocking Zhang Li's shot route. Goalkeeper Casillas was also positioned accurately and had a high probability of saving that shot. Now, it had given the opponent a comfortable opportunity to shoot. The threat of this free kick was greater than the previous long-range shot. Porto's players rushed over to check on Zhang Li's injury. Alberto was even spitting and angrily pressuring the referee. This action deserves a red card. Damn it, he should be sent off. Chapter 93 The powerful Real Madrid. The live broadcast screen seemed to have been suddenly paused, and the once crazy scrolling comments disappeared without a trace. Fans were in shock. Even Zhang Lu, who was struggling to break free from Lu Jianhong's embrace, unconsciously stopped moving. On the sidelines, Mourinho looked at his assistant Moret, only to find that the astonishment on the latter's face was even more intense than his own. When did Zhang Lu practice his right foot? Moret stammered out his guess. Mr. Mourinho, do you think there's a possibility that Zhang Lu deliberately hid the fact that his right foot is as good as his left? Mourinho suddenly realized. His thinking had been too narrow. What Moret said was likely very close to the truth. This kid, Zhang Lu, had deliberately created the illusion that he couldn't kick with his right foot during his usual training and matches. The purpose was to interfere with the opponent's scouts' judgments and thus achieve surprising results in important games. From today's situation, his choice was undoubtedly very correct. A slight smile appeared on Mourinho's stern face as he quietly said, I didn't expect this little guy's mind to be much more cunning than his appearance. Chapter 94 Sorry. Buddy, the entire Dragon Stadium fell into a deathly silence. The originally roaring crowd had stopped at some point. On the stands, some young fans, unable to bear the huge drop from leading to being overtaken, had tears blurring their eyes. In the 37th minute of the match, Real Madrid took the lead with a goal from attacking midfielder Solari. This is the powerful Galacticos. They showed no signs of panic after conceding a goal. Porto had a dream start but experienced a fall from heaven to hell. Their team lacked another Zhang Lu. In a live broadcast room of Sports Channel 5, teacher Zhang Lu offered his opinion with a relatively fair assessment. Lu Jianhong sighed, his voice low. Indeed, Zhang Li's ability is strong enough. but unfortunately his teammates' level is a bit lacking. It's hard to support alone. The two commentators sighed in unison with the same sentiment. In another live broadcast room, Saul, unable to accept this result, broke another microphone. The responsible director said nothing and silently handed him a spare one. On the field, Porto, who had fallen behind in the score, was demoralized to the extreme. Chapter 95 Pavin was still sent off. Pavin glared fiercely at the black-haired Eastern kid in front of him. It was him who almost made him the villain of the team. This time, you won't get past me. Zhang was not intimidated by Pavin's fierce expression. Instead, he gave the other party a sincere smile. A cold glint flashed in Pavin's eyes. He had been looking forward to this moment for half the match. This time, I want to prove to my high-profile teammates that I, Francisco Pavin, can make it into the starting lineup based on skill, not on Mr. Florentino's policies. Zhang performed a few bicycle kicks with his feet, swaying his upper body back and forth to try to disrupt the opponent's judgment. Pavin remained unfazed, standing firmly between him and the goal. Zhang, with his bow-legged stance, charged forward with the ball. Pavin seized the opportunity, decisively kicking at the ball controlled by Zhang's left foot. He was confident he could intercept the football. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of him, followed by the sharp sound of the referee's whistle. Pavin's heart sank. Just before the whistle, based on the feeling of contact with his foot, he realized he had not kicked the football. Chapter 96. Real Madrid, playing with one less man, scored again. After Porto equalized, there was little time left in the first half. With injury time included, neither team managed to score again in the remaining 10 minutes, ending the first half in a draw. In the locker room, Mourinho was in high spirits, shedding his usual cold demeanor. It was great that everyone could play at their own pace and were not drawn into the rhythm that Real Madrid preferred. This needed to be maintained. Zhang, how's your stamina? Facing his mentor's concern, Zhang smiled and shook his head. Sir, there's absolutely no problem. The special one nodded. That's good. Let's continue to make Zhang the core in the second half, while both wings need to pay more attention to defense. Although Real Madrid is one man down, they will not be satisfied with just 1 point away from home. 15 minutes of rest went by quickly. Both teams returned to the field. With a whistle from referee Bennett, Porto kicked off from the center circle, and the second half officially began. As Mourinho had predicted, Real Madrid, playing with one less man, became even more aggressive in the second half, competing much more actively. Zidane, wearing number 5, commanded the defense, orchestrating his team's attack. In the 53rd minute, while contesting a header against a Porto player, Zidane fell to the ground, his balding head getting clipped by the cleats of number 17, Bozingua. Chapter 97. Who can stop Ronaldo's breakaway? Only Zhang. Ronaldo, nicknamed the Alien, is a genius born for football. The more critical the moment, the calmer he becomes. In this regard, Ronaldo is quite similar to Zhang. With the successful avoidance of an offside trap, Real Madrid's number 11 charged towards Porto's penalty area at breakneck speed. The goalkeeper, Baya, changed color, realizing that this was a decisive moment in the match. Seeing Ronaldo charging in, the veteran goalkeeper gritted his teeth and chose to rush out of the goal. He had to create as much distance as possible between the opponent and the goal. As for whether he could stop the shot, Baya didn't hold out much hope. After all, this was a super striker who had won the World Cup Golden Boot, World Player of the Year, and European Footballer of the Year, adorned with countless honors. Stopping this breakaway was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Baya wasn't the only one thinking this. On the sidelines, Queiroz was also wearing a victorious smile. Little Mourinho, your coaching skills are indeed impressive. However, sometimes, winning or losing depends on a star's moment of brilliance on the field. Clearly, Porto lacks the decisive player. Undeniably, in this match, Real Madrid faced fierce resistance from their opponents. Unfortunately, it would still be us returning to the Bernabeu with 3 points. Queiroz's gaze returned to the battlefield in front of Porto's penalty area, where Ronaldo was one-on-one with goalkeeper Baya. Chapter 98. A stunning bicycle kick. Zhang's extreme tracking back was as valuable as a goal. The home commentator, DJ Saul, could no longer contain his excitement, grabbing the microphone in front of him and slamming it down on the ground. After playing for over 80 minutes, only Zhang had the stamina to return from the front and disrupt Real Madrid's breakaway, and the opponent was Ronaldo, the double Ballon d'Or winner. The director walked over with a worried expression. Saul, don't focus on Ronaldo for now. Think about what you'll say in the next 10 minutes. Saul paused, remembering that he had just been reminded that this was the last microphone, and if he broke it, there would be none left. He chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty. Today, He had indeed broken more than usual. But can I be blamed? It was all because of this thrilling roller coaster of a match. He thought for a moment and tentatively suggested to the director, "Hey, ISNT, they're a live broadcast studio next door from Sport Channel 5. You could go over and ask to borrow a spare microphone." The director rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Saul, borrowing a microphone is fine, but you have to promise me not to break anything else." Chapter 99. An invitation from Real Madrid's big shots. A bicycle kick from 40 meters out. An absolute masterpiece. In the first minute of injury time, Porto's midfield core, Zhang scored with an incredible stunning bicycle kick, helping his team break through Real Madrid's defense for the third time. In the live broadcast room of Channel 5, a euphoric Liu Jinhong hugged Zhang beside him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Zhang, unbelievable Zhang. This goal absolutely deserves a spot among this year's Puskas Award finalists. Zhang, struggling to free himself from his overly enthusiastic partner, couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. "Teacher Zhang, you're amazing. No doubt about it. I willingly concede this meal." Zhang wiped his face with his sleeve, bemused. In the neighboring Porto broadcast room, Saul, who was waiting for the director to return with a borrowed microphone, suddenly saw Zhang Li's jaw-dropping goal and instinctively reached out to swipe at the table in front of him, only to find nothing there. Everything that could be smashed had already been broken. The director, standing at the door with the microphone he had just borrowed, silently thanked his luck. "Thank goodness I came back a step late. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have been able to keep this microphone." Chapter 100. Balancing work and rest. When Zidane extended the invitation to Zhang, Figo was also watching him. Zidane expressed his thoughts. This young man will only hinder his growth if he continues to stay at Porto. Given his performance, he absolutely deserves a higher stage. "So, Zhang, I think you should seriously consider Zidane's suggestion." Staring at by two big shots, Zhang could only brace himself and respond, "Gentlemen, as you know, I still have 2 years left on my contract with Porto, and whether I can leave depends on the club's decision." Zidane and Figo exchanged a smile. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Others would probably jump for joy at the thought of joining Real Madrid, but Zhang did not. His mind remained calm. Figo took a step forward, intending to seize the opportunity to persuade him once more. Suddenly, a Porto fan jumped out from behind and snatched the jersey Zhang had casually draped over his shoulder. "I got it. I got the jersey Zhang wore during that incredible bicycle kick." Figo's expression changed, and he muttered in annoyance, "Damn, that was my collectible." As someone from the Portuguese background, he could never publicly fight a fan for a jersey. Chapter 101. Da Vinci once said that love can make one blind. Mourinho's eyes flashed with warmth as he watched his disciples rush out. His assistant, Moret, approached. "Sir, aren't you going to celebrate with them?" The madman coach shook his head with a smile. "If I go, they will feel awkward, so it's better this way." Moret was stunned by the sudden smile on his face. "Sir, you look so handsome when you smile." Mourinho immediately put on a serious face. "Do you think I should be a cold, unsociable old stick?" No. Moret shook his head vigorously. "I might have thought that before, but from today on, my impression of you has completely changed. You are a warm-hearted good coach." Old Moo's face returned to its cool demeanor. "A good coach? You probably won't think so tomorrow." Without waiting for Moret to respond, the madman coach turned and left. Moret was left alone in the room, frowning as he pondered the meaning of Mourinho's last words. The Porto players, granted special permission by the head coach, filled the largest bar in the city with laughter and joy. Chapter 102. Jean Min Nam, with the courage of a bear and the gall of a leopard. AI waved her hand and said in a powerful tone, "Whether Da Vinci said it or not is not important. What matters is, Yoon, have you really thought it through?" Su Yoonhee's eyes flickered as she knowingly asked, "Thought through what?" AI leaned closer to her ear and whispered with a light laugh, "Have you thought about dating your brother Zhang?" Su Yoonhee hesitated for a moment and did not answer. AI stared into her beautiful eyes and saw the worst answer. Her cheerful expression changed, and she said in a very serious tone, "Ms. Su Yoonhee, as your best friend, I have a responsibility to remind you that dating Mr. Zhang will come with many obstacles. Have you thought about how to face them?" Su Yoonhee's gaze fell on Zhang, who was surrounded by admirers. Her tone gentle yet firm. AI, I know what you mean. At worst, I can give up my identity as a Su." AI rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You make it sound so easy. Give up being a Su? Ask your father, who is the third largest chaebol in South Korea, if he agrees." Su Yoonhee's father, Su Jingyuan, was known in the upper circles of South Korea for his traditional and rigid personality. Chapter 103, Mourinho's Double Standards. The morning sun shone through the curtains, illuminating Zhang Li's face. In his dreams, he felt something crawling on his chest and instinctively swatted at it. A crisp, delicate voice called out suddenly. Zhang Lu startled awake, his eyes flying open. Before he could see clearly, the blinding sunlight made him shut his eyes again. "Brother, why did you hit me?" Su Yunhee's dissatisfied voice came from beside him. Zhang Lu kept his eyes closed for a moment, finally recalling what had happened last night. "It shouldn't be like this. A few months ago, I vowed never to date before retiring. Women only affect my performance on the field. But why, apart from the fiery Aaron, is there now also Su Yunhee? It's all that damn system's fault. If it hadn't caused some ridiculous side effects, I wouldn't have lost control." Deep in the sea of consciousness, the system that had suddenly dumped a big black pot on him was fuming. If it had a nose, it would be crooked. "Host, don't make excuses for your actions. You and Aaron are simply kindling to a fire." Chapter 104. There are no weak teams in the Champions League. Just thinking about the miserable times he had endured made Alberto want to cry. Mourinho glared at the group of guys. "Do you have a problem with how I handle Zhang?" The team fell silent. Who would dare to speak up? Who isn't afraid of the madman's retribution? Old Moo smiled coolly. "That's right, I treat Zhang specially. If any of you can save the team at a critical moment like he does, I will also see you in a different light. Does anyone have that confidence?" The players all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. "Zhang Lu is a prodigy. Comparing us to him is just bullying." Mourinho sneered coldly. "Since you know your own capabilities, don't envy others with your sarcastic glances. Improving your skills and enhancing team cooperation is what you should focus on now." Zhang Lu felt embarrassed. "Coach, if you speak like that, aren't you pushing me to the opposite side of my teammates?" His concern was unnecessary. When Zhang Lu stood in the team, taking advantage of old Moo's inattention, Alberto elbowed him, winking and whispering, "Zhang, someone saw you saving the beauty on the street last night." Chapter 105. Expedition to Marseille. 4 days later, Porto hosted mid-table team Vicente in the league. In this match, the madman coach rotated most of the starters from a midweek game against Real Madrid. As a result, Porto suffered their first defeat of the season, losing to Vicente in the 92nd minute of stoppage time from a corner kick. The players were very dissatisfied with this defeat. Vicente clearly took advantage of the situation, winning unfairly. Alberto was even more furious, shouting that he wanted to slaughter Vicente in the second half of the season to avenge this defeat. The madman coach, however, remained calm about the loss. For Porto, who was fighting on 3 fronts, ending the season unbeaten was nothing short of a myth. He had long been mentally prepared. He knew which matches could be lost and which ones had to be fought for. Old Moo had a plan in mind. Losing to Vicente was not a big deal. On the league standings, Porto still leads second-placed Benfica by 5 points and third-place Sporting Lisbon by 7 points, as long as they keep their 2 old rivals in check. The league championship is within reach. After a week of consecutive matches, the team finally welcomed an opportunity for adjustment. Chapter 106. The unusual performance of Zhang Lu after 2 rounds of group matches. Marseille has 1 win and 1 loss, accumulating 3 points, placing them 3rd in the group. Considering the other match in the group, Real Madrid is sure to win against Red Star Belgrade. Therefore, the outcome of this match will determine which team secures the other qualification spot in the group. After 3 consecutive losses, Red Star has basically lost the qualification contention. Among the remaining 2 teams, Porto is only 1 point ahead of Marseille. If they lose to their opponent, they will be at a disadvantage in the competition. This match must not allow any mistakes. On the flight to France, the eccentric coach was still studying the opponent's defensive weaknesses with his assistant, Maurice. In contrast to the tension of the 2 coaches, Zhang Lu, sitting by the window, appeared somewhat distracted. Beside him, Alberto had one hand on his shoulder and asked with a grin, "Hey brother, I've seen you looking down these past few days. Is there something bothering you? Spill it." Zhang Lu forced a smile. "No, Carlos, I'm not unhappy." Alberto rolled his eyes. "Come on, brother, you think you can hide it from my sharp eyes? To be honest, is it because Aaron ISN home lately, causing some hormonal imbalance?" Chapter 107. The duel between beasts in France, Marseille, at the Velodrome Stadium. This venue, established in 1935, can accommodate 67,394 fans and is the largest football stadium in France. It is also the home field of the traditional League One powerhouse, Marseille. Standing on the green field with his hands behind his back, Zhang felt calm. There was a strange feeling that Tsuyoshi was watching him from some unknown place. Since that's the case, I will bring my best form to make that girl happy. He heard the home commentary DJ speaking rapidly in unintelligible French. Zhang didn't pay attention. His gaze unintentionally swept over the home team's coaching bench, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. Alain Perrin. This was an old acquaintance of the Summer Country fans. Oh wait, it was 2003, and this young coach had no idea he would one day head east and bury his fame there. Now, Perrin was waving his arms, greeting the home fans in the stands. His young and handsome face radiated confidence. Zhang sighed. Smile while you can. Once you accept the invitation from the Summer Country Football Association, you probably won't be able to smile anymore. Chapter 108. Alberto using biological weapons, experienced goalkeeper by never expected someone could break through the closing defense of João Costa and Carvalho. Drogba's shot caught him off guard. By the time Baia reacted, the ball had already brushed past him and into the net. Just 23 minutes into the match, the home team Marseille took a 1-0 lead over Porto thanks to Drogba's goal. The fans in the Velodrome Stadium erupted in cheers, standing up and waving their arms in celebration. The Ivorian forward was ecstatic after scoring, running to the north stand to salute the cheering fans. The crowd spontaneously chanted his name, Drogba, Drogba. This was Drogba's 12th goal since joining the team and his third consecutive goal in the Champions League. On the sidelines, Mourinho's eyes were fixed on the dark, powerful figure with a strange look in his gaze. In the Porto TV studio, Saul predictably smashed the microphone in front of him. Carvalho, João Costa, did you two fall for Marseille's beauty trap last night? How would you let them push past you from behind and score? Chapter 109. Marseille's defense like paper in front of Zhang. Porto players cursed as they covered their noses and fled. After catching his breath, Alberto finally managed to get up from the ground. The Samba man felt no shame about being pushed out. Instead, he looked proud, what is called self-inflicted. This is it. The most affected was the envious number 9, McCarthy, who glared at the perpetrator. Carlos, you're disgusting. Alberto shrugged. Can you blame me? If it weren't for you deliberately causing trouble, would there be this outcome? McCarthy was infuriated. In reality, Alberto's words weren't entirely unfounded. The fate of Porto's number 9 was a result of his own actions. Other teammates laughed and separated the two who were bickering, chatting, and walking back to their half. Being able to equalize so quickly boosted the team's morale significantly. In contrast, Marseille, who only enjoyed 5 minutes of leading joy, felt somewhat downcast. They initially thought that Porto's draw against Real Madrid was due to home advantage and the red card shown to Pavin. Chapter 110. Zhang Li's solo journey struck Marseille like a thunderbolt. Their starting players were somewhat dazed. Less than 10 minutes after their first goal, Porto had completed a turnaround. My God, it was all because of that number 7 on their team. The fans who had come to support the home team at the Velodrome fell silent. Many watched with envy the black-haired figure surrounded by teammates. Why such a talented young man on the opposing team? If only our team had a Zhang. In the Porto TV studio, Saul predictably broke the third microphone. Beautiful. You can always trust Zhang. He always creates miracles. Saul excitedly waved his arms, shouting at Director Silva. The director looked pale and chuckled bitterly. Teacher Saul, your salary for this month is probably about to be deducted. Saul waved his hand dismissively. To hell with the salary. Being able to commentate on such an exhilarating match, even if my pay gets docked, what does it matter? Chapter 111. Porto's counterattack. The situation on the field was not favorable for Porto. The eccentric coach made a decisive decision and immediately made a substitution, bringing in the defensively stronger Mendes to replace starting midfielder Delny. At the same time, Manish replaced McCarthy, switching out the only forward for a midfielder, making Porto's formation resemble a no-striker setup. Including the more attacking-minded Zhang, Mourinho fielded a total of 6 midfielders. Old Mourinho was determined to stick to a defensive counterattack strategy. With the increase in defensive players, Porto's backline became rock solid. No matter how Marseille attempted to stretch and maneuver from the outside, they couldn't penetrate their opponent's defense. As time slowly passed, the players on the Marseille team began to grow anxious. In the 72nd minute of the match, head coach Alain Perrin made a bold move, substituting 3 players at once. Number 7 Ndiaye, number 9 Hassam, and number 10 Fernando all entered the field simultaneously. Perrin's intention was clear, to try to equalize or even take the lead in the remaining time. As for whether any players might get injured and leave no one to substitute, the young coach couldn't care less about that now. The situation forced him to go all out. With 3 attacking players substituted in, Marseille's offense became even more aggressive. In the broadcast studio, Saul shouted until his face turned red, only reluctantly taking a breath. Director Silva closed his eyes in despair, already guessing what would happen next. Sure enough, the wildly shouting Saul felt that his voice couldn't fully express his emotions and picked up the microphone in front of him, smashing it to the ground once again. Beautiful. The coordination for this goal was so perfect, especially Zhang's assist from the middle. It was simply a stroke of genius. Saul stood up from his seat, pacing back and forth in the room. It wasn't enough to calm his emotions. Silva, did you see that? Only a genius like Zhang would dare to let the ball pass to his teammate behind him in the opponent's penalty area. This not only requires an extraordinary perspective, but also a strong psychological quality. Director Silva rolled his eyes. I don't care about Zhang Li's skill level. I'm just curious if your salary this month is enough to cover the microphone costs. Saul didn't notice his unusual expression and continued to rave about Zhang Lo. He was completely captivated by the football skills of this young Oriental player. Mourinho thought this way and said so. After the match, in an interview with journalists, he candidly stated, "In this round of matches, we performed better, creating more shooting opportunities than our opponents. The best part is that the players seized those chances." A beautiful female reporter from Sports Channel 5 asked in fluent English, "Mr. Mourinho, if you were to rate Porto's players, who do you think performed the best?" The madman coach didn't hesitate at all and straightforwardly named one player. Zhang Lu, definitely Zhang Lu. You saw it. His performance on the field was almost perfect. If only one player could be on the pitch, it would have to be Zhang Lu. Hearing Mourinho's words, none of the Porto players envied Zhang Lu. Their thoughts were similar to those of their mad coach. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Zhang Lu appeared somewhat uncomfortable, which made him nervous during the subsequent interview. The beautiful female reporter Wang Nan joked, "I didn't expect that the imposing Zhang Lu on the field is actually a shy big boy off the field." Thinking it over, old Zhang felt relieved. The other party was angry because of his son Zhang Lu. Since that was the case, why bother to argue with him? Liga, you were right. I know very little about football, and I don't even understand the rules very well. Why don't you tell me about it? Old Li's face lit up. After all, the other party was Zhang Li's father, and being able to show off his experience in front of neighbors would definitely be a source of great pride. Then let's have a good talk. Zhang Xingyuan quickened his steps to walk alongside him. Liga, is my little Lu really as amazing as you say? Really? How could it not be? Old Li exclaimed loudly. Xingyuan, little Lu is even more incredible than you can imagine. Zhang Xingyuan's heart blossomed with joy, but he maintained a composed expression, pretending to be taught. Having such a son was a huge source of pride. While his parents were bragging about Zhang Lu back home, the entire Porto team was already on a plane back to Portugal. The upcoming weekend, there was still a league match to play. Mourinho unusually gave the players half a day off. After the exhausting journey, we won't train today. We'll meet at the training ground at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Anyone who is late will bear the consequences. After spending such a long time together, Aline had roughly figured out Zhang Li's temperament. What he meant was that he didn't plan to go to Manchester United. Little wolf dog, is it because of his salary? Compared to Chelsea's 45,000 weekly wage, Manchester United's 18,000 could only be described as meager. Zhang Lu shook his head. It's not entirely that. Manchester United just signed Ronaldo this summer. If I go there, it would be hard for both of us to coexist. Ali nodded with a smile. Zhang Li's concerns were exactly hers. If he went to Manchester United, who would be the core between him and Ronaldo? This question might not even have an answer from Sir Alex himself. Rather than competing for playing time with another star, it was better to choose a club with less pressure. This way, Zhang Lu can ensure he got enough playing time. Eileen sighed. Since that's the reason you're not choosing Manchester United, then I think you definitely won't choose the next club. Zhang Li's heart stirred, and he cautiously asked, Eileen, are you referring to Real Madrid? That's right, my little wolf dog is indeed clever. The last time you played against Real Madrid, you turned their midfield upside down all by yourself, and K-Raz is very interested in you. What did you say? Mourinho could hardly believe his ears. Before meeting roles, he thought it was because the team had been performing well recently, and the club was preparing to reward the players. He never expected such a huge surprise. No, it was a shock. Mourinho's face darkened. Roles, don't make such jokes. This is not funny at all. He understood that the other party was not joking. Mourinho was well aware of the character of the club's higher-ups. Perhaps on the day Zhang was signed, roles had been planning to sell him for a good price. What Mourinho didn't expect was that this day would come so quickly. With the season not yet halfway through, the Porto management had already begun preparations to sell Zhang. The name of the European black shop was indeed well-deserved. Roll sat in his chair, helplessly shrugging his shoulders and raising his hands. Jose, you know I'm not joking. Zhang can't stay in Porto forever. A sense of powerlessness arose in the madman's heart. These profit-driven businessmen only cared about money. Rolls. I know the club will sell Zhang sooner or later, but can we not be in such a hurry? At least wait until the end of the season. Chapter 117. Questioning and accountability. A young fan wearing a number 7 jersey squeezed in front of Zhang, tears in his eyes as he looked up at him. Zhang, are you really going to Real Madrid? Aren't you staying in Porto? Zhang was puzzled and squatted down to wipe away the tears on his cheeks. Who said I'm going to Real Madrid? The young fan sniffed and choked out. They all say the club is going to sell you to Real Madrid. Zhang, can you stay in Porto and not leave? If you stay, I can introduce my sister to you as a girlfriend. Zhang was amused and reached out to pat the head of the young fan who was trying to sell his sister for fame. You don't need to introduce your sister to me. I won't leave Porto, I won't leave you guys. The young fan suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with surprise. Really? Is what you said true? Zhang, are you sure you won't leave Porto? Looking at the hopeful light in the eyes of the crowd around him, Zhang nodded seriously. Yes. I will definitely not go to Bernabeu, at least not this season. I still want to stay at the Dragon Stadium and contribute more wonderful goals for you. That's great. Zhang promised he wouldn't leave. The young fan instantly stopped crying and cheered with joy. Chapter 118. The creepy Mourinho at noon. An explosive piece of news swept through the training ground like a hurricane. The source of the information was, of course, the loudmouth Alberto in the team. Guys, do you know? The club executives at headquarters were surrounded and beaten by fans. What? The Porto players who heard the news looked confused. Alberto, stop talking nonsense. Be careful not to let Coach Jose hear you, or he'll punish you to run 25,000 meters. Zhang Li's heart stirred. He understood Alberto. Although this guy often got into trouble with his big mouth, he was very well informed. No one knew how he managed to find out so much information that others were unaware of. This was a talent that Samba people were born with. Others couldn't learn it. Seeing that his teammates didn't believe him, Alberto anxiously said, I swear on my integrity, this is absolutely true. He shouldn't have said that. Once he mentioned swearing on his integrity, his teammates were even less inclined to believe him. Integrity? Do you even have that? Alberto was anxious and grabbed Zhang Li's hand. What I'm saying is true, Zhang. You have to believe me. Zhang Li's expression stiffened, and he calmly pulled his hand back. Chapter 119. Slump. The president of Porto Club is Jorge Pinto da Costa, who is 64 years old. Since 1984, he has been in this position for 20 years. Over the years, the club has sold countless players, but none has caused such a big mess today. The fans were like crazy, recklessly storming the club headquarters building. The momentum truly frightened President da Costa, who had seen all kinds of storms, especially since the president's driver, Gustavo, who volunteered to explain to the fans, was beaten and ran away before he could say more than a couple of words. Da Costa was secretly alarmed. Luckily, he chose to wait and see. Otherwise, this old body wouldn't withstand the fans' iron fists. The driver Gustavo, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to show off, returned looking disheveled. Mr. President, these people are going too far. Selling Zhang is the club's decision. How can they oppose it? Gustavo raised his hand to wipe away the blood from his nose, showing his grievance to Da Costa. They even hit me and injured my nose. This is absolutely unforgivable. Rolls, call the police, and have these troublemakers arrested. Chapter 120. Mourinho's trump card. Porto was in a slump, and the happiest with a Benfica team ranked closely behind. Veteran coach Camacho took the opportunity to lead the team to a win and a draw, narrowing the gap between the two teams. Porto was originally 4 points ahead of Benfica. Now, that gap was reduced to just 1 point. The suspense of the league championship had returned. Mourinho was anxious. He knew better than anyone that the team urgently needed a victory to regain confidence. The second round of the group stage against Marseille was a match that could not be lost. Currently, in Group F, Porto and Real Madrid had the same record, both with 2 wins and 1 draw for a total of 7 points. Real Madrid was at the top of the group due to a superior goal difference. Third place was Marseille with 1 win and 2 losses, trailing Porto by 4 points. Red Star Belgrade had lost all 3 matches, leaving them with only a theoretical possibility of advancing. In this round of matches, it was predicted that Real Madrid would easily win against the already demotivated Red Star Belgrade. The outcome of the match between Porto and Marseille was particularly important. If Porto won at home, they could announce their advancement to the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Marseille also had a chance. If they beat Porto, the gap between the two teams would return to 1 point. Chapter 121, a long-distance shot from the Arxia country. Sports Channel 5 headquarters. The deputy director on duty was about to take a nap when there was a sudden knock on the door. The deputy director frowned, angry at his subordinate's lack of awareness. After a moment's thought, realizing it was late and someone must have an urgent matter, he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Come in." When the office door opened, the director in charge of today's live broadcast task entered. "Director Yang, it's bad. Something big has happened." Deputy Director Yang's face darkened. "Old Lee, you're also an old veteran in the channel. How can you still not change this reckless habit?" The director knew that he had disturbed his superior's rest and had earned this reprimand. He lowered his head, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. "Yes, Director Yang, you are right. I will pay more attention in the future." Deputy Director Yang was satisfied with his attitude and nodded slowly, asking, "Now tell me, what happened that made you so flustered?" The director took a deep breath and reported, "Yang Tai. The Champions League group match live broadcast arranged for midnight has left viewers very dissatisfied. The barrage is filled with messages wanting to watch the Porto match, and some even called in to curse." Chapter 122. A godly goal unseen before and never seen again. The Dragao Stadium in Porto was rebuilt by the Portuguese Football Federation in preparation for the 2004 European Cup. The stadium strictly adheres to international football match venue standards. The entire Dragao Stadium is 105 meters long and 68 meters wide. Zhang Li's kicking position is in the opponent's half. Within the center circle arc, conservatively estimated, is at least 47 or 48 meters away from the Marseille goal. No one expected that just 12 seconds into the match, Zhang Li would suddenly execute such a miraculous move. The midfielders of Marseille were still hesitating whether to block Zhang Li's path, but he directly took a shot from the center circle arc. The thunderous cheers in the stadium vanished without a trace at some point. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound as they watched the football soaring through the air. Marseille's starting goalkeeper, number 30 Donovan, who had been firmly seated on the bench behind number 1 Lunge, was leisurely stretching and jumping in his own penalty area, filled with ambition after finally earning a starting position. If he could keep a clean sheet against Porto, he might win the favor of Coach Perrin and directly enter the main lineup. Chapter 123. A financially losing home commentary unlike Marseille, who must win this match. Porto only needs a draw to basically secure their advancement from the group. Now with 1 goal in hand, their mindset was even more relaxed as they played a slow defensive counterattack at home. Facing Porto's tight defense, Marseille players became increasingly anxious. Short passes and penetrations were unable to break through the opponent's defense. Coach Alain Perrin shouted instructions from the sidelines, urging players to break through on the flanks and deliver high balls. The result was frustrating. Porto's 2 center-backs, number 2 João Costa and number 4 Carvalho, were not at all disadvantaged when facing the beast Drogba in aerial duels. Whether Marseille delivered crosses from the flanks or 45-degree angles from outside the penalty area, they were cleared out of the box by Porto's defenders at the first opportunity. Carvalho and João Costa had clear roles. One center-back stuck close to Drogba like a piece of toffee, preventing him from jumping to make a play, while the other took the opportunity to adopt a front-side defensive strategy, disrupting Marseille's crosses. The Ivorian forward fought hard for the ball, but could only return empty-handed time and again. Chapter 124. The tension of the match. Unfortunately, not every effort is useful at all times. As the match time ticked away, Marseille still saw no hope of equalizing. The psychological state of most players began to destabilize. Midfielder Ndiaye, number 7, struck Porto's midfielder Castiani in the face with an elbow during a scramble. This action sparked dissatisfaction among the home fans. Amidst the chorus of boos, Porto players surrounded the referee, seeking an explanation. The Slovenian referee unhesitatingly showed a yellow card to the offender, Ndiaye. This finally brought the situation under temporary control. Ndiaye grabbed his jersey, wiped his face forcefully, spat on the ground, and turned away with his head held high. Porto's captain, João Costa, yelled desperately at the referee, reminding him that this was a provocative action. The Slovenian referee hesitated for a moment but still showed mercy and did not immediately pull out a second yellow card to send Indestructible off. This also caused dissatisfaction among Porto players. Number 10 Deco, who came to reason with the referee, was shown a yellow card for being too aggressive in his words. The referee's muddled handling of the situation laid hidden dangers for the remainder of the match. Chapter 125. Advancing 2 rounds early in the 84th minute of the match, Porto sealed the victory. Substitute player Alinichev received a direct free kick assist from Zhang and shot into the net from the back post. The reason for this goal was largely due to goalkeeper Donovan's strong insistence that 6 teammates form a wall, leaving only 3 defenders in the penalty area. Porto sent 3 players into the box to feign an attack. The real killer move, however, was Alinichev's sudden run into the back post. Zhang's pass was perfectly timed, just grazing the heads of everyone in the penalty area before landing at the back post, where Alinichev had just arrived. The ball met the player. All Porto's number 15 had to do was lightly tap it with his right foot to change the direction of the football. Donovan's attention was entirely on Zhang. By the time he realized that the kick was a pass, it was too late to shift his weight. The football skimmed past the far post and plunged into the net. Goal! The amplifier erupted again with Saul's ecstatic roar. Like before, the shout only echoed once before abruptly stopping. Porto fans had long since grown accustomed to it. That passionate commentator DJ probably smashed the microphone again. Chapter 126. Trouble caused by a broadcast on November 7th. Wednesday, Tian Jingming, the head of Sports Channel 5, took his usual car to work. With the national football team reaching the World Cup finals for the first time last year, the sports industry in Xia country finally had a moment of pride. As the leading network, Sports Channel 5 capitalized on this momentum and made a significant profit. Many big bosses from various companies were waving checks, eager to approach Tian Jingming to place their advertisements on Sports Channel 5. These guys really have money. Even when Tian Jingming raised the advertising fees by 12, they still signed the contracts without batting an eye. After lying low for so many years, Sports Channel 5 finally staged a remarkable comeback. A smile crept across Tian Jingming's face as he closed his eyes, contemplating how to further suppress his competitors. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, and Tian Jingming's body lurched forward. Old Zhang, what the hell are you doing? Why did you slam the brakes? His dedicated driver, Old Zhang, looked aggrieved. Tian Tai, there are too many people gathered ahead. I had no choice but to brake. Tian Jingming furrowed his brow and looked in the direction indicated by the driver. Chapter 127. Is our coach Zhang's long-lost brother? Far away in Porto, Zhang Lu was unaware that the absence of his match broadcast on Sports Channel 5 had resulted in the dismissal of a deputy director. After securing advancement from the group stage 2 rounds early, head coach Mourinho finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally rotate his main players. With domestic leagues, cup competitions, and the Champions League all ongoing, even the fittest players cannot withstand such a high density of matches. A few days ago, main midfielder Koscielny and left winger Mendes both suffered thigh muscle strains during a training match, which was a direct result of player fatigue. Mourinho knew that if he didn't give the main players enough rest, the situation would only worsen, leading to more players ending up on the injury list. After defeating Marseille, he began to include a large number of substitute players in the starting lineup for the next 2 league matches. However, this was a double-edged sword. The ability and teamwork of the substitutes could not match that of the starters. In the following 2 league matches, Porto only managed to secure 2 draws. The team's point growth rate slowed down. Fortunately, their main title rival, Benfica, failed to capitalize on this opportunity to overtake them in the standings. Chapter 128. Substitutes against substitutes. Alberto's ability to self-destruct was more impressive than his football skills. No one wanted to follow him and eat the melon. Luckily, the attention of the mad coach was focused on reminding Zhang, and he didn't hear what the Samba player said. This allowed Alberto to escape a disaster. On November 27th, in Madrid, the capital of Spain, at the famous Bernabeu Stadium, the match between Real Madrid and Porto, 2 teams with equal points in Group F of the Champions League, kicked off on time. Since both teams had already advanced, this match had no significance other than competing for first place in the group. Both coaches made significant adjustments to their starting lineups. The home team, Real Madrid, started with goalkeeper Cesar, number 13. The defense consisted of number 17 Minibers, number 4 Ruben, number 2 Salgado, and number 28 Borja. The four midfielders were number 19 Cambiasso, number 16 Nunez, number 23 Beckham, and number 5 Zidane. The forwards were number 7 Golden Boy Raul and number 11 Portillo. Pavon, who had been mentally shaken in the first leg, did not appear in the matchday squad. It was estimated that he himself, apart from Carraz, did not want to be on the pitch. Chapter 129. Show off his signature skill in front of the original host in his mind. The system's boastful voice echoed. Host. Rest assured, the system's products are guaranteed to be high quality. Zhang ignored the guy's self-praise and skillfully dribbled the ball forward. In this match, he did not use any equipment. On the sidelines, Mourinho frowned. Why is Zhang Li's speed so much slower? His once elegant dribbling, which resembled a dance, was nowhere to be seen. The mad coach couldn't understand what his favorite player was trying to achieve with this. Unlike other teams that used multiple players to surround Zhang Li, the proud Real Madrid players looked down on such tactics. They were among the best in world football. Even the substitutes were significantly better than others. At least, that's what they believed. As Zhang Li crossed the midfield line, he came face-to-face with Real Madrid's midfielder Cambiasso. The Argentine player, who had come up through the youth ranks, could play multiple positions, including defensive midfielder, central midfielder, and left back. With a shiny bald head, Cambiasso wore a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the dribbling actions of the Porto number 7 could only be considered average. He felt he could handle it all by himself without any help from his teammates. Chapter 130. Butterfingers Borja, what are you doing? Faced with his teammates' angry shout, Real Madrid's number 28 looked aggrieved. I didn't want this. That Eastern kid is too sly. Cambiasso had just caught up to Zhang Li when Borja blocked him, creating more distance between the two. When Cambiasso finally got around his teammate, he found that Porto's number 7 had already dribbled into the penalty area. Real Madrid's two center-backs, Salgado and Ruben, moved closer to the center, ready to block the opponent's shot. As Zhang Li stepped into the penalty area, the Real Madrid players hesitated to make a risky tackle. A foul in the penalty area could easily lead to a penalty kick. Salgado and Ruben wisely kept their hands behind their backs. If this kid deliberately kicked the ball against their arms and was awarded a penalty, it would be quite unfair. Zhang Li glanced up at the goal and took a deep breath. Goalkeeper Cesar felt a tightness in his chest. Not good. This kid is likely to shoot. Before the match, Real Madrid's goalkeeper coach had made a compilation of Zhang Li's goals that lasted an hour and a half. Cesar knew that the black-haired youth in front of him was a genius capable of scoring from any position. He focused on Zhang Li, slightly crouching his body, ready to make a save. Chapter 131. Give a penalty in the Porto TV studio. The professional microphone-smashing commentator DJ Saul was jumping with excitement. Did you see that? Did you see that? Zhang's dribbling is the pendulum move that Ronaldo is best known for. Haha, Real Madrid's number 28 Borja must have thought he saw a ghost. The live director at the Bernabeu was unprofessional. At this moment, they should have given Borja a close-up shot. Saul spoke incoherently, believing that the best decision he made in his life was applying to be a sports commentator at Porto TV this summer. His old partner, Director Silva, quietly picked up the broken microphone from the ground, turned, and grabbed a new one to set up again. Teacher Saul alone could support half a microphone factory. His selfless dedication and willingness to burn himself to illuminate others were qualities that one should not emulate. It could easily lead to being seen as a fool. On the pitch, the match continued. Real Madrid kicked off from the center circle. This unexpected goal did not affect the players' morale. That's the foundation of a big club. They could also make mistakes and fall behind to their opponents. Their superior strength gave the players more confidence to equalize the score. Chapter 132. Arrogant Portillo. After a 15-minute halftime break, both teams returned to the pitch. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Porto made the first adjustment to their lineup, and it was a double substitution. Midfielder Casciani and right winger Alberto came on, replacing starting players number 11 Delny and number 15 Alenichev. In the summer broadcast studio, the two commentators exchanged smiles. Mourinho had indeed identified the problem and made adjustments to the attacking line. Queiroz sneered secretly. It wouldn't matter who it was. My substitute players will show you what it means to be the kings of Bernabeu. The old coach was very satisfied with his disciples' performance in the first half. Although they conceded a goal first, they quickly equalized thanks to their strong strength. If it weren't for a bit of bad luck, his team might have already been in the lead. I don't believe that God will always stand by Porto's side. A hint of a meaningful smile appeared on Queiroz's chubby face. Real Madrid made no adjustments and continued with the starting lineup from the first half. The home team kicked off the second half. Real Madrid's formation pressed very high. The siege before the end of the first half made the players feel more relaxed. Chapter 133, Yongxi, Dad has something to ask of you. In the 69th minute of the second half, taking advantage of a dead ball opportunity, Real Madrid's coach, Queiroz, made a substitution. Solari came on to replace the starting attacking midfielder, Portillo. The latter looked shocked at the fourth official's raised board. He never expected that he would be the one substituted. Portillo thought he had performed very well in this match, and the coach had no reason to replace him. Raul. It must be Raul. I just offended him, and the revenge is coming right away. Portillo glared fiercely at the team's big brother and slowly walked towards the sidelines. Number 23, Beckham, ran over, patted him on the back, and reminded him, "Hurry up, we still need to win against Porto." The pent-up frustration in Portillo's chest almost exploded. He forcefully shrugged off Beckham's hand and walked off the field without looking back. Beckham was taken aback. This guy's temper is too bad. After Portillo left the field, he did not return to the substitute bench, but directly entered the players' tunnel and returned to the locker room. A hint of anger flashed across Queiroz's chubby face. His authority was challenged by a newcomer. Chapter 134, Spokesperson. Tsuyoshi tidied up her hair, her little face flushed. "Dad, with your great ability, do you still need my help?" "Don't joke." Su Jingyuan's stern face showed a trace of embarrassment. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would never have taken the initiative to soften to his daughter. But when he thought of the Su family's business in Xia country, he still held back his anger. "Yongxi, I know you have objections to my decision." Tsuyoshi interrupted him with a cold smile. "Objections? How could I have objections? You're doing this entirely for the good of the Su family." Faced with his daughter's sarcastic remarks, Su Jingyuan's face turned completely dark. "Yongxi, no matter how you see it, my original intention is for your own good." I noticed the tense atmosphere between the Su father and daughter, chuckled awkwardly, and backed away towards the door with her tablet. "Well, Yongxi, you can have a good chat with Uncle Su. I'm going out for a bit." As she spoke, she desperately signaled to her best friend, "Don't go hard against your dad. We're the ones who will suffer." Tsuyoshi's face was cold as she slightly nodded, indicating she understood her meaning. Seeing her best friend caught her hint, Iningai breathed a sigh of relief, exited the room, and closed the door behind her. Chapter 135, Su Jingyuan's Compromise. Faced with the pressure of reality, even the head of South Korea's third-largest conglomerate had a compromise. He cared more about the family's business and whether it could dominate the Xia country market than who his daughter was dating. After Zhang Li's agent, Aileen Harold, explicitly refused to cooperate, the Su group also tried to contact other sports stars in Xia country. Without exception, these people's quotes started at a minimum of 8 figures. The quote from the 26-meter-tall basketball center was even as high as 9 figures, and that was in dollars. Su Jingyuan gave up on the idea of collaborating with these people. After going around in circles, the final candidate still came down to one, the midfielder Zhang, who plays for Porto in the Portuguese Super League. Su Jingyuan was confident that he could persuade the other party to cooperate. However, first, he needed to deal with his precious daughter. With her intervention, success would surely follow. With this thought in mind, Su Jingyuan set aside the unique arrogance of South Koreans and sought his daughter to discuss things amicably. Of course, he wouldn't go into such detail with her. The intelligent Tsuyoshi understood her father's ulterior motives from his hesitant words. "Dad, if you want to ask Brother Zhang, that's not impossible." Chapter 136, International's Little Plan. Exiting Muratti's office, Pep Murata wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His good friend, Vice President Grant, asked, "Pep, how do you plan to respond to Mr. Muratti's order to rebuild the team?" Pep Murata let out a sigh of relief and spread his hands helplessly. "What can I do? We'll take it step by step. I plan to reach out to Roberto Mancini for the head coach position, and for the player overhaul, that needs to be carefully considered." The big blunders in recruitment over the past few seasons had made this well-known Italian manager particularly cautious. Grant hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something. Pep Murata noticed his hesitation and asked in a low voice, "Bellucci, with our decades-long friendship, if you have something to say, just say it." Vice President Grant's surname was Bellucci. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "I actually have a good candidate to introduce to you." Pep Murata's eyes lit up. "Bellucci, don't keep me in suspense. Who is it?" Grant Bellucci's expression was serious. "His name is Zhang. He is not yet 20 years old, comes from Xia country, and currently plays for Porto in the Portuguese Super League, positioned as a forward-attacking midfielder. Chapter 137. The endorsement contract from Atlantis Group. Aileen blinked her ice-blue eyes, looking at Zhang Lu with confusion. Finally, confirming that he had no intention of explaining, she rolled her eyes at him. "Little wolf dog, I'm not messing with you anymore. Let's talk about something serious." Zhang Lu sat up straight, adopting a listening posture. Aileen giggled, reached out to touch his head. "Good boy, sister will buy you candy." Zhang Lu was speechless. This woman seems uncomfortable unless she teases him a bit. A mischievous smile flashed across Aileen's beautiful face. She loved seeing Zhang Li's helpless and shy expression. However, she couldn't let him know this, or she might lose that privilege. The beautiful agent's expression became serious. "Little wolf dog, there are two important matters recently." Zhang Li leaned back against the sofa lazily and said, "Go ahead." Aileen brushed her golden hair away from her ear and organized her thoughts. "The first thing is that the Turin Sports newspaper in Italy has launched an award for the best under-21 player in Europe." Zhang Lu was taken aback. "You mean the Golden Boy Award?" Aileen tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Golden Boy Award, that's a nice name. I'll inform the Turin Sports newspaper to change it to this next time." Chapter 138. Having been a wild goose all my life, only to be pecked in the eye by a goose in the end. Tsuyoshi stepped out of the airport gracefully, wearing sunglasses. As she returned to this familiar place, she felt a surge of emotions. Zhang Li didn't even know he had arrived in Porto. She must give him a big surprise this time. Behind her, an employee from the Su group, who was carrying her luggage, said respectfully, "Miss, your car has arrived to pick you up. Let us head to the hotel first." Tsuyoshi thought for a moment, took off her sunglasses, and firmly said, "No, let us go to the Porto Club first." After being apart for so long, she wanted to see Zhang Lu right away. The attendant hesitated, but "The president has given orders." Tsuyoshi shot him a cold glance. "Did you not hear my words clearly, or did I not express myself clearly?" The attendant lowered his head in guilt, stammering, "Yes, I heard clearly." A hint of disdain flashed in Tsuyoshi's eyes. "If you heard clearly, why aren't you doing it right away?" She despised men like this with no backbone. Even half of Zhang Lu was better than them. No, even a little finger of Zhang Lu was more manly than them. Tsuyoshi raised her head, her gaze fixed on the distant city full of exotic scenery. "Zhang Lu, I'm here." Chapter 139. The Frustrated Rolls. This morning, the beautiful agent found Rolls in his office and got straight to the point. Zhang Lu will go to Italy during the winter break to do advertising for Chrysler. Under the Atlantis Group, bearded Rolls's eyes suddenly lit up. "Miss Harold, are you here to discuss the revenue sharing?" Eileen's ice-blue eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "Manager Rolls, you really are forgetful. There's no clause about image rights revenue sharing in the contract Zhang Lu signed with the Porto Club." Rolls finally understood that this beautiful and sexy agent was not there to give him money. He made a last-ditch effort to try to persuade her to consider the Porto Club's face, who knew Aileen was unyielding. No matter how eloquently Rolls spoke, she maintained a smile and used the contract as an excuse. The helpless, bearded manager eventually gave up. "Miss Harold, you are the best agent I have ever met. Bar none. Beautiful women always make their opponents unconsciously make concessions. Rolls was no exception." Aileen smiled triumphantly and charmingly said, Chapter 140. The Golden Boy Award. Tsuyoshi stood in front of Rolls' office door and gently knocked twice. A muffled voice with irritation came from inside. "Come in." Tsuyoshi was taken aback. It seemed that Manager Rolls was not in a good mood. The two employees from the Su group behind her flashed with anger. How dare he be rude to the young lady? Tsuyoshi raised her hand to stop them, took a deep breath, and put on a warm smile before pushing the door open. Rolls originally thought it was Aileen who had forgotten something. To his surprise, a tall Oriental beauty walked in. The bearded manager was momentarily stunned and stood up from his seat. "Excuse me, madam. Who are you?" Tsuyoshi politely bowed and said in English, "Hello, Mr. Rolls. I am Tsuyoshi from the South Korean Su group. My name is Tsuyoshi." Rolls' face lit up with a smile. "Look, both are women, yet the difference is so vast. That vixen Aileen Harold can't even compare to her. This is a true lady. Miss Tsuyoshi, right? Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" Eastern names sound a bit awkward to pronounce. Chapter 141. Some things still cannot be changed. Porto, Royal Garden Hotel, Presidential Suite 808. A ray of sunlight crept through the curtain and landed right on Zhang Li's face. Zhang Li frowned, raised his hand to block the annoying sunlight, and rubbed his eyes as he sat up in bed. In the suite's bathroom, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Tsuyoshi, wearing a bathrobe, poked her head out from inside. "Good morning, Zhang." She must have been getting ready and came out to greet him upon hearing the noise in the room. The girl's gaze swept over the 8-pack abs on Zhang Li's abdomen, revealing a hint of fascination in her eyes. Zhang Li's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. "Morning, Yoshi." It was his first time sleeping in. The ancient saying goes, from now on, the emperor does not attend morning court. It is not an exaggeration. Tsuyoshi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Zhang, wait for me a moment. Let us go have breakfast together." What else could Zhang say? He nodded vigorously. Tsuyoshi smiled sweetly, pulled her head back, and continued to get ready. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. She wanted to show her best side to the person she cherished. Zhang jumped out of bed and quickly dressed. He likely wouldn't make it to morning training and needed to call old Mu to ask for leave. Chapter 142, Bad News. After reluctantly seeing off Tsuyoshi, Zhang threw himself back into training. Initially, he worried that taking a few days off would upset the madman coach. Zhang had already prepared his excuses. Who knew old Mu didn't even ask? The teammates were no longer envious of his special treatment. In Mourinho's words, "If any of you can contribute to the team like Zhang, I can give you the same treatment." No one dared to speak up. This half-season, in several key matches, the team had been relying on Zhang Li's outstanding performance to push forward, especially the draw against Real Madrid, which allowed them to advance from the group stage 2 rounds early. Zhang Li's performance was crucial. No one had the confidence to compare with his contribution to the team. As December arrived, Porto, focusing entirely on the domestic league, finally regained its former prowess. With 2 consecutive victories, they widened the gap between themselves and their title rivals, Benfica. As for the last round of the UEFA Champions League group stage, Porto, having already qualified ahead of time, sent out an all-reserve lineup. Mourinho benched all the main players. As a result, Porto, playing at home and supported by 52,000 fans, was held to a 1-1 draw by Red Star Belgrade. Chapter 143, Champions League Round of 16 Draw. 9. Switzerland. The grand and spacious hall was filled with the head coaches and representatives of the 16 teams participating in the draw ceremony. Everyone was tense, staring at UEFA President Lars-Christer Olsen on stage. Several head coaches even closed their eyes, silently praying for their teams to draw a favorable opponent. The 8 group winners, as seeded teams, were divided into 2 halves. Real Madrid, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Monaco were the seeded teams in the upper half. AC Milan, Juventus, Manchester United, and Lyon were allocated to the lower half. UEFA President Olsen would draw the opponents for the seeded teams from the 8 group runners-up in a box. The air was thick with tension. The slender Olsen slowly pulled out the first ball from the box and opened it. Inside was a slip of paper with a name. Olsen cleared his throat and displayed the paper to the audience. Lokomotiv Moscow. A couple of suppressed cheers erupted from the audience. One was from the seeded team Monaco's head coach Deschamps, and the other was from Lokomotiv Moscow's head coach Glazkov. Chapter 144, Underestimated Porto. Porto's opponent in the round of 16 is the Red Devils, Manchester United. This news was quickly relayed to Zhang by Deco. Deco had some bad news. Our opponent is Manchester United. Zhang was taken aback upon hearing Deco's words. If there was a club in this year's Champions League whose players were not well known, but whose strength was outstanding, it was undoubtedly Manchester United, especially since they had the legendary coach Ferguson. This man, revered in football as Sir Alex, had a magical ability to turn things to gold. Although they had lost their midfield core Beckham to Real Madrid during the summer transfer window, their strength had slightly declined. However, Sir Alex quickly signed the Portuguese prodigy Cristiano Ronaldo to strengthen the squad. It is known that the 18-year-old C. Ronaldo was considered the successor to Figo in the Portuguese league. He gained fame earlier than Zhang in Manchester United's lineup. There was also Howard, the main goalkeeper during the 2002 World Cup. The defense line, including O'Shea, Gary Neville, Phil Neville, and Ferdinand, was solid. Manchester United's midfield was equally talented, featuring Australian international Roy Keane, English internationals Brown, Saha, and the young star Ronaldo. Chapter 145, The Red-Haired Beauty, Monica Bellucci. This trip to Italy for an advertisement was to take advantage of the winter break and needed to be done quickly. Unfortunately, Zhang, who was commanding on the field, became timid in the studio, especially upon seeing his partner, a stunning red-haired beauty. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Their shoot was quite simple. They would edit together several exciting clips of Zhang Lu on the football field, then add scenes of him holding Monica Bellucci's waist, leaning against a car, gazing at the sunset. He wouldn't need to say a word throughout. Of course, at the end of the advertisement, the director would add a subtitle in post-production. With Chrysler, you have a whole world. It was such a simple set of shots, yet Zhang Lu took 2 days to shoot and still hadn't passed. It was either his expressions were too stiff, or when he held Monica, he didn't dare to place his hands on her waist. There was even a time when the director called cut because Zhang Lu was walking awkwardly, left hand with left foot, right hand with right foot. The director, who specialized in shooting advertisements for the Atlantis Group, almost knelt down to him. Dude, please stop torturing me. After so many years of shooting advertisements, he had never seen a lead actor like him. Chapter 146, Trip to South Korea. The flight Zhang Lu was on landed punctually at Incheon International Airport in South Korea. As he pulled his luggage and walked out of the terminal alongside Aaron, Tsuyoshi, who had been waiting outside, ran over with a cheer. Brother Zhang Lu, you're here. She unabashedly linked her arm through Zhang Li's. The latter's face turned a bit awkward as he sneakily glanced at Aaron beside him, only to find no change in the beautiful agent's expression. Zhang Lu forced a laugh. Yoshi, have you waited long? The early winter in South Korea was still quite cold. Tsuyoshi's cheeks were already red from the cold, indicating she had been waiting for a while. The girl shook her head cutely. Not long. Aaron beside them couldn't help but cough lightly. Tsuyoshi finally noticed the person she had overlooked. Sister Aaron, you're here too? Aaron rolled her eyes. I've been standing here for a long time, okay? You just chose to ignore me. Yoshi, can we go to the hotel first? The weather in South Korea is still quite cold. Tsuyoshi stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. Brother Zhang Lu, please come with me. Zhang Lu sighed in relief, but another thread of doubt arose in his heart. When did Aaron and Tsuyoshi become so familiar? Chapter 147, Provocation. Without giving him much time to think, everyone entered the stadium under the attentive guidance of Supervisor Choi. The newly expanded World Cup stadium from last year could accommodate 537 spectators. The grass on the field was also planted with imported broadleaf grass from Germany. This type of grass is very suitable for football matches after being trimmed. Zhang Lu looked around and nodded inwardly. From the hardware of this stadium, one could see the arrogant shadow of the South Koreans. Supervisor Choi, who had just flattered but missed the point, was racking his brain to make amends and asked with a flattering smile. Miss, would you like to take a break? Tsuyoshi ignored him and turned to Zhang Lu softly. Brother Zhang Lu, do you need a rest? Supervisor Choi was startled and regretted wanting to slap himself. It turned out this young man was the main character. He wanted to pay homage but burned the wrong incense. With the young lady treating him this way, what more could he ask? Fortunately, it wasn't too late to realize, and there was still time to correct the mistake. Supervisor Choi made up his mind to flatter this summer country boy from now on. Zhang Lu smiled. No need, Yoshi, I'm not that delicate. Let's hurry up and get the shots done. Chapter 148. Football and leather shoes soaring together. Zhang Li's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he walked up to the obstacle pole and turned around. A substitute player, bouncing around, picked up the soccer ball that Chang Xian had just shot into the goal. Captain, I got the ball back. And Chang Xian raised an eyebrow and raised his voice to Zhang Lu. Hey, you're not scared and don't dare to compete, are you? All the players from Seoul FC burst into laughter. Captain, he must have been scared silly by your skills. That's right. When have the bumpkins from Shaohua ever seen such impressive free kick skills? No wonder their national team keeps losing to us. The player who said this suddenly felt 2 murderous gazes fixated on his face. Instinctively, he swallowed the last few words hard. Zhang Li's gaze shifted from cold to soft. The player who had just been targeted by him couldn't help but shiver. It was terrifying. This guy's eyes looked like they wanted to eat him alive. He had never realized before that a person's gaze could silence others. Now, he finally understood that feeling. Even now, his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 149. This time, I'll kick with my right foot. The player who had just been desperately flattering and Chang Xian screamed while holding his nose. The shoe that Zhang Lu had thrown had accidentally hit his face. The fragile nasal bone collapsed completely upon colliding with the shoe's sole. Bright red blood sprayed all over his chest like it was free. Zhang Lu apologized. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. No one cared about the dog-legged player's injury. Everyone present was astonished by Zhang Li's godlike skills. Supervisor Choi was the first to react. This shot should only exist in the heavens. How can we see it on Earth? Mr. Zhang's kickball is even more precise than radar-guided ones. He babbled on with continuous flattery, while his gaze intentionally or unintentionally aimed toward Tsuyoshi. Miss Su's pretty face radiated with joy, and her gaze toward Zhang Lu was almost dripping with honey. Supervisor Cui was overjoyed. This time, he finally got it right. This Mr. Zhang indeed had an extraordinary relationship with the young lady, confirming his suspicions. Supervisor Cui's flattery became even more eloquent. Tsuyoshi gave him a faint glance, rarely not stopping him. Chapter 150. The shoe flew again, and Changxian called over 3 players, all absolute mainstays of Seoul FC. Center back Yin Mingshan, Nam Zaiqing, and left back Han Xiaoyuan. Together with Changxian, they formed a solid defense. The opponent only had Zhang Lu alone, so the 4 of them divided into 3 layers. Han Xiaoyuan was at the front, and Changxian in the middle. And the 2 center backs, Yin Mingshan and Nam Zaiqing, lagged behind for protection. Zhang Lu stood near the center circle, stepping on the ball with a disdainful cold smile at the corner of his mouth. A bit clever, but it was useless. Such a defensive formation was more conducive for him to break through one by one. Are you ready? I'm about to start. And Changxian signaled Han Xiaoyuan. Zhang, come on. The long-developed tacit understanding made Han Xiaoyuan instantly understand the captain's meaning. As soon as Zhang Lu began his run with the ball, Han Xiaoyuan stepped forward. The kid from Shaowu wasn't skilled enough with the ball and was not fast. As a mainstay of Seoul FC, Han Xiaoyuan was confident he could stick to the opponent and immediately take the ball from him. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The distance between the two was closing in. Han Xiaoyuan fixed his gaze on the soccer ball at Zhang Li's feet, planning to find the right moment to slide tackle. Chapter 151. Carlos, do you want to practice alone again? Tsuyoshi's unabashed cheers rang out from the sidelines. Zhang Lu turned his head awkwardly with a smile. Damn, I won't wear such broken leather shoes again next time. It's too embarrassing. Every time I exert a bit too much force, they guarantee to fly off. And Qingxuan's face turned redder than a pig's liver. He now deeply regretted accepting Jean Minon's request to give Zhang Lu a warning. In the end, the other party was unscathed, and the clown turned out to be his group. Damn it, Jean Minon, you bastard, you caused a lot of trouble. The other players from Seoul FC looked at Changxian with strange expressions. Just a normal commercial activity turned into a day of shame for the team because of him. Being completely defeated 1v5 by the Shaowu players was something the usually proud South Korean players couldn't accept. And Changxian stood there blankly, his face full of bitterness. Zhang Lu, I lost. Don't worry, for the upcoming shooting, our team will cooperate well. The sycophant Supervisor Cui rushed over at lightning speed to help Zhang Lu pick up the shoe and put it on. Captain in for this shoot. There's no need for cooperation. You can go back now. Chapter 152. I'm teaching Zhang Lu a lesson for you. Alberto shrank his neck in fear and said righteously, report to the coach. I'm teaching Zhang Lu a lesson for you. His behavior this time is disorganized and undisciplined, lacking a sense of collective honor. The crazy coach, with a straight face, caught up in the inner circle with his hands behind his back. So I should thank you? Alberto chuckled awkwardly. You're welcome, sir. It's what I should do. During this half-season, under Mourinho's iron-fisted management, the originally unruly Samba players had become as docile as little lambs. Mourinho snorted and, for the first time, let Alberto off the hook. The Samba winger breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't this called trouble from the mouth? I need to be careful and not offend old Moo's taboos. After New Year's Day, the Portuguese Super League, which had been on a half-month break, resumed its fierce competition. Throughout the winter break, Porto made no significant adjustments to their squad. Mourinho did not bring in any new players. He was very satisfied with the current squad configuration. With the winter transfer window closing, the bearded manager Rawls breathed a sigh of relief. Mourinho was quite understanding this time. Not only did he not ask for money, but he also sold off several players who were not getting any game time. Chapter 153. Casemiro's yogurt bottle. Until the referee blew the final whistle, the score on the scoreboard remained fixed at 0-2. Morirent's head coach let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. Losing isn't too embarrassing. It seemed that the Portuguese Super League teams had reached a consensus. Porto with Zhang Lu was unbeatable. Any team that can draw against them celebrates as if they won the championship. Many secretly curse Zhang Lu to get injured during training. They are destined to be disappointed. This guy on the field is like an indestructible cockroach. Even if he gets knocked down by defenders, he can get back up and continue playing vigorously in no time. The players who foul him will at least receive a yellow card from the referee. As a result, later on, when facing Zhang, defenders from Portuguese teams hesitate, fearing a foul. Zhang's relentless nature makes other coaches both love and hate him. He hardly ever takes a break and starts every match. Any coach who has a player like Zhang in their team would wake up smiling in their dreams. That bastard Mourinho is really lucky. Chapter 154. Round of 16. If it weren't for hearing the system's last sentence clearly, Zhang would have almost cursed it out loud. Damn it, you created a Garincha shin guard that messed up my love life. And now you come back? Because the yogurt bottle was Casemiro's dream during his youth. After the hostess enhancement, there is a certain chance he will cry a lot. Just as Zhang was about to explode, he froze. Cry a lot? Just this? Thinking carefully, this kind of side effect, unacceptable. If I have to cry, then so be it. What is the big deal? Moreover, it's only a chance of triggering a negative effect. Maybe after using it, I'll have a stroke of good luck. Case Moreau, after all, is recognized as the best defensive midfielder in Sama football. Well, that guy nicknamed Fat Tiger is only 11 years old now. Zhang was a bit curious. The system can actually produce skills of future football stars. Seemingly sensing his doubt, the system disdainfully said, "Host, you're being overly curious. The lottery will not only has Casemiro's equipment, but also Mbappe, Haaland, and Vinicius. Let me tell you secretly, the ultimate prize is the reappearance of Gaucho. If you draw this skill, your football level can rival the most famous star, Gaucho." Chapter 155. The Red Devils' dream starred in the live broadcast room next to Sports Channel 5, is where Porto's home DJ, Saul, is located. This gold medal commentator is excitedly asking the director, "Hey Silva, old buddy, please tell me you brought enough microphones. I have a feeling today's match will be incredibly exciting." Director Silva rolled his eyes helplessly. "Dear Saul, don't worry. This time I prepared 10 microphones for you. Enough for you to throw around." Saul laughed heartily. "Old buddy, you know me best." The muscles at the corner of Director Silva's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "I hope you can still laugh when payday comes at the end of the month." Amid the anticipation of fans from Sia country burning the midnight oil, the first leg of the Champions League round of 16, Porto versus Manchester United, finally kicked off on time with a long whistle from German referee Vanders. The away team Manchester United is in red jerseys and white shorts. The home team Porto is still wearing their iconic blue and white striped shirts. Despite the predictions from major media outlets that overwhelmingly favored Manchester United, experienced Ferguson still maintains sufficient respect for Porto. Chapter 156. It's not like they haven't fallen behind before Porto's defensive midfielder Manish, having been faked out by Scholes, pulled the opponent back in a panic. Scholes lost his balance, and the long shot lost its accuracy. Manchester United captain Roy Keane shouted angrily, "Referee, that's a foul." Beep. German referee Vanders decisively blew the whistle and pointed to the spot where the incident occurred. Manish spread his hands and shrugged, indicating his innocence. Vanders ignored his appeal. "Do you really think I didn't see you foul?" Keane approached, persistently pressuring the referee. "He should get a red card. That was our absolute scoring opportunity." Vanders shot him a cold glance and raised his hand to indicate his eyes. The meaning was clear. "I can see clearly how to judge. I don't need you to teach me." Silencing Keane's clamor, the referee then took out a yellow card from his jacket pocket and held it high towards the fouling Manish. On the sidelines, Mourinho jumped up in anger, protesting loudly. "Damn it, how could this be a foul?" He was pressuring the referee verbally, but deep down, he knew Manish's yellow card was completely justified. Chapter 157. Roy Keane's calculated plan before the match. Manchester United coach Ferguson reminded his players of the key opponents to watch out for, with Zhang at the top of the list. If anyone was to be let through, it couldn't be him. The winger Foden was beaten, and center-back Gary Neville went to cover. The front post, which should have been guarded by him, had an open space. Zhang's off-the-ball run was aimed precisely at this gap. Manchester United's other center-back Phil Neville was taken aback. What was the midfield doing? Why was no one closely marking this number 7? Remembering Ferguson's warnings, Phil Neville couldn't care less about anyone else and immediately rushed toward Zhang. No matter what, he couldn't let this dangerous player shoot inside the box. Zhang faced a low cross from Alberto into the box and made a move to volley. Just as Phil Neville, who barely caught up with him, leaped up, he positioned his body to block Zhang from the goal. He braced himself to take a hit to stop the shot. The anticipated pain didn't come. Phil Neville widened his eyes in shock. watching Porto's cross fly right through the gap between Zhang Li's legs. Chapter 158. Turning the tables on Manchester United, Roy Keane turned around in disbelief. The ball that had just been under his control was now at Zhang Li's feet without him noticing. Porto's number 7 was now charging forward with the ball. Roy Keane felt confused. Who am I? Where am I? How did I lose the ball? He stood there dazed, internally questioning himself. On the sidelines, Ferguson shouted angrily, Keane, what are you doing? Are you waiting for someone to return the ball to you? The old master could clearly see that as Zhang Lu approached Roy Keane. He swiftly flicked the ball away with his foot, easily stealing it from under the unaware captain's feet, who was still trying to perform tricks. By the time they passed each other, the ball was already at Zhang Li's feet. Now, Porto's entire team was transitioning from defense to attack. Roy Keane lost the ball in midfield as Manchester United's formation was pushing up collectively. Two teammates on the flanks quickly made runs to the byline, ready to receive the ball. Forwards Van Nistelrooy and Scholes kept moving to attract defenders, intending to create space for him. No one expected Roy Keane to lose possession. Porto's number 9, McCarthy, was the first to react, turning and sprinting desperately towards the opponent's penalty area. Chapter 159. Su Jingyuan's conditions. The two were playfully tussling together. In the end, it was Su Yoshi who, relying on her physical advantage, pinned her best friend down on the sofa. Ing, dare you speak carelessly again? Ing AI quickly conceded. Miss Su Yoshi, I was wrong. If anyone calls you that again, I will definitely help you deal with her. That's more like it. Suyoshi was satisfied with her attitude of admitting fault and finally decided to let her go. Ing AI sat up with a start, her eyes darting around cautiously. Yoshi? To be honest, Zhang Lu is so outstanding. There must be many who covet him. You guys are so far apart, what if? Suyoshi's little face fell. But she quickly regained confidence. I believe in Appa. Ing AI rolled her eyes. The room fell into a brief silence. Just then, there was a gentle knock at the door. Yoshi, are you asleep? It was Su Jingyuan, the head of the third largest financial group in South Korea. Su Yoshi was surprised. Dad, come in. I'm not asleep. Su Jingyuan pushed the door open. He actually knew his daughter wouldn't be sleeping. As long as there was a match for Zhang Lu, she would stay up late to watch it. Chapter 160. Out of control, Roy Keane. Manchester United took this corner kick. Porto's center back, João Costa, won the first header and cleared it out of the penalty area. The substitute, number 22 O'Shea, got to the second ball and decisively took a long-range shot. Due to the congestion in the penalty area, O'Shea prepared to take a curling shot. However, he misjudged the point of contact and ended up sending a high shot. The stands at the Dragon Stadium erupted with boos. The home fans were trying their best to support their team. Manchester United, being a century-old giant, had players who were already used to such small tricks. The Porto fans' jeers had little effect on them. 15 minutes into the second half, they were basically besieging Porto. Manchester United had shed their lethargy from the first half and were now taking control. In the 57th minute, number 10 Van Nistelrooy received a pass from a teammate just outside the penalty area, turned with his back to the defender, and took a quick shot. Luckily, his shot was on target and was firmly held by the focused Porto goalkeeper, Baya. In the 61st minute, it was again the Dutch forward, known as the king of the small box, who, with his sharp instincts, maneuvered in front of João Costa to intercept a teammate's cross. Chapter 161. Sir Alex's calculation. As the home fans anxiously awaited, the Porto team doctor, squatting next to Zhang Lu, gave a thumbs up to the coaching staff on the sidelines. A loud cheer erupted. The home fans, including those watching the live broadcast on Sports Channel 5, finally sighed in relief. Zhang Lu was fine. The two commentators in the studio smiled again. Lu Jianhong said, Zhang Li's nickname as a beast fits him even better than Drogba. Xiao Taowei added with a smile, I told you, Zhang Lu would be fine. Jianhong, you really need to stop worrying unnecessarily. Lu Jianhong awkwardly smiled. Aren't I worried about Zhang Lu? It's not easy to find a genius like him. If Roy Keane ruins him, the fans would be heartbroken. Their mood relaxed, but as they walked towards Roy Keane on the sidelines, their hearts were filled with frustration. To be honest, he regretted it deeply. Why couldn't he control his temper? This irrational foul would have a huge impact on the team. Manchester United was just gaining momentum, and Keane's red card shattered their good situation. Playing with one less man, especially away from home, would make it difficult for the team to equalize. Chapter 162. I want to see Zhang Li's name on Inter Milan's roster next season in the 5th minute of injury time. German referee Van der Linde blew the whistle to end the match. The score was fixed at 2-1. After taking the lead, Manchester United was overturned by Porto. To make matters worse, team captain Roy Keane received a direct red card for an irrational stomp foul in the closing stages of the match. This violation of sportsmanship even triggered a large-scale conflict among the players on the field. Keane's malicious foul not only left Manchester United with one less player for the remaining time, but also meant he would miss the second leg of the match. UEFA would also issue him a heavy fine. This would greatly affect Ferguson's tactical arrangements. When the match ended, Sir Alex's face was darker than a pot bottom. The Porto substitutes, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed onto the field like madmen to embrace and celebrate with their teammates. The key player in turning the match around, Zhang, was lifted up by his teammates and thrown into the air. Substitute Cristiano Ronaldo glanced over with a complex expression, his eyes revealing an undeniable envy. If he had stayed at Sporting Lisbon, would he have become a hero for the team like Zhang? Chapter 163. My greatest strength is confidence. Stepping out of Moratti's office, Pep Moratti wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The pressure from the other party left the most recognized agent in Italian football gasping for breath. Standing in the corridor, Pep Moratti looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. The chairman was determined to rebuild Inter Milan, so he had to speed up his work. Hey, Pep, what are you daydreaming about? The sudden voice startled him. Grant, is that you? What are you still doing here so late? The person greeting Pep Moratti was Inter Milan's vice president, Grant Baracchi. Grant raised the form in his hand and shrugged. The chairman asked me to compile the results of the first leg of the Champions League knockout stage. He probably wants to select some outstanding players from it. Pep Moratti nodded. Grant, go ahead. Don't keep the chairman waiting. Grant Baracchi smiled. Okay, when I have time, I'll treat you to a drink. He turned around and was about to leave when Pep Moratti suddenly remembered something. Grant, the Inter Milan vice president, stopped in his tracks and looked back at Pep Moratti, who seemed hesitant to speak. Chapter 164 Encounter with Monica. Zhang was stunned, opening his eyes wide at the beautiful red-haired woman with a charming smile in front of him. Monica, why are you here? The one greeting him was Monica Bellucci, who had previously collaborated in Italy to do a car advertisement for the Atlantis Group. She was best friends with the beautiful agent, Eileen. Monica tilted her head and smiled, saying, I have a layover in Lisbon on my way to Manchester. I didn't expect to run into you. How is Eileen? You two call each other 8 times a day, and you ask me? Zhang awkwardly smiled. She's good, just too busy, always flying around and hard to catch. Monica Bellucci turned to Alberto, who was constantly sizing them up, and smiled sweetly. Sir, would you mind switching seats with me? Who could refuse a beautiful woman's soft request? Alberto nodded mechanically, stood up, and moved to Monica's original seat, plopping down. The famous superstar, known as the Earth Flower, smiled and thanked him. She lifted her skirt and sat down next to Zhang. The perfume scent, which was not very noticeable before, now intensely invaded Zhang's nostrils. Chapter 165. What a coincidence. The Porto team booked the 10th and 11th floors of the Manchester Queen Hotel as their temporary residence. The Queen Hotel is located in the northeast of Manchester, less than half an hour's drive from Old Trafford Stadium. The team's bearded general manager, Rolls, did a great job in logistics. After assigning the rooms, the players grabbed their luggage and dispersed. Alberto continued to leverage his thick skin advantage and secured the right to share a room with Zhang. It should be noted that this season, whenever the team traveled away, this honor had always been held by the Samba players. Others were too lazy to compete with him. Upon entering the room, Alberto cheered, leaping into the air and crashing onto the bed by the window. However, within a minute, the Samba player, who had vowed to rest well, bounced off the bed like he had springs installed under him. Zhang, I feel like this beautiful time shouldn't be wasted in bed. How about we go out for a stroll? Zhang leaned against the headboard, lazily saying, You can go if you want, but I won't. Alberto rushed to his side, pleading with a pitiful expression. Zhang, come on, let's go see the sights of Manchester. Chapter 166 Manchester United's underhanded tactics. Monica flipped her curly red hair and smiled brightly. Carvalho, hello. Carvalho chuckled and reached out to shake her delicate, boneless hand, but was unexpectedly slapped by Alberto. You fool, can't you see that you can't take advantage of your sister-in-law? Carvalho was furious, pushing Alberto out of the elevator. Carlos, you bastard, do you want to fight? The two were still shoving each other when the elevator door dinged and closed. The two Porto players exchanged glances and stopped their antics, both displaying lewd smiles. Carlos, what do you think the relationship is between this big star and Zhang? Alberto stroked his chin and said solemnly, This is as obvious as a louse on a bald head. Zhang Lu is too charming. Even the big star Monica can't help but want to get close to him. Carvalho was shocked. Really? Alberto sneered. Of course. Based on my years of experience in the flower world, the relationship between Monica and Zhang Lu is definitely not simple. Carvalho gave him a push. Fuck, just speak plainly. Why act so profound? Chapter 167, let's see who the final winner is. Almost all Porto players opened the windows to look outside. On the road not far in front of the hotel, car horns sounded in unison. A rough glance revealed at least 30 to 40 cars, their headlights brightly shining, speeding back and forth on the road. Mourinho's face turned ashen. No need to ask. This was a surprise gift for Manchester United fans. English fans are famously known internationally. It's just unclear whether there is any involvement from the Manchester United club behind this. The door behind him was pushed open, and a series of hurried footsteps sounded as assistant coach Jose More anxiously said, "Sir, these people are coming for us." Mourinho's face was dark, not turning back, I know. Where is Rolls? What is he doing? Calling Manchester United to let them know what their fans are doing. An exasperated voice echoed at the door. Jose, I already called Manchester United, and their people said they don't know about this. Mourinho abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with anger. Don't know? He was sure that even if the Manchester United club was not involved in this underhanded tactic, they were definitely aware of it. Chapter 168, elegantly graceful dribbling. March 10th, 2004, England, Old Trafford Stadium. This second largest stadium after Wembley was built in 1909. It covers an area of 140 square meters, and has 76,000 seats in the stands. Since its completion, it has always served as the home ground for Manchester United. To this day, Old Trafford has become a symbol of Manchester United. The two are interdependent, and neither can do without the other. Old Trafford Stadium has hosted many heavyweight matches. The 1996 World Cup and European Championship, as well as last year's Champions League final, were all held at Old Trafford. Countless superstars have emerged from this stadium. It is also known as the theater of dreams in football, meaning the place where dreams begin. Old Trafford is the most terrifying devil's home ground in Europe. The deafening cheers from the fans make most visiting players feel nervous, which in turn affects their performance. At 7:30 p.m. local time, both teams enter the field, led by 4 referees from the players' tunnel. The loudspeakers installed in the 4 corners of Old Trafford were announcing the starting lineup for the home team. Chapter 169, a heart-stopping minute after being faked out by Zhang Lu twice, the Manchester United players began to panic. Originally playing as a right winger, Cristiano Ronaldo quickly dashed back. Just as Zhang Lu was about to break through the 2 defensive midfielders, he barely caught up behind him. 19-year-old Ronaldo was still in the fearless age of a young calf. From the first round, he had the intention to compete with Zhang Lu. Bearing the halo of Figo's successor, the proud Ronaldo would not allow any peers to overshadow him. This match was his opportunity to prove himself. As he chased after Zhang Lu, Ronaldo turned his body and gently bumped into him. This action was very discreet. Even if the referee noticed it, it would not warrant a card due to its lack of harm. Zhang Lu would lose his balance from this slight bump, disrupting Porto's attacking rhythm. 19-year-old Ronaldo had a smirk of triumph at the corner of his mouth. Just as the smile appeared, it instantly turned into shock. The shoulder that should have collided with his opponent was still empty, with no point of contact. Caught off guard, Ronaldo stumbled forward a few steps. When he steadied himself, he found that the boy, who was only a year older than him, had casually walked 4 or 5 meters away at some point. Chapter 170. Manchester United still leads. Scholes flicked the ball with his heel, so the force was not too strong. Zhang Lu easily intercepted the ball and immediately made a diagonal pass that accurately found McCarthy in the center. The South African striker played a great role as a pivot in the front line during this match. McCarthy jumped high and made a header. The ball fell to the other side of the wing. Alberto was overjoyed. He received the ball and turned smoothly, rushing towards the baseline. Manchester United's O'Shea, number 22, had a gloomy expression and charged over fiercely. The little Samba player thought he could get past me? Dream on. After almost being scored against by Porto from the left side, he was guarding at the beginning of the match. This versatile player who could play both defensive midfielder and left back was seething with frustration. O'Shea took a few big steps to stay close to Alberto, like a piece of chewing gum that the opponent couldn't shake off. The Samba player made several feints but couldn't deceive O'Shea. Finally, in a fit of frustration, he pushed the ball too hard and gave O'Shea the opportunity to block him from behind. In a moment of desperation, Alberto pushed O'Shea from behind. O'Shea fell down in response. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded promptly, and the gesture was particularly clear, attacking players foul. Chapter 171. Porto on the edge of a cliff at halftime. Manchester United was leading 1-0 at home. Mourinho and Porto were pushed to the edge of a cliff. During the break, the madman coach did not scold his players for conceding a goal. He understood that the starting players had done their best. The terrifying atmosphere of Old Trafford could not be appreciated by anyone who had not experienced it. Enjoy the second half. Perhaps this is our last chance in the Champions League this year. It must be admitted that compared to real top teams, Porto still lacked depth. I'm not as good as Ferguson. The cool, old Mourinho candidly acknowledged the gap between the two sides. His words relaxed the nerves of the originally tense players. 15 minutes later, both sides returned to the center of the field to continue the life-and-death battle of the second half. The live broadcast from Summer Sports Network was filled with comments that looked down on Porto. The Red Devils are the Red Devils. Even if Porto managed to win a game at home by luck, Ferguson would have the ability to lead the team to a comeback at home. Indeed, the depth of a top team is something that a third-rate European team like Porto cannot match. Chapter 172. Brilliant offense, beautiful defense. Porto fought desperately. The players on the field knew that if they couldn't equalize the score, their Champions League journey would end in this match. Seeing the 33-year-old goalkeeper Bea bandaged and bloodied while making crucial saves, how could anyone not give their all? Every one of the 10 Porto players was pushed to their potential. Originally, they could only perform at 80% level at Old Trafford's devilish home ground. Inspired by this, everyone exceeded their usual performance. In the 85th minute, Manchester United was passing the ball around in the backfield, trying to waste time. Zhang waved his hand, signaling for his teammates to pressure forward. The cohesion of the entire Porto team surged to unprecedented heights. 6 forwards pressed up simultaneously, launching a high press. Manchester United center-back Phil Neville received a cross from his teammate O'Shea and was about to look up. A blue and white figure flashed in front of him, and the bear-like McCarthy charged over. Phil Neville was startled, not daring to hold the ball, and passed it to his teammate on the wing, number 6, Brown. In a hurry, this pass was not precise enough. Brown had played for over 80 minutes and was at his physical limit. Facing Phil Neville's pass, instead of moving forward, he chose to wait for the ball in place. Chapter 173. CP'd all the Manchester United players' attention was on Zhang. After all, his free-kick skills were masterful. A shot from 35 or 36 meters might be difficult for others, but everyone thought it was normal for Zhang. His strangely curved shot confirmed everyone's speculation. However, Manchester United's goalkeeper Tim Howard performed exceptionally well, saving the goal at the last moment. On the Porto bench, assistant coach Jose Moreira sighed in frustration, lamenting that such a high-level free kick could not break through Manchester United's defense. Luck was not on their side today. The Manchester United fans in the stands at Old Trafford were relieved that Howard saved this sure goal. No one noticed that Porto's defensive midfielder Koscielny had mysteriously appeared at the back post. The ball that hit the post was flying right towards him. Koscielny lifted his right foot, lightly tapping the ball, sending it towards Manchester United's goal for the second time. Tim Howard was truly powerless this time. He fell on the goal line, watching helplessly as the ball flew over him into the empty net. Old Trafford instantly fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 174. One from heaven to hell, another from hell to heaven. In the stands of Old Trafford, the die-hard Manchester United fans fell silent. They could not accept that their team had conceded an equalizer in the dying moments. Some young fans, unable to bear the huge drop from heaven to hell, were crying uncontrollably. On the bench, Ronaldo, who had been substituted off, had a complex expression. Just a moment ago, he was still complacent, feeling that he had performed better than his opponent. The next moment, Zhang's strange curved shot made him realize what it meant to turn the tide. This is the role of a star player. A hint of determination appeared on Ronaldo's young face. One day, I will reach the height of Zhang. Like him, I will enjoy the glory of being the center of attention. Ferguson's face was ashen, and the gum in his mouth had long lost its flavor. The scene he was most worried about ultimately happened. Lady Luck chose Porto at the last moment. No, it was Zhang's magical curved ball that pulled Porto from hell back to heaven. Without him, Koscielny could not have capitalized on the opportunity. This time, Manchester United lost again to this young man. The old sir looked at the slender blue and white figure on the field, his gaze filled with admiration. Chapter 175. Zhang. Are you sure you don't want to stay alone? The first season after the Champions League reform saw major upsets in the round of 16. The Portuguese team Porto, which was not favored before the match, eliminated the English Premier League powerhouse Manchester United with an aggregate score of 3-2. This marked the first major upset. The Bundesliga giant Bayern was held to a 1-1 draw at home against Real Madrid and lost 0-1 away, regrettably stopping at the round of 16. Another traditional English powerhouse, Arsenal, advanced to the quarterfinals with an aggregate score of 5-2 against Celta Vigo. The rising star Chelsea eliminated Stuttgart with a single away goal, becoming the second English Premier League team to reach the quarterfinals. Thus, both Bundesliga teams that made it to the round of 16 were eliminated, causing great embarrassment for the German Football Association. Franz Beckenbauer, known as the Emperor of Football, summoned all the club executives and scolded them harshly. Beckenbauer, who holds significant influence in German football, stated that integrating outstanding players from the league into one team is necessary to regain honor in next year's Champions League. The Bayern Munich president was visibly pleased, while others flashed expressions of anger. Everyone knew Beckenbauer intended to leverage this situation to recruit the Bundesliga's top players to Bayern. Chapter 176, The Mantra of Divine Skills. Regardless of whose fault it ultimately was, Zhang did not return home all night. When he woke up in the hotel, apart from 2 long red hairs on the pillow next to him, there was no sign of anyone else in the room. On the bedside table lay a note written in English. Zhang picked it up and opened it, a familiar fragrance wafting into his nostrils. What the hell is going on? After reading the note, Zhang couldn't help but curse in his hometown dialect. Forget it. Let's just consider a dream. However, this Garincha shin guard can no longer be used. Such a strange after effect made Zhang very uncomfortable. The Eastern education he received since childhood made it impossible for him to be like samba players such as Alberto, who could flit through a field of flowers without a single leaf touching him. After dawdling alone in the room for a while, Zhang didn't know what to do. He decided to give up and not think about these unpleasant matters anymore. Since Monica left a message saying she had to return to Italy early for urgent business, there was no reason for him to stay. Zhang took the 2 long hairs from the pillow, wrapped them in the note, put them in his pocket, and then stealthily opened the door and slipped out. Chapter 177. God knows bamboo shoots have fish to mend the cloth. Poor Alberto, who couldn't even understand Mandarin. How could he grasp such profound classical literature? This guy, however, had a stubbornness about him, and he memorized every word Zhang spoke. God knows. Bamboo shoots have fish to mend the cloth, delicate girl, virtual victory over 10, cloth feet win with fish. Stumbling through the recitation, Alberto asked with a bitter face, Zhang, are you referring to winter bamboo shoots or spring bamboo shoots? What kind of fish is needed? Is tuna sashimi okay? Damn, according to your understanding, does delicate girl mean a little girl? Zhang was taken aback, and then his face turned red as he patted Alberto's shoulder and exclaimed, Carlos, I didn't expect you to be a genius. You grasped it so quickly. The samba player, flattered, walked with a swagger, puffing out his chest and grinning foolishly. Zhang, to be honest, my coach always said I have a high comprehension when practicing samba. This mantra is only slightly harder than practicing football. Alberto made a small gesture with 2 fingers to indicate that he wasn't exaggerating. Chapter 178. Another way to say hello. The South African forward quickly caught up with him, blinking his pure and innocent eyes, and said again, Zhang, your summer country's vocabulary is really concise. I think I've fallen in love with this way of greeting. Damn, how imposing. Zhang looked pale, feeling like he had stepped on a stone that rolled back and hit his own foot. It was clear that this word was taught to him by Alberto. It was more difficult to expect that big mouth to keep a secret than to make a dog not eat its own poop. McCarthy, oblivious to his oddness, leaned in and said quietly, Zhang, that bastard Alberto came to the training ground today, always mumbling about fish and bamboo shoots. Do you know what's going on? Zhang stuttered. McCarthy, you should ask Alberto. How could I possibly know? A glimmer of cunning flashed across McCarthy's silly face, which didn't team match his appearance. Zhang, I think you should know about this, right? He was waiting at the entrance of the training ground to block Zhang and get first-hand information from him. Zhang, left with no choice, had to repeat the words he had used to tease Alberto. McCarthy listened intently. Chapter 179. Porto's Rapid Advance. It was unlikely that the old coach Camacho expected his team to score first. Porto was in its most spirited phase. Breaking through their defense would not be easy. During the 15-minute halftime break, the old coach emphasized to his players the need to defend well in the second half. Porto would never give up. They would launch a frantic attack to equalize the score. Camacho's intuition was spot on. As soon as the second half began, Mourinho made substitutions. Number 11, Delny, went off, and a more aggressive winger, number 17, Bozingwa, came on. Porto opted for a tactical change. Starting left midfielder Zhang, Lu moved to the center. This lineup had been used by the crazy coach when he drew against Manchester United away. It was very effective. Benfica's strength was significantly lower than Manchester United's. Sure enough, Mourinho's early tactical adjustment put Camacho at a disadvantage. Benfica's attacking rhythm became sluggish. On the other hand, Porto's momentum surged, bolstered by the cheers of their home fans. There is a strange law in football. The more one tries to hold on to something, the more likely they are to lose it. In the 64th minute of the match, after being suppressed in their own half for 20 minutes, Benfica's defense finally showed a crack. Chapter 180, a flash of inspiration. In the upcoming league match, Porto would travel away to challenge the bottom team, Navatoe. Navatoe had been promoted from the Portuguese second division 2 years ago. Last season, this team managed to stay up by just 1 point, narrowly beating Ferreira. However, this season, Navatoe's performance had not improved. After 28 rounds, they had only accumulated 22 points, firmly holding the last position. The match between Porto and Navatoe unfolded as people had predicted. Taking advantage of their home ground, Navatoe only resisted for half an hour before surrendering. Before the end of the first half, Zhang assisted both Alenichev and Jan Guskas to score a goal each. An own goal by a Navatoe defender left them trailing 0-3 at halftime. In the second half, Mourinho chose to withdraw some of the main players. Zhang and defensive midfielder Casciani were substituted, with 18-year-old Maniche and 23-year-old Mendes coming on. Mendes, who had been a core player for Porto last season, had been feeling quite frustrated this season, as the new Samba player Alberto had firmly kept him on the bench. Finally getting a halftime opportunity today, Mendes vented all his pent-up frustration on the Navatoe team. Chapter 181, Compensation Prize, Platini's Wig. A flash of inspiration is a triggered skill. During the match, the host may trigger this skill and experience a sudden flash of inspiration. Zhang looked at the system panel, and the description of a flash of inspiration made his eyes nearly pop out. Is that it? Such a vague explanation, without any clarity on what a flash of inspiration actually does, and yet it cost me 20,000 reputation points. System, come out and explain to me what's going on. In the depths of his consciousness, the system's voice weakly responded. Host, the function of a flash of inspiration is something you need to discover on your own. Zhang felt a wave of anger wash over him. Is that really the excuse you're using? You damn scammer. I won't let this go today. Sensing Zhang Li's fury, the system quickly explained, Host, it's not that I don't want to be more detailed, but the skill, a flash of inspiration, encompasses too many complexities to explain in just a few sentences. Zhang paused for a moment, stroking his chin. According to this system's reasoning, the skill, a flash of inspiration, sounds quite impressive. No way it's prone to digging pits. It must be trying to fool me again. Chapter 182, Lion is coming. Uba, our archery team will be going to Europe for a competition in 3 days. Once it's over, I'll come to Porto to find you. Sitting in the locker room of the Dragon Stadium, Zhang was lost in thought, a warm smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help but recall the joy he felt when Su Yoshi called him that day. Ever since he shot an advertisement for the Su Group, the head of the Su family, Su Jingyuan, had chosen to turn a blind eye to the relationship between his daughter and Zhang. Such a concession was rare in South Korea. This also underscored how much Zhang Li's assistance had meant to the Su Group, according to Su Yoshi's secret phone calls that followed. Ever since Zhang Li's indoor sportswear brand entered the summer market, big brand from North America and Europe had been thoroughly crushed, unable to fight back at all. With a population of over 1 billion, the Su Group held half of the sportswear market share, with other companies barely managing to compete. The joy of making money hand over fist led the traditionally conservative Su Jingyuan to make changes. His daughter being in a relationship with a football player wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If Zhang Lu could agree to represent the South Korean national team, passing the family business to him in the future wouldn't be out of the question. Chapter 183. Who is the strongest free kick master? At 2:45 a.m. in summertime, the quarterfinal match between two dark horses officially kicked off at Porto's Dragon Stadium. The sports channel's commentary was still handled by the well-known hosts Lu Jianhong and Xiao Taowei. Once the live cameras switched over, the two began with their usual predictions for the match. Lu Jianhong's voice was steady and powerful. Dear viewers, you are now watching the first leg of the quarterfinals of the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League, with Porto facing off against the French League One team Lion at home. The match commentary would again be brought to you by me and Taowei. Xiao Taowei, with a very harmonious rapport, immediately followed up, Jianhong, who do you think will emerge victorious in this match? Lu Jianhong smiled. You've really put me on the spot with that question. On paper, Lion is certainly slightly stronger than Porto. Xiao Taowei shook his head with a smile. So, you believe Lion can avoid defeat away? Lu Jianhong adjusted his glasses and nodded. Yes, Lion has many star players, with skilled players across all three lines. Chapter 184. The Contest of Free Kick Masters. At this moment, Zhang found himself being defended by only number 7, Diarra. The main defensive midfielder for Lion was seething with anger. How dare this Eastern kid from Porto intercept my ball? This was simply unforgivable. He had to show him a lesson and regain his dignity. Diarra tangled with Zhang, using small fouls to disrupt his comfort in receiving the ball. Zhang silently chanted in his heart, Kanikia boots, equip. A halo that only he could see flashed by, and Zhang Li's speed suddenly increased. The originally parallel Diarra found himself left behind by 2 body lengths in the blink of an eye. Too fast. Even the fastest player on Lion, number 11 Maluda, couldn't compare. Zhang shook off Diarra's grip, and McCarthy's return pass came just in time. Their collaboration was seamless. Zhang poked the ball with his toe and accelerated toward the top of Lion's penalty area. Behind him, the disheartened Diarra could only watch as his opponent dashed away. Lion's entrance into the quarterfinals wasn't merely due to luck. After number 3 Edmilson's pass went awry, he immediately returned to his defensive position. Chapter 185. Ding, system alert. Skill, a flash of inspiration, triggered. The live broadcast comments on Sports Channel 5 were filled with a uniform array of uniquely summer-themed insults. IXX the goalkeeper's XX. How could he not save that ball? This is a crime, killing a goal that was good enough to enter the Puskas award nominations. Damn it, this Lion goalkeeper is really clueless. Such a beautiful free kick should have been put in. Come on, can't he just let up a bit? Comments like this are common on the barrage, meaning the same thing. Lion's goalkeeper Coupet should not have saved that ball. Lu Jianhong finds it amusing. Our fans are just too adorable. As for Zhang, he doesn't really care that the free kick didn't go in. There is still plenty of time to find more opportunities with less than 10 minutes into the game. Porto's number 10 Deco is taking this corner kick. This player was the absolute midfield core of the team last season, but this season, Zhang has overshadowed him quite a bit. The Samba player has never complained, diligently doing his job behind him. Porto's success today couldn't have been achieved by Zhang alone. The corner kick taken by Deco is of high quality. Chapter 186. The scorpion kick in the penalty area before the system's prompt sound disappears. A flicker of realization rises in Zhang Li's mind. So this flash of inspiration skill is used like this. I was wrong to pressure the system for an explanation. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant. The defender Bertold behind him is still pushing hard to gain position. Zhang is not as strong as him, so turning to receive the ball is impossible. However, turning isn't necessary. Leaning against Bertold, Zhang lightly blocks the path of the incoming football with his left foot. A subtle motion changes the football's flight direction. The ball that was flying horizontally suddenly bounces high after Zhang Li's touch. Bertold, experienced in defense, senses that Zhang Li's center of gravity is fully engaged in the contest and feels delighted, naturally stepping back a bit. Bertold's retreat seems effortless, as if he cannot withstand Zhang Li's strength and is being pushed aside. This is common in confrontations. Even the strictest referee would not deem it a foul. Bertold's goal is clear, using his retreat to make Zhang lose his balance. He even plans his next move. As soon as Zhang falls, he will go around him and seize the ball that has been lifted by Zhang. Chapter 187. Lion can't keep up until the end of the first half. Neither team managed to create any threatening attacks. After Porto scored, their defense retreated significantly. Playing counterattacks is Mourinho's forte. Now that they lead by 1 goal and are playing at home, Porto is in no hurry to attack. They deliberately slowed down the pace. Lion also dared not push forward recklessly. If they were to be counterattacked again, a 2-0 lead could have a huge impact in the second leg. The two sides fell into a tough positional battle. The atmosphere on the field began to feel a bit dull. However, fans in the stands at the Dragao Stadium did not find it boring. They even spontaneously started a wave. The deafening roars never ceased. English referee Martin Atkinson gave 1 minute of stoppage time before decisively blowing the whistle to signal the end of the first half. In the first leg of the 0-3-0-4 Champions League quarterfinals, Porto leads Lyon 1-0 at halftime. The players gradually returned to the locker room. Unusually, head coach Mourinho was waiting at the door early. He would pat each player on the shoulder as they entered, saying, "Well done." Chapter 188. The pressure on Inter, the 90-minute match ended. Porto, playing at home, easily defeated Lyon 2-0, achieving their desired 3 points. When referee Martin Atkinson blew the final whistle, several Lyon players could not help but collapse onto the ground. It was too exhausting. Juninho had a complex expression as he watched Zhang joking with Alberto, wondering what he was thinking. Sensing Juninho's gaze, Zhang looked up and politely nodded and smiled at him. Alberto scoffed. "What does that guy mean? Is he not satisfied with losing?" Zhang replied softly. "Carlos, we've already won. There's no need to show off to them." Alberto huffed. "I don't like the way he's looking at you." Zhang chuckled. "Carlos, he's your fellow Samba countryman. You shouldn't say that about him." Alberto, who listens to him the most, immediately said, "Zhang, I hate the way that fellow countryman looks at you." Zhang couldn't help but spit out the sip of water he had just taken. "Forget it. Alberto is a bit neurotic. Let him say whatever he wants." Zhang stepped toward the player tunnel, but Juninho, who had been watching him, came over first. Chapter 189. Aaron's secret weapon at Inter's headquarters. Moratti sat in his office chair with a grim expression. Outside the window, the night was dark, but the face of the Inter president was even darker. 4 or 5 club executives stood lined up in front of him, heads down, not daring to breathe. After an undetermined amount of time, Moratti's voice was hoarse as he said, "Why doesn't anyone speak? What should we do?" Several executives exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Each of them was no fool to have reached this position. Mr. Moratti was clearly beyond furious. Whoever spoke next would immediately become his punching bag. Well, they were all quite talkative usually, but why did they turn mute at a critical moment? Moratti's voice concealed the threat of an impending eruption. "Grant, you speak about the recruitment situation. What progress have we made?" The vice president, Grant Baracci, who was called out, grimaced and cautiously replied, "Sir, I'm in charge of the team's logistics." This statement enraged Moratti, who grabbed a document from the table and slammed it down. The light paper scattered in the air, like angels dropping white flowers. Chapter 190. Zhang Xingyuan's show-off bet Murata's face was not looking good. He had to admit that Aaron's words were indeed true. There would be no less than 20 teams eyeing Zhang Lu. Among them, half would be bigger names than Inter with greater strength. Currently, the most advantageous factor for him was his relationship with Sir Harold. Unfortunately, his precious daughter was as cunning as a little fox. After decades of navigating the business world, he found himself at a disadvantage when negotiating with her. Eileen ignored the silent Bet Murata and instead focused intently on her nails, softly saying, "Mr. Murata, I hope you understand that being the first to choose to contact Inter Milan instead of Real Madrid or Manchester United is out of respect for my father. I believe you've heard that Sir Ferguson from Manchester United has publicly expressed his admiration for Zhang Lu more than once. Of course, there's also Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga, who are quite unhappy about being eliminated by Real Madrid this year. As for Chelsea's owner Abramovich, I believe he would meet any conditions I propose." Bet Murata's expression changed. Eileen's reminder was precisely what he was most worried about. Chapter 191. The wife also shows off in the courtyard outside. Several residents of the building were setting up small stools, sitting in a circle to chat. Hearing the unit door sound, a middle-aged woman who had her back turned glanced over and immediately broke into a smile. "Oh, it's Li Min. Come sit down." Qian Li Min, with a reserved smile on her face, nodded politely to several familiar neighbors. "Sister Hu, brotherly, and sisterly. You're all here. This building is the family compound of the 23rd Middle School in Ningzhou. The people living here are mostly colleagues working at the same school, and everyone is quite familiar with each other." The old Li, who hurriedly offered to pour foot water for his wife, stood up quickly to give his seat to Qian Li Min. "Little Qian, sit here." Next to him, his stout wife shot him a fierce glare. Qian Li Min was not polite. "Thank you, brotherly." The woman referred to as sister, who had a glint in her eyes and suddenly smiled. "Li Min, we were just talking about you." Qian Limin sat down on the stool that old Li had vacated, her expression unchanged as she said, "Sister Hu, what were you saying about me?" Sister Hu beamed. "We said you and Brother Xingyuan are blessed to have such a capable son." Chapter 192. Strategic Abandonment of the League. As the daughter of the third largest conglomerate in South Korea, Su Yoshi was not lacking in competitive wisdom. Her gaze swept over the grim-faced Zhang Lu, and a hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes. "I won't tell you that what I just said was intentional. It seems to be very effective. Brother's mother must have heard my voice. Now, how to explain it to her is your headache." Hee hee. Su Yoshi's eyebrows curved into a smile, looking like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. Zhang Lu asked in surprise, "What has you so happy?" Su Yoshi gently leaned her head on his shoulder. "Brother said he would take me to meet his family, so I'm happy." This reason was impeccable. Zhang Lu believed it. Ningzhou City, 23rd Middle School, family compound. Less than a minute after entering the bedroom, Qian Limin rushed out in a flurry, startling Zhang Xingyuan, who was pouring himself a drink. "Old Qian, what's wrong?" Qian Limin was so excited that her face was flushed, gesturing animatedly. "Old Zhang, little Lu, our little Lu." Zhang Xingyuan was taken aback and jumped up from his stool. "What's wrong with little Lu? Is something wrong?" Qian Limin shook her head desperately. "Little Lu is fine." Chapter 193. Two shocking upsets on April 6th. In France, Auvergne region, Rhône department, Lyon City. The Porto team had arrived a day earlier on a flight to this city, which is the third largest in France, second only to Paris. The general manager in charge of the team's logistics, Rolls, had booked a hotel in the western suburbs of the city. It was only a 45-minute drive to Lyon's home ground, the Gerland Stadium. Over the past 2 days, after finishing their recovery training, Mourinho assigned the players the task of ensuring they rested well. In his words at the pre-match pep talk, "We have one foot in the semifinals. We must be fully alert and cannot let anyone push us out." The other players nodded obediently, but only the big-mouthed Alberto, habitually seeking trouble, said, "Coach Jose, those lousy Lion players are no match for us. Just get ready to take us to Milan to experience the charm of the fashion capital." According to the schedule, after Porto entered the semifinals, their opponent would be the winner between AC Milan and Deportivo La Coruña. The match between the two teams had taken place a day earlier than Porto's. If all goes well, the results should already be out. Chapter 194. The assertive Florentino tapped his fingers on the table. His gaze deep. It's time to change the team's lineup. Figo's group is getting old. Several executives exchanged glances, a hint of amusement in their eyes. Chairman Florentino's words likely meant he would start the buying spree again after the season ends. Several veterans on the team might be cleaned out, and head coach Carraz would definitely not keep his position. A cautious executive spoke up. "Chairman, do you have any requirements for the team's head coach for next season?" Florentino's gaze was piercing, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "I think that cool Mourinho from Porto is quite good." As he said this, the other executives immediately chimed in. "That's right. Chairman has good vision. To lead a third-rate club into the Champions League quarterfinals can't just be due to luck. One must have real skills." Their flattery turned Florentino's anger into a smile. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. As for the team's personnel changes, that number 7 Zhang Lu from Porto is technically decent. Chapter 195. Mourinho's steady counterattack regarding the negotiations with Eileen. Bet Murata felt a deep sense of bitterness. He had agreed to a pile of unequal treaties in exchange for the other party's light remark. "I can assure that under the same conditions, Zhang Lu will prioritize Inter Milan." Bet Murata felt wronged. In his decades-long managerial career, he had never lowered himself to such a level. Eileen's promise was akin to a castle in the air with no binding force. However, in front of Murati, Bet Murata still had to swallow his grievances and put on a facade of being in control. After leaving Murati's office, Murata turned a corner and arrived at the office of Vice President Grant Baracci. "Grant, this time, no matter what, you have to let your niece save me." The chain reaction caused by the two shocking upsets in the quarterfinals was of no concern to Zhang Lu and the Porto team. Their focus was entirely on the impending showdown with Lyon. One could imagine that, as the reigning League One champions, Lyon would not simply surrender upon returning to their home ground, especially after Monaco unexpectedly eliminated Real Madrid. The French media unanimously hoped that Lyon could meet Porto in the final. Santini would definitely fight to the death. Chapter 196. Lyon. It's over. The home team Lyon kicked off the first half. traditionally wearing white shirts and pants. Today, they surprisingly changed into bright red jerseys and shorts. As long as they could win, Santini didn't care about using any superstition in the match. Just as predicted before the match, Lion, who lost 0-2 in the first leg, started a furious attack from the very first minute. There were no tentative plays. Porto, with a 2-0 lead, played quite relaxed. The whole team quickly set up a defensive formation. Lions forward, Sonny Anderson, passed the ball to number 11, Malouda. The French international returned the ball to his teammate in midfield to organize the play. After a few passes, the ball reached number 7, Diarra. The Lion midfielder immediately sent a lob pass, accurately finding his teammate Sonny Anderson ahead. Sonny Anderson controlled the ball with his chest and smoothly turned around. This action was graceful and full of spirit. Cheers erupted from the stands of the Gerland Stadium. Sonny Anderson slightly raised the corners of his mouth, exerted force with his legs, and prepared to accelerate when a sharp whistle sounded in his ears. The line number 9 froze for a moment and stopped. The referee raised one arm, indicating that Sonny Anderson was offside when he received the ball. Chapter 197, a lucky goal in the live broadcast room of Sports Channel 5. Commentator Liu Jianhong couldn't help but raise his arm and shout, "Beautiful! Too beautiful!" Porto's goal should credit 80 to Zhang. It was his breakthrough that drew Lions' defense to the left, creating an opportunity for Manish on the right to face the goalkeeper. Xiao Taowei nodded repeatedly, especially that diagonal pass of his. It penetrated Lions' entire defense line. Neither the center backs nor the full backs could reach the interception position. Liu Jianhong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. With Zhang Lu, our national football finally sees hope. The national team should call him back for the next Asian Cup. Xiao Taowei smiled awkwardly and nodded. It should be. As a former national team player, he knew some unspoken secrets about the team very well. Whether Zhang Lu could be called up remained uncertain. Even if he was called up, whether he could play was an even bigger unknown. However, since it was a live broadcast, there were some things he simply couldn't say, nor did he dare to say. The live camera switched to the field, where Lions forward Sonny Anderson and Malouda stood in the center circle, ready to kick off. Chapter 198. The system has triggered skills more frequently lately. The match continued. Porto's team was not affected by the unexpected goal. In the pre-match preparation meeting, head coach Mourinho had provided the players with a response plan for conceding goals. Stick to our style of play. Don't be drawn into Lions' rhythm. This was the strategy laid out by the special one. Moreover, Porto had opened the scoring first away from home. Now Lion needed to score at least 3 more goals to turn the tide. The initiative was still in Porto's hands. After the kickoff, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they relied on their skilled footwork and tacit cooperation to firmly control the ball. It was Lion who couldn't afford to waste time. They were eager to score a second goal, hoping to replicate Deportivo La Coruña's miracle of eliminating AC Milan. Porto took their time passing the ball around, and Lions players gradually became anxious. Sonny Anderson called out, and a few players in midfield began to push forward, trying to intercept Porto's passes. In the live broadcast room, Liu Jianhong frowned. Lion is starting the high press so early, it will test the players' stamina. I hope they collapse from fatigue in the second half. Chapter 199, an unstoppable opponent in a flash. An indescribable feeling surged in Zhang Li's mind. He pulled the ball back with his foot and gently flicked it backward, and the ball accurately passed between Diarra's legs, who was closely marking him from behind. The line number 7 was oblivious, still trying to restrict Zhang Lu, preventing him from turning around. On the sidelines, Santini's expression changed drastically. A backheel nutmeg? That requires such control over the ball that it's almost instinctive. You also have to be aware of the defender's position. Such an astonishing technical move may look simple, but truly tests a player's individual ability. To put it bluntly, even a legendary Maradona might not have a success rate above 50% in the same situation. Santini's eyes were glued to Zhang Lu as he performed 2 feints and turned, deceiving Diarra and slipping past him. His gaze filled with complexity. If he could have Lion, the reigning League One champions, under his command, how could they be pushed to this point by a third-rate league team like Porto? This Zhang Lu was not only exceptionally skilled, but also had a superior tactical awareness. Chapter 200. What I want is a chance to defeat that person myself. Porto's second goal completely crushed the morale of the Lion players. Scoring 4 goals against the opponent in the remaining time was an impossible task. Santini could only hope that his disciples could pull one back. So the defeat wouldn't be too embarrassing. After the match resumed, The pace of both teams slowed down simultaneously. Porto, confident of victory, did not intend to go for the kill. Mourinho even substituted the heavily marked Zhang with defensive midfielder Delny in the 72nd minute. This was a protective measure for his prize player. Old Mourinho didn't want to see his most promising disciple get injured by a reckless tackle from a line player. Bumson's foul on Zhang had made the special one anxious. Fortunately, like many times before when he was fouled, Zhang was unhurt. Mourinho couldn't afford to gamble on having such luck again. Now, Porto couldn't afford to lose anyone, especially not Zhang. Delny's appearance brought Mourinho's latest tactical philosophy: strengthen defense and avoid injuries. Porto's formation changed from the initial 4-4-1-1 to 4-5-1. Chapter 2:01 The idol of Lionel Messi. Mendes listened quietly until he finished speaking, then cheerfully said, "Cristiano, your choice is very wise." Ferguson at Manchester United has expressed his admiration for Zhang several times in public. Once he joins Manchester United, he will definitely eat into your playing time. Going to Real Madrid is the best choice right now. Cristiano Ronaldo pressed his lips tightly together, and the muscles on his chiseled face twitched uncontrollably twice. What Mendes said was exactly his concern. Compared to Zhang, he was clearly at a disadvantage. It was obvious who Manchester United would choose to nurture as their core player between the two. "Mendes, are you sure Zhang won't go to Real Madrid?" The agent across from him answered confidently, "Don't worry, I'm very sure that Zhang won't go to Real Madrid. His agent, Eileen Herod, has already personally rejected Florentino." Ronaldo finally set aside his last worry. "That's great. I'll leave this matter entirely to you, but must remain confidential until everything is settled to avoid any complications." Mendes chuckled. "Don't worry, I know what to do." The two discussed the conditions proposed to Real Madrid before ending the call. Chapter 2:02 Who can't brag? Messi did not hide his admiration for Zhang. "Coach Frank, if I can achieve even half of his accomplishments in the future, that would be great." Rijkaard smiled, looking at the boy in front of him with a look of yearning, and meaningfully said, "Leo, I can guarantee that your future achievements will surpass those of Zhang." Despite knowing that the head coach was comforting him, a naive smile still appeared on Messi's youthful face. "Sir, will our club buy Zhang?" As soon as this question came out, several Barca players' breaths became hurried. This was a matter concerning their own interests, and it was impossible for them not to care. Especially Iniesta, who had just been promoted to the first team, looked particularly nervous. Rijkaard noticed the expressions of his disciples and slowly said, "No, we have players in our team whose level is not lower than Zhang. So why should we go far and spend a lot of money to compete with others?" Holding his breath, Iniesta let out a heavy sigh of relief. If the club's higher-ups were to bring in Zhang, he really had to consider his transfer for his own future. Fortunately, the coach's words gave little Iniesta a sense of reassurance. Chapter 2:03 Semifinal first leg. Early in the morning, Zhang opened his sleepy eyes and instinctively stretched out his arms. The space beside him was empty. Eileen, who was supposed to be sleeping there, had disappeared without a trace at some point. Zhang was taken aback and raised his voice. Eileen," hearing the call. The neatly dressed, beautiful agent came out from another room, pulling a suitcase. "Good morning, my little wolf dog. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Looking at the suitcase in her hand, Zhang asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Eileen rolled her eyes at him and sighed dramatically. "I can't help it. I'm just a hard worker, running around for someone's future." Zhang Li's gaze involuntarily fell on her long legs. There was no sign of them being worn out when she was wrapping her legs around his waist yesterday. Feeling his unrestrained gaze, Eileen's fair face turned slightly red, and she scolded, "Little wolf dog, don't think too much. Just wait at home for your sister to come back." Zhang asked with a glance, "Where are you going this time?" Eileen shrugged. "England, Manchester United, and Chelsea have both contacted me. They plan to sign you for next season." Chapter 2:04 Defense against defense. Before the match started, the two commentators introduced the starting lineups of both sides as usual. The visiting team, Deportivo La Coruña, secured third place in La Liga last season thanks to their powerful attacking force, thus earning a spot in this season's Champions League. This team, due to their stunning performance in the Champions League, has been affectionately nicknamed Super La Coruña by La Liga fans. The team's head coach is the relatively unknown Javier Irurita. He, along with Porto's Mourinho, Monaco's coach Deschamps, and Chelsea's renowned coach Ranieri, has become one of the four most watched coaches in Europe this year. This young coach led his team to advance from the group stage and then eliminated last season's Champions League runner-up, Juventus, with 2 consecutive victories. Following that, in the quarterfinals, they staged a dramatic comeback, overturning a 4-goal deficit to eliminate last season's Serie A champion, AC Milan. It is worth noting that AC Milan at that time had a roster filled with stars, with a paper strength comparable to the Galacticos of Real Madrid. Their defense included Cafu, Nesta, and Maldini. The midfield featured Gattuso, Pirlo, Seedorf, Serginho, and Kaká. The forward line was even more luxurious. Chapter 2:05. The tragic Alberto Deco was the absolute core of Porto's midfield from the 02 to 03 season. After Zhang joined the team this season, his position shifted slightly backward, forming a double pivot with the number 6 Costinha. Deco had the personality of a good boy, never competing for the spotlight with his teammates. He didn't care at all about Zhang Li's brilliance overshadowing him. On the field, he always diligently performed his duties. His low-key and unassuming style often caused opponents to overlook him. In fact, everyone was mistaken. Deco's importance in this Porto team was second only to Zhang Li. He connected the front line in defense, solidified the last line of defense, and organized the team's attacking rhythm. Most of these tasks were accomplished by Deco. He was also the player in the coach Mourinho's heart, who ranked second only to Zhang Li. Receiving a throw-in from goalkeeper Baya, Deco lifted his toes, skillfully flicked and turned, completing a series of actions with remarkable finesse, delighting the spectators on the sidelines, many of whom applauded until their hands turned red. This is the charm of football. Deco controlled the ball and immediately distributed it to the left. Chapter 2:06. An unprecedented tackle on Porto's bench. Coach Mourinho wore a cold face that looked blacker than a bottomless pot. A soft murmur came from substitute center-back Manuel. What's Carlos doing? Is he an undercover sent by La Coruña? Another substitute midfielder, Alinichev, poked him with his finger and gestured towards Mourinho. Following his hint, Manuel looked over and shrank his neck in fright. Old Mourinho was glaring at him with a dark expression. That gaze was almost identical to that of a hawk looking down at a little rabbit. Manuel chuckled awkwardly and made a face as if to say he hadn't said anything. Mourinho shot him a glare and turned his attention back to the field. Manuel breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. How terrifying! The shadow left by Mourinho on this group of Porto players has already taken root in their minds. As long as Old Moo gets angry, even if the big-bearded manager Rolls personally intervenes, it will have no effect. Manuel regrets his words deeply. Why did he have to be so mouthy? If Old Moo treats him like the chicken used to warn others, wouldn't that be a huge injustice? Chapter 2:07. Divine Operation. Penalty Alberto's divine operation not only stunned his teammates, but also bewildered the defenders of La Coruña. What is going on? Why is number 19 from the opposing team fighting with his own players? If it weren't for the occasion, someone might have cautiously approached to ask him, is the Heavenly King covering the Earth Tiger? To test if this guy is an undercover agent from the Super La Coruña within the opponent's lineup. A strange phenomenon occurred at the Dragon Stadium. Both teams' players were dumbfounded, watching Alberto carry the ball forward. The Samba player was also a bit surprised. Every time I get the ball, someone immediately comes to press me. Why is there no one intercepting this time? Whatever, if you're not going to stop me, I'll just charge ahead. Alberto's characteristic is speed. Taking advantage of the La Coruña players' collective days, he dashed into the opponent's penalty area. Finally, the La Coruña center-back regained his senses. Number 3 Romero flashed a hint of panic in his eyes and sprinted over with long strides. Alberto ignored his approach and stepped into the penalty area with the ball. Seeing his right leg lift up, seemingly preparing to shoot from distance, Romero panicked. He absolutely couldn't let him shoot from his position. Chapter 2:08. Mr. Jose. You can't break up the couple. Mourinho, who was also perplexed on the sidelines, had a glimmer of insight in his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. He seemed to somewhat understand the deeper meaning behind Zhang Li voluntarily relinquishing the penalty kick. Alberto placed the ball in the penalty spot, stepped on the grass twice, and measured his steps before retreating. The La Coruña goalkeeper loudly complained. His ball is not in the correct position. This was interfering with Alberto's rhythm. Unfortunately, the Samba player was completely unfazed, standing still and taking a deep breath. The referee checked the ball's position and found no violations, then turned around with a stern face, signaling both teams to exit the penalty area. Beep! A sharp and long whistle sounded, and Alberto began his run-up. The opposing goalkeeper, number 1 Molina, jumped back and forth on the goal line, making distracting movements. Alberto swung his right foot and struck the ball hard. He didn't choose to use a feint to trick the goalkeeper. Instead, he opted for a powerful shot without reasoning. Molina guessed the direction correctly, flying horizontally to make a save with all his strength. The angle of the penalty taken by Alberto was not particularly tricky, but the power was sufficient, and the speed was fast enough. Chapter 209. Djamena Mourinho was furious at Alberto, his anger flaring, just as he was about to explode. The fourth official's reminder of the substitution saved the Samba winger. The madman coach took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to explode. Remember, continue to focus on defense in the second half. La Coruña 1T take risks in attack. Old Moo's judgment was spot on. After falling behind by 1 goal, La Coruña's coach Javier Irurita indeed chose not to go all out after the second half began. It makes sense. La Coruña still has a home game and doesn't need to fight Porto to the death here. A 1-goal deficit is not insurmountable. At worst, they could save a decisive battle for the second leg. By then, La Coruña would have home advantage and enough confidence to win against Porto. After the second half began, both teams did not change their tactical approach, continuing to focus on defense. Zhang Li's Caniggia Win-Sun boots automatically returned to the system space after the cooling time. There was no choice but to switch to Casemiro's yogurt bottle. This was a piece of equipment with stronger defensive attributes. Next, they might have to face La Coruña's desperate counterattack. Chapter 210. First leg, and Djamena's right foot struck the ball fiercely. The football, with strong external spin, brushed past the fingertips of the leaping Bea and slammed into the crossbar, bouncing back into the penalty area. The spectators in the stands of the Dragon Stadium let out a huge gasp. Everyone was relieved that the home crossbar helped Porto. Bea, who fell to the ground, scrambled to get up. He knew the danger was not yet over. As soon as the ball hit the crossbar and bounced back, Djamena took 2 quick steps forward, ready to capitalize on the rebound. At this moment, Porto's goal was undefended. The goalkeeper Bea was still on the ground, trying to get up. The only center-back, Carvalho, had no time to stop Djamena. As long as he got to the rebound, he could score with his eyes closed. The hearts of the home fans were like a roller coaster, momentarily lifted again. La Coruña's coach Javier Irurita tightened his fists. It must go in. It absolutely must go in. In a critical moment, a blue and white figure flashed behind Djamena. Zhang Lu appeared like a divine soldier, positioning himself between the opponent and the ball's drop point. Without the enhancement of the Caniggia boots, his speed wasn't fast enough. Chapter 211. Media spat after the match. La Coruña's coach Javier Irurita, in an interview with AS, candidly stated that Porto only won due to luck. As the mouthpiece media of La Liga, AS published a very exaggerated article with a bold and highlighted headline in its next issue. Like Javier Irurita's stance, has also expressed serious dissatisfaction with the loss. Porto only relied on luck and the bizarre operation of winger Carlos Alberto to confuse La Coruña's players. Every La Coruña player who took to the field could walk off with their heads held high. The defeat was not their responsibility. The Portuguese league's Porto Sports Daily immediately countered this news. Losing is losing. Winning is winning. Football is a competitive game that values results. As a strong team, one must not only have the fighting spirit, but also the broad-mindedness to face their failures head-on. Porto Sports Daily subtly pointed out that La Coruña was petty, making excuses and shirking responsibility after losing. Chapter 212. Refusing Barcelona recently. Aaron has been notifying Zhang Lu every 10 days or so about the negotiation status with interested teams. Little Wolf Dog, considering the current conditions, I suggest you consider the following clubs: Manchester United and Chelsea in the Premier League, Inter Milan in Serie A, Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga, and Barcelona in La Liga. Zhang Lu was momentarily stunned, but there was a hint of delight in his heart. The clubs that Aaron mentioned are all renowned in today's football world. Any one of them would have been an unattainable existence in his previous life. Aaron, has Barcelona in La Liga contacted you? The beautiful agent on the other end of the phone said, yes, Mr. Laporta, the president of Barcelona, is very eager to sign you and Deco for next season to form a dream midfield with Ronaldinho. I have also met the new coach, Mr. Rijkaard, who is very willing to use young players. It was clear that Aaron was quite hopeful about Zhang Lu joining Barcelona. Zhang Lu was also somewhat tempted. According to the timeline, it was indeed the period when Rijkaard was rebuilding Barcelona's second dynasty. If he joined, he would definitely be valued. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lu spoke up. Chapter 213. Guangdong Daxing Club. Qian Limin had never called her son at this hour before. This inevitably made Zhang Lu suspect that something was wrong at home. Mom, is there something you need money for? Zhang Lu thought for a moment, and this was the only reason that would cause his mother to call him in the middle of the night. On the other end of the line, Qian Limin was momentarily taken aback, then kindly replied, Xiaolu, I don't lack money. The 500,000 you gave me hasn't been touched yet. Zhang Lu rolled his eyes in silence. His mother was used to being frugal. Trying to let her enjoy life peacefully was really too difficult. Zhang Li's salary and bonuses this season were countless times higher than before. With a weekly salary of 20,000 euros, plus bonuses for goals and assists, he had already achieved financial freedom. Moreover, beautiful agent Aaron had secured several advertising endorsements for him. Just from this income, he could live quite comfortably. Upon receiving his salary, Zhang Lu immediately transferred 50,000 euros to his mother Qian Limin's card. This money could be exchanged for 500,000 yuan, which was quite a significant fortune in the domestic market in 2003. Qian Limin's joyful voice even carried a hint of tears. Xiaolu, I'll save this money for you to use when you get married. Chapter 214. A chance encounter with Monica after Porto was eliminated from the domestic cup. The remaining two competitions became much easier than before. In the upcoming league matches, they faced two mid-table teams that were safe from relegation, but had no hopes of winning the championship. Such teams wouldn't go all out against Porto. The head coach's primary task was also to train newcomers. Mourinho's team successfully secured 2 consecutive away victories. Unfortunately, Benfica, who closely followed them in the standings, also gained 6 points. The gap between the two teams remained 7 points. With 3 rounds left in the league, Porto could basically celebrate the championship in advance. This also relieved Mourinho, who was juggling 2 competitions. In the last 3 rounds, Porto only needed to win 1 match to secure the championship. Even if they lost all 3, as long as Benfica couldn't win 1 match, Porto would still win the league title. Perhaps the prayers of the special one had worked. In the third-to-last round, Benfica, playing away, drew 2-2 against Sporting, the third-place team in the league. Thus, regardless of the results of Porto's last 3 matches, they were already champions. Chapter 215. The star on vacation. Alberto's words weren't really anything special, provided no one was paying attention. However, his teammate Carvalho, known for his playful demeanor, came over with a grin and asked Carlos, did your sister-in-law come to visit from Samba country? Alberto grinned lewdly and glanced at Zhang Lu. Cava, I'm not talking about my brother's wife when I say sister-in-law. Carvalho feigned shock and exclaimed, if she's not your brother's wife, then why do you call her sister-in-law? Why don't you two go to the underpass and perform a comedy routine? With such great talent, why are you playing football? I guarantee that as long as you listen to my arrangements, the comedy scene in Xia country will never have to deal with that black fat guy who is always causing trouble. Zhang Lu shot a fierce glare at the two of them, feeling annoyed. Carvalho didn't care, but Alberto's smile became somewhat stiff. His position was different from the goofy guy. That guy was a center back and didn't need Zhang Lu to help with passing. Alberto was a forward. Without Zhang Lu, he would just be a fool running around like a mad cow. It's Cava's fault. Alberto quickly chose to shift the blame onto his teammate without hesitation. Chapter 216. La Coruña's trick at the entrance of the Reazor Stadium. The bus carrying Porto's players was stopped by stadium staff. A middle-aged man who appeared to be in charge smiled politely. I'm very sorry. Due to an error by my staff, we just overwatered the pitch. And now you can't enter to train. The bearded manager Rolls, who was accompanying the team, glared at the man darkly. Are you saying we can't conduct our training on the pitch? The man's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning as he repeatedly bowed and apologized. I'm truly sorry. This was our mistake. But please rest assured, we will give Porto a response regarding the temporary worker's error. Mourinho, with a dark face, coldly asked, what response? The man seemed taken aback by the relentless pursuit of the inquiry, hesitated, and tentatively replied, Sir, the employee who made the mistake will be fired, and we will arrange for another training venue to ensure that Porto's players' training is not delayed. Additionally, please rest assured that the costs incurred for the alternative venue will be fully covered by us. How does that sound? Chapter 217. Dijaminga's expectations on May 4th, 2004, at 8 p.m. local time. In the second leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-finals, La Liga's Deportivo La Coruña hosted the visiting Portuguese champions Porto at their home ground, Reazor Stadium. In the first leg of the match, Porto had gained a somewhat lucky penalty thanks to a miraculous play by forward Alberto, who converted it himself. Porto was temporarily leading La Coruña 1-0. This match was the ultimate showdown between the two teams. Whoever wins would advance to the final of this season's Champions League. This is also a test of the two teams' coaches, Jose Mourinho and Javier Irureta, to see who has stronger on-site command abilities. Before the match, major authoritative media outlets in Europe predicted the outcome of the game. La Liga AS. Deportivo La Coruña has consecutively eliminated last season's UEFA Champions League runners-up Juventus and Serie A champions AC Milan, showcasing their formidable attacking power. We have reason to believe that Super Deportivo will achieve a comprehensive victory over Porto at home and advance to the final. England, the Sun. Compared to the powerful attacking Deportivo, Porto's strength is evidently inferior. Chapter 2:18, this is the opponent. I want the Italian referee Collina blew his whistle, and the match started on time. The first to kick off was the home team, Deportivo La Coruña. They wore blue and white striped jerseys, with matching shorts and bright red socks. Deportivo's home jersey is somewhat similar to Porto's. Both teams have blue and white colors. The difference is that Deportivo La Coruña has horizontal stripes, while Porto has vertical stripes. Since this is an away game, there is no advantage in jersey choice. Porto was forced to abandon their usual blue and white striped jersey and instead wore a green and white striped jersey with pure white shorts. They also wore white socks to distinguish themselves from the home team. This deliberate small trick of irritating the opponent in jersey selection is also intentional by Deportivo. In order to win the match, they have used nearly all means that skirt the rules. This also filled Porto's starting players with anger. The more the opponent resorts to underhanded tactics, the more it shows their lack of confidence in defeating us. In that case, let's send you home at the Reazur Stadium. Oh, my mistake. This is originally your home. No need to send you back. As predicted by the media before the match, Deportivo La Coruña launched a fierce attack right from the start. Chapter 2:19, the hellish difficulty of Deportivo Zhang. Lee's dribbling suddenly transformed into a different style. Dayon Mian fought with all his might, but somehow he was still brushed past by Zhang Lo. What? This is impossible? The Samba genius was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. That green and white figure, which was still in front of him, slipped away from the defensive gap like mercury. Despite exerting all his effort, he not only failed to stop the opponent, but also couldn't even see how he slipped past. This is getting interesting. Dayon Mian was in a daze. But Zhang Lo would not wait for him. That slightly thin figure moved with dribbling actions as graceful as a dance, continuously weaving past Deportivo's midfield defense, closing in on the top of the penalty arc. The starting center-back Nabet sensed the danger and rushed over, grabbing and pulling, finally stopping Zhang Li's breakthrough. At the same time, referee Collina's whistle also sounded. A free kick in the attacking area. The Italian referee's gestures were very clear. By the way, he also issued a yellow card to the fouling Nabet. Deportivo's Iron Guard had no objections to this yellow card. He was mentally prepared for it when committing the foul. Chapter 2:20, some are happy, some are sad during the halftime break. All Deportivo La Coruña players in the locker room had their heads down. Head coach Javier Irureta remained silent for a long time before finally sighing and saying, "Boys, enjoy the next 45 minutes. This may be your last performance in the Champions League." The voice of the young coach carried a trace of unmasked sadness. After working hard for so long, they finally fell at the final hurdle. For this year's Champions League, Deportivo even gave up their domestic league. They were barely 6 points above the relegation zone in La Liga. With 4 rounds left in the league, there was theoretically a risk of relegation. The last Champions League time mentioned by Javier Irureta referred to this meaning. Deportivo La Coruña had already lost the qualification to participate in next season's Champions League. Perhaps the coach's tragic speech had an effect. After the second half began, Deportivo's offensive improved. They began to frequently threaten Porto's goal. In the 51st minute, forward Macari received a pass from teammate Dayon Mian and took a curling shot that hit the far post, sending Porto goalkeeper Baya into a cold sweat. Chapter 2:21, the sincerity of Inter Milan. Monica Bellucci put down her phone, brushed her fiery red curls, and slightly frowned. Her uncle was truly anxious this time, his tone revealing a plea. Monica Bellucci sighed, picked up her phone from the bedside table again, found a familiar number, and dialed it. The ringing lasted for a long time before it was answered, and Zhang Li's voice came through low, as if he were a thief. "Hello, what's up?" He didn't even call Monica by name. The national goddess of Italy, a big star, wrinkled her nose and lightly hummed, then softly said, "Zhang, are you coming today?" On the other end of the phone, a lewd male voice could be faintly heard. "Zhang, who called you?" Zhang Lu replied, "Carlos, why are you asking so much? Just play your game." The lewd voice scoffed. "Sneaky, clearly guilty. Hurry up and confess. Is it the big star upstairs?" Zhang Li's annoyed voice came through the receiver. "Get lost. You are the one being sneaky." Monica Bellucci, with a smile on her face, did not interrupt him as he bantered with his teammate. Chapter 222, Roland's moment of glory. Zhang Lu ultimately did not promise that he would definitely go to Serie A in the summer window. He only told Monica that he would prioritize Inter Milan. "So, as long as Aaron agrees, you'll go to Milan?" Zhang Lu did not notice the fleeting cunning in the eyes of the national goddess of Italy. "Yes, after all, Inter Milan is a century-old giant. They can offer such great sincerity, so I think I have no reason not to go." "All right, it's a deal." Looking at the joyful expression on the big star's face, Zhang Lu suddenly felt that he seemed to have fallen into a pit again. The happiest person about the team reaching the Champions League final, besides young coach Mourinho, was probably Roland, the general manager. The bearded manager had been walking with a spring in his step these days, feeling that the air was sweet when he breathed. He seemed to see countless banknotes rushing into his pockets, so much that he couldn't push them away. After returning to Porto from La Coruña, calls to Roland had almost never stopped. Without exception, these people were all inquiring about prices. La Liga's Real Madrid, Barcelona, Villarreal, Serie A's AC Milan, Juventus, Napoli, Roma. Chapter 223, the nemesis of the bearded manager. After defeating Deportivo La Coruña away, Mourinho unusually granted his main players a week off. The Primeira Liga championship was already secured, and there was no need to overwork the starters. Allowing them to rest adequately and return in their best form for the upcoming Champions League final was the most important thing. Mourinho knew that football only remembers the names of champions. As for the runners-up, it didn't matter who they were. When this decision from the madman coach was announced, the entire Porto team erupted in cheers. After a hard-fought season, they had finally reached the moment of harvest. The main players certainly understood the importance of this Champions League title, even if Mourinho didn't say it. They would seize the opportunity to recover their form in the coming days. The substitutes were also happy. With Porto's exceptional performance this year, many of the main players would surely be poached by the top 5 leagues in the summer transfer window. Those who were eyeing them were looking to fill the vacancies left by the departing stars. Seizing the opportunity in the last 2 rounds of the league to leave a memorable impression on the coach would definitely benefit their prospects for the next season. Everyone was in high spirits, calculating their own plans in their hearts, when Mourinho poured a bucket of cold water over them. Chapter 224, the excitement outside Schalke Stadium. When Grant Barrucci left the Porto headquarters, it was already nighttime. No one knew the result of his conversation with the bearded rolls. The next day, while cleaning, a janitor at the Porto headquarters was shocked to find that all the fragile items in the general manager's office had been smashed to pieces. The cleaning lady was stunned. Had the headquarters been robbed? Should she call the police? Just as she was uncertain, the bearded general manager Rolls came down from the elevator, expressionless, and instructed, "It's fine. Just clean up. Don't worry about anything else." The janitor was confused but dared not disobey the order. A few of them focused on cleaning, and it seemed they vaguely heard General Manager Rolls mutter something under his breath. "Eileen Harold, I never want to deal with that woman again in my life." Several cleaning staff exchanged glances, a hint of curiosity rising in their hearts. "Eileen Harold, who is that?" Zhang Lu was completely unaware of what had happened at the headquarters. He was nervously preparing with his teammates for the Champions League final starting a week later, the day after Porto defeated Deportivo La Coruña to advance. Their opponents had already been determined. Chapter 225, the final, Part 1. On May 26, 2004, at the German Arena auf Schalke. This season's Champions League final would be contested between the 2 dark horses, Porto and Monaco. The match would be officiated by Danish referee Kim Milton Nielsen, an internationally recognized referee known for his fair and strict officiating. UEFA's decision to assign him to this year's final demonstrated their significant emphasis on the first Champions League since the reform. At 7:40 p.m. local time, guided by FIFA's fair play flag, the 4-man Danish referee team entered the field first. Behind them followed the starting lineups of both teams, streaming out of the player tunnel. In the live broadcast room of Sports Channel 5, commentator Lu Jianhong, who was commentating on the Champions League final for the first time, appeared somewhat excited. Dear viewers, you are now watching Sports Channel 5's live broadcast of the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League final at the German Arena auf Schalke, where the Portuguese side Porto faces off against the French side Monaco in a fierce battle. I'm your old friend Lu Jianhong, and I will be joined by Tao Wei to provide commentary for this match. Chapter 226, the final, Part 2, looking at the starting lineup of Porto in his hands. Lu Jianhong's face flashed a look of surprise. Unlike previous matches, Coach Mourinho had made adjustments to the lineup. The goalkeeper remained the same, number 99, Vitor Bea. The four defenders were unchanged. Number 2, João Costa. Number 4, Carvalho. Number 8, Valente. Number 22, Paulo Ferreira. The mad coach's change was in the midfield. The two defensive midfielders, who had always been number 6 Costinha partner with number 10 Deco, saw Deco still in the starting lineup today, but his position had moved forward. Partnering with Costinha as the two defensive midfielders was number 11 Delny. On the left side of central midfielder Deco was number 18 Maniche. And on the right side was number 7 Zhang. The lone forward remained number 19, the speedy Carlos Alberto. Mourinho's lineup was quite peculiar. It looked like a traditional 4-5-1 formation, but the positioning was 4-2-1-2-1. Such a complex formation is generally not used by coaches in a Champions League final. In such situations, teams need to focus on solid defense. With the trophy just a step away, no one wanted to be a stepping stone for the opponent to ascend to the throne. One must say, Mourinho's choice of such an odd shape carried significant risk. Chapter 227, the final, Part 3. It seemed that Zhang had eyes on his back. Before Julie's destructive sliding tackle could reach him, he nudged the ball and forcefully leaped up. The Monaco captain slid through the air. Zhang Li's body floated down gracefully after hovering for over a second, landing lightly beside Julie. He turned his head and flashed a brilliant smile at the grimacing Monaco captain, then rushed after the rolling football. Zhang Li's smile, in Julie's eyes, turned into mockery of his incompetence. Damn it! The Monaco captain struggled to retract his long leg, which was almost in a split, and was about to get up to continue chasing. A piercing pain shot from the root of his left thigh. Julie's face, which had been ashen, quickly turned pale. The body that had initially tried to stand up collapsed back onto the ground, curling up like a shrimp. The pain was unbearable. In an instant, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down the Monaco captain's face. The referee hesitated for a moment, but the whistle did not blow. Porto had not committed a foul and was currently on the attack. Number 7 Bernard screamed, "Captain, are you okay? Did you pull something?" In the midst of excruciating pain, Julie almost choked on the words from this idiot. Chapter 228, the final, Part 4. As Deco passed the ball, Zhang, who had been jogging slowly, suddenly accelerated as if they shared a telepathic connection. The defender assigned to him, Roten, was taken aback and hurriedly took 2 steps to stay close. Originally, this tactic was very effective. Roten relied on sticking closely to cut off the connection between Zhang and his teammates. He took it for granted that the opponent would still be blocked by him this time. Roten paid the price for his youth. After accelerating, Zhang suddenly came to a quick stop. This simple action caught Roten, who was defending him, off guard and unable to break in time. Zhang easily shook off the defense. Just then, Deco's pass arrived. This exquisite tacit cooperation was as perfect as if they had practiced it countless times. As a rising star cultivated by Monaco, Roten was not incompetent. Realizing he was faked out by Zhang Li's feint, he immediately used his waist and abdomen strength to forcibly stop his forward momentum. Even if the opponent got the ball, Roten would continue to cling to him until his teammates came to help defend. He had teammates, and so did Zhang, shaking off Roten's close defense. Zhang received Deco's pass and pushed the ball back with the arch of his foot. Before Roten could return, the ball rolled back to Deco in the center. Chapter 229. Another one-on-one encounter. Monaco's offensive momentum became increasingly frantic after conceding a goal. If they couldn't equalize the score before halftime, it would have a huge impact on their tactical arrangements for the rest of the match. The Porto players also knew that the first 10 minutes after scoring were when the opponent's counterattack was the most fierce. All players, including Alberto and Zhang, retreated to their half to assist in defense. In the remaining minutes of the first half, both teams seemed to be conducting an attack-defense drill. Monaco attacked around the opponent's penalty area. In contrast, Porto's 3 lines stood firm like rocks constantly battered by giant waves at the seaside. Monaco tried to play high balls, but they were all intercepted by Porto's defenders, who cleared the danger. When high balls failed, Deschamps instructed the players to switch to ground play. As a result, this attempt became even more difficult. Monaco struggled to break through the first line of defense, where Zhang and Alberto found it extremely challenging. Not to mention the subsequent midfield barrier. The impenetrable defense forced Monaco's attacking players to keep passing the ball around the periphery. Time quietly passed by unnoticed, until the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score remained unchanged. Chapter 230. The field becomes a coliseum after the start of the second half. Zhang Li's Karen Hero boots finally had their moment to shine. His incredible speed of 13 seconds for 100 meters allowed him to leave the defending players far behind. He charged into Monaco's penalty area, with only the nervous Roma and the 427-meter wide goal in front of him. Zhang Li felt calm inside. This wasn't his first time facing the opponent's goalkeeper alone. The muscles twitching on Roma's face appeared particularly clear in his eyes. With a gentle poke from his left foot, Zhang Li's right foot swung high back. Roma rushed out to challenge, pushing off the ground with both feet and diving towards Zhang Li. This Italian goalkeeper was already prepared for a hard shot to the face. It was said that Porto's number 7 loved to kick the ball at the goalkeeper's face. In Roma's fearful gaze, Zhang Li's right foot came down. It was a feint. Roma's pupils contracted slightly. Faced with such a calm opponent, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. All of this happened in an instant. As Zhang Li's right foot landed, his left foot, which was originally supporting his body, bizarrely wrapped around his right leg and kicked the ball. A nutmeg shot. The thought flashed through Roma's mind, but he could only watch as the ball slowly flew into the net. Chapter 231. The consequences of angering Zhang Li. The referee rushed over, blowing his whistle urgently to remind the players to stay calm. With the help of the 2 assistant referees, Danish referee Kim Milton Nielsen finally managed to control the situation. Morientes, who committed a malicious foul and instigated the conflict, was sent off with a straight red card. As for Zhang Li, who pushed Morientes in defense of his teammate, he received his first yellow card of the UEFA Champions League season. A hint of regret flashed in Morientes' eyes as he glanced deeply at Zhang Li before turning and slowly walking off the field. Zhang spat at his back. "What are you looking at? Next time we meet, I'll take you down." Porto's on-field players came over one by one to pat him on the shoulder. Being the first to stand up for Deco elevated Zhang Li's status among his teammates. Number 6, Costiani, angrily said, "Brothers, in the next match, we're playing not just for ourselves, but also to seek justice for Deco." Center back Carvalho, who thrived on chaos, shouted loudly, "Yes, let's take down Monaco." Other players chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, Porto's team doctor was conducting an emergency examination on the injured Deco. Thankfully, Chapter 232. The loser who delays time, it seemed to confirm Deschamps' suspicions. Zhang Li, who dribbled past 5 opponents in one go, once again found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Monaco's goalkeeper Roma waved his arms, tried to enlarge his defensive area, but despair filled his heart. Zhang Li's previous goal had completely shattered this Italian goalkeeper's confidence. From the beginning, Roma never thought he could save the opponent's one-on-one chance. The posture he made to save was just to show others that he had tried his best. It wasn't that Roma was incapable. It was just that the opponent was too cunning. Goalkeeper Roma made his second rush out. In the sports broadcast studio, Liu Jianhong excitedly shouted, "Zhang Li again." He started from midfield, dribbling past 5 defenders to find himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper again. This time, can Zhang Li fool Roma and score? Xiao Taowei let out a long breath. He had been so nervous since Zhang Li started that he even forgot to breathe. His eyes widened, afraid of missing any thrilling moment. It wasn't until Zhang Li charged into the opponent's penalty area and faced Roma again that Xiao Taowei finally had the chance to exhale. Chapter 233. Time is running out for Porto. The Danish referee officiating this match looked helpless. As an international referee who had officiated over 100 intercontinental matches, he was encountering such a scene for the first time. It was evident that Monaco's players were deliberately wasting time. If one didn't look at the scoreboard, one might think that it was Monaco leading by a large margin. Kim Milton Nielsen hesitated for a while, but couldn't find a reason to penalize Monaco's players for time wasting. In desperation, the referee could only cast a pleading glance at Deschamps, who was staring blankly at the sidelines. "Hey, this is the Champions League final. Aren't you afraid of UEFA imposing additional penalties for such negative play?" Deschamps understood the referee's intentions and couldn't help but curse his players inwardly. Damn it, How could they openly give up in front of so many fans and countless media cameras? Deschamps shouted loudly from the sidelines, forcing forwards McCoy and poor Zult to kick the ball out. Their instinct was correct. After the kickoff, the entire Porto team immediately went crazy, starting to apply full pressure. It seemed these guys' stamina was completely unaffected by the match. The Monaco players had already lost their fighting spirit, and with Morieni sent off, they were playing one man down. Chapter 234. Long-range shot from midfield Zhang. Look could tell that the referee's bias was leaning toward Monaco. This was understandable. People tend to sympathize with the weak. Unfortunately, this time you have provoked me. Thinking about the provocative gesture Morieni's made when he left the field, a flame burned in Zhang Li's heart. Did Morieni's really think he could get lucky and eliminate Real Madrid, becoming invincible? Today, I will let you see what it means that there are always people better than you, and that there are skies beyond the sky. The referee, Kim Milton-Nelson, raised his hand to check his watch, reminding Zhang Lu that he could blow the final whistle at any moment. At the same time, Deco's pass rolled to his feet. Ding! The system detected that the host's anger level had skyrocketed, triggering the hidden combination skill. Flash of inspiration. Carlos's powerful curved shot. Hidden combination skill? What is this? Zhang Lu didn't have time to think about it. The moment the system notification sounded, he already knew what he should do. There were less than 20 seconds left in the match. The Monaco players, exhausted from fighting for the entire game, were eager for Kim Milton-Nelson to blow the whistle. Their defense against Zhang Lu had become considerably more relaxed than before. Chapter 235. Zhang Li spokesperson. Just as the match ended, reporters who had been waiting outside rushed in, surrounding Zhang Lu. Zhang, after winning the final against Monaco, what do you have to say? Zhang Lu smiled innocently and replied, I'm sorry, I don't understand English. Please ask your question in Mandarin. This was his common excuse. The fate between him and Su Yoshi began with this phrase when they met on the streets of Porto. Thinking of Su Yoshi, Zhang Lu unconsciously turned his gaze towards the stands. There were so many people that he couldn't distinguish if Su Yoshi was among them. Although he couldn't see her, his intuition told him that she was definitely somewhere, quietly watching the field. Zhang Li's answer left the reporters confused. No one understood what he said. After all, Mandarin is not as easy to learn as English. Zhang Li didn't have time to deal with these media people and casually pulled over the watching center-back Carvalho. This Carvalho is my spokesperson. You can ask him any questions. Then, he repeated this in Portuguese to the bewildered Carvalho. Go ahead, Carvalho, showcase your talents, and have fun misleading them. Chapter 236. Mourinho's plans. The UEFA president is Swedish Johan Sant. He has served continuously for 14 years since 1990. Although the old man is quite aged, he is still very spirited. He put medals around the necks of Porto players, one by one, and casually punched a few of them lightly on the chest. What great young men! Every player who received a punch from old Johan showed a blissful, silly smile. Even Mourinho, who always looked cool, was grinning from ear to ear. This represented recognition from the highest football association in Europe. The 18 players on the match roster, including the backup goalkeeper and the center-back Manuel, who didn't play a single minute, all received a Champions League winner's medal. These guys, grinning with their big front teeth, were happier than anyone else. Number 17, Bozingwa, even secretly took his medal and bit it. Delny, standing next to him, elbowed him and whispered, What are you doing? Bozingwa smiled innocently. Hey, I'm just checking if this thing is pure gold. If I run out of money one day, I can sell it in an emergency. Chapter 237. Counterfeit System. Hurting the host. The impact of Porto winning the championship was greater than they had imagined. On the return flight, the bearded general manager Rolls unexpectedly announced on behalf of the owner that the entire team would have a holiday. The players, who had worked hard for a whole season, couldn't help but cheer when they heard the news of the holiday. Alberto, who usually sat with Zhang Lu, excitedly said, Zhang, during this holiday, I'm going to the Caribbean. There are tons of bikini beauties there. Do you want to come? Zhang Lu forced a smile that looked worse than crying and replied, No, Carlos. I want to take advantage of the holiday to go back home and see my parents. Alberto was taken aback, feeling a bit disheartened. Okay, but you're missing out on a huge opportunity. Zhang Li's facial muscles twitched a couple of times, and he said nothing. Huge opportunity, my foot. I get a headache just hearing the word beauty now. Tsuyoshi invited me to Jeju Island. Eileen said she wanted to go to the Alps, and Monica wanted to go to the Vatican. I can't even use a clone technique. What can I do in the face of these hints? Luckily, I quickly thought of using the excuse of visiting my parents to dodge these three girls. Otherwise, I would definitely be in a mess right now. Chapter 238. Is this an upgrade or downgrade? Ding. System notification. Equip the Kanigia boots. Usage time extended to 90 minutes. Cooldown time, 300 hours. The first message made Zhang ecstatic. However, the subsequent cooldown time made his heart sink. 300 hours? Isn't that nearly 2 weeks? This means that the Kanigia boots, which could be used weekly, would now only be usable once every 2 weeks. Is this an upgrade or a downgrade? Zhang felt that he was once again duped by the unscrupulous system. Before he could continue questioning, the guilty system left a message and immediately made itself scarce. All right, host, the promise I made to you has been fulfilled. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. Goodbye. Zhang was furious. No, come back, you dog system, you scam me again. This time, no matter who pleads for you, I will definitely file a complaint. Do you hear me? I will file a complaint. No matter how much he raged in his consciousness, the system remained silent. Finally, Zhang could only reluctantly keep quiet and shift his consciousness back. Saying he would complain was just to scare the dog system. Chapter 239. Real Madrid's big moves, fortunately. Regarding the choice of head coach for the next season, Baldano had done his homework and immediately straightened his chest to speak confidently. The preliminary candidates for head coach include Brazil's Scolari and Argentina's Sampaoli. Florentino looked at him meaningfully, his gaze unwavering. Baldano's voice grew smaller and smaller as he felt his heart racing. Did the old man see through something? Florentino remained silent for a moment before lifting his eyelids to ask, "Are they all South American coaches?" Baldano's heart sank. Oh no. His little thoughts had indeed been seen through by the old man. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. No, of course not. There's also Italy's Silver Fox Lippi and Camacho, who was originally leading Benfica in the Portuguese Super League. Both of their contracts will expire this year. Florentino raised his eyebrows slightly. Camacho. He seems to be Spanish, right? Baldano felt a jolt of relief when he realized his boss didn't pursue the matter of his intention to form a small circle. And he respectfully replied, yes. Camacho led Benfica to 2 second-place finishes and 1 third place in the Portuguese Super League. He is a very capable coach. At this point, if Baldano still couldn't see the boss's thoughts, then all these years would have been in vain. Chapter 240. Florentino will see England, Manchester United headquarters. Sir Ferguson, with a slightly hunched back, walked into the building with a beaming face. The city's rival, Manchester City's rising star, the chubby Rooney, had finally confirmed that he would join his team in the summer transfer window. To acquire this outstanding talent, Manchester United needed to pay $27 million. In Ferguson's view, this money was well spent. With this chubby forward partnering with Cristiano Ronaldo, whom they bought last summer, Manchester United could establish a dynasty to rival any major club. On the front line, the severely declining form of Van Nistelrooy could finally be removed from the roster. If they could successfully sign Porto's midfield core Zhang, the lineup will be perfect. Regardless of the occasion, Ferguson never concealed his admiration for Zhang, perhaps because he liked this young man from the East too much. Ferguson even signed a winger from the same Eastern summer country during the winter transfer window earlier this year. Ferguson would never admit that in his mind, Dong Fangzhuo was brought in as a substitute for Zhang. He always told others that he was attracted to the other's potential. In reality, the true thoughts of the old manager had always been kept deep inside, without telling anyone. Chapter 241. Zhang, the Tang monks meet Italy, Milan, Inter Milan headquarters. Maratti sat firmly at the head of the table and asked seriously, what is the current progress regarding the team's overhaul for next season? Facing Maratti was club general manager Beppe Marotta and the newly promoted executive vice president Grant Barrucci. The two exchanged glances, and it was Beppe who took the responsibility to report, Sir, we have nearly finalized talks with the agent of AC Milan's midfielder Pirlo. We're just waiting to see what transfer fee they will set for him. Maratti frowned. Pirlo is getting a bit old. What about other options? Beppe Marotta respectfully replied, Chelsea has agreed to loan us Verón. Maratti slammed the table in anger. Abramovich has calculated well. Loaning Verón to us while occupying Inter's transfer budget and clearing a spot in midfield for Zhang, humph. No one is a fool. Maratti saw through Chelsea owner Abramovich's little scheme. Seeing through was one thing, but whether or not to actively cooperate with the other side was another choice altogether. Chapter 242. Flight attendant Hathaway Zhang bought an economy class ticket. It wasn't that he couldn't afford first class. His income this year in Porto was enough for him to charter a plane directly home. The inherent modesty and humility of Easterners made him feel there was no need to do so. After all, it was just a trip home. Why be so ostentatious? The main reason was that when Zhang bought the ticket, first-class seats were sold out and only economy class was available. As the airplane door closed, the flight attendant sweetly announced repeatedly, "The flight P912 to the capital of the summer country is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. Thank you for your cooperation, and we wish you a pleasant journey." The flight attendant repeated the announcement in Portuguese, English, and Chinese. Zhang obediently fastened his seatbelt, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, a commotion came from the front row. "What the hell? We paid money. Why can't we upgrade to first class?" Zhang Li's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. The somewhat effeminate voice was actually speaking in Chinese. A tall flight attendant, bending over with her back to Zhang Li, was quietly explaining to that person, "I'm really sorry, sir. First class is already full, and we cannot upgrade you. Please understand." Chapter 243. The frenzied reporter in the front row, the androgynous Peter, was complaining to the girl in sunglasses. "Ling Ling, why didn't you let me scratch that bastard just now?" The girl in sunglasses with a mask on smirked coldly. "Fool, didn't you realize that man is Zhang Li?" The effeminate one was taken aback. "Ling Ling, who is Zhang Li?" The girl in sunglasses shot him a glare. This year, as hottest midfielder in the top 5 European leagues, also a banner for summer country players going abroad. The effeminate one still couldn't figure out who Zhang Li was. He usually didn't pay attention to sports. Upon hearing that Zhang Li played football, a hint of disdain crossed his face. "Ling Ling, isn't Wei Xiao the team leader of the national team? Let him deal with this blind player. It should be a piece of cake." What the effeminate one said happened to resonate with the girl in glasses. Offending me, Li Lingjun, and still wanted to mix in the football circle. It's simply a dream. The man behind her was Wei Chenghui, a powerful figure in the summer country's football scene. With his connections in the summer country's football circle, it would be a piece of cake to blacklist a player. At the very least, this Zhang Li should never expect to join the national team in his lifetime. Chapter 244. The talkative driver after much negotiation. The group of media reporters finally let Zhang Li leave. Once he got in the taxi, Zhang Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Next time he returns home, he must disguise himself. He really didn't expect his fame to be so great back home. In fact, this is not surprising. The football of Xia country has always been firmly suppressed by neighboring South Gaoli. Even the once-defeated team from Dongyin has rapidly risen in recent years. Only Xia country's football level has regressed instead of progressing. After finally producing a world-class star like Zhang Li, how can they not feel proud? With Zhang Li, the World Cup finals will no longer be a case of forgetting to pay respects to the ancestors. The driver kept glancing at Zhang Li in the rearview mirror. "Are you Zhang Li from Porto?" Zhang Li was taken aback. Could it be that I just escaped the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's lair again? With a wary expression, he asked, "Yes, I am Zhang Li." The driver was overjoyed. "It really is Zhang Li. I knew it when I saw you just after you got in the car. I just didn't dare to recognize you. You don't look as handsome as on TV." Zhang Li rolled his eyes in silence. Is this how the drivers in the capital compliment people? Chapter 245. The focus of the 6th Middle School Family Compound. The 6th Middle School Family Compound is an old-style building from over a decade ago. Most of the residents are teachers from the 6th Middle School and their families. Because everyone is familiar with each other, neighbors like to gather in the open area downstairs after dinner to chat and enjoy the cool breeze. In recent days, the main topic of conversation in the 6th Middle School Family Compound has been Zhang Xingyuan. Old Zhang also enjoys this feeling of being the center of attention. After dinner every day, he would toss down his chopsticks, leave a remark about going downstairs for a stroll, and then quickly disappear. Although he claimed to be going for a stroll, every time he went downstairs, he would appear among the chatting crowd. Today was no exception. In early June, the temperature in Fengtian was still not too high. A large group of familiar faces had gathered downstairs, engaging in lively discussions. Zhang Xingyan walked out of the corridor, holding a newly bought purple clay teapot, swaying with each step. A sharp-eyed neighbor spotted the portly old Zhang from a distance and called out, "Hey, Xingyuan, you're late today?" Zhang Xingyuan smiled modestly. "Late? It's about the same as yesterday." Someone made space for him and cheerfully beckoned. "Xingyuan, come, sit here." Chapter 246. Uninvited guests back at home. Zhang Li slept exceptionally soundly. Coupled with the exhaustion from traveling and the effects of jet lag, he slept until the afternoon, waking up feeling refreshed. He opened the bedroom door, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and called out, "Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm starving." "Yes, yes, yes." Qian Limin quickly ran out from the balcony, holding a small spray bottle. It seemed she had just been watering the flowers. "Zhang Xingyuan, are you still standing there like a telephone pole? Didn't you hear my son say he's hungry?" Old Zhang, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and reading the newspaper, reluctantly stood up upon hearing his wife's complaint. "I don't quite understand. Who is the head of this family?" Hearing her husband still dare to argue, Qian Limin widened her eyes and angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry to the kitchen and bring out the food. Can't you see my son is starving thin?" Zhang Xingyuan's hand shook, and his face twitched in shock. Starving thin? Teacher Zhang's gaze landed on his son's robust 12-pack abs, filled with disbelief. "Old Qian, do you call this thin? After 20 years of marriage, I still haven't discovered that you have selective blindness." Chapter 247. Neo Erming wore a smug expression on his chubby face. The training team was his trump card. He didn't believe Zhang Lu would dare to refuse the call-up from the training team. Once in the training team, whether he wanted to play or not would be up to him. Neo Erming raised his short, thick eyebrows, waiting for Zhang Li's response with a half-smile. His sycophant, Wei Chengwei, also understood his master's thoughts. They had used this method to deal with several disobedient troublemakers. This guy wore a mocking expression, looking forward to the show. Qian Limin blurted out, "What national team? Our son just got home, and you guys are here to take him away?" Teacher Qian instinctively wanted to help refuse. Zhang Li's eyes flashed, interrupting his mother's words. "Thank you, Chairman Neo. I will definitely report on time." When Qian Limin was about to refuse, Neo Erming's face lit up with joy. He even thought of the headline for tomorrow's news. Overseas player Zhang Lu plays hardball, refuses national team call-up. Is it a moral failure or a degradation of humanity? Haha, I am so talented. Neo Erming could imagine that once such negative news was out, even if Zhang Lu had 10,000 tongues, he wouldn't be able to clarify. Chapter 248. The twin stars of Dongliao, after sending away the uninvited guests from the Football Association, Zhang Lu returned to the house. Qian Limin came over and took his hand. "Son, why didn't you refuse them just now?" Having taught for half her life, she was still unprepared for such scheming. Zhang Lu didn't explain, just smiled and said, "Mom, being able to serve in the national team is the highest honor for a player. How could I refuse?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Qian Limin's face. "But you just got back. Mom doesn't want you to leave." Zhang Xingyuan, wearing an apron, poked his head out from the kitchen and said solemnly, "Xiao Lu is right. Bringing glory to the country is the greatest honor for a player." Qian Limin, filled with anger, finally had an outlet and turned to the oblivious old Zhang, shouting, "Zhang Xingyuan, I see you're living too comfortably." Teacher Zhang instinctively shrank his neck and retreated back into the kitchen. Amidst his busyness, he even gave his son a pleading look. Zhang Lu understood, pulling his mother's hand and smiling. "Mom, don't I go for training the day after tomorrow? I can still stay at home with you for 2 more days." Qian Limin held her son's hand, her eyes reddening. She actually wanted to say that 2 days were not enough. Chapter 249. Targeted. The Dongliao twin stars are regulars on the national team and are very familiar with the training process. With them leading the way, Zhang Lu smoothly completed his check-in. The official responsible for distributing jerseys glanced at the roster and casually said, "Li Jinyu, number 8, Zhao Jinjia, number 9, Zhang Lu, number 44. The faces of the Dongliao twin stars changed slightly as they looked at Zhang Lu. Their numbers were almost fixed in the national team. The training team was made up of familiar faces, and no one would deliberately compete for spots. Zhang Lu, wearing number 44, appears quite odd. As we all know, he wears number 7 for Porto. As the most famous player in this training camp, it is only natural that he should have the number 7 jersey. This is an established convention. Even if there were difficulties in giving him the number 7 jersey, he should at least have the right to choose his own number. Instead, they come in and forcefully assign him the clearly substitute number 44 jersey. Furthermore, in the culture of Xia country, the number 4 sounds like the word for death, making it an unlucky number. Hardly anyone would choose the number 44 jersey. Li Jinyu glared at the official from the Football Association responsible for distributing the jerseys and sternly questioned. Chapter 250. The counterattack of the substitute squad. Wei Chengwei did not make things difficult for Zhang Lu. At least, he did not appear to do so on the surface. As for what he was really thinking, Zhang Lu had his suspicions. However, this guy was well disguised, and he couldn't just rely on baseless speculation to doubt him. Without evidence, no one would believe what he said. On the first day of reporting, Wei Qinghui's performance was quite normal. With the acting head coach absent, he led the players in some light jogging and ball control exercises for recovery. There were no more unexpected issues when distributing rooms. Zhang Lu was assigned to the same room as Li Jinyu from the Dongliao team. From him, Zhang Lu learned some secrets about the training team that he did not know in his past life. There was nothing to say that night. After breakfast the next day, the 30 players participating in the training camp gathered at training ground number 1. Wei Qinghui, as usual, spoke a few words to boost morale before getting to the point. Coach Gao had something urgent and would join everyone tomorrow. Today's training would still be led by me. This morning, we will practice through a match, using group opposition to blend the lineup. This type of training is standard procedure and is not unusual. However, when it came time to divide the groups, Zhang Lu was handed a yellow vest, symbolizing a substitute. Chapter 251, Frustration. The players assigned to the substitute side were all holding back their frustration. These top players from various clubs did not think their level was inferior to others. With Zhang Lu organizing the attack from the defensive midfield position, the passing and cutting combinations of the substitute side were clearly much smoother. 7 minutes after scoring the first goal in the 35th minute of the match, Zhang Lu carried the ball forward from the backfield. Facing the defense of number 7, Shun Siyuan, he easily slipped past with a simple pendulum dribble. In a moment of desperation, Shun Siyuan pulled and tugged, but could not stop Zhang Li's breakthrough. On the main squad, Zhao Jinja, who played as a defensive midfielder, had a strong sense of positioning. He anticipated that Shun Siyuan might not stop Zhang Lu and positioned himself in advance to block his path. A hint of admiration flashed in Zhang Li's eyes. Zhao Gu truly deserved to be the one who hit the post against the Samba team in the World Cup. With this kind of vision, he was definitely among the best in men's football. With his level, he could also be a starter on a mid-tier team in the Portuguese Super League. However, Zhao Jinja's level was still not enough to pose a threat to Zhang Lu. Sorry, Zhao Gu. Just as Zhao Jinja timed his attempt to intercept the ball, he heard a soft apology by his ear. Chapter 252, Female Reporter Zhou Nan. After examining Zhang Li's injury, the team doctor shook his head seriously. Zhang Lu had several bloody wounds on the outer side of his left ankle, a shocking sight. Those were wounds inflicted by Shun Siyuan studs. Wei Qinghui secretly felt pleased, but put on an anxious expression. Hurry! Call an ambulance to take Zhang Lu to the best hospital. We must not let anything happen to his foot. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the entrance of the training ground as several reporters carrying cameras rushed over. Leading the pack was Zhou Nan, the beautiful female reporter from Sports Channel 5. Where is Zhang Lu? I'm Zhou Nan from Channel 5. Can I take a moment of your time for an exclusive interview? Before she even arrived, her clear and pleasant voice had already reached everyone's ears. Wei Qinghui was shocked, angry, and fearful, with a grim expression on his face. Who let the Channel 5 reporters in? A small official from the Football Association next to him whispered a reminder. Captain Wei, the interview with Channel 5 was promised by Chairman Niu a few days ago. Wei Qinghui's expression froze, and he cursed in his heart. Niu Erming, you want to get famous, but you've caused me trouble. What should I do about this situation? Chapter 253, Mutual Destruction, Shun Siyuan. Niu Erming lay comfortably in the high-ranking ward of the second hospital of Fengtian, leisurely squeezing a grape and popping it into his mouth. The grape skin and seeds were spat onto the wall opposite him, where there was already a considerable pile of fruit peels. Niu Erming casually grabbed a banana, peeled it, and bit off half of it. So comfortable. Days like this are almost like being a deity. Calculating the time, Wei Qinghui should have completed the task by now, right? This guy can always carry out my orders thoroughly. This made Niu Erming quite satisfied. With a shake of his chubby hand, the banana peel was accurately tossed to the wall base opposite. Niu Erming took a tissue and wiped his fair and tender hands. Dingling, his Nokia 9690, worth over 8,000, rang urgently. Niu Erming frowned, picked up the phone, and glanced at the caller ID. It was Wei Qinghui calling. His short and thick eyebrows relaxed, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Wei. Has the matter been taken care of? On the other end of the line, Wei Qinghui's voice was filled with undisguised panic. Chairman Niu, something big has happened. Niu Erming's chubby face instantly darkened. Chapter 254, Can't hide it anymore. The media reporters attending the press briefing all widened their eyes. The scene before them shocked these individuals and made them realize that there were hidden issues. The incident of Zhang Li's injury seemed to be more complicated than what Wei Qinghui had just announced. A few sharp-minded reporters had already begun to question Shen Siyuan, who had barged in. Shen Siyuan, do you mean that there are hidden circumstances regarding Zhang Li's injury? Hidden circumstances? Shen Siyuan smiled bitterly and turned to face the horde of reporters with cameras. At this point, I have nothing to fear. It was Wei Changwei who instructed me to teach Zhang Lu a lesson, and now he has thrown me under the bus. The media reporters present erupted in an uproar. No one expected that the mastermind behind this incident was actually Wei Changwei. All eyes turned to the shocked and stunned figure on the podium. Wei Changwei, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumped up in anger. Shen Siyuan, stop talking nonsense. I'm the team leader of the training camp. How could I possibly do such a thing? Damn it, that bastard Shen Siyuan really dares to drag himself down with me. While Wei Changwei felt anxious, he also made up his mind to deny it to the end. Chapter 255. This time, what excuse will you find? Zhang Lu, your injury this time has angered the higher-ups, and they are serious about the Football Association. Neo Erming, Wei Changwei, and these troublemakers have all been taken away, which is really satisfying. Li Jinyu showed no concealment of his joy. Compared to him, Zhao Jinjia was much more composed. Zhang Lu, after your injury heals, we will fight side by side again. A bitter smile flashed across Zhang Li's face. Brother Zhao, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Li Jinyu's heart sank, and he panicked. Zhang Lu, is your injury really incurable? What did the doctor say? He was still thinking about Zhang Lu passing the ball to him for assists. Looking at the expression on Zhang Li's face, Li Jinyu had a bad feeling. Zhang Li's expression was serious, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. The doctor said my injury is severe, and they're afraid they can't do anything about it. Li Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. From Zhang Li's words, it seemed his leg issue wasn't hopeless, but it was still serious. Zhang Lu, don't worry. If it can't be treated domestically, we can go abroad. I know a great doctor in France who is very skilled with joint injuries. Li Jinyu had played in France's Nantes team for a while. Chapter 256. Old hen stewing pigeon soup, Zhang Lu secretly lamented. This time, I really shot myself in the foot. Who would have thought that these women would all coincidentally come to Xia country? Aline could be understood, after all. She was his agent. But Monica was a bit hard to explain. She was more famous than Hollywood stars, a national goddess of Italy. Noticing the doubt in his eyes, Monica Bellucci's ice blue eyes flashed with a strange expression. Zhang, I came to Xia country this time at the invitation of the Asian Cup organizing committee to participate in the opening ceremony rehearsal. A hint of realization passed over Zhang Li's face as he nodded slightly. The twin stars from Dongliao beside him, however, looked even more shocked. The woman in front of them was Monica Bellucci, the so-called national goddess of Italy. Being able to sneak away from everyone to visit Zhang Lu at the hospital spoke volumes. Moreover, the tone in which she spoke seemed more like she was being cautious. Explaining things to Zhang Lu. What in the world is going on? Li Jinyu and Zhao Jinjia exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. There were others in the hospital room, so Monica Bellucci did not act overly intimate with Zhang Lu. Chapter 257. Florentino's wool gathering. Zhang Xingyuan secretly glared at his wife and lowered his voice. The child has grown up and has his own secrets. Can you not pry into everything? Qian Limin muttered softly. What secrets? I'm his mother. Can't I know? Don't let Zhang look like he is afraid of his wife all the time. When it comes to major family matters, he still calls the shots. Qian Limin grumbled quietly and stopped asking further. Zhang Lu breathed a sigh of relief and gave his father a grateful look. Zhang Xingyuan gave his son a reassuring glance. The father and son shared a knowing smile, everything unspoken. Qian Limin rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain. Fine, you're all surnamed Zhang, and I'm just an outsider. Zhang Lu, let me tell you, my future grandson absolutely cannot have red hair and blue eyes. Do you hear me? Zhang Lu broke into a sweat and chuckled awkwardly. Mom, who has red hair and blue eyes? Isn't that a monster? Nonsense. Teacher Qian never pretended to be a model of virtue in front of her husband and son, swore, and coldly laughed. Don't think your mom's eyesight is bad. That foreign girl who just sneaked away from you wasn't she red hair and blue-eyed? Chapter 258. Eileen's secret regarding Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer to Real Madrid. Some were worried, while others were gleeful. Arsenal's Professor Wenger publicly voiced his support for Ronaldo's decision in the media, saying it was the right choice. Staying at Manchester United would only waste his talent. Professor Wenger's implication was a subtle jab at Manchester United coach Ferguson, suggesting he was leading his players astray. This completely enraged the already betrayed Sir Alex Ferguson. Real Madrid, Arsenal, I will never be on good terms with you in this lifetime. C. Ronaldo's move to Real Madrid was undoubtedly the most explosive news since the summer transfer window opened. Back in his rented apartment in Porto, Zhang was shocked when his beautiful agent Eileen personally told him this news, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Little wolf dog. Cristiano Ronaldo insists on going to Real Madrid, even if it means falling out with Ferguson, and the main reason for this is you. Eileen playfully pinched a cherry tomato and fed it to Zhang, teasing him. Zhang was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? A mischievous smile flashed in Eileen's ice-blue eyes. Chapter 259. The person colluding with Eileen after a moment of silence. A familiar voice came through. Zhang, long time no see. Zhang was shocked, his eyes wide. Coach Jose, how is it you? He couldn't believe that the person colluding with Eileen was actually the madman Coach Mourinho. Why can't it be me? Through the phone, Old Moo's voice carried a hint of mockery. If it weren't for me, your mind would be in chaos. Memories from his past life told him. After leading Porto to win the Champions League, Mourinho was invited by Chelsea owner Abramovich to coach at Stamford Bridge. Eileen's performance constantly reminded him that the initial intention of reaching an agreement with the beautiful agent should have been Inter Milan. The coach of the Blue-Black Army next season is Mancini. Old Moo collaborating with Eileen shouldn't mean digging him up to Chelsea, right? Sensing the peculiarity in Zhang Lu's tone, Mourinho smiled. Zhang, I've already promised Mr. Moratti of Inter Milan that I will go to Miazza's stadium next season. Zhang was shocked to the point where his mouth couldn't close. Old Moo is going to Miazza? Yes, not going to Chelsea? Chapter 260. Arriving in Milan on July 16th, Zhang, who had just recovered from a severe injury, attended the press conference held by the Blue-Black Army for him. In front of all the media reporters present, he received the number 7 jersey personally handed to him by Inter Milan President Moratti. After expressing his aspirations about joining Inter Milan as a routine matter, a reporter raised his hand to ask, Mr. Zhang, I am a journalist from the English 442 newspaper. My name is Francisco Infeldi. I would like to ask, what made you give up Manchester United to join Inter Milan? Zhang was taken aback. This reporter Infeldi was probably speaking up for Manchester United's Ferguson. First of all, I want to correct your wording. I have never reached any agreement with Manchester United. Secondly, joining Inter Milan was not influenced by anything, but rather Mr. Moratti's sincerity moved me. It is undeniable that Inter is a great club with a glorious history and a solid fan base. Mr. Moratti is the most personable club owner in the world of football. Being able to wear the blue and black jersey is a very lucky thing for me. Chapter 261. Berdisso as he spoke, a tall figure with a carefree, nonchalant expression walked over. Although he was supposedly apologizing, the mockery in his eyes was evident even to Pep Marotta. Zhang suppressed his anger and glanced at the name on this guy's jersey. Number 4, Berdisso. It's him. Zhang Li's heart stirred. This notorious traitor in Inter's history, whom he had only heard of in his past life but never seen. He didn't expect that the first person to cause trouble on his first day reporting to Inter would be this guy. Accompanying Zhang was general manager Pep Marotta, who looked furious. Nicholas, what are you doing? The unruly South American in front of him was named Nicolas Andres Berdisso. He was a key center back that Inter had recently signed for 5 million euros from Argentine Boca Juniors. This also explains why the football was aimed at the same position as Carvalho. Zhang stopped the furious fool, gently shook his head, signaling him to watch how Pep Marotta would handle this matter. Alberto and Carvalho, compared to the younger Zhang, obeyed. Chapter 262. Materazzi. Pep Marotta pointed to 2 strong men in the crowd. Number 23 Marco Materazzi, number 2 Ivan Cordoba, the team's main center backs. Zhang smiled and nodded to both. Cordoba didn't show any hostility, while the famously foul-mouthed Italian iron defender Materazzi rolled his eyes and let out a heavy snort. Pep Marotta awkwardly rubbed his hands and said quietly, Marco has a good relationship with Pirlo on the national team. Zhang suddenly understood. Materazzi looked down on him because of Pirlo. In fact, this clear-cut personality was somewhat more likable than Berdisso, if it weren't for the occasion. Zhang would have loved to ask this guy what he said to Zidane in the World Cup final 2 years later that led to the latter's fury and headbutt that got him a red card. Zhang struggled to suppress this thought. After all, that was something that would happen in the future. Materazzi felt uneasy under Zhang Li's strange gaze. Why is this Eastern kid smiling at me? Pep Marotta, unaware of the small interactions between the two, continued introducing teammates to Zhang. Chapter 263. Choose a semi-regular starting lineup. Berdisso laughed loudly, turning to his teammates. Brothers, did I hear wrong? This kid said he wants to take us down on the pitch. His Argentine compatriots laughed out loud in agreement. The other players looked at Zhang with increasingly strange expressions. Zhang seemed to ignore everything around him. He stepped forward, getting closer to Berdisso, and firmly said, "Yes. You heard right. What my brother just said is also my intention." This was the first time he showed his dominance after rebirth. The not-so-strong figure gave Berdisso an indescribable pressure. It felt as if the sky above was completely covered, and the suffocating sensation made it hard to breathe. Players close to Berdisso instinctively took a few steps back. Others did the same, and the pressure on Berdisso, at the center of the storm, only grew stronger. As he opened his mouth to speak, the kind of oppressive force that seemed to freeze the air made this troublemaker unable to utter another word. At this moment, Berdisso finally regretted in his heart that he shouldn't have been the first to jump out and provoke Zhang. Chapter 264. The system came through accustomed to failing. The system seemed to know the importance of this moment. Aside from the defensive Case Moreau milk bottle, all other equipment was given to Zhang. The Wind Sun Kanigia boots, the fallen football king Garincha shin guards, and even the Platini wig that Zhang had tossed into the corner to gather dust since he got it, were all equipped. In terms of skills, aside from the triggered Carlos' powerful curveball and the 18 falls, skills like the pendulum dribble, Birdcamp's dance, Puska's change of direction, and others that could be somewhat useful were all enhanced on Zhang. Host, how about it? This system is pretty generous, right? Zhang smiled slightly. Not bad, I guess. After a moment of internal monologue, Zhang directly kicked off from the center circle. Since his side only had 2 people, the opponent believed they could easily steal the ball with just one person pressing. The temporarily playing left-back Zanetti closely followed the rapidly moving Alberto. The 2 forwards, Ricoba and number 9 Julian Cruz, approached from the left and right. Chapter 265. Invincible moment. Marco Materazzi, who had originally rushed up with Berdisso, suddenly stopped, his mouth twitching as if hesitating. A second later, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly restarted. Despite a hint of fear in his eyes, this iron defender, known for his foul mouth, still did not choose to back down. Zhang Li's heart stirred. This guy is quite loyal, not abandoning his teammate to escape. After beating Berdisso 4 or 5 times, Zhang chose to stop. He lifted his left foot and lightly poked the ball straight towards Materazzi. The Italian iron defender didn't expect that such a thin body would dare to confront him head-on. He had no idea that Zhang Li's actions were due to a familiar electronic synthetic voice echoing deep in his consciousness. Ding. The current environment of the host meets the activation conditions for the skill 18 falls of clothing. The passive effect of 18 falls of clothing is triggered. Duration 15 seconds. 15 seconds. System. I really love you. In these 15 seconds, if it were in a game, it would mean invincibility. No matter how big the boss or how fierce the attack, it would all be ineffective. With this confidence in mind, Zhang chose to charge at Materazzi with the ball. Chapter 266. System shifting blame. Goalkeeper Toldo raised his right hand and muttered, "No matter what you all think, I won't lose face again." With someone taking the lead, the other players finally expressed their decision to quit, no longer wanting to play. Berdisso felt a pain in his heart that was far worse than the one on his face. His teammates, who once stood on the same front as him, looked at Zhang with awe. Adriano, the number 10 who had been indifferent from the sidelines, quickly walked onto the field, put his arm around Zhang Li's shoulder, and warmly said, "Brother, remember to pass the ball to me more when we get on the field." Just moments ago, Alberto, who had been full of confidence and looking down on the world, jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, rushing in front of his fellow countrymen and fiercely glowering at him. "Big guy, are you trying to steal my spotlight?" Zhang shot him a glare. "What else with all the nonsense?" Alberto completely ignored his glare, like a protective cat glaring fiercely at Adriano, who was trying to take its food. The latter chuckled. "Hey, Carlos, we're all good friends of Zhang. We're on the same side." "Damn it. Now you're calling yourselves on the same side. But just a moment ago, that group of guys was causing trouble for our brother. Where were you to stop them?" Chapter 267. How dare you take Inter's money and not contribute? After hearing the system's explanation, Zhang finally understood the reason for this situation. It was nothing else. It was simply because, in response to Berdisso's provocation, he chose to confront half of Inter's main lineup alongside Alberto. To ensure everything went smoothly, Zhang Lu communicated with the system and equipped all the gear he could use or not use on himself. Among them was the Platini wig he had received months ago, which he had never figured out its purpose. Zhang Lu was aware that this great player would be embroiled in a huge scandal many years later. Given Platini's poor reputation in his later years, Zhang Lu naturally felt a resistance to using equipment named after him. If the unreliable system were to pull a trick on him, the reputation he had just built could easily be ruined. Ever since obtaining this piece of equipment, Zhang Lu had left it gathering dust in a corner of the system space. This time, with the situation so dire, he didn't care about potential side effects and equipped everything fully, including the Platini wig, which he did not understand the use of. As a result, even until the end of the competition, after the provoking inner players were utterly defeated, Zhang Lu still didn't discover what the Platini wig was actually for. Chapter 268. Go back where you came from. Burdisso turned to look at the voice, his gaze instantly going blank. At the entrance of the hospital room, two middle-aged men had appeared out of nowhere. The one in front had a stern expression and did not smile. He wore a dark red striped shirt, giving him a cool demeanor. Jose Mourinho. Burdisso's pupils suddenly constricted, and a hint of nervousness crept into his expression. Though this guy acted dissatisfied and rebellious behind the scenes, in front of Mourinho, he didn't dare to say anything excessive. Old Mourinho's cold face rare displayed a glimmer of a smile. Burdisso? The troublemaking Burdisso, facing those icy eyes, actually did not dare to make eye contact. Lowering his head sheepishly, he replied softly, yes. Mourinho nodded slightly, his face devoid of any expression. That's good, Burdisso. I'm here today to notify you that your contract with Inter is terminated, and you can go to other teams now. What? Burdisso, unable to maintain the pretense of being injured, jumped up from the hospital bed and loudly questioned, what right do you have to terminate my contract? You're just the head coach of the team. Chapter 269. Ungrateful Burdisso. Burdisso paid the price for his arrogance. There were still 4 days until the start of the 04-05 season. Inter Milan held a press conference announcing the termination of the contract with Argentine center back Nicolas Burdisso. The shockwave caused by this event was not very significant. After all, Burdisso was a newcomer, and his abilities had yet to be proven. 3 days later, the former Boca Juniors main center back, who was kicked out by Inter, also held a press conference. At the conference, Burdisso tearfully accused Inter Milan of being cold-hearted. He downplayed the situation, showcasing an authoritative diagnosis from a Buenos Aires hospital. It was a diagnosis for a little girl with the surname Burdisso, suffering from leukemia. Burdisso used his seriously ill daughter as an excuse to angrily blame Inter in front of the media. His accusations even pointed directly at Inter's president, Moratti. Following that, Burdisso began to publicly exaggerate the protective behavior of Inter's new coach Mourinho, claiming that the reason he was kicked out was due to inadvertently offending Mourinho's favorite disciple. Zhang Lu. Chapter 270. Serie A opening. Zhang Lu stood on the unfamiliar pitch, but he felt not a shred of fear. Since his rebirth, his first dream had been so easily realized. Inter Milan, whether now or years later, was undoubtedly a prestigious club. Being able to join this team was something he never even dared to dream of in his past life. Today, he would don a blue and black jersey for the first time and serve his new team. Deep down, Zhang Lu felt a hint of anticipation for the upcoming match. Ding! The system detects that the host's current situation meets the task release conditions. The task system is triggered. Content as follows. Lead Inter Milan to win against Chievo away, taking the first step to conquer the Apennines. Success in the task will reward a random piece of equipment and add 10,000 reputation points. Failure will deduct 5,000 reputation points. The sudden electronic synthetic voice in his mind startled Zhang Lu, and he felt like crying a bit. It wasn't easy. That bastard system didn't give a single reward when Porto won the championship last year. Unexpectedly, today was my first time logging into Serie A, and I triggered the task system. Chapter 271. The ball passed into the goal. Chievo's head coach, Mario Beretta, was taken aback. The relaxed expression on the opponent's face indicated his complete confidence in his players. Mario Beretta couldn't understand how that black-haired, brown-eyed Eastern boy could break through in such a situation of being surrounded. His question was answered 10 seconds later. Wearing the number 7 jersey, Zhang Lu began to sway his shoulders irregularly. Ronaldo's pendulum dribble. The Chievo defensive midfielder, Riccardo Allegretti, felt his pupils shrink. Ronaldo's signature dribbling move is recognized by anyone who plays football. Many people try to imitate Ronaldo's moves, but few can execute the pendulum dribble as masterfully as the great Ronaldo. This kid in front of him demonstrated proficiency that might even surpass Ronaldo. Ricardo Allegretti was dazzled and didn't know which side to block. A whoosh of wind rushed past his left side. Ricardo Allegretti's heart sank. He knew it was bad and instinctively reached out to grab the figure that had slipped past him. Chapter 272. The Dance of the Ice Prince also applies in Serie A. Adriano, with his bear-like physique, opened his arms and grinned at Zhang Lu, giving him a bear hug. "Zhang, you are truly my lucky star." Zhang Lu forced a smile on his face. Before he could say anything, a dissatisfied voice came from behind. "Hey, big guy, the one who assisted you was me." Adriano turned around at the sound, laughing at Alberto, who had a sulky face. "Carlos, you are also my forever friend. Do we need to say anything about our friendship?" After just a few minutes of the match, this rebellious guy had completely been conquered by the Porto duo. Just look at their cooperation. It was almost frighteningly in sync. If he could get along with them, wouldn't he have to worry about not scoring? Not far away, the starting attacking midfielder, Recoba, had a resentful expression on his face, resembling a spurned wife. Why didn't he run a few more steps back then? If he had been the one at the back post, wouldn't he even the one credited with Inter Milan's first goal of the new season? This shadow striker from Uruguay silently vowed to run more in the upcoming matches and build a good relationship with Zhang Lu. Chapter 273. Penalty Cooperation. Luciano's pupils suddenly constricted. Even though the match had only been going on for a short while, Zhang Li's terrifying breakthrough ability still made him feel alarmed. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered in his career. No exceptions. Luciano's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and strained to chase from behind. Damn it. Even with the ball at his feet, Zhang Li's speed was still faster than Luciano's. The Chivo winger could only watch helplessly as his opponent sped away, the distance between them growing ever larger. The roles of offense and defense for both teams had suddenly reversed. The originally advancing Chivo formation became chaotic in an instant. Players who were preparing to participate in the attack or were planning to help teammates break the defense all collectively froze. This was a natural reaction for players after conceding a goal. The difference between stars and ordinary players often lies in the fact that stars can compress this moment of freezing into the shortest time possible. Inter Milan's Adriano and shadow striker Recoba were both like that. While Zhang Lu leaned against the defender, these two quickly rushed toward Chivo's penalty area without looking back. They trusted Zhang Lu more than anyone else in the team. Chapter 274. Recoba. Actually, I also have half Chinese blood. Recoba had been holding back his energy for a long time. Even before the season started, he had a strong sense of crisis. The shadow striker position is actually quite awkward. In front of him are Adriano and Vieri, and in the same position, there are Dayon and number 9 Julian Brizan competing with him. Zhang Lu, the $80 million signing, can also play this position. Recoba's inclusion in the starting lineup had an element of luck. He wanted to score more than anyone else. The moment Zhang Lu executed the penalty, Recoba, who had been ready to go, darted out like a rabbit shot by a hunter. He didn't guess that Zhang Lu would pass. Recoba harbored a slight fantasy. What if Chivo's goalkeeper Luca got lucky and saved Zhang Li's penalty? He rushed over with the idea of picking up a rebound. Recoba didn't expect that while he was running, a black and white football suddenly rolled across his path. Thank you. Holy Mary, a pie fell from the sky at last. Without thinking much, Recoba lifted his leg and sent the ball into the opponent's empty net. Chivo's goalkeeper, Luca Marchigiani, was still lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up. Chapter 275. Except for Recoba, everyone is happy. In Zhang Li's daydreaming, the match continued. Chivo's forward restarted from the center circle for the third time. Amori's eyes were fierce, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. In front of over 40,000 fans at home, being dominated by the opponent was definitely not a pleasant feeling. If they couldn't score a goal back, he felt he would never be able to lift his head in this stadium. Amori looked up, his eyes fixed on his old partner, Sergio Pellissier. The tacit understanding developed from years of fighting side by side allowed the latter to easily understand Amori's thoughts. They nodded simultaneously, instantly in sync. Attack. This is the league. Goal difference isn't that important. Losing 1 is losing. Losing 3 is also losing. After the kickoff, Chivo's two forwards unexpectedly did not pass the ball back to their midfield teammates to organize. Amori dribbled the ball and charged towards the opponent's half. The Inter players didn't expect this guy to rush in alone. For a moment, they were caught off guard. Zhang Li's eyes flickered, and he silently recited Casemiro's yogurt bottle. An invisible beam of light flashed by, and Casemiro's yogurt bottle was already equipped on Zhang Li. Chapter 276, Alberto's Biological Weapon. In the second half of the match, the away team Inter Milan slowed down their attacking pace. Chievo seized the opportunity and executed a few effective counterattacks. Unfortunately, their forwards lacked a bit of luck in scoring. Neither Amori nor Pellissier could break through the goal guarded by Toldo. Chievo's closest scoring opportunity came in the 58th minute. At that time, they initiated an attack from the midfield. The number 10 midfield core, Andrea Zanchetta, made a powerful pass behind the defense, which reached the right flank. Number 7 right winger Franco Simioli shook off the defensive entanglement of an Inter Milan left-sided player and successfully received the ball near the sideline. Subsequently, Franco dribbled the ball directly towards the baseline. Mourinho's 3 center-back system was finally exploited by the opponent. The 2 full-backs pushed forward, while the 3 defenders were positioned relatively close to the center. This gave Franco Simioli the opportunity to cross from the baseline. He continued to carry the ball straight towards the baseline, and only then did Inter's left center-back Carvalho come forward. Franco did not initially approach the penalty area, intending to draw at least one of the opponent's 3 center-backs out. Chapter 277, the free kick master's performance in his life. Amori probably had never experienced such treatment. Being spat on the forehead by Alberto, he was completely stunned. He didn't dare to wipe it off, and not wiping it felt even more disgusting. Just when he was in a dilemma, the referee, who had been waiting for an opportunity for a long time, finally stepped in between the brawling players for both teams. The number 11 in the red and yellow jersey committed a malicious foul and was sent off with a red card. Just as Amori was about to raise his hand to wipe his forehead, his arm froze in midair. "Referee, I am the victim." The referee paid no attention to his resentful expression and coldly pointed to Toldo, the Inter goalkeeper, who was receiving treatment nearby. "He is the victim, right?" Amori's face turned green, just like the spit on his forehead. He opened his mouth several times, but could not find a reason to argue. The referee's punishment was indisputable. "Referee, Inter's number 7 kicked me from behind. Why don't you give him a red card?" In a moment of desperation, Amori pointed at Zhang Li, hoping to shift the blame onto him. The referee, who had initially raised a red card, smirked coldly at the comment and put the card back in his pocket. He then took out a yellow card from his shirt pocket and raised it high toward Zhang Li. Chapter 278, Regaining Facebang. This was the sound made when the foot connected with the football. The Chievo players forming the wall were startled. This sound, like a war drum, struck their hearts solidly, causing their heartbeats to skip a beat. By the time they reacted and realized they should jump, it was too late. The football, accompanied by a whistling sound, flew over their heads. Of course, even if they had jumped, they could not have stopped Zhang Li's free kick. The football, like a precision-guided missile, soared over the wall and began to descend rapidly. Although Chievo goalkeeper Luca Marchigiani made the correct judgment and tried to leap to clear the ball, Zhang Li's shot was too fast and the angle was too tricky. Luca's fingertips still failed to touch the football. With a whoosh, the net behind him began to shake violently. 3 o'clock. Inter had completely secured the victory. The entire Chievo home ground fell into a dead silence. Only the home DJ's somewhat bitter voice continued to sound. Inter Milan's number 7 Sierra Leone's Zhang scores directly from a free kick, making the score 3-0. Soft sobs could be faintly heard from the home stands. Chapter 279, Expedition to Bremen. Fontana's lack of match experience made him appear unusually flustered when facing a one-on-one situation. In contrast, Chievo striker Dynaboji was quite the opposite. He remained exceptionally calm when facing the goalkeeper, with the tip of his foot gently flicking the bottom of the ball. It flew over Fontana's head and into the net. With a boom, the Chievo home fans erupted. "Our team has not been defeated. The players are still fighting hard." Those fans who originally planned to leave felt a feverish flush on their faces, ashamed of their disgraceful behavior. After scoring, Dynaboji slid to his knees by the sideline, excitedly shouting. He knew what this goal represented. The more than 40,000 home fans echoed his shout, producing a deafening cheer. Mario Beretta breathed a sigh of relief. With this goal, he could finally provide an explanation to the club's higher-ups. Even with 3 goals down and 1 player less, we did not give up. Mourinho's face was as dark as water, a bit furious at the players' laxity. That bastard Cordoba had great skills, but he had to correct the typical South American player's laziness. Chapter 280. Sunglasses, mask, and hooded sweatshirt. Werder Bremen Club was established in 1899. In the Bundesliga, it is also a long-standing team. Bremen's home ground is located in the small town of Bremen by the Weser River in northern Germany. The stadium is called Weser Stadium and can accommodate 936 fans at the same time. Historically, Werder Bremen has won the Bundesliga championship 3 times, the most recent being last season. Under the leadership of the accomplished young coach Thomas Schaaf, this team outperformed the long-standing powerhouse Bayern Munich to claim the 3rd league championship trophy in its history. The year 2004 was a season filled with miracles in European football. The most talked about was the dark horse Greece in the European Championship, which created a fairy tale-like myth. This team, which relied on defensive counterattacks, unexpectedly stood at the top of the podium against many championship favorites in the European Championship held in Portugal. The second miracle was, of course, the young coach Mourinho, who led the second-tier Porto to win the first Champions League title after the restructuring, relying on tenacious defense. This established the Special One as a world-class manager. Chapter 281. Rebecca women are trouble. Especially beautiful women. They're an even bigger hassle. Zhang knows this well. Tsuyoshi, Aaron, and Monica, any of them being known to the public would cause a major uproar. Zhang did not want to be the center of attention. It wasn't that he was afraid of anything else, just that he feared trouble. Hearing that he refused to join in the excitement. The 3 fools showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. Without Zhang leading the way, they did not dare to provoke Mourinho's bad luck, especially since Recoba and Alberto had just been severely dealt with by the old Mourinho. Even now, the 2 guys still had cramping calves. They wanted to see the excitement, but were afraid that Mourinho would settle scores later. 3 bored guys exchanged glances and simultaneously pleaded with Zhang, "Boss, go on. Rebecca Ferguson is the hottest young star in Sweden, and there's a rumor that she's Sir Ferguson's daughter." "Yeah, boss, I heard Rebecca's long legs are over a meter long." Alberto, who said this, slurped at his drooling mouth, his eyes full of yearning. Zhang turned around and left. He was afraid of being misunderstood if he stayed any longer. Chapter 282. 4th sister? Zhang instinctively nodded. "Yeah, I'm Zhang." He said this while still feeling a bit dazed. It wasn't that the mysterious woman's actions made Zhang nervous. After all, he was an experienced veteran. What shocked Zhang was that the woman in front of him, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hoodie, had such an astonishing appearance. She was completely different from his imagined image of someone with vitiligo, whose face would be covered in spots. She had a square face with an innate noble aura. For the first time, Zhang realized that not only girls with oval faces could be beautiful. Some people, even with more masculine facial features, could still exude an ethereal charm. The mysterious woman across from him flashed a hint of anger on her delicate face, seemingly displeased with Zhang Li's gaze. Damn, this woman was indeed playing both sides. Just a moment ago, she had softly asked for help, and now she was turning hostile faster than flipping a page. Outside, heavy footsteps sounded like a bear running. "Boss, Zhang, Coach Mourinho wants us to wait for you." Zhang furrowed his brows in annoyance. Anyone's good deed would be disrupted, and their expression wouldn't be pleasant. Chapter 283. I'm grabbing it, just because he's Monica's man. On the other end of the phone, the wise old man shifted his thoughts and tentatively asked, "Rebecca, have you encountered something?" The old man found it strange. What kind of change could make his proud niece alter her view of football players? She had never liked this profession. Of course, as the favored daughter of the Ferguson family, Rebecca was fully qualified to say such things. No one could see the expression behind the mask of Uncle Rebecca. She hesitated and stammered, I met the person you mentioned." The old man on the other end of the phone was taken aback and reflexively asked, "Rebecca, who did you meet?" The only part of the big star visible, her willow-like eyebrows unconsciously raised, and she pouted. "Who else could it be? Of course it's Zhang, the one you've been talking about." "It's him?" The old man on the other end seemed not to expect that his niece would actually meet Zhang. "Rebecca, are you sure it's Zhang?" The girl lightly snorted through her nostrils. "Of course, I'm very sure." "All right, uncle, there are also 2 South Americans with him, one called Recoba and the other called Air." Chapter 284. Vizzy Stadium. Zhang still didn't know how much trouble this chance encounter at the airport would bring him in the future. He was following the whole team, preparing for the Champions League opener against Werder Bremen. This season, Inter Milan was placed in Group G. The other 3 opponents in the group were last season's Bundesliga champions Bremen, Belgian champions Anderlecht, and La Liga champions Valencia. Except for Anderlecht, which had a modest strength. The other two champion teams were no pushovers. It would be harder for Inter to break out of this death group than it was against Porto last season. This first match was particularly important for the Nerazzurri. Winning away against Bremen would significantly boost the confidence and morale of the Inter players. As the Serie A league started the latest this season, Inter Milan, having only played one match, was not in the best condition. Aside from possibly having a slight advantage in physical fitness, there was no comparison to the others. The only thing that gave head coach Mourinho some comfort was that Bremen's key player from last season, the little Tiger Elton, had been poached by Schalke 04 for a hefty price. Losing a key component of their front trio was a significant blow to Bremen's combat effectiveness. Chapter 285, The First Difficulty. Zhang had forgotten. Just over a month ago, when he reported to Inter, he brought along his little brother Alberto and went one-on-one with the club's semi-main starting lineup, even hitting the troublemaker Nicolas Burdisso hard with the football. The latter still had a corrective device on his nose bridge. The term hit was perfectly applicable to Zhang. Listening to the background noise in the stadium, the pure Mandarin sounded like a hit to him. Lu Jianhong and Duan Xian laughed simultaneously. As public figures, they couldn't vent their emotions like fans. Duan Xian cleared his throat and said with a smile, Hongge. It seems that the fans' love for Zhang Lu hasn't diminished at all because of his injury during the Asian Cup. Lu Jianhong sighed. Strictly speaking, Zhang Li's injury is a tragedy for Xiagua's football. Fortunately, the tackle from Shen Siyuan didn't affect his condition too much. In 2004, Duan Xian still had the freshness of a newcomer. Wei Chenghui and Shen Siyuan, these troublemakers in Xiagua's football, nearly destroyed an extraordinary talent for their selfish desires. Lu Jianhong subtly signaled him and changed the subject. Chapter 286, System Advertisement. Klose received the ball and turned, quickly approaching Inter's penalty area. Meanwhile, the slightly advanced positions of Materazzi and Ivan Cordoba were already one step too late to turn back and chase. Inter's backup, goalkeeper Alberto Fontana's palms were sweating. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. After finally waiting for Toldo to get injured, I thought it was my time to shine. As a result, in 2 consecutive matches, I had to face the opponent's forward in a one-on-one situation. If I couldn't stop Klose's one-on-one this time, my starting position as goalkeeper would likely be lost. Thinking this, Fontana's eyes were fixed on the increasingly close Klose. In a critical moment, a figure appeared like a blue flash at Klose's side. Before the greatest forward in German football history realized the danger, the ball at his feet was accurately hooked away. Klose, propelled by inertia, ran a few steps forward before stopping to look back. What he saw was a figure wearing the number 7 jersey. Jean Lo. Klose stared blankly at the guy who effortlessly took the ball away from him, as if he had seen a ghost. If he remembered correctly, his position was that of a forward-attacking midfielder. Backcourt defense seems not to be his responsibility. Chapter 287. Header. Zhang Li's weakness. Miku, who intercepted head-on, had a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Originally, Zhang Lu was dribbling at a very fast speed, but his running posture became strange. What the hell? Pretending to be lame? Mika did not know that once an opponent made such a move, it meant that his dribbling ability would increase several times. 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance between the two was at the point where he should kick. Mika no longer hesitated, aimed at the football at Zhang Li's feet, and stretched his leg to hook it. Eastern kid, perhaps your previous matches went smoothly. That was before you met me. Today, in front of me, Miku, don't think you can get past. A hint of disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Miku had already thought of the next move after intercepting the ball. Just as the sneer rose, it immediately froze on his face. The feeling under his feet was wrong. The toe that should have kicked the football instead kicked the air. Opposite him, Zhang Lu elegantly executed a nutmeg, easily slipping past Miku's defense. In fact, the Bremen midfielder's interception had no effect on him at all. By the time Miku realized that his action had become futile, Zhang Lu had already carried the ball with a strange posture, reaching 10 meters in front of him. What's going on? Chapter 288. Zhang Li's first header goal. With a bang, it sounded like Thor's hammer exploding in his ears. The goalkeeper Rienk, who was staring closely at Zhang Lu, had his pupils suddenly contract. He wasn't too sure if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the moment the ball made contact with Zhang Li's forehead, it slightly deformed. Before Rienk could react, a gust of wind swept over his head. When he looked back, the black and white football was already in the net. Beautiful, so beautiful. The first time live commentating Zhang Li's match, Duan Xian jumped up from his seat. Honggu, if I'm not mistaken, this is Zhang Li's first header goal, right? Lu Jianhong, who was more composed, barely suppressed his excitement and nodded vigorously. Yes, some people use to say Zhang Li's height is a weakness, making it impossible for him to win headers. Duan Xian clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. Nonsense, look at Zhang Lu's jumping height. It's more than half a meter higher than the opposing defender. Even more exaggerated is that he had a noticeably long hang time in the air. Lu Jianhong chuckled. Little Duan, you're observant. It's true that Zhang Lu had nearly a second of hang time in the air. Also, little Duan, did you notice that Zhang Li's header required very high strength from the waist and abdomen? Chapter 289, The Movie Star Recoba. Bremen's attack, under the cheers of home fans, surged like raging waves. Wave after wave, continuous. However, Inter's defense remained as steady as a rock that had been battered by the waves for millions of years, unshakable. After prolonged attacks without success, Bremen's players began to feel impatient. With their attention drifting, passing and positioning became less synchronized. Bremen's mistakes were clearly increasing. At this moment, it was exactly the opportunity Inter was waiting for. In the 79th minute of the match, Bremen's midfielder had the ball, and Miku was organizing on the periphery, planning to find gaps in Inter's defense. After switching to a three-defender formation, Mourinho, known as a defensive master, had made the already solid defense even more impregnable. Miku made a few combinations with his teammates, but couldn't break through the opponent's defense, and a hint of irritation appeared on his face. As he took the ball again, this brain of Bremen's attack took a few steps forward. The substitute Recoba did not make a mistake this time. He stayed close to Miku, constantly using small movements to disrupt him. A notable characteristic of South American players is that they often use many small movements that annoy you while not committing a foul. Another characteristic is their acting talent, truly comparable to movie stars. Chapter 290, Recoba's old habit strikes again. Is he going for a long shot? Bremen's two central defenders jumped up simultaneously, blocking the path between Zhang Lu and the goal. Everyone had already experienced how hard this kid's long shot was. They absolutely cannot give him a shooting opportunity at the end of the match. If they concede another goal, it would truly be the end. Contrary to expectations, the pain of the ball hitting him did not come. Instead, the panic voice of Coach Schaff entered his ears. Fall back immediately, he is crossing. Crossing? Bremen's defensive mainstay, Ismail, felt his heart sink to the bottom. This Eastern kid's mind is simply too calm. Even now, he can clearly distinguish which attacking method poses the greatest threat to Bremen's goal. Inside the penalty area, center back Ismail and his partner Kolarov were deceived by Zhang Li's feint, both making a move to block the shot. The defensive midfielder Baumann, who should have been responsible for covering, was still lying on the grass, not getting up. In Bremen's penalty area, besides goalkeeper Rienk, there was only one right back, Stalteri. Dangerous. It seemed to confirm Ismail's thoughts. A deep blue figure flashed in Bremen's penalty area, and Inter's number 32 forward, Christian Vieri, who had not performed well throughout the match, stealthily sneaked in from the corner of the penalty area. Chapter 291, fell into the pit. Two short and one long whistle sounded. Inter Milan, visiting Bremen, defeated their first opponent in the Champions League group stage with a score of 2-0 after 90 minutes of fierce battle. A hint of a smile crossed Mourinho's stern face. Within 3 days, the team had achieved 2 consecutive victories in dual competitions. Even the picky club executives couldn't say anything. Moreover, Inter president Mr. Moratti is the most humane leader in all of Europe. He also chose Mourinho over Mancini as the team's head coach despite opposition. Old Mu did not disappoint the trust placed in him, rewarding Moratti with 2 consecutive victories at the start. As he sighed in relief, Mourinho rejected several media interview requests, standing at the players' tunnel, embracing each of his disciples one by one. Great job. You played wonderfully, Zhang Lu. The best decision I ever made in my life was bringing you from Ferreira to Porto back then. Watching the sincere expression on the madman's face, Zhang Lu felt a bit teary. Coach Jose, my luckiest choice was to come under your wing. Old Mu smiled coldly, patting Zhang Li's shoulder hard. Chapter 292, The Inescapable Peach Blossom Calamity Matrices, bar outing with Zhang Lu was quite ordinary. The two kept a low profile, sitting in a corner, quietly sharing amusing stories from their experiences. The bartender glanced over more than once, surprised to see someone at the bar who only ordered plain water. What the hell? Don't you have water at home? Or is it just because you like the noisy atmosphere of the bar? Dressed in a suit, looking all proper. Who would have thought they were just two weirdos? Ugh. The bartender spat in frustration, unhappy about the commission he missed out on. Zhang, however, ignored the bartender's resentment. His relationship with Matrice became closer as they joked around. Eventually, Zhang inadvertently noticed that Matrice occasionally glanced at him, seemingly with some unclear implications. Oh no! This discovery sent chills down Zhang Li's spine. This guy Marco the system wouldn't, make this peach blossom calamity happen to Matrice, would it? Damn it! This could cost me my life. Zhang felt that based on the system's shamelessness, it was very likely to do something like this. I was careless. Chapter 293 Matrice's idol, the sleazy fat guy, was an investor in Rebecca's new movie, having long coveted her. He knew that for big stars like Rebecca, their reputation was the most important thing. Sometimes, even if they suffered losses, as long as they were given a little sweetener afterward, everything would be fine. If someone asked, they would only vehemently deny it. The sleazy fat guy had done this kind of unethical thing many times, so he was quite experienced. That's why he sent his subordinates away and faced Rebecca alone. He could see that this drunk big star was about to become his prey. However, unexpectedly, someone barged in asking to use the restroom. From the tone, it seemed he knew Rebecca. The fat guy's heart sank. Such things couldn't leave evidence. Otherwise, even if he eventually smoothed things over with connections, he would still be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he regretted having sent away all his bodyguards too early, leaving him with no one to rely on now. Bro, the restroom is over there. You can use it. The fat guy's delaying tactic was quite smooth. He changed from his earlier fierce demeanor to a pleasant one. The subtext of letting Zhang use the restroom was to tell him not to meddle and to leave quickly after he was done. Chapter 294 The escaping Captain Matrice's gaze suddenly became the same as Rikoba's. Zhang, you're impressive, he said, giving a thumbs up. Zhang darkened his face and explained, Marco, it's not what you think. I just said a few words to her uncle. Even he felt it was hard to convince anyone and stop talking. In the scene, if he said he was just helping out for her uncle's sake, Matrice wouldn't believe it. No, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Rebecca narrowed her eyes, her pretty face slightly tipsy. Marco, are you Zhang Li's friend? Damn, girl, don't say nonsense. When did I become part of your family? Matrice, still in shock, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Zhang and I are the best friends and also the closest teammates. Zhang rolled his eyes, giving Matrice a big eye roll. How embarrassing. Now you say we're good friends, forgetting a few months ago when you and Berdisso tried to deal with me. Matrice completely ignored Zhang and awkwardly tugged at his collar, nervously saying, Miss Ferguson, my girlfriend is your fan. I wonder if you could help me get an autograph. Chapter 295 The shape-shifting which sunshine streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating Rebecca's closed eyelids. Her eyes flickered before slowly opening. Deep ocean blue eyes gradually appeared. The sunlight was blinding white, making everything unclear. Instinctively, Rebecca raised her arm to shield her eyes. This action suddenly made her realize how empty it was beside her. That damn man actually ran off after pulling up his pants, infuriating me. She pounded the blanket in frustration, her lazy eyes now filled with anger. The ringtone of her phone rang from the bedside table. It was Avril Lavigne's Girl in the Wind, Rebecca's favorite song. Is it that damn man? I guess you still have a bit of conscience. A hint of surprise crossed Rebecca's pretty face as she lunged for her phone. However, the number on the screen made her smile freeze. It's not Zhang. Hello. She pressed the answer button, her voice betraying her disappointment. On the other end, the butler of the Ferguson family spoke as respectfully as always. Miss, the matter you instructed has been arranged. The German Blue Sky Media Company will go bankrupt within 10 days. Chapter 296 The unbearable Roma team, Zhang. Lost in the warmth of love and oblivious to the turmoil in Syria, didn't he know that waves were crashing and currents were surging? The cause of the turmoil was, of course, Berdisso, who had been kicked out of Inter Milan. This big mouth had started blabbing again a few days ago. Like Inter, Roma was also facing multiple fronts this season. Last season, the domestic coach Capello, though unable to lead Roma to the championship, brought the team into the Champions League finals. This season, Capello's contract expired, and he chose not to renew with the club. Roma's coach was replaced by the German Whirl. Some said the reason Capello had a falling out with the Roma club was that the higher-ups retained Berdisso, who had been cast out by Inter. Once unfaithful, 100 times unusable, Capello insisted that Berdisso had character issues. Even if he was good enough, he couldn't be kept. The club's higher-ups, however, were adamant about signing Berdisso. The reason was well known. The departures of last season's defensive stalwarts, Samuel and Zabina, had severely weakened the team's defense. Although the club brought in Mexes and Ferrari to fill the gaps before the season started. Chapter 297 Zhang, Li's secrecy. The Miazza Stadium, officially named Giuseppe Miazza Stadium, was built in 1925. It is owned by the Milan city government and is a UEFA-certified 5-star stadium located 6 kilometers from the city center. Located in the San Siro district of Milan, it is the shared stadium of Inter Milan and AC Milan. The stadium is called Miazza by Inter Milan fans, while AC Milan fans refer to it as San Siro Stadium. Regardless of what it's called, it's the same place. The Miazza Stadium can accommodate 18 fans to watch matches simultaneously. This stadium hosted 6 matches during the 1990 World Cup in Italy, including the most important final. The intention of the Italians was for their national team to lift the World Cup trophy in this greatest stadium. But who would have thought that in the semifinals? Facing the Pampa Eagles, the Italians dominated the game, but ended up drawing 0-0 with Argentina. In the subsequent penalty shootout, the Italian national team was eliminated, thus missing out on the final against West Germany. This stadium has become a regret in the hearts of Italian fans, as the venue for the 3rd and 4th place match was in Rome. Chapter 298. The lost Mihajlovic faced with the jeers from the Inter Milan bench. Berdisso was not angry, but rather pleased. Zhang, I want to step on you at Miazza. Do you think you can escape just because you're not on the field? Dream on. Recoba rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Berdisso. But Zhang pulled it back. Are you out of your mind? With tens of thousands of fans watching, any outrageous behavior won't even be saved by the club. Recoba panted, Boss, are we just going to let this bastard provoke us? Zhang shot him a glance. Stay calm. If he wants to perform, let him. We'll just treat it like watching a monkey show. Recoba grinned widely and laughed for a long time. Yes, you're right, boss. There's a saying, if a dog bites us, we can't just bite back, right? Zhang patted Recoba on the shoulder, a smile on his face. Exactly. Thinking like that is good. Dealing with such people just requires beating him on the field. As the two whispered, the focused battle officially began. Roma, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, played relatively cautiously. Meanwhile, Inter had just returned from Bremen, and after a long journey, Mourinho made extensive personnel rotations. Chapter 299. Hellish first half. After hesitating for a moment, Mourinho decided to wait and see. Substituting after 20 minutes, not only admitted that his lineup was problematic, but was also a fatal blow to the veteran who was at the twilight of his career. Mihajlovic originally planned to retire in glory after playing for another year or 2. Being substituted at this time was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. 10 minutes later, old Mourinho paid the price for his indecisiveness. In the 29th minute of the match, Inter's starting right-winger Carlos Alberto received a pass from his teammate Cambiasso. Instinctively looked up to find Zhang in the front, but didn't see him. Zhang was sitting on the bench, watching his little brother being brutally beaten by Roma with no way to help. Alberto's hesitation caught Zhang's attention, and his heart suddenly sank. How could this bastard lose focus in such an important match? Sure enough, when Alberto looked up to find Zhang and try to pass the ball, in that split second, Roma's number 4 Berdisso stepped forward and accurately intercepted the ball at his feet. Alberto was momentarily stunned and instinctively pushed with his hand. Chapter 300. Berdisso greeting former teammates. The long and torturous first half finally came to an end. After Materazzi came on, the effect was immediate. Inter's defense became solid. Roma's attempts to penetrate the opponent's defense were intercepted by Captain Materazzi and his teammates. The stability of the defense also brought certain benefits to the front line. In the closing stages of the first half, Inter attempted several attacks. Although they did not score, they forced Roma to stop their reckless offensive as before. The score of 2-0 held until the end of the 45 minutes. Hearing the halftime whistle, Mourinho took a deep breath and turned to leave. To catch up with these 2 goals, he needed to make good arrangements for the second half. With a gloomy face, he returned to the locker room, and the Inter players could tell that the coach was in a bad mood, so no one dared to speak. After a minute of silence, Mourinho eventually turned on the hairdryer mode. He called out the starting 11 one by one and scolded them. Zanetti, your position is right back. Look at the first half. This side was almost torn apart by Roma's Mancini. Chapter 301. What's up? Hearing that familiar clear voice, Berdisso smirked and slowly turned around. Zhang, what do you want? The wide-eyed wolf was fearless. In front of the referee and 80,000 home fans, he was confident that Zhang wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Even if the other party knew that Berdisso was here to provoke, he wouldn't dare to act, unless he didn't want to stay in Serie A. Looking at Berdisso's smug expression, Zhang Li's face remained expressionless. He understood that the other party wanted to provoke him, but he was probably going to be disappointed. Zhang Lu opened his arms, a faint smile on his face. Berdisso, didn't you say you wanted to greet your former teammates? Why are you leaving so soon? Oh, interesting. A cold glint flashed in Berdisso's eyes, but he put on a warm smile. If you don't mind, then I don't care either. Saying this, the two people who wanted to kill each other embraced like old friends. The bald referee Kalina stared at them without blinking, fearing that the two would suddenly start fighting. Fortunately, both Zhang Lu and Berdisso's expressions were very restrained. Chapter 302. The opportunity for redemption arrives on the barrage of Sports Channel 5. Fans who had been frustrated watching the game for half the match were laughing uncontrollably. Oh my God, I'm dying of laughter. Is Berdisso here to be funny? Just 2 minutes in the second half, he scored a super own goal. Berdisso, a super striker buried as a defender. Look at the speed and angle of that shot. I mean, brothers, after today's match, I really feel that Berdisso's fallout with Inter at the beginning of the season has a lot of hidden stories. Damn, that's a wake-up call. The brother upstairs is right. Moratti of Inter might have played a trick on Roma before the season started. From my observation, this matter is very likely a scheme specifically targeting Roma. You can forget it. Berdisso was clearly scared by our Zhang Lu. Just after the two hugged, he immediately delivered a super blunder gift package. If it's not fear, what else could it be? The brother upstairs is right. I guess Berdisso said to Zhang Lu at that moment, Big brother, don't bother, I'll level the score. Wow, you're all geniuses. Luckily, Berdisso can't see this, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live. Chapter 303. Inter's mascot, the players from both sides near the landing spot, rushed in recklessly to contest. The closest one is actually Roma's midfielder Perotta. This fringe national team player from Italy is known for his ability to seize opportunities. At the moment, the ball hit the post and rebounded. The quick-witted Perotta had already started moving towards the landing spot. His prediction was spot on. The position where the ball would bounce back was almost exactly what Perotta guessed. This opportunistic attacking midfielder firmly planted his left foot on the grass, slightly tilted his body, and prepared to take a volley. The Inter goalkeeper was still lying on the ground, not getting up. As long as the ball was kicked within the goal frame, it would definitely go in. Perotta had already thought about his celebration move. His pose was impeccable. This was again the penalty area, and the Inter defenders dared not make any excessive moves. It's over. Mourinho felt darkness before his eyes. After finally pulling one back, he was now about to see Roma widen the score again. Could the season's first defeat really come today? In a flash, a fiery red figure rushed in from behind with lightning speed and knocked Perotta down hard. This big brother posed dramatically like a bow and arrow, but did not expect to be taken down at the last moment. Chapter 304. Little Bubba Recoba had been holding back for a long time, and as soon as he came on, he immediately wagged his tail and ran to Zhang Li's side. Boss, I'm here. Zhang Li's gaze was sharp. Go back to your position. Okay. Recoba was very obedient and ran back happily. Goalkeeper Fabio Carini kicked out a goal kick. This time, he did not kick long. With Zhang Lu on the field, the confidence of this third-choice goalkeeper was restored. The ball was passed to the defense's Materazzi. Captain Materazzi looked up at the front and decisively passed to the right. There were 3 defenders near Zhang Lu, so passing to him was not the best choice. Right winger Alberto had been suppressed by the opponent's Mancini throughout the match and was already feeling frustrated. After receiving the ball, he immediately pushed forward. Roma's no. 30 Mancini raised the corner of his mouth and stepped in front of him to block his path. This little Samba player had almost no ability to fight back against him. Mancini was confident in cutting off his attack. The distance between the two quickly shrank. Mancini's gaze was sharp, fixated on Alberto's feet. He was looking for the right moment to make a move. Chapter 305. It turns out Berdisso loves Inter so deeply Alberto's sarcastic remarks had pushed Berdisso to his limit. His teammate Panucci's accusations only added fuel to the fire. Damn you and your family. Panucci, knocking you down wasn't intentional. It was an accident. Do you understand? Berdisso erupted like a volcano, shouting at Panucci. The expression on his face was incredibly wronged. Roma's coach Spalletti felt a sinking feeling in his heart and turned to the young player Ferrari, who was adjusting his shin guards. Quick, substitute Berdisso immediately. Long before this traitorous guy knocked Panucci down, Spalletti had planned to replace him. Unfortunately, it seemed the Inter players had seen through his intentions and started to control the ball. Without a dead ball situation, substitutions could not take place. Spalletti could only wait for an opportunity. He never expected that the timing for this substitution would come at the cost of conceding a goal. Watching Berdisso clash with his teammates, Spalletti grew anxious. This German old coach suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It couldn't be that unlucky, right? Before he could finish this thought, Panucci on the field had completely lost control of his temper. This damn guy, he knocked me down twice, causing our team to lose a certain goal, and then we conceded a goal. Chapter 306. From 2 to 3 from a bird's eye view. Inter's three lines of positioning were very clear. Materazzi and Carvalho stayed at the back, while the two fullbacks frequently joined the attack. The four midfielders formed a fan-shaped encirclement around Roma's penalty area. Inside the penalty area, forwards Adriano and Recoba kept making runs to try to create gaps. The remaining 8 Roma players had 3 huddled in the penalty area. The 4 players positioned higher up matched up against Inter's 4 midfielders. Roma's Prince Totti stayed up front, trying to find opportunities for a counterattack. Only by pressing Inter's defense back and making them afraid to join the attack could their own goal become safer. Although the idea was correct, implementing it was fraught with difficulties. Totti spent more time helping his teammates defend against Zhang. This overly young Eastern boy was simply not someone a single player could handle. Techniques like back-to-goal ball control, face-to-face pendulum dribbling, and sudden stops with nutmegs were all executed with exceptional proficiency at his feet. Even when Roma sent their best defender, number 32 Candela, to mark him, it was utterly ineffective. Chapter 307. Defending Zhang Li's jeans. The Miazza Stadium, which had been frustrated for half a match, erupted completely. Zhang Lu's free-kick goal ignited the fans' enthusiasm. Zhang shut him down. It was unclear who started it, but someone in the stands shouted the Porto fan special cheer from last season. Soon, the entire Miazza Stadium echoed with "shut him down" like thunder, rattling people's eardrums. Sharp-eyed fans noticed that after scoring, Zhang, who was all smiles and about to run over to hug his teammates in celebration, had a barely noticeable stumble. Did he have an injury? No wonder coach Mourinho refused to substitute Zhang even when they were 2 goals down. We all misunderstood old Mao. He just wanted to protect his player. What a great coach. On the sidelines, with his arms crossed and looking incredibly relaxed. Mourinho still didn't realize that he had been imagined by the fans as the most empathetic coach. The crazy coach's lips curled slightly. This match was secure. With the current personnel configuration of Roma, it is basically impossible to level the score. Waller, I hope you can understand this. Not far from him, in front of the away team's bench, the German coach Waller, missing a front tooth, wore a bitter expression on his face. Chapter 308. Familiar faces at Miazza Stadium. After giving an extended stoppage time of 5 minutes, the main referee, Kalina, finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The scoreboard at Miazza Stadium fixed the final score between the two teams at 4-2. Inter Milan achieved a stunning comeback in the second half after initially conceding 2 goals at home. Among them, the substitute Zhang, wearing number 7, was the biggest contributor to this turnaround, directly involved in 3 goals. In the 47th minute, his aggressive pressing forced Roma's starting center-back Berdisso to hurriedly pass back, resulting in a shocking own goal, which sounded the horn for Inter's counterattack. The equalizing goal in the 66th minute was also orchestrated by Zhang, who attracted the attention of the opposing defenders, allowing the unmarked Adriano to seize the opportunity calmly. The go-ahead goal in the 82nd minute showcased his unique and superb footwork. A world-class free-kick goal sent the Miazza Stadium into a frenzy. In the dying moments of the match, Zhang assisted his teammate Recoba, receiving Zhang Li's exquisite pass on the right side of the penalty area, turned and shot to score, adding another goal for Inter. As the final whistle blew, most of the Roma players slumped onto the field. Chapter 309. The departing Saul. Zhang stopped and glanced at the skinny middle-aged man across from him. "Are you Saul?" The man immediately broke into a broad smile. "See, I told you Zhang would remember me." Zhang chuckled awkwardly, using the action of wiping sweat with his jersey to ease his embarrassment. "Saul, weren't you the DJ commentator at Dragon Stadium? How come you're here at Miazza?" The thin Saul's eyes flickered. "Well, without you and Alberto, Deco, and those guys at Dragon Stadium, it got too boring, so I changed jobs. In 2 lifetimes." If Zhang couldn't see that this guy's words were not entirely true, it would be a wasted rebirth. After a moment's thought, Zhang was suddenly recalled Saul's quirky habit. I say, buddy, you didn't get fired from Dragon Stadium last season for breaking too many microphones, did you? The lie was exposed, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across Saul's face, quickly replaced by an angry expression. Zhang, you tell me, what did I do wrong? Is it wrong to break a few microphones while commentating? Why'd I end up having to pay my boss back in the end? Is there any reason for that in this world? Chapter 3:10. Promotion? This is relegation. A howl erupted in the locker room. Coach Jose, you're so handsome. Of course. Our Coach Jose is the most personable coach in Serie A. What are you talking about? Even among the top 5 leagues. Can you find a better coach than Coach Jose? What top 5 leagues? It's clearly all of Europe. That's a narrow perspective. It should be the entire world of football. Isn't there anyone else who thinks Coach Jose is the most handsome in the whole universe like I do? Zhang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his inner teammates could be so shameless and flattering. In an instant, Mourinho rose from the best coach in Serie A to the invincible of the universe. Old Moo's cool expression turned into one of helplessness. These guys were quite lovable. However, the old rule applied. No one was allowed to drink tonight. Happy times without drinking are like delicious food without salt. Some people's eyes were full of disappointment, but no one dared to oppose. Being able to agree to go to a bar to celebrate was already Old Moo's bottom line. Chapter 3:11. System compensation. Casemiro's yogurt bottle. Defensive equipment. Durability 95-100. Canigia's boots. Shoes worn by the sun of the wind. Canigia. Durability 83-100. Garrincha's shin guards. Shin guards used by the fallen king of Samba. Garrincha. Durability 90-100. Even worse, several other skills awarded by the system had additional conditions attached. Ice Prince's dance. Skill of the Ice Prince Bergkamp to separate the ball from the opponent while backturned. Usage count 150. Puska's V-shaped dribble. The signature dribbling move of the greatest midfielder in football history. Puska's usage count 150. Pendulum dribble. The unique dribbling move created by the best forward in Samba history. Ronaldo. Usage count 150. The only thing that slightly comforted Zhang was that the attributes of several passive skills remained unchanged. System, come out and explain what is going on here. Suppressing the anger within, Zhang spoke in a calm tone. Sorry, the stove at home is still boiling water. This system needs to go back and check. The system found an excuse and tried to slip away. Chapter 3:12. Talent type skill. Sensing Zhang Li's unfriendly mood, the system hurriedly said, Host. Isn't there still other skills available for selection? Zhang pressed down his anger and continued browsing. Equipment. Yashin's fishing rod. Durability 100-100. Yashin, nicknamed the Black Spider. Black Panther, Octopus is all him. The former Soviet goalkeeper is also the only player to win the Ballon d'Or as a goalkeeper. The greatest goalkeeper of the 20th century. Hobby, fishing. Yashin's career honors are numerous, including helping his team win the Olympic Men's Football Championship in 1960 and winning the first Ballon d'Or awarded to a goalkeeper in 1963. Other honors include 9-time European Goalkeeper of the Year, consecutive selections to the European Championship Best 11, 2-time FIFA World 11, and 2-time UEFA Best 11. Throughout his career, Yashin saved a total of 158 penalties, facing legendary figures such as the fallen King Garrincha, the Crow's Mouth King Pelé, and the Black Panther Eusebio. Such a top-tier figure, with equipment bearing his attributes, is undoubtedly extremely powerful. Chapter 3:13. Mbappe physique in the rental room. Zhang sat on a sofa cushion, drooling and laughing like a fool. He was looking at a new value that appeared on his attribute panel. Mbappe physique, talent type skill. Kylian Mbappe, full name Kylian Sami Mbappe Latin, a French football player. Plays as a forward and winger. This kid, born in 1998 and now only 6 years old, is the only great player who can be compared to the previous two in the post-Messi and Ronaldo era 20 years later. For Mbappe, who made his debut in League One at 17 and helped his team win the World Cup at 18, his talent is undoubtedly unquestionable. This mixed-race player, fast and skillful, was the biggest contributor to France lifting the World Cup in 2018. Before Zhang Li's rebirth, the highest market value in football was held by Mbappe, who was playing for League One's Paris Saint-Germain at that time. In the 2017 season, Mbappe joined Paris Saint-Germain on loan from League One's Monaco. This Monaco was the opponent that Zhang led Porto to defeat in the Champions League final last season. The following year, as France won the World Cup, Mbappe's market value skyrocketed. Chapter 314. Fiorentina in the 2004-2005 season, during the third round of Serie A. The match between Fiorentina and Inter Milan was hyped as the Asian Derby. Among them, the clash between Japanese player Hideo Hoshinaka and Chinese midfielder Zhang became a major focus of attention. Both players played in the same position. Nakata, at 27, was in his prime. Before the match, Japanese fans were confident. Nakata will definitely show the Chinese player what he's made of. Fans speculated whether Nakata could join a big club like Milan or Juventus next season based on this match. This statement received over 70 support from Japanese fans, with less than a third holding a pessimistic view. It was definitely possible. Nakata's level was enough to enter the starting lineup of a big club, rather than stay at a smaller club like Fiorentina. Those who voiced this opinion might not have anticipated that Nakata's performance in this match would lead to his retirement at the age of 29 in July 2006. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Zhang caused Nakata's retirement. Chapter 315. Mourinho's bold words during halftime. Fiorentina's coach Mondoni encouraged the players. Inter is leading by 3 goals, and next Wednesday, they have to travel to Anderlecht. They will definitely adjust their tactics in the second half. This is our opportunity to catch up. The old coach's experience proved accurate. After the second half began, Inter's offensive momentum slowed down like the rain outside. After 15 minutes of play, Mourinho probably felt confident of victory and substituted the core player Zhang, bringing on midfielder Davis. This change transformed Inter's formation from 4-3-3 to 4-4-2. Number 19 Alberto dropped back to guard one flank with Davis. Number 20 Recoba moved to the center to take Zhang Li's position, playing as a second striker. Even so, Fiorentina's attack could only linger around Inter's penalty area. As time passed, Fiorentina's players became increasingly anxious, especially Nakata. As an Asian player, he indeed had thoughts of outshining Zhang before the match. However, as the game progressed, with 2 assists and 1 goal, Zhang almost single-handedly tore through Fiorentina's defense. Chapter 316. Simply can't defend. Mourinho's bold words spread quickly throughout Serie A. The most impacted were the fans of city rivals AC Milan, who criticized Mourinho's arrogance through the media. Some even used phrases like unaware of how high the sky is. The Rossoneri, eager to reclaim the league trophy they missed last season, had made significant changes, including letting go of veteran Pirlo and spending $8 million to bring in the talented midfielder Kaká from Brazil. This deal, criticized by many, surprised everyone once the league started. Compared to the aging Pirlo, Kaká's midfield led the team to a new level of creativity and aggression, despite lacking in experience. No one doubted AC Milan's midfield strength anymore. This year, the Rossoneri boasted goalkeeper Dida, defenders Cafu, Nesta, and Maldini, and a powerful midfield featuring tough guys Gattuso, Seedorf, Ambrosini, Serginho, Rui Costa, along with newcomer Kaká. Chapter 317. Those with system aren't afraid to compare with Messi in the second half. Anderlecht's coach substituted the demoralized Van den Boer. Continuing to play would be very detrimental to the young player. Crushed, Van den Boer wished the coach would take him off. Despite the adjustment in lineup, Anderlecht's fighting spirit did not improve. They were pinned in their half by Inter, playing as if they were questioning their very existence. If it weren't for Mourinho's early substitutions of several key players to experiment with the lineup, the scoreline could have widened even further. Regardless, Anderlecht managed to hold onto a 0-3 scoreline in front of their home fans until the final whistle. Phew! When the referee blew the final whistle, the entire Anderlecht team breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the embarrassment wasn't too great. Inter chose not to go for the kill at the end. Shortly after the match, the result of another strong matchup in the same group came through. Werder Bremen, who had lost to Inter in the last round, won 2-0 against Valencia at home, earning valuable 3 points and climbing to second place in the standings due to their head-to-head record. Other groups also saw strong teams securing victories. Chapter 318. Clarifying misunderstandings with strength. 2 hours later, Zhang, who finally clarified misunderstandings through his performance, lay sprawled on his bed, not wanting to move at all. His beautiful agent, with seductive eyes, traced circles on his chest with her finger. "Little wolf dog, I think we need to switch to a more discreet big house." Zhang lazily replied, eyes half closed. "This matter seems unnecessary to discuss. My money is all in your hands, right?" Aileen chuckled, a hint of mischief flashing in her ice blue eyes. "Little wolf dog, Aren't you afraid I'll run off with your money? Zhang Lu opened his eyes a slit, looking at her meaningfully. Would you really leave? Eileen's expression already answered that question. She truly couldn't leave Zhang Lu. As for the idea of running off with money, it was just a joke from the beautiful agent. As the young lady of the Herald family, she had never worried about money since she was young. Compared to those useless numbers, what attracts Aaron more is the person Zhang Lu. All right, little wolf dog, game time is over. It's time to get down to business. Aaron swiftly dressed up, grabbed a small bag from the coffee table, and turned to leave. Zhang Lu was stunned. Chapter 319. The second Golden Boy Award. After defeating Anderlecht away, the Inter Milan players returned to their home ground and continued to push forward. In the upcoming league matches, Inter Milan had 2 consecutive home games against mid-table teams Bologna and Lazio, the Blue Eagles. These 2 teams are like stubborn adhesive in Serie A, always in a state of being safe from relegation, but with no hope of winning the championship. These teams usually have decent strength. Ranking the mid-table every year isn't something just any team can achieve. Even when playing at home, with overwhelming support from the fans, Inter Milan faced a tough Bologna team and only managed to win by a narrow margin thanks to Zhang Li's direct free kick. Lazio, the Blue Eagles, were even tougher to handle. Inter Milan, being slightly careless, conceded a goal in the first half. It wasn't until the 89th minute, just as the match was about to enter stoppage time, that they managed to equalize with a fortunate shot from substitute right-winger Alberto. In these 2 league matches, the core midfielder Zhang Lu scored 1 goal without any assists, which led some media with ulterior motives to start making a big deal out of it. Especially the organizer of the Golden Boy Award, Tuttosport, directly used the term running out of talent to describe Zhang Lu. Chapter 320. Magi. November 20th is the day of this year's Golden Boy Award ceremony. The club gave Zhang Lu a day off in advance to facilitate his trip to Turin. Before setting off, his teammates each hugged him and cheered him on. Zhang, go for it. You must bring back the Golden Boy trophy and slap those people's faces hard. Zhang Lu smiled wryly. Brothers, the voting rights for this thing are in the hands of journalists from major European media and well-known coaches. We can't influence their decisions. There was something Zhang Lu didn't say. According to Aaron's intelligence, in recent days, the voting results showed that Zhang Lu and Rooney were alternating in the lead. Among the 5 major leagues, the voting quotas for 4 leagues had already been determined. The remaining voting rights were in the Premier League. Newspapers like The Sun, for 142, The Guardian, The Telegraph, The Mirror, The Daily Mail, and The Metro held the remaining voting power. In recent days, the beautiful agent had been using her influence to continuously fight for votes for Zhang Lu. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. The responses from these media were quite ambiguous, with even 442 and The Sun's replies being very rude. Zhang Lu had already had a rough guess about the final result. Chapter 321. The threat of the hidden hand. Zhang, Miss Harold, there are no outsiders here, so I'll get straight to the point. Mr. Agnelli, the chairman of Juventus, has a very optimistic view of your future and hopes to reach a cooperation with you. Zhang Lu never expected Magi would give such a reason. Agnelli? Optimistic about me? Seeing his astonished expression, Magi was very pleased. Yes, after the evaluation by the Juventus board, Mr. Zhang Lu is currently the most suitable midfield commander for us. I can promise on behalf of the club that as long as Mr. Zhang Lu agrees to join Juventus, the signing fee will not be less than 200 million euros, and the annual salary will exceed that miserly Muratti's offer by more than 30%. Additionally, Mr. Zhang Lu can choose his jersey number freely, and Juventus will unconditionally cooperate. As for image rights, we can negotiate, but it won't exceed 80% of what Inter Milan offers. Magi's voice carried an unmistakable confidence and certainty. Such generous terms. Who would refuse but a fool? Players rely on their youth to secure enough wealth for a worry-free life in the latter half of their lives during their limited athletic career is their ultimate pursuit. Chapter 322. An unpleasant parting. The meeting with Magi ended on an unpleasant note. Zhang Lu knew he had thoroughly offended the other party this time. This Mr. Magi controlled half of Serie A. The designated officials for the league's referees looked to him for guidance. In the upcoming matches, Inter Milan would definitely face special targeting. Zhang Lu wasn't afraid of this. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tricks are mere clouds. No matter how powerful the referees under Magi's command are, they wouldn't dare to disallow Inter Milan's goals. They would only annoy Inter Milan with questionable calls. As for the Champions League, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how long Magi's reach was, it hadn't yet extended to UEFA. Moreover, The severe penalties Juventus faced in his previous life were because Maggi and his group had touched the interests of the Italian Football Federation. This led to a joint effort from Italy's authorities and UEFA, FIFA, to take severe measures against Juventus. If it weren't for their status as a century-old powerhouse, they might have been forced to disband. Maggi was still threatening him, but Zhang certainly didn't take it to heart. He had already thought about letting the telephone scandal erupt ahead of time in the future. Chapter 323. The Unexpected in the Spotlight. The Golden Boy Awards ceremony commenced. The editor-in-chief of Tuttosport, Padova, wearing a well-fitted suit, took the microphone and stepped onto the podium. Maggi and the audience exchanged a discreet glance with him. Padova nodded slightly, signaling that he understood Maggi's intentions. Tuttosport was often jokingly referred to by others as Juventus team newspaper. Although it had a derogatory connotation, it was indeed the truth. The reason Tuttosport had been pessimistic about Zhang from the start during this Golden Boy Award selection was due to Juventus instructions. Maggi's plan was to slap Zhang first and then offer a sweet date, making Zhang feel grateful, thus easily luring him away from Inter Milan. Maggi was also well aware of Juventus' aging roster issue. Not only could they not compare to Inter Milan, but they also fell short of the vibrant AC Milan. At the beginning of the season, when Inter Milan chose Zhang over a nearly finalized Pirlo, Maggi must have laughed at Moratti for picking a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. The facts proved that Moratti's vision was indeed sharper than Maggi's. Chapter 324. Sir Alex's assist. Maggi calmly took a sip of coffee. Everything was under control. Since Zhang was unappreciative, there was no need to award him the Golden Boy. Maggi's plan was very thorough. Let Zhang feel that hope always exists, and, at the last moment, give him a fatal blow. That is the most satisfying. Moreover, the results of other votes were produced in advance. Only the English ballot was delayed until the end, which was intentional on his part. The Sun and Mirror, along with Ferguson and others, voted for Rooney from their domestic league at the last moment. What is wrong with that? This result allows him to perfectly extract himself from this matter. Maggi's calculations have worked out well. However, cold sweat has already emerged on Padova's forehead. The voting results in his hand felt like a hot potato, impossible to shake off or discard. He wanted to ask what to do now, in front of everyone, as the committee of the Golden Boy Award that prides itself on absolute justice and fairness. Padova did not dare to bring any shady dealings into the light. He could not get any instructions from Maggi. The guests in the audience also began to stir. Should they protect Tuttosport or take a path of no return? Chapter 325. Maggi fainted. Ferguson didn't care about Maggi and directly lifted the lid. You can dominate Serie A, but can you influence the Premier League? That is my territory. Ferguson's indifferent gaze felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Maggi's head, reminding him how ridiculous his frantic appearance was under the public eye. Maggi felt a chill in his heart and quickly reacted. The die has been cast. The selection for the Golden Boy Award is settled. Even he couldn't change the fact that Zhang won the award. Continuing to make a scene would only add to the mockery. Maggi clenched his teeth and quietly sat back down. Ferguson held a microphone, looking directly at Zhang in the audience. Wayne is also a genius, but still unworthy of the Golden Boy Award. If Moratti from Inter has plans to sell Zhang, then Manchester United is willing to pay any price to exchange for him, including any player from the team. With a bang, the award hall erupted again. The meaning behind Ferguson's words was clear. Manchester United would let Moratti choose any player from their squad to get Zhang, including Rooney, whom they had painstakingly dug up from Everton. This was not the first time the old sir had publicly expressed his admiration for Zhang. Chapter 326. Manipulating the game. After receiving a positive response from his assistant, Saul excitedly pumped his fist. Good, you stay here and continue to monitor Maggi. I'll go report to Miss Harold. Remember, you must not be discovered by the other party. After instructing his assistant a few times, Saul organized his findings from the past 2 days and left the intensive care unit. In the center of Milan, Zhang's new home. Eileen elegantly turned around and playfully winked. Mr. Zhang, please take a tour of your new home and give some feedback. Zhang was stunned, surveying the ridiculously luxurious villa in front of him. Eileen, the rent for this house must be expensive, right? The beautiful agent didn't expect his first question to be this, rolling her eyes. You miser, I know you're stingy with money, but this house is actually a gift from Chrysler Corporation as your endorsement fee. Zhang then remembered he had shot an advertisement for the famous Italian automobile company Chrysler last year. As for how much the endorsement fee was, he had never asked. All of this was managed by Eileen. Wow, what kind of Chrysler Corporation is this? Are they just throwing money around? Just for shooting an ad, they gift a villa? Chapter 327. I bet a pack of spicy strips. On December 6th, in the 11th round of Serie A, there was a major matchup. The league leader, Inter Milan, hosted the old powerhouse, Juventus. Compared to previous seasons, Juventus' performance this season has declined. In the first 10 matches, they had 5 wins, 1 draw, and 4 losses, accumulating 16 points, ranking 7th in the league. The new head coach, Capello, had great hair from worry, and the team showed no signs of improvement. Logically speaking, the old lady's squad configuration is not weak. They should not be performing so poorly. Juventus' goalkeeper is Gianluigi Buffon, known as the eternal young goalkeeper. In defense, the captain is Fabio Cannavaro, who was brought in from Inter Milan this season. Other strong defenders include Gianluca Pesado, Lilian Thuram, Paolo Montero, Gianluca Zambrotta, and Jonathan Zabina. These are all powerful defensive players. Juventus' midfield configuration is also not lacking. Players include Andrea Pirlo, Emerson, Blasi, Mauro Camoranesi, Ruben Oliveira, Steven Appia, the Czech Hardman Pavel Nedved, and Marcelo Salas. Chapter 328. Once again, trapped by the system. On December 6th, at 6:45 p.m. local time in Italy, at the Miazza Stadium, the stands, which can accommodate 80,000 people, were packed. The annual national derby is only slightly less intense than the Milan derby, led by the FIFA Fair Play flag. The referee team, headed by the Italian Serie A's golden whistle, De Santis, walked into the stadium through the player tunnel. The captains of both teams, Materazzi and Pirlo, symbolically exchanged team flags and flipped a coin to win the kickoff. The cheers of the fans from both clubs in the stands were deafening, like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. This match's technical supervisor was exceptionally appointed by the vice president of the Italian Football Association, Mazzini, along with the chairman of the referee committee, Reigns, personally overseeing the match. This was to silence the media and fans. After all, from the outside, such a strong supervisory team, plus the presence of a golden whistle in Serie A, ensured that this strong confrontation would not have any problems. However, strangely enough, the famous bookmaker William Hill set the odds for Juventus to win away at 1.5 goals. The odds for the old lady to win away were as low as 103. Chapter 329. Shinta-Yule Experience Card. The Shinta-Yule Experience Card is for goalkeepers only. With a usage time of 100 minutes and a usage count of 1. Zhang looked at the bizarre prize he drew from the system warehouse, which cost him 100,000 reputation points. The 100 hours of virtual training time had just gone to waste. The damn system not only gave him a goalkeeper-exclusive experience card, but also a one-time use. Once the match ends, 1 million reputation points reset to 0. This is just too extravagant. The system's voice was filled with guilt. Host. 1 million reputation points for a chance to keep a clean sheet against your opponent is worth it. Worth my ass. If the situation allowed, Zhang would have surely cursed. The next time I trust you, bastard, I'll be a dog. With a fierce vow, Zhang severed his connection with the system. It was truly unpredictable to be tricked by this guy. The most critical point was that the system didn't care about after-sale service at all. Returning goods was entirely out of the question, and exchanging them was even more impossible. Since this was the case, Zhang decided to ignore it. He bestowed the Door God experience card onto Toldo. As long as he didn't mess up, Inter Milan would remain unbeaten. The rest of the matters were left to him. Chapter 330. Toldo's performance moment. Toldo was continuously jumping and stretching. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, the Inter goalkeeper stopped and nervously said, "Zhang, is there something wrong?" Zhang walked up to him and gave him a hug. "The goal is in your hands." Toldo, who was originally anxious, suddenly felt invigorated. "Zhang, don't worry. As long as I'm here, Juventus won't score." Zhang Li's right hand patted him on the back intentionally or unintentionally. "Francesca, you can do it. Believe in yourself." A surge of loyalty filled Toldo's chest. "Zhang, don't worry. I've got this." No one noticed that Zhang Li's fingers, which patted Toldo's back, pinched an antique card. After an imperceptible flash, the card magically merged into Toldo's body. The Inter goalkeeper thought his state was influenced by Zhang Li's encouragement. Little did he know, the real effect came from the precious experience card that Zhang Lu had exchanged for 100,000 prestige points. With the Door God here, all evils retreat. After arranging everything, Zhang Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood in the left midfielder position. Chapter 331. Door God Toldo inner players surrounded referee DeSantis, clamoring for an explanation. How could that be a foul? Zhang was already in position, standing still. As the team captain, Materazzi suppressed his anger, trying to communicate with the referee. DeSantis was unyielding. He knocked down the opposing number 11, and that was a foul. Materazzi, enraged, gestured at his eyes. Did you see clearly? Nedved tried to crash into him, but was outdone by our Zhang Lu. No matter what he said, DeSantis remained adamant, firmly believing it was a direct free kick. In the end, unable to contain his anger any longer, Captain Materazzi finally cursed at his family. DeSantis got what he wanted and promptly issued a yellow card to Materazzi. Zhang Lu pulled the still chattering captain away from the incident scene. I'm the captain on the field. It's my duty to communicate with the referee. Why do I get a yellow card? Materazzi spat towards the referee. Zhang Lu lowered his voice. Captain, can't you see? Today's referee is very off. Chapter 332. Bold and brazen Juventus's corner kick posed no threat to Inter's goal. Toldo, in top form, leaped among the crowd and skillfully caught the ball in midair. Referee DeSantis glared at Maggi in the stands with a dark face. Your players are a bunch of useless fools. Given such a good opportunity, they still can't break through Inter's goal. Do I have to personally kick the ball into Inter's net? Even if DeSantis was crazy, he wouldn't dare to do something so foolish. As he simmered with anger, Inter goalkeeper Toldo caught the high ball, landed with a graceful roll, and immediately stood up. Taking advantage of the fact that most Juventus players were still in their penalty area, preparing for a header, Toldo used one arm to forcefully throw the ball to his teammate Martins near the center circle. Inter's number 32, who had been waiting for almost half an hour, controlled the ball with his chest, spun, and made a seamless transition. The defender against him was Juventus center-back Ferrara. The former Napoli captain tried to stop his opponent's breakthrough by pulling and tugging. Referee, he fouled. That son of a dog pulled me. Can't you see? Chapter 333. Out of control DeSantis, under the pressure of more than 80,000 fathers, stubbornly blew off Inter's one-on-one opportunity. His reasoning was solid. The opponent had committed a foul early. But everyone knew that FIFA's regulations encouraged attacking play. Juventus's Zambrotta indeed committed a foul. However, since Inter did not lose possession because of it, the foul should not have been called, even if the nature of the foul was severe. The referee could have issued Zambrotta a yellow card after the dead ball. DeSantis' actions were blatantly biased in favor of Juventus. He even gave the Juventus right back only a verbal warning after blowing the whistle. Not even a card. Maggi in the stand stood up and turned to the audience, arrogantly making a shushing gesture. This was at Miazza. Angry fans began to stir, and it looked like a mass incident was about to unfold. This was not a joke. If the chaos at the stadium developed into a stampede, it would be uncontrollable. At that time, someone had to take the blame. The vice president of the Italian Football Federation, Mazzini, was frightened. Under his instructions, security personnel quickly took Maggi away. Chapter 334. Toldo's divine battle. Fortunately, the first half of the match was about to end. A disheveled DeSantis, after being hit hard by Mourinho, awkwardly pulled out a red card and showed it to the crazy coach. Old Mo smiled and stopped his coaching staff from rushing in. I'll take the blame for this. Before taking action, he clearly knew what kind of punishment he would face. It was not impossible for the Italian Football Federation to issue him a lifetime ban. Mourinho didn't care. I don't mind not coaching in Serie A. I could go to any team in the top 5 leagues. That annoying DeSantis, however, had to be dealt with. Old Mo was prepared for the worst. He just couldn't sacrifice his entire coaching staff, stopping the coaching staff members who rushed over to help. Mourinho turned and asked DeSantis with a smile, Referee, besides sending me to the stands, do you have any other forms of punishment? The Italian gold whistle wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Old Mo with resentment. I will write in the post-match report about you assaulting the referee. Mourinho, you will pay the price for your actions. Oh, really? Old Mo nodded and then asked a strange question. Chapter 335. The joke of the star player. Camoranesi only saw one number, 7. It was Zhang Lu. How could he jump so high? Before this thought could finish, Zhang Lu had already taken big strides to catch up with the football. Although he broke through Camoranesi's defense, the time left for his attack was running out. The main referee DeSantis had already put the whistle to his mouth. The first half could end at any moment. Zhang Li's right foot firmly stepped on the grass. His body, slightly tilted, and his left foot struck the football hard. A long shot. He wanted to take a long shot. Cameronese was shocked by this idea. What the hell? This was an Inter's half, not even past the midfield line. Which fool would choose to take a long shot from over 60 meters away? DeSantis spat out the whistle from his mouth. He didn't mind letting the home fans see the joke their star player made in a fit of anger. Bang! The ball kicked by Zhang flew into the air, and the sound only reached their ears afterward. Juventus's number 21, Pirlo, changed his expression drastically. Was the speed of this ball faster than the speed of sound? A shot that broke the sound barrier. Is this a speed that a human can kick? A black and white flash soared above the young goalkeeper Buffon's head, who was positioned further up and accurately darted into the net. Chapter 336, Toldo's Divine Battle, Part 2. Mourinho saw it clearly. As soon as the second half began, Capello's team immediately launched a fierce attack on Inter. In a short time, they could equalize. There was still time left in the match. The longer the blue and black army led, the more confident the players would become. If it dragged past the 75th minute, Inter players' confidence would be cultivated, and the outcome would be hard to say. Half of Juventus's starting lineup consisted of players from the Italian national team. The rest were also key players from other national teams. With such a luxurious lineup, and coupled with DeSantis' intentional favoritism, if they still couldn't take down Inter, it would really become a big joke. Just 7 minutes into the second half, Juventus's left midfielder Nedved executed a brilliant two-man combination with his teammates, carrying the ball near the baseline and crossing it. In the center of Inter's penalty area, the great Ibrahimovic was entangled with number 23 Materazzi. Both wanted to get to the ball first. Ibrahimovic's long ponytail whipped across Materazzi's face. Captain Materazzi felt a sharp pain in his eyes and instinctively reached out to rub them. Beep! Finally seizing the opportunity, DeSantis decisively blew the whistle to stop the game. Chapter 337, Toldo's Divine Battle, Part 3, Whoosh. Ibrahimovic's penalty kick soared over the crossbar and flew towards the stands. DeSantis' face twitched a couple of times, unable to hold back his frustration. Are you kidding me? I am under the pressure of tens of thousands of fathers, repeatedly giving you penalty kicks. You can't even score this? You better show me that you are worthy of my mother being cursed by Inter fans all night. The goalkeeper moved early, interfering with the penalty taker's actions. This penalty doesn't count. Retake. DeSantis found another ridiculous excuse and announced a retake of the penalty. This time, the football in Ibrahimovic's arms seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Ibrahimovic did several chest expansion exercises to relieve the pressure, but it was of little use. On the contrary, the goalkeeper Toldo, staring fiercely at him from the goal line, made Ibrahimovic feel a bit intimidated. This guy seemed to be able to accurately judge the direction of the penalty kick every time, like a worm in his own belly. This added almost tenfold pressure on Ibrahimovic. The great Ibrahimovic retreated to measure his steps for the fourth time and took several deep breaths. DeSantis gave him a deep look before blowing the whistle. Chapter 338, Toldo's Divine Battle, Part 4. Toldo was also dumbfounded. God can testify. I originally planned to kick it far away from the danger zone. How could it possibly go in? This is not scientific. Toldo looked up at the dark night sky, still guessing if some passing deity had helped him out. Was it the moon goddess Artemis, or the goddess of wisdom Athena? Before he could find the answer, his teammates surged in like a tide, instantly burying the goalkeeper. Carvalho, you bastard, get off me. Cambiasso, I warn you, I don't like men. And you, Martins, you bastard. Boo-hoo. Toldo's angry shouts were drowned out by his excited teammates. The poor Inter goalkeeper was piled under like a stack of pancakes, struggling to roll his eyes. Zhang stood not far away, smiling as he watched his teammates celebrate recklessly. They deserved this revelry. With a score of 2-0, Inter's hopes of winning the match increased significantly. Suddenly, the system's electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Host, how was the Shinta Yule experience card? Is your 100,000 reputation value worth it? Chapter 339, Aftermath. In the post-match interview, facing the long guns and short cannons of the Milan sports newspaper reporters, Inter's coach Mourinho bluntly stated, "This was a tough match, and for Inter's players, victory should not have been this difficult." Today's referee DeSantis was even more shameless than Moreno, who officiated the Italian national team in the 2002 World Cup. The madman coach could not suppress his anger and directly used the word shameless. It is well known that in the 2002 World Cup, a certain country almost won the championship thanks to the referee's escort. In the group stage, they blacked out the Portuguese team in the same group. In the subsequent round of 16, they they blacked out the title favorites, Italy. The darkness of that match was perhaps even worse than today's match between Inter and Juventus. In the quarterfinals against Spain, the referee directly disallowed 2 of the opponent's goals, sending that team into the semifinals. In the semifinals, they faced the German machine and originally planned to continue their black operation. Unexpectedly, the German football legend Beckenbauer, who was then a senior FIFA official, suddenly announced a change of referee before the match, which prevented that team's scheme from succeeding. Chapter 340 Aftermath, Part 2. The Maggi incident intensified under the push of those with ulterior motives. On December 8th, the day after the recording evidence was made public, Juventus Club responded the fastest. The club's largest shareholder, the Agnelli family, publicly announced the dismissal of Juventus's executive vice president and general manager, Luciano Maggi. They ordered CEO Garotto to resign. The Juventus Club's board also stated that they will fully cooperate with the investigation by the Italian Football Federation. Regardless of who is involved, a thorough investigation will be conducted and no leniency will be shown. Unfortunately, their statement seems to have come too late and the fans are not buying it. You realize you've hit a wall only after crashing into it. Now that the child is dead, you say to come and nurse it back to life. Why didn't Juventus come out with a statement before the issue was exposed? In an instant, public opinion is in an uproar, all calling for severe punishment for the perpetrators. Even UEFA and FIFA have rarely jumped in to make significant statements regarding this matter. This is a disgrace for Italian football and also for world football. Actions that tarnish the 5 major leagues must be severely punished. In an instant, Juventus has been completely thrust into the spotlight. The Italian Football Federation is also implicated. Chapter 341. Mourinho's confusion. Aaron chuckled and looked at him mockingly. Cunning guy. Zhang looked dissatisfiedly, said, "How about we gamble the other way around? I bet that Juventus's best outcome is being relegated to Serie B." Aaron's expression became strange. "All right, what do you want to bet? Every part of them is yours." Zhang Lu was speechless. "Damn fairy. How can you still dare to bet with me?" Aaron took a step closer, her exquisite face coming near his, breath fragrant. "So, what do you say do we bet? Fairy, let me take you in." Facing the provocation, Zhang Lu felt he couldn't endure it any longer. The outcome for Maggi and Juventus has already been determined, and the league must continue. Their punishment will most likely be announced next summer after the season ends. Everyone understands that Juventus is truly facing a disaster this time. Also implicated are their city rivals AC Milan and Fiorentina, who just achieved a 3-level leap back to Serie A from Serie C2 last year. Lazio, the Blue Eagles, is also under investigation. The personnel of these teams have already begun to panic. All the big stars are secretly contacting their next clubs through their agents. Chapter 342. Are you the inner coach? Or am I? In the locker room, with a furrowed brow, Mourinho was muttering to himself. Do I agree with him or not? Do I agree or not? A clear voice behind him laughed. Sir, what has you so entangled? Can you share? The crazy coach frowned and turned around, his expression instantly changing to a smile upon seeing Zhang Lu. Oh, it's you, come sit. Zhang Lu obediently sat down on the stool across from him. Old Mu sighed. Only in front of his proud disciple did he drop his cold persona. Zhang Lu, players like Del Piero, Ibrahimovic, Trezeguet, Emerson, Cannavaro, Camoranesi, and Buffon from Juventus have all asked me if they can join our team next season. I'm conflicted about whether to accept them. Zhang Lu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up an unused cup, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. Mourinho used to love coffee, but since Zhang Lu brought him some tea from home, this crazy coach has completely fallen in love with this drink that better suits his taste. Chapter 343. Zhang Li's suggestion. Zhang Lu, however, did not think of himself as a burden. The reason Coach Carlo was cleared out was that his contributions did not match his salary. Last year, Inter Milan had 2 superstar defenders, Materazzi and Cannavaro, yet they conceded goals in almost every match. Their early exit from the Champions League group stage is hard to say wasn't related to the defense led by Coach Carlo. My salary is high, plus bonuses for goals, assists, and championships. That's because my contributions to Inter Milan are not something Cannavaro can compare to. Not to mention the jersey sales and image rights revenue. The club has nearly recouped my salary. Not to mention the league championship, which is within reach, and the bonuses from the Champions League progress. It can be said that Inter Milan buying Zhang Lu is a guaranteed profitable deal. Jose, I know a newcomer whose value and salary are almost only 1/10 of Cannavaro's, but his ability is very strong. Knowing Zhang Li's character and that he would never deceive him on such matters, Mourinho became interested and raised an eyebrow. Oh, then tell me. What's the name of this capable newcomer? Chapter 344. Everyone has their secrets, everyone has their secrets, and Mourinho did not dig deeper. The defense and defensive midfield have been resolved. With Zhang Lu, Recoba, and Alberto, the attacking midfield is the least in need of reinforcement. The only area Old Mu needs to worry about is the last link, the forwards. During his time at Porto, Mourinho's defensive counterattack tactics relied on tall, skilled forwards, like the 9th McCarthy and the 77th Jankowskis. However, Inter's forwards, the 10th Adriano, the 32nd Martins, and the 30th Vieri are not traditional tall forwards. It cannot be said that these players lack ability. Rather, their characteristics somewhat drift outside Mourinho's tactical framework. What Old Mu urgently needs now is a tall forward with good footwork. Otherwise, the attacking players will always rely on Zhang Lu and the midfielders, which feels awkward. At this time, the tall figure of Ibrahimovic, who has frequently been throwing flirtatious glances at Inter, naturally becomes Mourinho's first choice. However, to consider the feelings of his proud disciple, Old Mu still wants to hear Zhang Li's opinion. What if he has a different candidate? Chapter 345. Hey coach. To protect his privacy, Zhang Lu had long since changed his residence from the former rental house to a standalone villa in European style. As soon as Zhang Lu stepped through the door, his feet immediately froze. In the villa's living room, Monica Bellucci was sitting on the sofa, her light red long hair particularly striking. Opposite the earth flower was the fierce-looking, beautiful Agent Aaron. The air was thick with tension, and Zhang Lu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. Aren't these two good friends? Why are they now putting on a confrontational stance? It's dangerous. Without saying a word, Zhang Lu turned to leave. Hearing footsteps at the door, the two women, who were silently competing, turned their heads simultaneously. A chill swept through Aaron's icy blue eyes. Monica stood up gracefully, sweetly calling out, "Zhang Lu, damn it, I've been found out." Zhang Lu, who was just about to make a quick getaway, had to stop in his tracks, turn around, and smile awkwardly. What a coincidence Monica is here too. Look at my eyes, such a big beauty, and I didn't even see her. Aaron coldly huffed. Maybe she didn't see you, but chose to selectively go blind out of guilt. Oh no, this woman has spilled the vinegar pot. Chapter 346. Young people with common language. Zhang Lu grabbed his luggage and hailed a taxi to the airport without looking back. Amitabha, Coach Jose's flight should still be there, right? Upon arriving at the airport, Zhang Lu immediately went to the information desk to inquire about the flight from Milan to Nyon, which was still 2 hours away from takeoff. Just in time, the long-legged beauty at the information desk helped him check. Sir, there are no first-class seats available for the flight to Nyon, but there are tickets in economy class. Do you need one? Yes, I need it very much. Even for a luggage compartment, Zhang Lu would not hesitate to pay, let alone economy class. He happily bought a ticket to Nyon. While processing the paperwork, the long-legged beauty saw his name and photo on the passport and couldn't help but cover her mouth, whispering in surprise. They were trained not to make a fuss, but the speed at which they processed the paperwork noticeably increased. Mr. Zhang Lu, please take your boarding pass and have a pleasant trip. When handing over the passport and boarding pass, the blonde beauty intentionally or unintentionally scratched Zhang Li's palm with her little finger. Wow. Zhang Lu quickly withdrew his hand as if stung by a scorpion. The long-legged beauty's eyes filled with deep resentment. Chapter 347. Guest at the Champions League draw ceremony. The voice was very pleasant and gentle. However, it sounded like a thunderclap in Zhang Li's ears. Dressed in a sky blue evening gown, Rebecca walked gracefully from a distance, pouting playfully. Who is Lily? Zhang Lu was dumbfounded, his stiff tongue finally becoming a bit more agile. You and Sir Alex. A hint of a smile flashed across Ferguson's face as he intentionally said, "Oh, it seems you two know each other without needing an introduction from this old man." Zhang Lu awkwardly smiled. Well, not really familiar. It's just that I clearly know a few things about the long-legged beauty. Rebecca, how come you're here? If you remember correctly, this woman was the little queen of Sweden who had competed with Monica for the Best Actress at the Berlin Film Festival. Her appearance at the UEFA draw ceremony felt somewhat out of place. Rebecca pouted her red lips and murmured in dissatisfaction. What? Seeing me makes you so disappointed? Zhang Lu laughed dryly. Of course not. You've misunderstood. Damn it. No matter how he dodged, he still couldn't escape. Zhang Lu never expected Rebecca who had nothing to do with the football circle, would appear here. Chapter 348. Rebecca playing tricks on Uncle. Sorry, I got it wrong. After Johansson. The UEFA president was Blatter. Infantino was elected in 2016. Italian men seem to have a fondness for bald heads. The world-class referee Collina is bald. And this big shot Infantino is also bald. Infantino's shiny bald head gleamed under the lights. After delivering a long, meaningless opening speech, Infantino finally got to the point. I know everyone came in not to listen to me, this bald guy. Ramble on. Next, we will enter the formal segment. The draw for the Champions League knockout stage for the 04-05 season. This year, to ensure fairness, we have invited the little queen of Sweden, Rebecca Ferguson, as our special guest. Please welcome Miss Rebecca Ferguson to the stage. It is said that sports and entertainment are intertwined, and inviting a star to the Champions League draw ceremony to signify the fairness of the results is understandable. The long-legged little queen glanced at the stunned Zhang Lu and walked gracefully onto the podium. Zhang Lu was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. No wonder this woman came to UEFA headquarters. She was actually the special guest for the Champions League knockout stage. Chapter 349. Unexpected system task. Sunlight poured through the curtain gaps and shone into his eyes. Rebecca gracefully sat at the edge of the bed, perfectly blocking the annoying light. Hi, my great hero, it's time to get up. Zhang Lu didn't even open his eyes, rolled over, and continued to sleep soundly. This woman was a bit too much. You're just killing the donkey after the grinding. Ignoring Zhang Li's resentment, the long-legged little queen leaned down close to his ear and giggled. Your coach called? This sentence was more effective than anything else. Originally determined to sleep in, Zhang Lu suddenly jumped up. Where's my phone? The neatly dressed, long-legged little queen smilingly handed Zhang Lu his phone. Zhang Lu reached out to take it. The call was indeed from Mourinho. Zhang Lu, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's an emergency that we need to handle. Zhang Lu instinctively refused. Sir, I'm on vacation. With soft jade in his embrace, he didn't want to accompany old Mu on a run. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Mission detected. Help Mourinho with recruitment. Completion reward. Master header skill. Failure will deduct 100,000 reputation points. Chapter 350. Eschen as an agent. Fabian Parvito was undoubtedly very competent. He neither flatly rejected nor fully accepted the strong interest from Chelsea and Inter Milan. His thought was to use one to pressure the other for a better price. This is a common tactic among player agents. In Fabian Parvito's heart, he leaned more towards the financially robust Chelsea. The conditions that Abramovich could offer would definitely not be matched by Moratti of Inter Milan. However, as the party involved, Eschen strongly requested a talk to Inter Milan. Fabian knew well what this guy was up to. Was that Champions League trophy more tempting than cold hard cash? He couldn't understand what these players were thinking, especially Eschen. This guy truly deserved the nickname Buffalo. When he got angry, he was unstoppable. In 2003, when he transferred from his parent club Bastia, he actually had two choices. At that time, Paris Saint-Germain had already reached an agreement with Fabian Parvito to buy Eschen for €8 million. However, this guy flatly refused. The reason is, Paris Saint-Germain is just a mid-table team in Ligue 1, lacking the strength to compete for the title. And they don't even have the qualifications to participate in the Champions League. Chapter 351. Matic after securing the defensive midfielder. Zhang Lu thought he had completed his task. However, the system deep within his consciousness was eerily silent. Damn it, this bastard. Don't tell me it wants me to persuade each person on the recruitment list one by one. Given the system's tendency to mess with him, Zhang Lu felt this was the truth. For the sake of a heading skill, I have to willingly be exploited by this bastard. There's no way around it. Heading ability has always been Zhang Li's weakness. At a height of 179 meters, he has no advantage on the field. If there's a way to compensate for this shortcoming, that would be fantastic. The system precisely seized on this point, making it easy to manipulate him. In the next leg of their journey, Mourinho took Zhang Lu to Serbia. Another defensive midfielder on the recruitment list, Nemanja Matic, is currently with the Belgrade Partizan 2 team. Mourinho was curious about how Zhang Lu knew about a player who hadn't even made it onto the first-team roster. Unfortunately, no matter how much he asked, Zhang Lu insisted he had just heard about him from a friend. The Mad Coach had watched the training videos of Matic brought back by the club scouts. Initially somewhat skeptical, he was immediately shocked. Zhang Lu was right. Chapter 352. Goodbye. The process of securing Matic went smoothly. Zhang barely had to say a word before the other party nodded in agreement to join Inter Milan. They roughly finalized the details of Matic's transfer, but the remaining contract would have to wait until he received a clean bill of health. After politely declining the heartfelt invitation from Matic's family, they scheduled a time for him to trial with Inter. Mourinho took Zhang on the road again. This time, the target was their former club, Porto. Returning to the city where he had played for a season, Zhang felt a sense of nostalgia. To avoid drawing attention, Mourinho and he wore sunglasses. The primary target for their return to Porto was the monk-like Pepe. To buy Pepe, there was one person they had to deal with. The shrewd manager, Rawls. This guy, more cunning than a monkey, didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Mourinho and Zhang at his door. Instead, he smiled broadly, as if he had just seen a god of wealth. Jose Zhang, what wind blows you to Porto? As a manager, he did not attend the Champions League draw ceremony. Chapter 353. Unexpected gain. When Rawls was sending Mourinho and Zhang off, his teeth almost crunched. Just then, the mad coach turned back, smilingly saying, Rawls, please stay. In the future, if there are any excellent players, save them for me. After all, we are old friends, right? Rawls' face turned grim, his muscles twitching. I won't save you anything. Mourinho, you bastard, I gotta know you now. Jose, do you know what my biggest mistake this summer was? It was letting you leave Porto. Securing Pepe's transfer fee for €3 million made Mourinho feel ecstatic. It wasn't just because of the cheap price. It was mainly due to Rawls' expression, which looked like he had just lost his father, that made him feel good. Rawls, don't say that. We will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. The big-bearded manager instinctively shook his head vigorously. No, please don't, Jose. Porto is still your home. You can't just fleece us, right? Leaving that remark, Rawls turned back to his office and closed the door. Zhang laughed. Sir, it seems manager Rawls has a strong opinion about you. Mourinho stroked his chin, smiling happily. Chapter 354. Philippe Lahm was furious, pointing in the eastern direction, jumping up and cursing for a long time. In the end, he could only helplessly shut his mouth. The frequent injuries of purchased players could only be blamed on his bad luck. As for notifying Bayern Munich to return him, that was also impossible. This hot potato Lahm was most likely going to fall into his hands. Zhang Li's eyes flickered a few times, and he calmly asked, Mr. Rene, the Lahm you just mentioned, is it Philipp Lahm from Germany? Only then did Rene remember that Mourinho was still in his office. The chubby white man's expression changed faster than flipping a book. Yes, Zhang, Lahm is a very excellent fullback. Sevilla originally planned to cultivate him. Mourinho rudely interrupted Rene. Sorry, I just seemed to hear someone calling Lahm a glass man. A money loser. Did I hear that wrong? The white fat man's face showed no signs of embarrassment, as if the one being exposed was not him. Coach Mourinho, you should know that players inevitably have some injuries. I can assure you that Philipp Lahm's ability is very strong. Chapter 355. Frank Ribery, just as Zhang thought. Securing Lahm was effortless. His agent treated Mourinho like a savior, showering him with praise without asking for money. Old Mourinho didn't take advantage of the situation and still gave Lahm a normal contract. After securing this fullback, Zhang was in a great mood. Lahm's ability was definitely not something the two fullbacks currently at Inter could compare to. In his past life, he had single-handedly defended against Jan Koller, the 2-meter-tall center forward, without him having any response. This scene had become an eternal classic in football. After securing Lahm, Zhang suddenly thought of the Bayern Munich duo who were his contemporaries. The scar-faced brother with a cold scar on his face, Frank Ribery. If you remember correctly, this 21-year-old young fullback was wasting his time at Metz in League One. It was this winter that Ribery got into trouble with a bar brawl, forcing him to leave for Turkey and sign with Galatasaray. Compared to the disciplined Lahm, Ribery was more like a bad boy. His career was always accompanied by some scandalous rumors. For example, the well-known scandal involving him and Benzema. Chapter 356. Zhang Li's strange request. Ribery could hardly believe his ears. Who did you say, Zhang Li? Agent Cole confidently replied. Yes, it's that Zhang Li. The assist king of the Portuguese Super League and Champions League last season, and the winner of this year's Golden Boy Award. Ribery's breathing almost stopped. What did he say? Such a superstar naturally had significant influence in the locker room and in front of the coach. Zhang Li's opinion would almost determine his fate. Ribery couldn't wait to hear his demands, yet he was also afraid to listen. In the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, the agent Cole said somewhat confusedly, Zhang said that from now on, you must guarantee that for every day you stay at Inter Milan, you cannot have any relationship with a woman named Leonardo. Ribery was completely dumbfounded. What kind of condition is this? He didn't even know who this Leonardo was. Cole, what does Zhang mean by making this request? The agent across from him was also puzzled. I don't know either. In any case, he only has this one requirement. As long as you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. Chapter 357. The winter break ends in the first league match after the winter break. Inter Milan hosted Parma. In this match, Mourinho did not make significant adjustments to the starting lineup. The new players still needed to gel with the team. In the match against Parma, Old Mood deployed the central defense pairing of Materazzi and Cordoba. The two flanks were occupied by Zamaria and Zanetti. The defensive midfielders were new signing Eschen paired with Cambiasso. Number 19. The midfield featured Zhang and number 17 Andy van der Meijde. The two forwards were number 9 Zlatan Ibrahimovic and number 10 Adriano. In this match, new signing Eschen shone brightly. He ran tirelessly on the field, covering almost the entire defensive half. Parma's organized attacks were disrupted several times before they could even reach Inter's defensive line, thanks to Eschen's interceptions. With this strong and tough barrier, Inter's defense became impregnable. Seeing the situation, Parma's coach instructed the team to switch to a long ball strategy to bypass Eschen's defense, which finally created a few not-so-serious threats to Inter's goal. Eschen's performance delighted Mourinho on the sidelines. Chapter 358. Carelessness. The defender originally marking Adriano rushed to block Zhang Li's long-range shot. Inter's number 10 made an unmarked late run. The explosive Samba player charged into Parma's penalty area, and Zhang Li's lob pass fell right in front of him. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, Adriano took a volley. This shot combined all the frustration the Samba forward had bottled up during the first half. The Parma goalkeeper barely had time to react as the ball whizzed past his head and into the net. After scoring, Adriano sprinted madly to the south stands, turning his back to the fans to showcase the number on his jersey. The south stands of Miazza were filled with die-hard Inter fans. Only those with at least 10 years of watching experience were qualified to sit in the south stands. Ret, Ret, the fans chanted in unison, calling out Adriano's name. The Samba player did not linger on the sidelines. He quickly ran to Zhang, who assisted him, knelt on one knee, held up the other's foot, and pretended to clean his shoes. Inter had completely crushed Parma's fighting spirit in just 45 minutes. The opposing coach even substituted 2 key attacking players at the start of the second half. Chapter 359. The season's first defeat after getting a scolding from Mourinho. The Inter players finally regained some fighting spirit at the start of the second half. They launched wave after wave of attacks against Napoli's ironclad defense. The opponent chose to hunker down defensively, making it impossible for Zhang to deliver a through ball to his teammates. In a positional battle, the Inter players struggled on the field. The longer they failed to score, the more anxious the players became. This situation was exactly what Napoli's coach wanted to see. His team comfortably executed Mourinho's favored counterattacking style of play. Unable to break the deadlock, Old Moo began to make substitutions, adjusting the on-field lineup. Starting attacking midfielder Recoba was replaced by number 25 Dejan Stankovic. He pulled off defensive midfielder Cambiasso and directly substituted in forward Vieri. Mourinho's signal to the team was clear: high-altitude bombing. If the ground penetration wasn't working, we would keep it simple. This tactic finally had some effect. Zhang Li's accurately placed passes caused significant problems for Napoli's defense. The match reached the 75th minute. Chapter 360. Returning to Porto, the flight carrying Inter players landed punctually at Porto International Airport. As the players walked out of the terminal with their luggage, they were startled by the explosive scene outside. The road outside the exit was packed with people. Even the chilly winds of early spring in January could not disperse the fans' enthusiasm. Welcome back home, Coach Mourinho, Zhang, Carvalho, and Alberto. Porto fans will always support you. Dragao Stadium welcomes the prodigal sons home. A dazzling array of welcome banners obscured the sunlight. The players exchanged glances, filled with envy as they looked at the names mentioned on the banners. The usually stoic Mourinho had red rims around his eyes. The Porto fans haven't forgotten me. They still consider us family. Thank you. Thank you all for braving the cold weather. As the madman coach interacted with the fans, the Samba player Alberto, following behind Zhang, grumbled unhappily. Is there something wrong? Why is that idiot Carvalho's name ahead of mine? Fortunately, this guy was punished and stayed in Milan. Otherwise, he would be even more arrogant. Zhang shot him a stern glare. and the Samba player immediately shut his mouth. Chapter 361. Defeating the old club is the greatest respect. Porto's championship pedigree still remained, and they were not without the ability to fight back. In the 29th minute of the match, after a series of one-touch passes, Porto tore through Inter's right-side defense. Number 5 Zanetti was slightly overconfident and was faked out by 2 consecutive feints, losing his balance. Porto's winger number 23, Mendes, shook off Zanetti's defense and crossed the ball immediately. Number 2, Ivan Cordoba, circled in front of the opposing center forward Yanguskis, planning to contest the first touch. Unexpectedly, due to close interference from the opponent, Cordoba's jump wasn't high enough, and the ball sailed over him. Yanguskis, who was tangled up with him, also failed to reach the ball. The actions of the two, however, confused goalkeeper Toldo. The Inter keeper anticipated that Yanguskis would reach the ball for a header. He moved forward to block the opponent's shot. No one expected that neither side would touch the ball, and it went straight through. Meanwhile, the supporting defender Materazzi was charging forward. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him, and the football came down like a bolt from the blue. Captain Ma couldn't dodge it, even if he wanted to. Chapter 362. The lucky Ibrahimovic. After the halftime adjustments, Porto's offense still showed no signs of improvement. Inter Milan's frantic attacks had their players pinned back in their own half. Especially after scoring a goal at the start, Zhang, who was being closely marked by young Gomez, became active again. Gomez's stamina began to show signs of trouble after another 15 minutes of play. Zhang made 2 quick changes of direction, and the young player could no longer keep up with his pace. It's a tough task for anyone to keep track of someone who is fit and running constantly for 90 minutes. Moreover, it was Gomez's first time on the Champions League stage, and he inevitably felt nervous. The harder he tried to relax, the faster his stamina slipped away. After 65 minutes, Gomez's steps became unsteady. After gritting his teeth for a few minutes, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, heavy and sore. After failing to tackle again, risking a foul, Gomez fell to the ground, clutching his thigh and groaning in pain. Zhang, who was carrying the ball, kicked it out of bounds without waiting for the referee's whistle and immediately went over to help him stretch his leg. The cramping in Gomez's leg was greatly relieved. Chapter 363. Sampdoria until the final whistle blew. The score on the field was never changed. 3-1. Inter Milan had 1 foot already in the Champions League quarterfinals. Porto's coach, Moles, exhaled a breath he had been holding throughout the match. Inter Milan's strength was indeed close to what he had imagined. The team's defeat was also within expectations. Before the match ended, in the 88th minute, Mourinho substituted Recoba for Zhang, who had performed brilliantly throughout the game. The applause from the fans was thunderous, spontaneously sending off their idol. Zhang bowed to the stands one by one before turning back to the bench. The away team players receiving such a grand support from the home crowd was a point of pride for Zhang. Old Moose substituted him early to let his prized disciple enjoy the applause from the opponents. This was Zhang Li's year in Porto, a result of winning over all the fans with his skills and character. With Inter Milan's victory over Porto, all 8 first-leg matches of the Champions League round of 16 had concluded. AC Milan, also in the upper half of the bracket, faced Manchester United at Old Trafford. After a grueling 90 minutes, thanks to Argentinian forward Crespo's goal in the 78th minute, they managed to take 3 points from the away match with a score of 1:00. Chapter 364. Inter Milan underestimated their opponent February 2nd, Saturday. After finishing their away trip, the entire Inter Milan team faced Sampdoria's challenge again, confronted with the dilemma of a busy schedule with matches every week. Mourinho chose to make significant rotations to the lineup for this away match. The goalkeeper remained Toldo. Among the 4 defenders, aside from the left-back Frank Ribery, who had performed well against Porto, the other 3 were adjusted. Carvalho, who had been punished by Old Moo for his big mouth and stayed back to train, was called up. The loudmouth would pair with newcomer Pepe as the starting center-backs for this match. This was also Pepe's first time on the starting 11 since joining Inter Milan. The right-back Javier Zanetti was rested, and his replacement was the eager Philipp Lahm, who had just recovered from injury. The little squirrel had been training exceptionally hard lately. His performance was, of course, noticed by the head coach. Mourinho was happy to give such a disciplined player a chance. For the starting defensive midfielder against Sampdoria, Old Moo chose the tireless Eschen to partner with Dejan Stankovic. Number 25. Chapter 365. unable to break through the Luigi Ferrari Stadium, which can hold 536 people, erupted in an instant. To be leading Inter Milan at home was something Sampdoria fans never dreamed of. Some fans clasped their hands and closed their eyes in prayer, saying, "Almighty God, let our team score another goal, just like Napoli. Let us create an upset once again." After scoring, Tenedo ran to the sidelines at lightning speed and gave the coach a big hug. Breaking through Inter's goal first was something Sampdoria's coach, Walter Novelino, never expected. He joyfully patted Tenedo's shoulder and exclaimed, "George, well done." In stark contrast to Sampdoria's wild celebrations, the Inter Milan players looked dejected, their spirits dampened. To be honest, the defense had done well enough in this instance. Whether it was Carvalho's positioning or Lom's immediate support after he was breached, they had done everything right. Unfortunately, Lady Luck was on Tenedo's side this time. A shot made out of desperation somehow found its way into the net. Inter's goalkeeper Toldo could only vent his anger by pounding the grass. Chapter 366. The amazing Martin Sampdoria's attacking midfielder Kutuzov, facing the fierce pressing from Pepe, remained exceptionally calm. With two continuous feints, leaning his body to the right, Pepe fell for it. As his weight shifted to one side, Kutuzov lightly nudged the ball to the other side. Pepe tried to adjust his balance, but stumbled a few steps in his haste. In that brief moment of losing his defensive position, Kutuzov took the opportunity to slip past. The entire Inter defense, except for goalkeeper Toldo, consisted of only Carvalho. The number 4 center-back, who had transferred from Porto and had not been able to secure a starting spot, gritted his teeth and abandoned the defense of Tenedo, lunging towards the ball-carrying Kutuzov. He was determined to slow down the opponent's speed, even if it meant receiving a yellow card. However, Carvalho's thoughts were also anticipated by Kutuzov. After attracting his attention, Kutuzov made a lateral pass, distributing the ball to the other side where Tenedo was. Carvalho, unable to handle both opponents, clearly found it impossible to cope. Tenedo, with the ball, charged straight into the penalty area. Pepe and Carvalho were both desperately trying to chase back. Chapter 367. Martin's happy birthday beep. With the referee's whistle pointing to the center circle, the goal was deemed valid. The entire Sampdoria home crowd became silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. The fans found it hard to believe that the home team, originally 2 goals ahead, had seen their advantage vanish in just 3 minutes. The 3 points in hand turned into 1. Unable to bear the blow, the fans' eyes turned red. Coach Walter Novelino felt a chill in his heart. Damn it. I even had my celebration plans ready for which bar to go to. Can't you guys hold on for the last 5 minutes? Conceding 2 goals like that, the cooked duck flies away. Walter's smile gradually faded. Celebrating my ass. When we get back, you all better train harder. Cursing in his heart, his gaze inadvertently swept across the field. Walter's expression grew increasingly grim. Perhaps influenced by the consecutive goals conceded, the Sampdoria players' coordination seemed a bit absent-minded. Just after kicking off from the center circle, they were intercepted by the quick-pressing Recoba and Ribery, who worked together to win the ball back. Walter's face changed dramatically as he finally understood Inter's intentions. They still wanted to score. Defend completely. We can't let them score again. Walter's sharp shout was like running into the neighbor Old Wong, drinking tea when he got home. Chapter 368. Come. Let me tell you something. After a hard-fought away trip, the entire Inter team, beaming with joy, rushed back to Miazza. They need to prepare for the Milan Derby in 7 days. This is the first meeting of the Milan duo this season. AC Milan, in a state of turmoil, will not miss this opportunity to add to the woes of their city rivals. The Rossoneri, affected by Juventus, are likely to face relegation after this season. The club's only saving grace is to win the Champions League to quell the fans' anger. Additionally, the biggest beneficiary of the Maggi incident is Inter Milan. If they could give their opponents an unforgettable lesson before dropping to the second division, that would be a good choice. The executives at Inter also understood that the other side could forfeit any match, but would never throw the Milan Derby. Next week's game is also at the Rossoneri's home ground. The difficulty of winning for the team is evident. Zhang was particularly eager to test his skills against the star-studded AC Milan. His attributes on the panel had basically reached above 80. Some even exceeded 85 under the system's boost. Chapter 369. Life and death in a vacant corner of the training ground. Zhang pressed the redial button. Nervously waiting for a moment, a familiar voice came through on the other end. "Hey, Zhang," when he called. The other party seemed to be waiting for his return call as well. After connecting, It wasn't the assistant's voice. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and whispered like a thief. "Rebecca, what's so urgent that you had to call at this time?" The long-legged little diva's voice turned cold. "What, can't I be seen? Are you that afraid of being discovered?" Zhang chuckled awkwardly. "You know that's not what I meant." The long-legged little diva huffed. Neither of them wanted their relationship to be exposed. They both had their own careers and didn't want to waste energy dealing with the boring media. Unfortunately, this sudden incident had thrown the long-legged little diva off balance. She didn't know what to do. If it weren't for her commitments, she might have rushed to Milan herself by now. Others might fear the Harold family's girl, but she didn't care. She couldn't come in person, but she had to make the call. After all, the root of this trouble still lay with Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, congratulations." Chapter 370. The unruly home DJ, facing AC Milan's almost provocative actions, Inter didn't back down either. Whether Inter leaves Miazza or not, next season you all can only play in the second division. The retaliation from the other side almost drove Milan fans to the brink of rage. Being forced into relegation due to the Maggi incident would be an indelible stain in AC Milan's history. Even the powerful Berlusconi couldn't do anything about it. The only beneficiaries among Serie A giants were Inter Milan fans, who were here making sarcastic remarks, which was simply too much. So what if you play in the second division? At least it's better than some clubs that didn't even qualify for the Champions League group stage. Come on, let's hurt each other even more. AC Milan fans also found the other side's weaknesses and launched a fierce attack. TCH, you made it through, leading Deportivo La Coruña 4-1, but in the end, you were sent home. Both sides have been battling for nearly 100 years, each knowing the other's dark history. When it comes to trash talk, neither side is willing to back down. If it weren't for the police maintaining order between the stands, the fans of both teams might have started a brawl before the match even began. At 7:30 p.m., the referee in charge of the match, along with 3 assistants, walked out of the tunnel, startled by the fervent atmosphere in the stands, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 371. Milan Derby 1. Without waiting for the AC Milan fans to react, Saul read the away team's starting lineup in one breath without any pause. AC Milan's midfield players today are number 8 Gattuso, number 21 Pirlo, number 20 Seedorf, and attacking midfielder number 22 Kaká. When he read out Pirlo's name, the cheers from the Milan fans in the southeast stand diminished significantly. Most were still resentful about Pirlo choosing to go to Juventus at the start of the season. If he left, he left. Why come back when he sees Juventus sinking? The bearded Pirlo wore an awkward smile. He knew that the transfer incident had hurt his reputation significantly. AC Milan's 2 forwards today are number 11 Gilardino, partnered with number 7 Shevchenko. The national treasure level forward Inzaghi was absent from the matchday squad due to injury. After introducing the starting lineups of both teams, the coin toss in the center of the field had also concluded. The home team Inter, dressed in traditional blue and black jerseys, would attack from left to right in the first half. The red and black striped jerseys, paired with matching shorts and socks of AC Milan, would attack from right to left. Chapter 372. Milan Derby 2. The height and weight difference between the two players was enormous. Gattuso was confident that a reasonable collision would send the opponent flying. He was mistaken. As their shoulders collided, a gentle yet irresistible force came from the opposite side. Gattuso's sturdy body flew into the air, landing awkwardly behind him. As he fell, he heard his teammate Seedorf's angry shout, "Referee!" He fouled. The expected whistle did not sound, and Gattuso quickly got back up. No one on the field knew better than him whether the opponent had committed a foul. Gattuso understood that when it came to fouls, he was more suspect than anyone else. Blocking Zhang's path to breakthrough, the referee could have called a blocking foul on him. It is estimated that Gattuso chose not to stop the game from an encouraging offensive perspective after seeing that he couldn't stop Zhang. Zhang dribbled the ball at a leisurely pace towards the opponent's penalty area. Gattuso and the farther-seated Seedorf were desperately chasing back. Inter Milan's number 7 was the most dangerous player on the opposing team. They couldn't give him a chance to get close to their defensive zone within 30 meters. As the last line of defense, Pirlo stepped up without hesitation. Chapter 373. Milan Derby 3. Teammates took turns to hug Ram. "Philip, well done." "Ha!" Nesta probably never expected to be outdone by Philip. The little squirrel smile was a bit shy. He couldn't remember the last time he felt the blessings from his teammates. Fate seemed to have quietly changed since Zhang invited him to join Inter Milan. Unlike the joyous celebrations on this side, Nesta's face turned pale as he stood frozen. It wasn't until his teammate Seedorf came over to comfort him with a pat that Nesta finally came back to his senses. Alessandro, it's okay. The match has just started. We still have a chance to equalize. Nesta smiled bitterly, but didn't say a word. Zhang had always been the one to take the penalty kicks for Inter Milan. He walked over, bent down to pick up the ball, but felt a scorching gaze fall on him. Zhang smiled as he walked over and stuffed the ball into Ibrahimovic's arms. Zlatan, it's your turn. Ibrahimovic was clearly startled by this action and instinctively refused. No. Zhang smiled and looked in his eyes. What's wrong? Don't you want to score against AC Milan? Chapter 374, Milan Derby 4. In the first half hour of the match, both teams showed a high level of tactical quality. Several attacks posed a significant threat to the goal. Particularly, the trailing Milan was not affected by conceding the first goal. The players played with precision, showcasing the results of their training. This was also thanks to the fact that the venue for this match was also AC Milan's home ground. Their number of fans was not less than that of Inter Milan. With half of the home advantage, the Milan players became increasingly relaxed in their play. In the 36th minute, AC Milan launched a highly threatening attack. Holding the ball, Pirlo made a surgical pass that found Kaká just outside the penalty area. The latter leaned against Eschen, turned with the ball, and decisively shot after a quick step. Inter's goalkeeper Toldo was focused and leaped to dive towards the far post. Kaká's curled shot had top-notch power and speed. The only regret was that in pursuit of the angle, the curve was a bit too pronounced. The ball went past Toldo's fingertips, but due to the short distance, couldn't curl into the goal and instead smashed against the post, bouncing out of play. Inter Milan temporarily escaped a crisis thanks to the help of the goalpost. Chapter 375, Milan Derby 5. Kaká began his run-up. At the same time, Toldo chose to dive to his right. He guessed the direction correctly, but still couldn't stop the ball from finding the net. Kaká's penalty kick hit the inside of the post and rolled into the net. The speed and angle of his kick were top-notch. Even if Toldo's arms were 20 centimeters longer, he still wouldn't have reached the ball. Before the end of the first half, Milan equalized the score with another penalty. Ancelotti's anxious heart finally settled. The two teams returned to the same starting line, and his players would feel less pressure. Throughout the first half, except for Nesta's poor form in defense, AC Milan fought with all their might. They finally equalized before halftime. In the next 5 minutes, Inter launched a crazy counterattack. Martins, Ibrahimovic, and Zhang took turns attacking the opponent's goal. However, due to goalkeeper Dida's outstanding performance, they couldn't change the score again. After 2 minutes of injury time, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. Players returned to the locker room in groups. In the home team's locker room, Mourinho made no tactical changes besides encouraging the players. Chapter 376. Unstable Nesta Milan's right midfielder Seedorf quickly came to support. What the hell is Shevchenko doing suddenly standing still? Teammates glanced in surprise at the stiff Ukrainian missile. Zhang kept his feet moving, dribbling straight towards Seedorf. This player, who holds dual nationality from Suriname and the Netherlands, inherited the characteristics of strong African players. Seedorf, who entered Serie A in 1999, first played for Inter Milan. 3 years later, in 2002, the Dutch international transferred to the nearby AC Milan. As he aged, Seedorf's technical ability didn't decline, but rather improved. Having shed the recklessness of youth, his ball handling and midfield interception abilities were stronger than a few years ago. Seedorf quickened his pace and charged toward Zhang. It was clear that he knew where his advantage lay compared to his opponent. Suddenly, the figure in front of him flashed, and Zhang, who had been charging straight ahead, abruptly shook his shoulders rapidly. Seedorf was startled. Drawing on his vast experience in big matches, he deduced that his opponent intended to separate the ball from him. Being able to guess Zhang's intention was one thing. Being able to stop it was another. In Seedorf's eyes, the black-haired youth across from him made every shoulder shake look incredibly realistic. Chapter 377. Everyone wants to win to be fair. Kaká's abilities are world-class. Shaking off Ribery's defense, he delivered a cross that was flat and fast, almost aimed at Shevchenko's head. In the battle with the opponent, Inter Milan's captain Materazzi fell behind once again. The Ukrainian missile leaped high, outjumping Captain Materazzi to reach the ball. In mid-air, with a flick of his head, his strong core strength made Shevchenko's movement appear incredibly graceful. Those who understand the game know that achieving this takes countless sweat during training. Shevchenko's header, aided by Kaka's cross, was nearly as fast as a shot taken with the foot. At such a close distance and with such power, plus Shevchenko deliberately choosing a tricky angle, Inter's goalkeeper Toldo, despite making an extensive diving save, still couldn't prevent the ball from entering the net. After a soft thud, the entire Milan bench erupted in excitement. Alongside the players, the Milan fans in the southeastern stands were equally thrilled. Andrea Ancelotti couldn't hide his excitement and wave his fist vigorously. Chapter 378. Time for AC Milan is running out. In the 83rd minute, Inter Milan substituted Zanetti for Frank Ribery, who had fought hard for almost the entire match. 2 minutes later, Mourinho played his last card. Shadow striker Recoba came on for defensive midfielder Cambiaso. He removed a defensive midfielder and replaced him with an attacking midfielder. Mourinho's intention was clear: go all out. The players understood the head coach's intent. Eschen took on the defensive responsibilities alone, relying on his tireless stamina to sweep through the defensive half. With Adriano and Recoba added to the front line, the effect was immediate. The Milan defense, which had already been shaken by Zhang, became even more precarious. In the 87th minute, Zhang received the ball, cut inside, and faked a shot after getting past Serginho. The closest player, Pirlo, gritted his teeth and threw his body forward, trying to block the opponent's long-range shot. To win the match, this veteran gave it his all. Little did he know, Zhang Li's long-range shot was just a decoy. As the opponent slid in to tackle, he calmly used his left foot to control the ball. Pirlo strained the last of his strength. Chapter 379. Zhang took leave. Milan still couldn't perform a miracle. In the final minutes, the players surged forward, aiming to equalize for the third time. Inter wasn't easy to deal with either. The 11 players on the field united to hold onto their one-goal lead. In the 94th minute, the referee blew the whistle, ending this fierce battle. Inter took the lead 3 times, and twice their opponents equalized. Thanks to the magical performances of their star players, they ultimately won this city derby. In the box at the Miazza Stadium, Milan's owner Berlusconi had a dark expression and angrily slammed the door on his way out. Moratti, who was present at the scene, felt the opposite. Hey, someone had prepared a hefty bonus of €5 million, but it seemed it couldn't be spent. Oh, the stars tonight shine brighter than ever. Moratti, for the first time, came from the box to the locker room to comfort the hard-working players. This owner, recognized as the most personable in the top 5 leagues, showed no airs and warmly shook hands with each player. What a great bunch of guys. Thank you for helping to teach that arrogant Berlusconi a lesson. Huh. Each of you is a treasure for Inter. Chapter 380. Madam, is it your husband up ahead? The plane landed on time at Manchester Airport in the early hours. With a heavy heart, Zhang, carrying his backpack, walked down the stairs with the crowd. A female journalist who recognized his identity quietly followed behind. After leaving the airport, Zhang hailed a taxi. The female journalist still closely followed him. Mr. Editor-in-Chief, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. I'm Elizabeth from the news department. The female journalist, claiming to be Elizabeth, instructed the driver to follow the taxi in front before she couldn't help but call her superior. Miss Elizabeth, I remember you were sent to Manchester on a business trip. Is there news from Manchester United? As the editor-in-chief of Tuttosport, Staro Engniku's news instinct was indeed top-notch. Being woken up by a subordinate in the early hours definitely meant big news. Otherwise, no fool would risk their job to do so. The female journalist spoke quickly. Mr. Engniku, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but what I have to report is not about Manchester United. Engniku felt a bit of irritation. Anyone would be unhappy to be woken from sleep without a reason that excited them. Chapter 381. Sir Alex blocking the elevator. Zhang tried to persuade, but they wouldn't let him in. In the end, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. I'm from Xia country. My surname is Zhang. Here to see Miss Rebecca Ferguson. The security personnel, who initially planned to detain him, hesitated. This man, who seemed to come out of nowhere, could say Rebecca Ferguson's name. So he might really be here to visit. It wasn't unusual for a big star to have a man visit her in the middle of the night. The night shift security captain hesitated. Sir, you say you're a friend of Miss Ferguson. How could you not know she went to the hospital? Zhang was taken aback. What did you say? Rebecca is hospitalized? Which hospital? The security captain chuckled, but didn't answer. Zhang took out 2 €100 bills from his pocket and handed them over. Can you tell me which hospital Rebecca went to? The security captain beamed, quickly accepting the money. Working in such a luxurious neighborhood, opportunities for tips were plentiful, but someone as generous as the man in front of him was rare. When the ambulance came in the afternoon, I saw the logo of Manchester Women's and Children's Hospital on it. Miss Ferguson. Chapter 382. Zhang Lu eating melons. Zhang Lu, who was hiding at the safety passage eating melons, immediately shrank back. No way, if he went out now, it would be like rushing into the tiger's mouth. I'm not stupid. How could I do that? Not going out, I wouldn't go out even if it killed me. I can wait until the old sir leaves before I go see Rebecca. Having made up his mind, Zhang Lu confidently crossed his arms and pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the dark corridor behind him. Zhang Lu was stunned. At this time, who would choose to climb the stairs like him? Before he could turn around to see, a rushing figure bumped directly into his back. Ouch! The journalist Elizabeth, who was running with her head down, didn't see Zhang Lu squatting at the safety passage and crashed right into him. The rebounding force made her take a few steps back. Caught off guard, Zhang Lu rolled out of the safety passage. Damn, who's this clumsy person? Zhang Lu rolled all the way to the wall on the opposite side before coming to a stop. Luckily, he had a sturdy body. Otherwise, this could have resulted in a serious injury. Ferguson hurried over to visit his niece after managing the match against Nottingham Forest over the weekend. Chapter 383. Appearing in the stands of Manchester United's life and death match. The female journalist looked bitter. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't follow Ferguson to his residence. The editor-in-chief ruthlessly exploits the junior reporters at the bottom without giving them a chance to explain. It's truly inhumane. Feeling aggrieved, but not daring to show it, Zhang Lu lowered his head and followed the old lord back to his home in Manchester. Ferguson was all smiles, inviting him to sit down and enthusiastically asking, Zhang, would you like something to drink? Zhang Lu gently shook his head. What is the point of drinking? Even if I had Yunnan Baiyao now, it wouldn't make up for the harm I've suffered. The places on my arms and ribs where I was pinched still throb with pain. That was the work of the long-legged little diva. Just now in the hospital room, she gave me a good beating. Zhang Lu, in the wrong, didn't dare to retaliate. To be honest, he was indeed the culprit in this matter. It was understandable for her to vent her anger. Zhang Lu couldn't figure it out. Among all the women in the world, do they all resort to pinching when they feel wronged? It's one thing for a housewife like me, but even a superstar like Rebecca can do it without any training? Ferguson paid no heed to his aggrieved expression. He knew his niece's temperament very well. It was impossible for Rebecca to have no resentment in her heart for being forced off the stage for at least a year because of Zhang Lu. Chapter 384. Tragic Manchester United in the best box seats at Old Trafford. A familiar figure with black hair sat. Elizabeth rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't mistaken. It was him, it was Zhang Lu. The female reporter's previously dejected mood instantly turned to joy. For the past couple of days, she had been hiding at the Manchester Maternity Hospital waiting for a sighting, but hadn't seen him at all. She initially thought he might have returned to Milan, but Zhang Lu had been hiding. Today, on the line was Manchester United's chance to advance to the quarterfinals, and he appeared in the box seats. The female reporter's professional sensitivity made her feel there must be some intrigue behind this. Spotting Zhang Lu, Elizabeth immediately turned her camera and snapped a dozen photos. Finally, the last time she lost track of Zhang Lu, she regretted it deeply. She hadn't even managed to take any pictures. Even if she released news about secretly meeting a superstar, it wouldn't be convincing. No pictures mean no truth. This time, she had to take more photos. Zhang Lu, sitting in the box, was completely unaware that he was being targeted by a female reporter. He was intently listening to the live commentary DJ at Old Trafford announcing AC Milan's starting lineup. Chapter 385. Respect your choice. Having observed Manchester United's match, Zhang Li's trip to Manchester was about to come to an end. The long-legged little diva, who had been at odds with him, had regained her usual enthusiasm. Could this woman have colluded with her uncle to set me up? Zhang Li felt a bit suspicious. Without evidence, the long-legged little diva would never admit to such a thing. Zhang Lu politely expressed his intention to leave. Ferguson, who had just experienced the disappointment of being eliminated from the Champions League, was still feeling low. Zhang, can you? Ferguson hesitated for a long time before finally asking the question weighing on his mind. Can you help me? Help Manchester United? Zhang Lu fell silent. The old lord's request was precisely something he couldn't fulfill. The Inter Milan president Moratti was good to him, and the cool Mourinho refused a high-paying offer from Chelsea's owner Abramovich. The players in the team like Alberto, Recoba, and Carvalho were like brothers to him. Ferguson's hope in his eyes gradually dimmed. If Zhang Lu couldn't be persuaded to come to Manchester United this time, then the Red Devils might never have this super midfielder in their lifetime. Zhang, please let me finish before you make a decision, okay? Chapter 386. Revenge from Tuttosport. As Zhang Lu boarded the plane, he had no idea that the Serie A was already in an uproar because of him. After the conclusion of the two-legged matches in the Champions League round of 16, major media outlets rushed to report the results. Surprisingly, it was the Serie A, which was in turmoil, that ended up victorious. Aside from Roma, which exited early without earning a single point in the group stage, both Milan's teams and Juventus, who made it to the last 16, defeated their opponents and advanced to the next round. In the quarterfinals, due to the Milan derby in the upper bracket, Serie A had already secured one spot in the semifinals. The other two quarterfinal spots in the upper bracket were taken by Lyon and PSV Eindhoven. The former won the first leg away 3-0, decisively defeating last season's Bundesliga champions Werder Bremen. In the second leg, Lyon, back at home, gave their opponent no chance of a comeback. The 7-2 score created the largest goal margin in the Champions League knockout stage in nearly a decade. Scoring 10 goals across 2 matches, Lyon did not falter despite the departure of their main defensive midfielder Eschen. On the contrary, their attack seemed even stronger than before. The other team that made it to the quarterfinals, PSV Eindhoven, won 1-0 at home and 2-0 away against last season's Champions League runners-up Monaco. Chapter 387. Can't find a suitable candidate. Ask Zhang Lu. Curious teammates, with the arrival of Coach Mourinho, turned into little yellow flower fish and slipped away to the sidelines. Old Moo's expression showed no signs of abnormality. Zhang, prepare well for the away match against Roma this weekend. Zhang Lu replied and quickly walked up to Mourinho, apologetically saying, Mr. Jose, I definitely did not reach any private agreement with Sir Ferguson. The madman coach interrupted him, smiling as he patted his trusted player's shoulder. Zhang, no need to explain. I trust your character. As for the rumors with Rebecca Ferguson, that's your private matter. I'm not interested, and you don't have to bring it up. Alberto, who was sneakily peeking from the side, had his mouth agape like a hippopotamus, muttering quietly, double standard. Definitely a double standard. If you're not interested in other people's private matters, why did you refuse when I wanted to go to the Caribbean with that idiot? Mourinho's cold gaze shifted to the Samba player. Carlos, what are you talking about? Can you speak a little louder? Alberto, terrified, shook his head vigorously. Sir, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Chapter 388. Roma Match Day. Julio Cesar. Full name Julio Cesar Suarez Espindola, born in 1979, is 25 years old and in the prime of his career. Cesar started his career at Flamengo in Brazil's Serie A. 4 South American players. Landing in one of the top 5 leagues is their ultimate dream. Perhaps due to bad luck, Cesar, who started playing for the first team at the age of 18 and has been a mainstay goalkeeper for Flamengo for 7 years, has never been approached by a European club. Under these circumstances, it is believed that as long as Inter Milan extends an olive branch, he will gladly accept. Cesar's transfer fee won't be too high. Zhang Li's suggestion was immediately relayed to the club by Mourinho. The vice president in charge of signings, Grant Barrucci, set off directly to South America. 2 days later, on the day Inter faced Roma away, Grant Barrucci's phone call came through. It's done. Flamengo's asking price for Cesar was €3 million. After 2 days of negotiations, both parties quickly settled on a price of €45 million. When Grant Barrucci called, Cesar was already at the airport with his luggage, waiting for the flight. Chapter 389. Shut up and slap in the face on the sidelines. Voller was frowning. Zhang Li's presence was an unavoidable bug in the Inter Milan team. The seamless action of shaking off the defense and following up with a fear shot was almost too fast for the eye to follow. Voller didn't understand what it meant to have unparalleled martial arts skills that were invincible, but he knew the principle. Against a player like Zhang Li, who could execute 2 or 3 tactical moves in a second, defenders could hardly keep up with his pace. Even if you put the so-called football emperor, the German defensive Master Beckenbauer, opposite him, he wouldn't fare much better than Ferrari. Voller couldn't comprehend it. Zhang Li was only 21 this year, yet his technical moves were smoother than those of seasoned veterans in their 30s or 40s. He didn't know that such a simple feint and shot were the results of countless hours of practice in a virtual training space. Success has never been a matter of luck. Of course, if you have a system, that's another story. After conceding the first goal, Roma seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Misfortune followed in quick succession. In the 24th minute of the match, just 8 minutes after Zhang Lu scored the first goal. Chapter 390. "Are you kidding me?" saying sorry. This anticipated strong confrontation turned out to be one-sided. After 90 minutes of play, Inter Milan, playing away, won 6-0 against Roma. The home fans left in the stands couldn't bear the huge disparity. Some lit fireworks and threw them onto the field. Fortunately, Mourinho was well prepared for unexpected situations. At the first sound of the referee's final whistle, he had already signaled for his players to hurry back to the locker room. The actions of the Roma fans to vent their emotions did not cause any harm to Inter Milan. Once they escaped into the players' tunnel, Mourinho signaled to his staff to find a match supervisor to apply pressure. As the head coach, he felt responsible for addressing the grievances of his players. It can be imagined that, in the near future, the Stadio Olimpico would definitely receive a fine from the Italian Football Federation. As for the severity, it would depend on Roma's public relations capabilities. At the very least, fines and penalties for empty stadium matches were a done deal. Mourinho was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He would never be a pushover when his players were wronged. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's what should be done. The club's staff returned quickly. Chapter 391. Champions League knockout round Milan derby for safety reasons. The team did not stay in Rome, but returned directly to Miazza. Originally, the earthball flower who was in Rome for announcements called Zhang, planning to have a day tour in this famous romantic capital. However, due to the sudden incident, it fell through. The feud between Inter and Roma had been established. Zhang always felt a bit apprehensive about Monica Bellucci's invitation. This woman reacted immediately after the report from Tuttosport was released, which felt a bit off. Damn it, could it be that she's plotting something? Grant Baracchi, who just brought back goalkeeper Cesar from South America, was reporting this trip to club president Moratti. Suddenly, his nose itched and he sneezed twice. The executive vice president of Inter Milan rubbed his nose and muttered in a strange tone, "Damn, could it be the hot weather in South America that gave me a cold?" Grant Baracchi silently vowed he could no longer casually wear beach shorts to play on a beach. At this age, he couldn't compare to his younger self. The entire Inter Milan team returned to Miazza, and executive vice president Grant Baracchi introduced the newly joined goalkeeper Cesar to everyone. Chapter 392. Who wins? It's possible for anyone this time. The sports channel of Xiao was sent an unprecedented 3 heavyweight commentators. Lu Jianhong, Duan Xian, and the always commentating Siri, a teacher Zhang Lu. The reason for adding Zhang Lu to this live broadcast was likely due to his familiarity with Serie A. The quarterfinal Milan derby was undoubtedly the most eye-catching match of this round in the Champions League. No exceptions. Setting aside the historical grievances between the two teams, just in terms of this year's situation, AC Milan, facing heavy penalties, urgently needed a Champions League trophy to cover up its scandals. Meanwhile, Inter Milan, which had not won anything in the past decade, was presented with the best opportunity. Mourinho's team would never let such a godsend slip by. Advancing to the semi-finals was the goal of both teams. To win, coaches Ancelotti and Mourinho arranged their strongest lineups. For Inter, the goalkeeper remained number 1 Toldo. The back line from left to right consisted of number 5 Zanetti, number 4 Carvalho, number 23 Materazzi, and number 13, the little squirrel, Lam. This fullback, picked up by Zhang Lu at a bargain, had secured his position as the team's main right back. Chapter 393. A derby where no one can afford to lose. Duan Xian had one thing he didn't say. AC Milan's bench was also star-studded. Kaladza, Stam, Pirlo, Thomason, and others were all of good quality. The clash between the Milan giants was destined to be a fierce battle. The referee for this match was the renowned English referee, Steve Bennett. At 7:45 p.m. local time, with a long whistle from this world-class referee, the much-anticipated Milan derby officially kicked off. The first to kick off was Inter, wearing their traditional blue and black uniforms. The home side, AC Milan, still donned in red and black jerseys, participated in what the outside world referred to as the red and blue battle. Like countless derby matches in the past, AC Milan fans occupied the southeast stand, while Inter Milan fans filled the west and north sides. The two sides were clearly divided, with impenetrable barriers. Neither of the Milan teams could change this situation, where the home side didn't feel like the home side, and the away side didn't feel like the away side. They had tried allowing only fans wearing the same color jerseys as their teams into the stadium. But no one expected that when AC Milan fans entered wearing red and black jerseys, they would change to Inter's blue and black jerseys once seated in the stands. Chapter 394. Zhang Lu, who can't head the ball, poses no threat. In the first 20 minutes of the match, both teams focused on defense, with neither daring to push forward recklessly. After a pass was intercepted, Inter players calmly retreated in formation to their half. Milan struggled to find suitable opportunities to attack. The back-and-forth action seemed lively, but in reality, neither team had a shot on goal. In the 23rd minute, Milan's attacking midfielder Kaká received a pass from teammate Ambrosini. The Samba star controlled the ball and turned smoothly. The 27-year-old Matic, making his debut in such a high-stakes match, immediately rushed forward. Kaká remained unfazed, dribbling directly towards the Serbian defensive midfielder. Matic retreated while keeping his eyes on the ball at Kaká's feet. Kaká made several feints but couldn't shake off his opponent, suppressing a smile of appreciation. Matic thought, "What's this guy smiling about?" Kaká gently flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, suddenly changing direction. The move that was aimed at Matic turned into a cut across. The Serbian defensive midfielder was a beat slow, and in a moment of urgency, his leg reached out to steal the ball, but ended up kicking Kaká's foot instead. Kaká fell to the ground. Referee Bennett's whistle sounded. Chapter 395. Zhang Li's heading ability is a bit strong. Similar to Malpighi's feelings, Inter's coach Mourinho also had a complex expression. Watching Zhang Lu sprint across the midfield after clearing the ball with a header, Mourinho felt an urge to chop off his thigh for receiving a pass from Adriano. Why run so fast if you can't even head the ball? Behind Zhang Lu, the closest teammate, Lam, was 20 meters away. Not to mention Adriano, who was lumbering out of his own penalty area like a clumsy penguin to help defend set pieces. The special one side, this good opportunity has ultimately been wasted. Martins, who had the ball in the front, suffered from his youthful inexperience. He was pushed closer to the sideline by the defending Maldini. Without support from teammates, it was unlikely for Martins to pose a direct threat to the opponent's goal. The best outcome for this play was that he managed to pass the ball out. If only it were Adriano who ran to the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Facing Nesta's tight defense, Zhang Lu, who was not good at heading, could not reach the ball's landing point. In a live broadcast room of Sports Channel 5, the three commentators fell silent simultaneously. After a while, it was teacher Zhang Lu who broke the silence. Chapter 396. Practicing hard is useless. Lottery is the way to go. No one knew that as Zhang Lu celebrated wildly on the pitch, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Host. This system has already stated that hard practice is useless. Only regular lottery draws are the way to go. Zhang Lu paused slightly. Damn it. This system guy pops up at this time. Could my heading ability be related to it? Sensing his thoughts, the system disdainfully replied. Host, have you forgotten? During the winter transfer window, you received a task. Zhang Lu suddenly realized, if the system hadn't reminded him, he would have genuinely forgotten. During the winter break, he had originally planned to return home to visit his parents, but a sudden task from the system forced him to travel all over Europe with Mourinho. Pepe Matic Lam, Ribery, these players all signed with Inter Milan during that time. However, because he failed to secure the targeted Ramos, Zhang Lu thought the task had failed. According to the system, his heading ability was related to this. In confusion, he pulled up his attribute panel and indeed found that his heading ability had surged from 71 to 90. Chapter 397. Crespo's acting. The second half began. Inter still resolved not to act. Milan's defense had pushed up to near the center circle. The blue-black army's speedy Martins had even retreated to their half. On the sidelines, Ancelotti looked worried instead of pleased. In this situation, Inter was like a spring compressed to its limit. Once Milan's offensive faltered, the opponent's counterattack would be deadly. Now, they could only hope to equalize before they sprang back. In the live broadcast room, Duan Xian was surprised. Jianhong, teacher Zhang Lu, why do I feel like Ancelotti is about to go all out? With half a match still to go, isn't it a bit early to exert themselves now? Teacher Zhang Lu, being well-versed in Serie A, shook his head with a smile. Little Duan, you're right, but also not right. Duan Xian was confused. Teacher Zhang Lu, please don't keep us in suspense. Tell the fans and me. Lu Jianhong laughed heartily. Teacher Zhang Lu, just explain it. Little Duan is getting anxious. Zhang Lu stopped teasing. Little Duan is correct. Starting the second half with all-out efforts is a bit premature. However, in Ancelotti's tactics, this is unavoidable. Chapter 398. The loopholes in the rules. As time passed, the hope of Milan equalizing became increasingly bleak. The players' movements became larger, driven by their inner impatience. This emotion spread like a plague. Once one person became anxious, it wouldn't be long before the entire team caught it. The first to lose composure was, of course, the forwards. Crespo's simulation was seen through by the referee, and he was holding back his frustration. In the 71st minute, the Argentine forward received a pass from teammate Kaká and cut in along the edge of the penalty area. Adriano, who had dropped back to a defensive midfield position to assist, immediately closed in. Whether it was intentional or not, Crespo seemed to wait until the moment Adriano kicked to poke the ball away. After passing the ball, it seemed he couldn't stop his foot in time, and his toe kicked Adriano's ankle. Inter's number 10 cried out in pain, rolling on the ground while holding his ankle. Crespo shrugged his shoulders, not even offering an apology, and attempted to walk away. The referee hesitated for a moment, but did not blow the whistle. From a regulatory standpoint, Crespo did not commit a foul on this play. It was Adriano who actively brought his ankle forward, inviting the kick. Chapter 399, kicking him to tears, calculating with intention. Crespo's toe successfully struck Zhang Li's heel. What happened? The pale-faced Milan number 31 endured the sharp pain in his toe, his expression one of disbelief. He had clearly aimed for the opponent's ankle, but ended up hitting the hardest part, the heel. The shoes worn by players have a reinforced back. Crespo kicked with his toe and unknowingly suffered a hidden loss. Zhang Li glanced back and smiled, then turned and strode toward the ball he had just been nudged away from. Oh no! Crespo's heart suddenly sank. Just now, to outsmart his opponent, he deliberately slowed down the ball's release. Originally, after being knocked down, Zhang Li wouldn't have been able to chase the ball, regardless of whether he was injured or not. Crespo's nudge was not very purposeful. He never expected that his kick would not take down his opponent. Now, this ball could be a bit dangerous, especially since this kid in front of him was the most threatening player in the Inter Milan lineup. Thinking of this, Crespo ignored the sharp pain in his toe and desperately chased after him. Zhang Li only took a few large strides to catch up with his slowly rolling football. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not launch a counterattack immediately. Chapter 400, playing into the trap. The other players on the field flashed a hint of fear in their eyes, especially Alberto and Recoba. These two had originally held their breath, wanting to teach Crespo a lesson, but were forcibly stopped by Zhang Li. They had just received a fine from the FA for provocative celebrations in their last match against Roma. As the leader, they didn't want them to miss out on the Champions League. As for fines, that was irrelevant. Not to mention Zhang Li wasn't short on money, but these two didn't care about being fined a few small amounts. Alberto and Recoba thought the boss was afraid of them causing trouble. This scene was unexpected for them. Damn it, he clearly wanted to take the shot himself. Poor Crespo. Alberto silently mourned for the Argentine in his heart. If I and Recoba had taken action, we would have just knocked you down a few times to let you experience the pain of injury. You're unlucky this time, provoking our boss to take action. Oh, look at that poor kid, how he crying for being kicked. TSK, TSK, TSK. The two unscrupulous guys from a distance were continuously commenting on the aggrieved Crespo. Whether the tears were real or fake, it was obvious he was just putting on a show. Chapter 401, Thomason. This shot was powerful and forceful, accompanied by a whistling sound, flying straight toward the near corner of the goal. Milan's goalkeeper Dida leaped into the air, using one hand to desperately strike the ball. Alberto's seemingly certain goal was saved. Dida used all his strength on this shot and could not consider where the ball would land afterward. The ball fell toward the right side of the penalty area. On this side was the left flank of Inter Milan's attack. The substitute Recoba was responsible for this side. The newly entered player from the summer had no issues with stamina. However, the defender Cafu was already a 34-year-old veteran. When it came to experience, Recoba couldn't match the seasoned Milan veteran. But in terms of reaction and speed, Cafu couldn't keep up with his opponent. The stamina issues that Zhang Li mentioned before the match finally began to show. When faced with the ball that Dida had punched away, Cafu, who was closer, was overtaken by Recoba, who accelerated from behind. Facing the ball, the summer boy skillfully used the arch of his foot. This time, Dida had no way to stop it. Lying on the goal line, he could only watch helplessly as the ball entered the net. 2 o'clock, with the match approaching the 80th minute, Inter Milan extended their lead. Chapter 402, a call from the higher UPS of the Italian Football Federation. During the remaining time of the match, Milan's formation was even pushed back to the vicinity of their own penalty area. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack, but this group of veterans lacked the stamina to realize the dream of scoring a goal. In fact, Milan should be thankful. Thankful that there wasn't enough time left in the match. If not, Inter Milan might have scored again. In the 96th minute of the match, with a shot from Inter Milan's number 30 Martins sailing over the crossbar, referee Bennett blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Ultimately, in this highly anticipated derby, the visiting Inter Milan emerged victorious. They won 2 o'clock against their city rivals thanks to Zhang Li's header and Recoba's follow-up shot. Originally, European media that favored Milan based on the principle of the underdog winning quickly changed their tune, starting to praise Inter Milan and Mourinho. These fair-weather opinions had no impact on the old Mourinho. He was only focused on the other match in the upper bracket, wanting to know who would win. In the round of 16, Lions' form was scorching hot, coupled with Eschen's clause restrictions. Mourinho hoped that the other team reaching the semifinals would be the Dutch team, PSV Eindhoven. Chapter 4:03, Colliery. At this moment, Zhang was still unaware that he had become the source of worry for Muratti. He was casually chatting with Eileen. Is what the Tutto Sport said about the little wolf dog true? After just resolving the issue with the Garrincha shin guards, Zhang didn't want to lift a finger. Unfortunately, the beautiful agent asked him a question he had to answer. Eileen, how could that be? You know what my temperament is like. Eileen nodded subconsciously. Zhang was too lazy to keep changing teams. Doing so would make him a mercenary in the eyes of fans. This would significantly affect his reputation and hinder his personal development. Every time he joined a new team, he had to familiarize himself with teammates and get used to the local food culture. Moreover, the coaching style of the head coach was also something he needed to consider. Not every coach could be as accommodating as old Mourinho. Of course, Sir Ferguson should be good too. It's just that Zhang didn't want to run to the Premier League, right, after adjusting to the pace of Serie A? Eileen's sky blue eyes squinted slightly, as if deep in thought. Actually, going to the Premier League isn't a bad thing. The implication in her tone was instantly understood by Zhang Lu. Chapter 4:04, Teacher Money's Dark Cuisine. When the final whistle blew, the score was fixed at 5-1. The visiting Inter Milan achieved an exhilarating victory. In this match, just after his 20th birthday, Martin scored a hat-trick. His partner Ibrahimovic also netted 2 goals. Colliery managed to score a consolation goal at the end of the match when Pepe, a center-back who had not faced much threat throughout the game, recklessly brought down an opposing forward in the penalty area and was penalized with a penalty kick by the referee. Colliery's midfielder Niguez converted it, barely managing to avoid a humiliating defeat. After defeating Colliery, the entire Serie A league entered the late stages of the season. Out of 38 matches, 27 have been played. There are still 11 matches left before the curtain falls on the 2004-2005 season. On the points table, Inter Milan leads the league with 20 wins, 6 draws, and 1 loss from 27 matches, accumulating 66 points. AC Milan, in second place, has 16 wins, 8 draws, and 3 losses from 27 matches, totaling 56 points, trailing their city rivals by a full 10 points. In fact, Milan's points are of little consequence. According to information leaked from within the Football Association, this prestigious team will face severe penalties from the Italian Football Federation alongside Juventus, Lazio, and Fiorentina after the season ends. Chapter 4:05. Gossip from Mom. Old Zhang was too happy too soon. Qian Limin noticed her husband's intentions from his micro-expressions and couldn't help but sneer. You should go too. Zhang Xingyuan's smile froze on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he still wanted to try to resist. Well, old Qian, I still have classes this week, can I? Qian Limin crossed her arms and glared at him coldly. What does it matter if you have classes or not? You're just a useless PE teacher. Old Zhang struggled for a long time, but found no reason to refute. His wife was right. As a PE teacher, he was somewhat dispensable at school. His colleagues would love for him to take a leave of absence, as that would allow them to claim his 2 physical education classes. Teacher Qian stared at her silent husband and said one last time, It's settled then. During the Qingming festival holiday, we will go to Italy. In this household, Qian Limin's words were equivalent to an imperial decree. Although Zhang Xingyuan was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept. The conclusion they reached was essentially teacher Qian's authoritarianism. The family wasn't short on money, so the 2 packed their luggage, found the passports they had obtained when Zhang Lu returned to the country last time, and happily boarded the flight to Milan. Chapter 4:06. Can't sit still seeing her son stammering and looking around. Qian Limin couldn't guess what was going on. Son, is your girlfriend, friend, pretty? This answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Being referred to as the world's flower, Monica Bellucci's qualities were evident. Staring intently at her son, Qian Limin was overjoyed. She even forgot her initial rush to fly over. In Teacher Qian's eyes, her son was the best person in the world. It was perfectly normal for someone to use beauty to win him over. Qian Limin turned back and shot her husband a proud look. See, good thing I had the foresight to come to Italy to catch him. Staying at home, how could I know such secrets? Facing his mother's teasing, Zhang felt quite embarrassed. Mom, how about I take you and Dad to the hotel first? Before he could finish, Teacher Qian waved her hand. What hotel? Why waste money? Your dad and I will just stay where you live for a few days. Zhang Li's face stiffened. Zhang Xingyuan, reading the room, poked his wife in the waist and whispered, Old Qian, it might not be convenient at the kid's place. Why don't we stay at a hotel? Chapter 407. Three idiots on the other end of the phone. There was a cacophony of howls and chaos. Carlos, did the boss's parents come to Milan? Wait for me. I want to go too. From the voice, it was Carvalho and Ricoba. These three rascals must have gathered again to cause trouble. Zhang cursed inwardly. Boss, where are uncle and aunt? I'll be there soon. Milan Airport, parking lot. Hearing this, the other side hung up the phone directly. Alberto might be unreliable, but he never compromised on his orders. About 15 minutes later, the low rumble of engines was heard at the parking lot entrance. Alberto's prized red Ferrari led the way, followed by a sky blue Porsche and a silver Aston Martin. As the luxury cars appeared, travelers preparing to leave the parking lot turned their astonished gazes toward them. As a fashion capital, Milan had its fair share of luxury cars on the streets, but it was rare to see such a convoy. Who was this big shot, making such a grand entrance? Zhang felt his nose crinkle with anger. These three boring guys were showing off, and his plan to keep a low profile was turned to dust. Chapter 408. Old Li from the community said, Your son is invincible abroad. When Zhang settled the world flower at home and returned to his house, he was greeted by the following scene. His father held a cup of coffee in his left hand and a cup of milk tea in his right, with 2 cans of energy drinks in front of him. Ricoba and Carvalho were buzzing around Zhang Xingyuan, chattering about something. Old Zhang listened half understandingly, looking bewildered. Carlos Alberto was holding a dazzling necklace, intending to gift it to Qian Limin. Auntie, you're so young and beautiful. How can you not have some jewelry to highlight it? Teacher Qian's face glowed with joy, smiling so widely her mouth couldn't close. This kid really knows how to talk. Auntie is old and yellowed. Where's the beauty? Alberto looked serious. Annie, how can you lie? Do you not look in the mirror usually? This kid was sweet-talking, saying what middle-aged women love to hear, and Qian Limin was very pleased. Child, I appreciate your intentions, but I can't accept such a precious gift. Teacher Qian understood that the reason these people were so respectful towards the couple was entirely because of her son's status. She couldn't do anything to lose face for Shaolo. Alberto became anxious. Annie, you misunderstood. This thing is a craft. It's not worth anything. Chapter 409. An unworldly mother. Fortunately, his wife spoke in their native language in a fluster. If someone heard, it would be quite embarrassing. Zhang Xingyuan glanced around nervously. Aside from a red-haired girl sitting nearby, no one else seemed to have noticed them. Teacher Zhang sighed with relief. The couple's seats were the best ones gifted by Inter Milan's President Moratti. The beautiful girl sitting next to them smiled and nodded at Qian Limin. Teacher Qian's eyes lit up instantly. This girl looked like a fairy from a painting. Girl, you like watching football too? Zhang Xingyuan's face was full of embarrassment. When will his wife's overly familiar temperament change? They didn't even know each other, yet she dared to strike up a conversation. Teacher Zhang didn't expect the red-haired girl to smile sweetly and say, Yes, I'm usually busy with work, but when I have the time, I come to watch a match to relax. Qian Limin furrowed her brow and tentatively asked, Girl, have we met? I feel like your voice is so familiar. The red-haired girl laughed even more happily. Auntie, maybe my voice is too common, leading to your misconception. Qian Limin instinctively nodded. Is that so? Chapter 410. The system is a trickster to prepare for the Champions League knockout match against AC Milan next week. Mourinho did not field all his main players in this match. Up front, veteran Adriano, who was injured by AC Milan's Crespo, was diagnosed to be out for at least 3 weeks and is currently recuperating. Another key player, Ibrahimovic, was also absent from this match due to a clause in his contract. Mourinho had to rely on the combination of Martins, number 30, and Ricoba, number 20, up front. The boy from summer country had finally ended his suspension and could rejoin the team. Meanwhile, his fellow misfit Alberto was still stuck in the suspension period. In midfield, apart from Zhang Lu's position that couldn't be replaced, Other positions were slightly adjusted. Number 25, Dejan Stankovic, started as the attacking midfielder alongside Zhang. For the two defensive midfielders, the crazy coach chose to go head-to-head with Juventus. Since their opponent had the tough guy Nedved, Mourinho decided to field both Matic and Eschen. These two had the strongest interception and sweeping capabilities in the inner team. The four defenders also underwent varying degrees of adjustment. Chapter 411. Can't let my son lose face having been tricked by the system. Zhang felt no joy from scoring and instead stood on the field in a daze. It seemed that the system, sensing his inner rage, wisely kept silent. However, his demeanor was misunderstood by the home fans as being cool and composed. Zhang, so handsome. After seeing Zhang, they looked at their boyfriends next to them, who seemed like a block of wood. What should I do? Zhang, make him cry? This was the cheer the fans changed for him during the Champions League knockout match against Milan. It added just one more word to the original chant, significantly increasing its impact. In the VIP stand, Qian Limin jumped up from her seat. My son is amazing. Just as she was halfway through her sentence, she suddenly felt something was off. Why was the new girl she met, Monica, showing more excitement than her, the mom? Are foreign fans really this enthusiastic? Teacher Qian felt a bit confused. The originally quiet girl jumped onto her seat and waved her hands wildly after Zhang scored. Looking around at the crowd, also cheering and shouting, Qian Limin dismissed her doubts. Perhaps foreign fans do express their emotions like this. Chapter 412. They're the perfect match. Monica Bellucci, the queen of the Berlin Film Festival. Oh God, how could my dream lover appear at Miazza? Can someone tell me why Monica seemed so excited after Zhang scored? What is their relationship? Wah, Zhang, you have disappointed me too much. As the hero of Miazza, why do you have to monopolize our national goddess? Don't cry, bro. Our national goddess is a perfect match for the Greenfield hero. They are indeed a match made in heaven. That's right. If the goddess really has something with Zhang, doesn't that mean what Tuttosport said about the Manchester United beauty scheme is purely rumor? Huh, how can you say that? Are you still a Milan fan? What kind of integrity does Tuttosport have? Don't you know? Bro, be more confident. The editor-in-chief of Tuttosport has publicly apologized. And you are still doubting the authenticity of the beauty scheme. The entire Miazza Stadium was in chaos because of the appearance of the film queen on the big screen. Everyone was speculating what it meant for the national goddess, Monica Bellucci, to suddenly appear in the stands. Chapter 413. Rematch against Milan. The match is over. Inter, playing at home, easily defeated Juventus 2 o'clock, achieving a double victory over their arch-rival this season. The midfield core, Zhang, helped the team reach this goal and leads the Golden Boot race with 25 goals. In second place is Livorno's forward Cristiano Lucarelli. The 30-year-old veteran has played 24 times and scored 15 goals. The third place on the Golden Boot list is also an Italian local forward. Parma's Alberto Gilardino has made 22 appearances this season and scored 14 goals. Together, these two players' goal counts only exceed Zhang Li's by 5. If nothing unexpected happens, the Serie A Golden Boot this season will definitely belong to Zhang. In the assist rankings, Zhang Li's 16 assists have helped teammates score against opponents' goals, far ahead of the second-place Napoli player Callahan with 9 assists. Securing the top spot in both rankings is just a matter of time. Additionally, Zhang Li's performance in the Champions League has been even more eye-catching. From the group stage to now, he has played a total of 9 matches, scoring 6 goals and providing 4 assists. In the Champions League Golden Boot race, he is tied with Lions forward Maluda, both having scored 6 goals. Chapter 414. Rematch against Milan, Part 2. To win this crucial match, Mourinho put out Inter's strongest lineup. The goalkeeper position still used number 1 Toldo. Zhang introduced the other goalkeeper, Caesar, saying his technical awareness is not any worse than Toldo's. It's just that he missed the registration during the winter window and cannot play. Old Mourinho has a plan. Next season, let Toldo and Caesar compete for the position. This will also fully stimulate their sense of crisis. Today's defense line consists of left-back Frank Ribery, right-back Philip Lahm, with center-backs Captain Materazzi and number 4 Carvalho. The double defensive midfielders have reactivated the combination of Eschen and Cambiasso, recently performing well. Matic has been placed on the bench. The 3 attacking midfielders configuration includes Zhang in the center, number 30 Obafemi Martins on the left, and number 19 Alberto on the right. In the front is the Swede, number 9 Zlatan Ibrahimovic. The Miazza Stadium, which can hold 80,000 people, is packed today. Outside the stadium, large groups of fans without tickets gather together, inquiring if anyone knows of scalpers who still have tickets. Chapter 4:15. Ancelotti, without a retreat, the ball passes through the penalty area, curling towards the far corner of the goal. Milan's goalkeeper Dida's sight is obstructed by players from both sides. By the time he notices the ball coming, it's already too late for him to react. The football slips past Dida's fingertips and into the net. Boom! The entire Miazza stadium erupts in excitement. On the northwest stands, the deafening chant of "Kick him" resonates. This slogan might not have much impact during matches against other teams, but in the ears of AC Milan players, it makes their faces burn with embarrassment. It's all Crespo's fault. He can stir up trouble, but is cowardly at heart. He actually cries on the pitch in front of the enemy. The three words shouted by Inter fans hit Milan players like a slap to the face. Crespo, after his loan period ends, won't be able to stay at San Siro. He probably wouldn't have the face to stay either. In the 30th minute of the match, Inter scores with a stunning shot from Zhang at the edge of the penalty area, temporarily leading their opponents 1-0 at home. The aggregate score of the two legs reaches 3-0. Inter has 1 foot in the Champions League quarterfinals. Shevchenko and Tomasin stand back in the center circle. Chapter 4:16. Brocchi. Reckless, the pace of the following match is dominated by Milan's attack, while Inter focuses on defense. In the 52nd minute, Milan forward Tomasin makes a clever run, receives a diagonal pass from Kaká, and shoots directly. Inter goalkeeper Toldo makes a correct save. The angle of this shot is too tricky, and it evades his fingertips. Because Tomasin was too focused on the angle, the ball hits the near post and bounces out. Milan misses the chance to change the score. The Dane kneels on both knees, sighing towards the sky. Even God isn't on his side. If they could quickly score one, they might still have a chance. The shot that hit the post seems to have restored a bit of confidence to the Milan players. Just a minute later, Gattuso accurately predicts Cambiaso's passing route, sliding in to intercept the ball. Without waiting to get up, the tough Milan player kicks the ball to teammate Pirlo while lying on the ground. This veteran midfielder, now over 30, still possesses top-notch skills and awareness. Even if his stamina can't support him through a high-intensity match, Pirlo can still find the opponent's vulnerabilities with a sharp passing. Receiving Gattuso's pass, the veteran Milan player decisively makes a through ball. Chapter 4:17. Fireworks derby. Dida slightly squats down, staring at Zhang standing over the ball. Inter's number 7 stands with his hands on his hips, looking incredibly relaxed. Beep. Referee Marcus Merck blows the whistle, and Zhang begins his run-up. The set piece on the left side of the penalty area should naturally be taken by a right-footed player. Zhang Li's right foot is slightly inferior to his left, but it's still reliable. With a bang, the football shoots up quickly, soaring over the jumping wall and starting to descend. Dida leaps to make the save, stretching out his palm, but still fails to touch the ball. The ball grazes Milan's goalkeeper's fingertips and slips through the only gap between his hand and the post. 2-0. It's Zhang again. In this match, he has almost single-handedly shattered AC Milan's desperate counterattack. Inter leads 2-0 at home, with an aggregate score of 4-0, basically sealing the victory. When the home DJ Saul's voice comes through the stadium's loudspeakers, one can still hear the uncontainable excitement. Some keen-eared fans even catch a hint of something shattering in the loudspeaker. Saul is a die-hard fan of Zhang. Chapter 4:18. When you can't compete on the field, you think of underhanded tactics. Zhang understands that his presence has changed history. In the original timeline, the loser of this Milan derby was the Nerazzurri. It was also Inter fans who threw objects and fireworks. Now, with him as an unexpected factor, the Milan team, which should have won, is instead trailing by a large margin. The stimulated fans finally reenact history. The only difference is that this unfinished derby has made AC Milan the biggest loser. Losing the first leg 0-2 to their city rivals left them with no way out. Trailing 0-2 again in the away leg, their chances of a comeback are nearly non-existent. Milan fans, when entering the stadium, also like to bring fireworks. After being mocked by the opposing fans, the enraged supporters completely lose their reason. Coupled with the injury to Inter goalkeeper Toldo from being hit, the referee finally can't bear it anymore and directly declares AC Milan to have lost 0-3. The result actually doesn't have much impact. Whether Milan is eliminated 0-4 or 0-5, it makes no difference to them. However, this way, this unfinished derby becomes an eternal regret in AC Milan's history. Fortunately, the Milan police were well prepared for this explosive match, which prevented a large-scale riot from occurring. Chapter 4:19. finding a rich fool Gravina, sternly states, Mr. Agnelli, there is no evidence proving that Inter Milan was involved in bribing the referees. Although I am the president of the Football Association, I cannot fabricate evidence and randomly accuse others. Agnelli chuckles. Mr. Tavecchio, if you can't punish Inter Milan club, then dealing with an ordinary player shouldn't be too difficult, right? Gravina is taken aback. Deal with a player? Who? He didn't expect that so many people would come to the Football Association headquarters to pressure him just to deal with one player. Instinctively asking this question, Gravina's heart is already clear. Zhang, only Zhang could mobilize so many club investors to send representatives over. Mr. Agnelli, I cannot fulfill your request. Inter Milan's players have not made any mistakes. What excuse does the Football Association have to deal with them? Besides, who is responsible for Inter's current achievements? Doesn't Team Moratti know? Trying to take down his pillar player seems impossible to convince him. Agnelli smiles ominously. Mr. Tavecchio, I think you should consider carefully whether Inter Milan club is more important or the majority of Serie A clubs are more important. Chapter 420. Inter Milan is a pseudo-powerhouse after winning the Milan Derby. Inter Milan successfully entered this year's UEFA Champions League semi-finals. The other team in the upper bracket, after two exceptionally fierce battles, is PSV Eindhoven, who laughed last. The departure of Eschen has impacted Lion's strength. The newly promoted players cannot replace his original role in the team in such a short time. This shortcoming was not obvious when facing weaker teams, but it was exposed when they encountered real tests. Eindhoven capitalized on the opponent's defensive midfielder's slow positioning, scoring with a long-range shot to unlock Lion's goal. With an aggregate score of 1-0 over 2 legs, they eliminated their opponent and secured another ticket to the semifinals. In the lower bracket, both matches ended with English Premier League teams coming out on top. It's unclear if this was influenced by the heavy loss to Inter. Juventus, who had eliminated Real Madrid in a strong manner, failed to continue their miracle. They first lost 1-2 to Liverpool away. Upon returning home, the team's attacking power was unusually sluggish. Ultimately, neither team was able to break the deadlock, resulting in a 0-0 draw and Juventus's quiet exit. Chapter 421. Messina before the match against Eindhoven. Inter still has 2 domestic league matches to play. They will host Messina and then face Udinese away. For the Nerazzurri, both matches are tough battles. Currently, Messina is in 5th place in the standings and has a good chance of qualifying for next season's Champions League playoffs. Udinese, with 53 points, ranks 3rd behind AC Milan. If the Rossoneri face heavy penalties at the end of the season, these 2 teams will be the direct beneficiaries. Udinese could potentially secure a direct ticket to the Champions League as the runner-up. For Inter, neither of these teams is easy to face. In the first half of the season, the Nerazzurri lost to Messina away while fighting on 2 fronts, ending their winning streak. Now back at home, Mourinho is certainly eager to reclaim lost ground. His thoughts are understandable, but Inter's current situation is somewhat tricky. Star forward Adriano was injured by Crespo during the Milan Derby and is still in recovery. Starting right midfielder Alberto received a 4-match suspension from the Federation for provoking home fans after scoring against Roma. Chapter 422. Atsuto Uchida fans from neighboring Japan know that Atsuto Uchida cannot be compared to Zhang Lu at all. This speedy forward, who transferred from Kashima Antlers to Sampdoria and then to Messina, has struggled to secure a starting position in Serie A over the past 2 years. By the end of his 2-year contract, he may face a return to Japan. Comparing Uchida to Zhang Lu is purely Japanese fans trying to inflate their own image. When confronted by fans from Xia country, they had no rebuttal. It's frustrating that fans from South Korea, who are completely unrelated, also chimed in with sarcastic remarks. After a heated argument, South Korean fans, embarrassed after being ridiculed by Japanese fans, angrily declared that Uchida would never make in Serie A and would definitely return to Japan with his tail between his legs when his contract expires next year. Japanese fans retorted, "Our Uchida has good character." South Korean fans replied, "Stop saying that." Japanese fans are really annoying, specifically targeting others' weaknesses. One of Zhang Li's rumored girlfriends is the goddess of the South Korean archery team, Seo Yeohee. Are we really bringing this up? Chapter 423. Milan's spring rain. The spring rain in Milan is persistent and bothersome. For football matches, it is even more detestable. The grass soaked by the rain significantly affects both teams' coordination and movement. At the beginning of the match, neither team changed into long stud shoes. Modern football boots sometimes fail to grip the soft surface on wet grass. This led to an increase in unnecessary fouls, but Zhang Lu was not among them. Countless training sessions in virtual space simulated various match environments for him, including rain, snow, and even hail. Zhang Lu once suspected that the system was intentionally making things difficult for him, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. The system itself would never admit it. It simply told Zhang Lu that it was training his adaptability to extreme weather conditions. Now that he is truly facing such a situation, Zhang Lu wants to apologize to the system. He misjudged it. Deep in his mind, the electronic synthesized voice timely chimed in. Host. The best way to express your apology is to use reputation points to draw lots. Here we go again. Chapter 424. A big win against Messina. The first half ended in the rain, with Inter Milan leading 4-0 at home. After a 15-minute break, both teams returned to the field. Players who switched to long stud shoes no longer slipped as easily. Inter did not seem to have any plans to go for the kill. A 4-0 lead was enough to secure victory in this match. In the 60th minute, Mourinho directly substituted the number 30 Martins for the number 7 Zhang Lu. This was an opportunity for his trusted player to receive applause from the entire audience. Indeed, during Zhang Li's exit, the cheers and applause from the Miazza Stadium did not cease. The Nerazzurri fans had not felt this proud in many years. The last time they had kept their city rivals, AC Milan, from lifting their heads was when the extraterrestrial Ronaldo was in the team. Unfortunately, that guy only stayed for a year before being poached by Real Madrid. Inter fell back to the level of a quasi-powerhouse. This time, fans could finally stand tall and proudly say, "We Inter Milan are the true giants of Serie A." This change was all due to one person's arrival, and he deserved the fans' praise. Zhang Lu actually wanted to say that his physical condition was fine and that he could still play. Chapter 425. Coach. Just give me a direct cut. Easily defeating Messina gave Inter Milan a rare opportunity to rest. They have no match tasks for the next week. Next Saturday, Inter will head to the away game against third-place Udinese. This team, due to their jersey color resembling that of the zebra team Juventus, has been jokingly referred to as the fake zebra. Originally hovering in the middle of the league for years, they have surged to third place in the standings this season as if they were injected with adrenaline. Although Udinese's performance is commendable, they are still far behind Inter Milan. In the latest round of matches, they lost to Roma, leaving their points at 53. Meanwhile, after securing another 3 points, Inter Milan's total has reached 70, leading Udinese by a full 17 points and AC Milan, currently in second place, by 11 points. The Rossoneri have a record of 17 wins, 8 draws, and 4 losses from 29 matches, totaling 59 points. With 9 games left in this season's Serie A, the championship suspense is minimal. The only concern is how many rounds early Inter Milan can clinch the title. Milan's spring rain is no different from other places, constantly drizzling without end. Such weather has affected the team's preparation and training. Chapter 426. Big Cherry Zhang Lu boarded a flight to Manchester amidst the drizzling rain in Milan. The call from a gym was from the long-legged diva, Rebecca. She is now the treasure of the Zhang family and cannot afford any mistakes. Hearing the slightly pained voice on the other end, Zhang Lu was alarmed. No matter what, he had to fly to Manchester to see her in person to feel at ease. The flight landed smoothly at Manchester Airport, and Zhang Lu walked down the stairs with the crowd. At the airport exit, a middle-aged man in a black tailcoat was scanning the crowd. Upon seeing Zhang Lu with his backpack, the man's eyes lit up, comparing him with the photo in his hand. He confirmed that this was the person he was supposed to pick up. "Mr. Zhang Lu?" The sudden voice made Zhang Lu stop, frowning and asking, "Who are you?" The man in the tailcoat respectfully bowed. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Lu. My name is Nicholas. I am Sir Ferguson's butler." Zhang Li's expression softened, and he nodded. "You are here to pick me up?" The man, calling himself Nicholas, bent slightly and gestured. "Yes, the sir is waiting for you. Please follow me." Zhang Lu frowned slightly. Chapter 427. What to explain in the long-legged diva's eyes? A hint of guilt flashed. What is there to explain? Zhang Lu just looked into her eyes, remaining silent. Rebecca's expression grew increasingly anxious. The eye that Zhang Lu had fiercely glared at transformed into a helpless girl, her aggrieved look appearing very pitiful. Zhang Lu remained unmoved. "You little brat, don't try that with me." Seeing that her attempts at acting cute and innocent were failing, Rebecca's pretty face showed a hint of panic. "Zhang Lu, listen to me." Zhang Lu maintained a stern face. "Go ahead, I'm listening." He had made up his mind to teach this woman a lesson this time. She couldn't just rely on her pregnancy to act recklessly. The long-legged diva glanced around and finally bit her silver teeth. Zhang Lu, the thing is like this. Just then a deep, resonant voice came from the doorway. Zhang Lu, don't blame Rebecca. This matter was instigated by me. Chapter 428. Crouch Ferguson remembered Zhang Lu because of his niece. After becoming pregnant, she had canceled all her engagements to escape the media and hid at her uncle's estate. Once, out of boredom, she mentioned how Zhang Lu had not spent Christmas with her last year because he was busy helping the head coach buy players. In Rebecca's words, Zhang Lu became a heartless scoundrel who started things and then abandoned them. Ferguson, of course, did not pay much attention to such matters. Just as he was about to comfort his niece with a smile, a sudden thought struck him, and he seized on the key point of Rebecca's words. Rebecca, did you say that the players signed by Inter Milan during the winter transfer window were all introduced by Zhang Lu? The long-legged diva nodded in confusion, not understanding why her uncle was so concerned about this matter. Aren't you supposed to stand on the same side as me and denounce that irresponsible scoundrel? With a confirmed answer, Ferguson's heart began to churn. He couldn't spare time to chat with his niece any longer and left the bewildered long-legged diva to rush back to his office. I need the list of all the players Inter Milan signed during the winter transfer window. Remember all of them. With the old lord's command, his subordinates immediately became busy. Chapter 429. Dani Alves, Southampton. Crouch. These two names were firmly etched in Ferguson's mind. He was absolutely confident he could persuade them to join Manchester United. In the entire Premier League, no player would refuse to don a Red Devils jersey, except those obsessed with money. This matter had to be conducted quietly. He couldn't let Chelsea's Abramovich know. Zhang, are there any other tall striker options? Zhang Lu nodded with a bitter face. Since he had opened his mouth, he might as well give him a pleasant surprise. In the Serie B team Palermo, there's a tall striker, Luca Toni, who might also fit your team. Are you kidding? Brother Toni is a late bloomer. After this season, he will help Palermo rise from Serie B to Serie A and represent the national team for the first time. In the 2006 World Cup final, it was Toni's header in extra time that allowed Italy to defeat the French team and lift the World Cup trophy again. Of course, Zidane's red card for headbutting Materazzi was also a turning point in the match. How could such a plug-and-play tall striker not be suitable for Manchester United? Zhang Lu also realized that even without Manchester United, Toni would be taken away by Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich during the summer transfer window. Chapter 430. Old Fergus. You're going too far, old Fergus. You're going too far. Didn't I just introduce Vidal and Bollock to you? These two are even more useful than Eschen and Matic. Now you want a right winger? There was nothing he could do. If Ferguson wanted something, he could only offer it. After all, this old guy was the long-legged diva's uncle. Sir, if it's a right winger, there's a player in PSV who plays left-footed on the right side. Arjen Robben. Ferguson's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively nodded. Zhang, I know the person you mentioned. Manchester United scouts have recommended him. But isn't this Robben a left winger? He has a conflict with Giggs' position. Robben is a left winger? Zhang Lu was taken aback. He remembered that in the future, the little flying knight spent most of his time racing down the right flank, using his unbeatable cutting skills to help Bayern Munich conquer opponents. The robbery combination he formed with Ribery was a nightmare for all teams. Now, Frank Ribery has been signed by Inter Milan, while Robben is still stuck in the Dutch Eredivisie, a third-tier league. It's uncertain whether the robbery combination that swept through the 5 major leagues in the future can still take shape. Sir, who says left-footed players can't play as right wingers? Chapter 431. Udinese. Since their deep conversation, Ferguson hadn't shown up again. Zhang Lu was glad the old guy wasn't around. He spent 2 days peacefully with the long-legged diva, enjoying 2 days of cherries. Now, every time he saw cherries, he reflexively felt like throwing up. They were delicious, but eating them every day made it hard not to feel nauseous. What puzzled Zhang Lu was that the long-legged diva devoured at least 2 large boxes every day without any issues. She was in great shape and eating well. After eating a few himself, he felt like his teeth might fall out from the sourness. Eventually, he had no choice but to find an excuse of a weekend match to sneak away from Manchester and board a flight back to Milan. Rebecca had nothing much to do. It was just a ruse between her and Ferguson to get Zhang Lu to come help recommend players. Now that the task was complete and he was leaving, the long-legged diva didn't stop him. However, the elusive Ferguson, upon hearing Zhang Lu was leaving, somehow emerged from nowhere and said some words to persuade him to stay. Forget it. Zhang Lu discreetly glanced at the cherries Rebecca was holding and chuckled awkwardly. I'll come back to visit you, sir, after the season ends during the break. Chapter 432. Martins in recent matches. Martins' form has been on fire, even in the wet conditions of a rainy match. It has not affected the Nigerian winger's speed at all. Receiving a pass from Zhang Lu, he immediately turned and broke toward the baseline. Udinese right back, Candela, rushed over. This young full-back, brought in at the start of the season, had become an iron gate on Udinese defense after half a season of experience. Martins repeatedly feigned with a bicycle kick, trying to shake off his opponent to cross the ball. Candela, experienced and steady, held his position and remained unfazed. Unable to break through, Martins, feeling impatient, took a foreshot. Candela extended his leg to block, sending the ball soaring high, landing near the edge of the penalty area. There, Udinese defensive midfielder, David Pizarro, quickly intercepted the ball with a header, clearing it from the danger zone. Near the center circle, Inter's Eschen and Udinese Jankolovsky jostled for position. Both tried to win the ball. Ultimately, the stronger Jankolovsky gained the upper hand. Under the opponent's interference, he could only awkwardly nudge the ball forward. Chapter 433. More people trying to take advantage of Manchester United bang, accompanied by a dull sound in the fine rain. The football pierced through the home team's goal for the third time. Ambitious Udinese was already trailing by 3 goals in the first half. The gap between the first and third teams in Serie A was as vast as a chasm. This was also the result of Udinese insisting on engaging in an attacking battle with Inter Milan, in their prime, Juventus, and AC Milan, when facing the blue-black army in an attacking battle, invariably suffered heavy defeats. Not to mention Udinese, a second-tier team. After the halftime break, Inter's offensive did not diminish. In the 52nd minute, Alberto made a cross from the right flank, and Zhang Lu and Ibrahimovic formed a 2-pronged attack in front of the goal. The forward, Defongsien, was sandwiched between 2 defenders and couldn't jump, watching helplessly as the ball flew over his head. Zhang Lu, at the back post, suddenly sprang into action. Shaking off Pizarro, leapt high 7 meters in front of the goal and headed the ball into the net for the 4th time, breaking the opponent's goal. Just after the second half began, Zhang Lu completed his hat trick for the match. With a 4-0 lead, the players on Inter's defense inevitably became a bit lax. Chapter 434. Semi-final second leg. PSV Eindhoven is one of the 3 traditional giants of the Eredivisie, alongside Ajax and Feyenoord. The team has historically produced stars like Van Basten and Gullit. Among the teams that reached the semi-finals of the Champions League this season, besides Chelsea, which was built up with financial power, PSV has the smallest reputation. Compared to giants like Inter Milan and Liverpool, the Eredivisie's influence in world football is much smaller. The day before the match, Mourinho received the starting lineup of his opponents. Seemingly responding to reports from English media, PSV's rookie Arjen Robben indeed did not appear in the 18-man squad. Old Mo had watched their 2 quarter-final matches against Lyon. The young man with lightning speed left a deep impression on him. If it weren't for the fact that his team's left flank already had Martins and Recoba, the Madman coach might have signed this very talented young player. Now that he was playing, it was good news for Inter's right-side defense. While Mourinho felt relieved, Zhang Lu was puzzled. Why was Robben playing in such an important match? Chapter 435. Unfavorable schedule. The schedule of playing at home first and then away was slightly unfavorable for Inter. Mourinho didn't take this minor obstacle seriously. In the face of absolute strength, any excuse was just smoke. Before the match, Old Mo arranged tactics for the players focused solely on offense. Attack, attack, and attack again. With an unstoppable sharp offensive, they aimed to break down PSV's defense. From the very first minute, Inter's attacking intensity, fueled by the cheers of the home fans, was as fierce as a storm. Perhaps even the heavens were taking special care of Inter. After days of drizzling rain, the weather finally cleared up yesterday. Coupled with the early summer temperature of around 20 degrees, it was perfect for a football match. The match also attracted a strong lineup from Summer National Sports Channel 5 for a live broadcast. The commentators in the broadcast room were still Liu Jianhong and Duan Xian. Teacher Zhang Lu had just commented on a Serie A match on Monday and was still on break. Even without him in the broadcast room, with the strength of Liu and Duan, handling such a scene was a breeze. Duan, between Inter and PSV, which team do you think has a better chance of reaching the final? Faced with Liu Jianhong's question, Duan Xian replied without hesitation. Chapter 436. The Big Slotted Spoon. Li Rongbiao. The two commentators were bickering while the match on the field had already begun. The home team, Inter Milan, kicked off first, attacking from left to right. Amidst the cheers from the home fans, the players did not start with the usual tentative attacks. From the first minute, Inter's offensive was sharp. Eschen passed the ball to Cambiasso and made a run towards the edge of the center circle. PSV's number 17, Farfan, urged his teammates to press high. Although they were playing away, Hiddinck's tactics remained aggressive. PSV did not hunker down in their half to defend. The old coach, who led South Korea to the World Cup semifinals, probably understood where his team fell short compared to Inter. Whether intentional or not, Lee Rongbiao, who originally played on the left, was placed on the right by Hiddink. Inter's core player, Zhang, is left-footed and usually operates on the left side. Lee Rongbiao guarding the right side, matched up against the combination of Martins and Zhang. Hiddink probably heard the fans' discussions and specifically let his prized disciple go head-to-head with the opponent. Lee Rongbiao was also full of confidence. Chapter 4:37 Pay attention to the impact. This is live. Facing the accusations from his teammates, South Korean national player Lee Rongbiao lowered his head in shame. In a live broadcast room, Duan Xian tried hard to suppress his smile. With Lee Rongbiao's level, trying to single-handedly defend against Zhang, TSK, that's tough. Liu Jianhong shot an annoyed glance at his younger partner, his eyes clearly conveying the message. Pay attention to the impact. This is live. Duan Xian cleared his throat to disguise his unusual expression. Brother Hong, that shot for Vandermeid just now was way off. It doesn't look like his normal level. Liu Jianhong was both amused and exasperated. You brat, to change the topic, you really have no limits. I don't believe you can't see the difficulty of that shot from Vandermeid. Vandermeid's choice represented Mourinho's tactical philosophy for this match. Just watch. The upcoming match will definitely be intense. As if to prove that Liu Jianhong's guess was correct, in the next 10 minutes, Inter launched a fierce offensive against PSV's goal. In the third minute, Cambiasso assisted at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, and after receiving a pass from Zhang, he immediately took a long-range shot. Chapter 438 Gomez's brain short-circuited. Van Bommel, with his rich defensive experience, faced Zhang Li's continuous feints without falling for his tricks. The latter, unable to find a way through, returned the ball to Cambiasso in midfield. The Argentine midfielder switched to his right foot. Over here, Andy Vandermeid, after taking a couple of steps, sent a low ball that looked like a cross or a shot toward the center. Inside PSV's penalty area, center-back Alex was entangled with Inter striker Ibrahimovic, both trying to push the other into an unfavorable position. The two players were similar in height and weight, so in terms of physical confrontation, neither had the upper hand. Both extended their feet to kick the rolling ball. One aimed to shoot while the other intended to clear it. In the mutual interference, neither managed to touch the ball. The football slipped through to the back post. PSV goalkeeper Gomez, who had bent low, was startled by this sudden turn of events. Fortunately, he was focused and quickly made a side dive to catch the ball before Martins could get to it. Crisis averted. Gomez roared loudly, using this action to rally his teammates. To be fair, for a while after that, PSV's offense did show some improvement. Both sides engaged in an all-out attack. Chapter 439, Every situation has two sides. Inside the home team's locker room, Mourinho had a serious expression, addressing each issue that arose during the first half with the players. Frank, don't assist so frequently. First, focus on your own defense. To reach the UEFA Champions League semifinals, PSV's strength is even greater than we imagined. And Cambiasso, you too, always thinking about delivering the killer blow, almost got caught off guard by the opponent. The issues pointed out by Old Moo were all related to the offense. Ribery lowered his head, looking rather displeased. Subconsciously, he didn't want to prove himself in this match. With this mindset, Ribery's frequency and extent of assists indeed became very frequent. This also led to a relatively weak defensive force on Inter's left side. Eschen alone could not cover such a large area. PSV keenly exploited this vulnerability. After 15 minutes into the first half, the opponent had been targeting this area. It was only thanks to Inter's good luck that they hadn't conceded a goal. If this continued, it would be hard to say what would happen in the second half. As a newcomer who had just begun to make a name for himself, Ribery did not dare to confront the head coach directly. Chapter 440, The Reckless Monk. Sometimes, what you fear will indeed come to pass. As the match approached its end, an unwilling PSV pressed forward, preparing to capitalize on the fatigue of the opposing players to score a goal back. Inter had just fought hard against third-placed Messina 3 days ago. Hiddink had rested most of his main players, opting to field a substitute lineup. Even so, PSV still managed to defeat their opponents 2-0 at home, clinching this season's championship 4 rounds early. In terms of stamina, the rested PSV certainly had the advantage. After the 80th minute, Inter, which had been holding firm, had no choice but to retreat their defense to their own half. Seeing his team being suppressed again, Mourinho gritted his teeth and played his last card, bringing on left midfielder Recoba to replace the exhausted Martins. After the summer boy came on, just 2 minutes later, he had a chance for a counterattack. Number 44 Pepe pressed forward, intercepting the opponent's pass, and then cleared the ball with a big kick from the penalty area. The football just happened to land in front of Recoba. Facing the falling ball, the summer boy lightly tapped it with his toe and accelerated. Substitute Leroy Biao, who had just come on, rushed over. Chapter 441 Jumping so high. Were you a kangaroo in your past life? Not every player has the ability to fight with both feet like Zhang. Most players have a preferred dominant foot. Zhang is an anomaly created by the system. Among PSV, the player with the best footwork is defensive midfielder Van Bommel. He is a left-footed player. Coincidentally, the free kick awarded this time is at the left corner just outside Inter's penalty area. This is a position suitable for a right-footed player to take the free kick. The most reliable right-footed player for Eindhoven is Beasley, who has just been substituted. South Korea's Lee Yong-pyo can occasionally take a shot as well. As for the others, they don't have that confidence. Inter Milan's goalkeeper Toldo directs his teammates to form a 3-man wall, which includes the reckless Pepe, who almost caused a major mistake with his foul. After colliding with the opponent, the monk regrets it immensely. This time, after finally becoming a starter, he might be cast aside again. Pepe is still wary of Mourinho's iron-fisted management. After being knocked down, he acted irrationally out of frustration. Once he calmed down, Pepe was already sweating profusely. Eindhoven's Farfan and Van Bommel stand on either side of the ball. Chapter 442. Red card and injury time. Recoba knows this is a rare opportunity. Not far away, Eindhoven's number 8, Koku, and substitute Lucius also realize they cannot let the opponent pass. The two exchange glances, simultaneously launching into a staggered defense. This way, if the first line of defense fails to stop Recoba, the one behind still has a chance to intervene. If both are breached, the opponent will face goalkeeper Gomez directly. That is the most terrifying outcome. Koku runs heavily for a full 90 minutes, and his stamina has reached its limit. The fourth official raises the board, indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. Recoba keeps his eyes fixed ahead, with only the opponent's goal in sight. The distance to Koku is quickly closing. Eindhoven's number 8 grits his teeth, remaining motionless. As long as he can slow down the opponent's speed and ensure the goal remains intact, he will accept a foul for obstruction. Recoba understands the opponent's intention. With just 3 meters left, the boy from the summer country lightly taps the ball with his left foot and turns his body to one side. Koku's eyes flash with coldness. Once this line of defense is breached, his teammate Lucius will be at a disadvantage. Chapter 443. Milan's boss, trailing 0-2 and down to 10 men, Eindhoven no longer tries to pull one back in the remaining minutes. They need to consider not conceding another goal. Like the tide receding, Eindhoven's players instantly return to their half and begin to defend. Fortunately, there are only 3 minutes left. It is not easy for Inter to organize an effective attack until the referee blows the whistle to end the match. The scoreboard at the Miazza Stadium freezes at 2 o'clock. Inter Milan, at home, takes the lead in the journey to the finals thanks to Zhang Li's goal and assist. In 2 weeks, who will board the flight to Istanbul will be revealed at Eindhoven's home ground. Just the day before, in a lower half Premier League showdown, the new aristocrat Chelsea was held to a draw at home by visiting Liverpool. The result of the match between the two teams will also be determined 2 weeks later at Anfield. No matter who reaches the final, it cannot be achieved purely by luck. After Inter Milan defeated Eindhoven, the entire team finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the league, the champion is practically determined. Second-placed AC Milan has shown little interest in the final rounds. Chapter 444. Meeting the parents? I'm not ready yet. Sunlight streams through the curtains and shines on Zhang Li's face. It is a somewhat youthful face. Aaron leans against the headboard, gazing at the sleeping boy with unmasked affection. Ever since they first met in the Portuguese Super League, she had a premonition that she would be entangled with this Eastern boy for life. Perhaps it was her obsession that led her to give up her favorite job as a journalist and choose to be his agent. It was Aaron's selfish desire to facilitate Zhang Li's arrival in Serie A. Her family stronghold is right here, in Italy. Anyone who wants to use underhanded tactics must weigh whether they can provoke the Herald family. For example, that clueless Magi. This guy would never dream that his downfall was entirely due to threatening this seemingly harmless young player. Aaron would never allow anyone to harm Zhang Lu. No one. While lost in thought, Aaron's phone in her bag starts ringing faintly. She pauses, looking back at the sleeping Zhang Lu. The boy's eyebrows move slightly, but he does not wake up. The beautiful agent breathes a sigh of relief, gently jumps to the ground, bends down to pick up her bag, and quietly leaves the bedroom, slowly closing the door. Chapter 445. Don't sing off-key, or you'll die, Aaron. How does my outfit look? Aaron, who is driving, rolls her eyes in silence. It's great. Couldn't be better. My dad will definitely like it. Don't worry. Zhang Lu, in the passenger seat, secretly breathes a sigh of relief. The Eastern philosophical education he received growing up has instilled in him a healthy respect for meeting parents. He wonders if Aaron's father will look down on him. Feeling anxious all the way until their Chrysler convertible stops in front of a leisure club, a neatly dressed, middle-aged white man rushes over and bows respectfully. Welcome, Miss Herald. Aaron elegantly opens the door and gets out, tossing the keys to the middle-aged man and casually asking, "Is my dad here?" The middle-aged man nods and bows. "Miss, Sir Harold is at the golf course with a guest." Aaron is taken aback. "My father has a guest?" Zhang Lu pulls out a large bag of gifts from the trunk. These are all things he insisted on buying. It wouldn't look good to meet Aaron's father empty-handed. After all, our country values etiquette, and we can't let foreigners laugh at our lack of manners. Of course, the most important thing is not to embarrass Aaron. Chapter 446. The eccentric Milan boss Berlusconi? Zhang Li's pupils suddenly contract as he looks at the Milan boss in surprise. Berlusconi does not shy away, smilingly meeting his gaze. "You must be Zhang Lu. Indeed a handsome talent. No wonder you caught the eye of the young lady from the Herald family." The old man speaks in a sarcastic tone, clearly with ill intentions. Awakening from the initial shock of meeting a big shot, Zhang Li's expression becomes calm. "What is the big deal? Everyone has two shoulders and one head. Why should I demean myself like a servant?" Resolute, Zhang Lu curled the corners of his lips into a mild smile. "Mr. Berlusconi, hello. I've long admired your name. Seeing you today is indeed like a bright lamp in a cold night, illuminating the surrounding darkness." Berlusconi's smile looked somewhat stiff. Damn, this little brat has something to say. What bright lamp in a cold night? He's clearly mocking my bald head. The square-faced, imposing old Herald, with a half-smile on his face, scrutinized Zhang Lu, who maintained a calm demeanor. This little boyfriend of his daughter was quite bold, daring to insinuate that Berlusconi was bald. Chapter 447. The tension brought by the Milan boss having never seen a pig run. One has at least seen a pig walk. Zhang Lu observed old Herald playing and realized this sport wasn't too difficult. It was quite similar to taking a free kick. The only difference was that a soccer ball is kicked with the foot, while a golf ball is struck with a club. This didn't pose a challenge for him. Zhang Lu adjusted his posture and steadied himself. Old Herald, holding his beloved club, looked at him with a smile. Berlusconi showed no concealment of his disdain, snorting, "Kid, are you going to chop wood?" It was understandable that Zhang Li's posture was off since it was his first encounter with this sport. He didn't retort to Berlusconi's mockery, but focused intently on the ball in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lu swung the club with force. A loud thud echoed as the white ball soared high, heading toward the small flag fluttering in the distance. The mocking expression on Berlusconi's face deepened. "Sir Harold, this little friend your daughter brought back." Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Milan's boss gaped in shock, his lips trembling as he pointed at Zhang Lu. "You." Old Herald also wore a face of disbelief. Chapter 448. Don't pull any stunts before the season is over. This meeting ultimately ended on a sour note. Zhang Lu returned home alone. Aaron was kept behind by her father, who said he wanted to chat with his daughter a bit longer. This reason sounded noble, and Aaron had no way to refuse. In fact, old Herald intended to continue persuading his daughter to work on Zhang Lu. Given the current situation, leaving Inter Milan was indeed the best choice. If things hadn't gotten too tense, Berlusconi would have considered recruiting Zhang Lu. Unfortunately, the sight of that Eastern youth with his head held high and his stubborn, resolute gaze made the Milan boss abandon this unrealistic thought. What a pity. If Zhang Lu could come to San Siro, what was that Samba kid Kaka? Let him go then. Now it seemed that Berlusconi's plans were merely wishful thinking. Old Herald wouldn't help him with this matter either. After Zhang Lu left, Berlusconi also found an excuse to take his leave, leaving only Erin and her father sitting on the beach chairs by the small lake. Old Harold poured himself a drink, his expression extremely serious. "Dad, why are you helping that guy Berlusconi?" The beautiful agent pouted, resembling a little mouse that couldn't steal any oil. Chapter 449. Zhang leaves anomaly after spending a day chatting with her father. Erin returned to the villa just as the lights were being turned on. The bedroom was dark and silent. The beautiful agent gently pushed the door open. By the window stood a lean and upright figure, hands clasped behind his back. Erin chided, "Little wolf dog, why don't you turn on the lights?" In the darkness, Zhang Li's deep voice came through. "Erin, must I leave?" The smile on the beautiful agent's face slowly faded. "I'm sorry, Zhang Li. I really regret this." Erin rarely called him by his name. When they were together, she always referred to him as Little Wolf Dog, calling him that incessantly. Now, her tone represented the irreversibility of the matter. Letting out a long sigh, Zhang Li smiled bitterly and murmured to himself, "I know, in the end, it's going to be like this." Erin slowly walked over, hugging him from behind, her delicate face pressed against his not-so-strong back, gently rubbing it a few times. "Zhang Li, you must have heard of Berlusconi's connections in Italy. I'm afraid he might act out of desperation and target your family and friends." Zhang Li silently nodded. Erin's concerns were exactly what he feared. Chapter 450. Going crazy, it turned out that Mourinho's worries were unnecessary. In the following league matches, Inter Milan faced a series of away games. First, they were to challenge Regina. This was an old hand in Serie A. They had been safe from relegation for years and lacked the strength to contend for the title, allowing them to play with a relaxed mindset. Regina could occasionally pull off miraculous performances. Unfortunately, this time they ran into Inter Milan and the crazed Zhang Li. Initially, Regina's coach wanted to take advantage of Inter's significant lead to steal a victory. He was mistaken. Even with the home advantage, Regina's resistance couldn't last a few minutes. Just 6 minutes into the first half, Zhang Li received a pass from his teammate Matic in the center circle, driving straight in, dribbling past 3 defenders, and reaching the edge of the opponent's penalty area before taking a long shot. The long-lost powerful curved ball reappeared. Regina's goalkeeper was dumbfounded by this world-class goal that traced a bizarre S-shaped curve in the air. He couldn't even determine which direction to dive for a save. The goalkeeper stood frozen as he watched the ball enter the net from the upper right corner. 1 o'clock. The visiting Inter had a dream start. Regina's coach wore a helpless expression. Chapter 451. Zhang Li's quintuple goal performance. Zhang Li was completely out of control. In just 8 minutes, he scored 5 goals and showed no signs of stopping. In the 19th minute of the match, Zhang Li once again snatched a shot at the near post, piercing the net behind Regina's goalkeeper. Scoring 6 goals in 12 minutes set a record that may never be broken in the future. In the eyes of Regina's players, Zhang Li had grown a pair of horns on his forehead. He had transcended the realm of humanity. Seeing the situation was deteriorating, Mourinho immediately substituted the 17th Andy van der Meijden for the 7th Zhang Li. Old Mourinho was protecting him. With such a crazy scoring spree, no one knew what the humiliated Regina players might do. In a few days, the team would be heading to Eindhoven, and Zhang Li couldn't be absent. In the 22nd minute of the match, the away team made a substitution. Zhang Li, who had scored 6 goals on his own, was taken off. Angry booing with a crying tone erupted from the home stands. Fans watched in disbelief as their supported team was slaughtered at home by a single player. Zhang Li lowered his head and walked back to the bench, sitting down in silence. Mourinho glanced back at him, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter 452. Champions League semi-final second leg. PSV's counterattack in the second half. Inter Milan's offensive momentum slowed. They needed to conserve energy for the Champions League semi-final in the middle of the week. In the first leg against PSV, Inter's players almost conceded a valuable away goal due to fatigue. As they prepared to visit PSV again, Mourinho would not fall into the same trap twice. Even if Inter didn't push hard, Siena was not capable of resisting. In the 63rd minute, Zhang Li combined well with Recoba on the left flank. After a textbook-style 2-on-2 play, Zhang Li dribbled into the penalty area and calmly shot into the bottom right corner of the goal. 3 o'clock. Without any surprises, Inter had already secured the victory. With 6 rounds left in the league, the Nerazzurri led second-placed AC Milan by 14 points, almost certain to win this season's Serie A championship. After taking a significant lead, Coach Mourinho chose to selectively substitute a few absolute starters. Number 9, Ibrahimovic. Number 8, Eschen. And number 7, Zhang, Liu were taken off. Inter switched to a formation without a forward, with Martins, originally a left winger, playing at the front. As Inter eased off, Siena organized a few effective attacks. During a corner kick play, forward number 10 Chiesa flicked the ball on with his head, and center-back Ruffer followed up with a header that found the back of the net. Chapter 453. Koka's highlight moment in the 18th minute, PSV pulled one back, boosting the morale of the home crowd. In the ensuing time, with the overwhelming support of their fans, the players on the field played with renewed vigor, and the intensity of their tackles increased. Inter's defense fell into a passive position. In the 25th minute, PSV launched an attack from the left side again. It was another connection between Park Ji-sung and Lee Young-pyo. After a classic 2-on-1 play, Lee broke free from Lam's defense, reached the byline, and delivered cross. Inside the penalty area, number 17 Farfan and number 11 Beasley formed 2 points of encirclement. However, Lee's pass went between the two, and neither was able to connect. Just when everyone thought this national team player from South Korea had made a mistake, a figure in red and white flashed from outside the box. Number 8 Koku charged in at high speed, leaped, and headed the ball towards the goal. Beautiful. Even the commentator Liu Jianhong had to praise this moment. Lee Young-pyo still had some skills. His disastrous performance in the first match was due to his positional error. Matching up with Zhang Liu was the biggest mistake Guz Hiddink made in his positioning. Chapter 454. Koku's highlight moment. Part 2 beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling Zhang Liu to take the kick. He raised his arms and began his run-up. Bang! The ball arched through the air with strong spin, flying towards the center of the penalty area. This time, number 8 Eschen shook off his marker Van Bommel, leaped high among the crowd, and executed a beautiful Lions header. He made contact, but unfortunately couldn't keep it down. Eschen's header ultimately sailed over the bar. Inter's counterattack finally made the red-hot PSV wary. Hiddink shouted loudly for his players to stabilize their defense. Now, the score difference was only 1 goal. Any slip in defense would be irretrievable. In the time that followed, both teams focused on defense. Until the whistle for halftime sounded, neither team was able to change the score. PSV went into the locker room, leading 1 o'clock. The two coaches took advantage of the 15-minute halftime to summarize the issues from the first 45 minutes and convey their tactical thoughts for the second half. The 15 minutes passed quickly. The players from both teams returned to the field for the second half. Chapter 455. Koku's highlight moment. Part 3. There's a saying in Shigawa. There are no second chances after the first. Koku felt this saying was very accurate. After hitting the post twice in the match, he finally got the best opportunity. In Inter's penalty area, left-back Zanetti, responsible for defending the back post, was so focused on the ball falling from the air that he completely ignored the fact that an opponent was charging in behind him. Lee Young-pyo's pass was slightly too deep, landing behind Zanetti. The Argentine left-back could only backtrack while trying to predict the ball's landing spot. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed past him. The descending ball was headed by an opponent and flew towards a goal. Goalkeeper Toldo's attention was completely drawn to the 2 PSV players at the front post. By the time he noticed Koku, the opponent's header was already upon him. This time, the goalpost did not help the visiting team. Koku's header accurately drilled into the near corner. 2 o'clock. The entire Philips Stadium was instantly ignited. The fans' cheers were nearly deafening. In the live broadcast room, Duan Xian looked frustrated. After continuously missing good opportunities, PSV finally equalized. Inter's limitation of attacking midfielder Koku was too poor. Chapter 456. Desperate survival. Zhang Li's gaze was calm and composed. However, in Koku's eyes, it appeared sharp and glaring like a drawn sword. PSV's number 8 felt a chill in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. The two passed each other. Koku turned to look again, only to find Zhang Li's face was serene. Could the chilling feeling just now have been an illusion? Koku shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. His teammate Farfan noticed his unusual demeanor and quietly asked, "Hey buddy, what's wrong?" Koku hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "I'm fine." Another forward, Beasley, cheerfully chimed in, "Of course you're fine. That header was awesome. After the match today, you might have countless female fans inviting you to spend the night." Koku forced a smile. "Buddy, don't joke. I just want to help the team get a ticket to Istanbul." Beasley smiled sheepishly, patted his shoulder, and jogged away. The referee blew his whistle, and the 0-2 Two trailing Inter kicked off from the center circle. There was less than half an hour left in the match. The competition between the two teams had reached a boiling point. Chapter 457. Eindhoven goes all out. The home team's soaring morale was plunged into a trough by this header. In contrast, the previously lethargic Inter Milan players were revitalized. In the following match, their fighting spirit and movement improved significantly, while Eindhoven's fluid coordination became sluggish. Especially on the left flank, the South Korean twins were struggling. Lee Yong-pyo watched as the imposing Zhang Lu made his legs weaken uncontrollably. After two failed attempts to break through, both ended in being intercepted by the opponent's Ramos. Bloodline oppression. This term unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he knew he would never escape the shadow Zhang Lu cast over him in his life. A hint of despair rose in Lee Yong-pyo's heart. On the sidelines, Coach Hiddink, a World Cup veteran, had mastered the rhythm of the game to perfection. He immediately spotted the issues on the left flank. With a wave of his hand, Hiddink called for a substitution. In the 75th minute, the home team Eindhoven made a substitution. Defensive midfielder number 29, Fletcher, came on for starting left-back Lee Yong-pyo. This young talent, cultivated by Eindhoven's youth training, may not have the same impact as the South Korean international. Chapter 458. After the score was equalized, the Inter Milan players, having figured things out, stabilized their form once again. This allowed Mourinho, whose heart was in his throat, to relax a bit. Old Mu secretly felt fortunate. He hadn't substituted Zhang Lu just because he was out of form. Some players are born leaders on the pitch. Even if their performance is not ideal, as long as they are present, teammates have a reliable backbone. In Inter Milan, Zhang Lu was undoubtedly such a player. Mourinho did not know that his prized pupil's leadership qualities stemmed entirely from system. The system rewarded him with a Platini wig. Just as he witnessed the anxiety around him, Zhang Lu, not caring about his intention to break free from system dependence, immediately equipped the Platini wig. It must be said that although the system was unreliable, the equipment it rewarded was indeed very reliable. Platini's wig, leadership-type equipment after use, can make the host a leader on the field. Durability, 86100. This was the piece of equipment Zhang Lu used the least, yet its durability was the highest. The reason he equipped the Garrincha shin guards only after falling behind by 2 goals was not solely to rid himself of system dependence. Chapter 459. The final interpretation rights of the system in Zhang Li's mind. An electronic synthesized voice, only he could hear, rang out. Ding, external scene detected. Meeting skill activation conditions. Passive skill, clothing falling 18 falls activated. Zhang Lu, in the midst of his advance, couldn't help but find it amusing. He still didn't know when this external scene, meeting the skill activation conditions, had been triggered. It was like some merchants who brazenly tell you, the final interpretation rights belong to our company. When a system wants to activate a skill, the final interpretation rights are also with it. Zhang Lu could only accept it. It must be said that the timing of these passive skills triggered by the system often aligned with critical moments. It seems that this old six might not be as arbitrary as he thought. In the depths of his mind, a disdainful electronic synthesized voice echoed. Host, you are being petty, underestimating the system's operations, which are strictly executed according to the rules, with no personal feelings mixed in. Zhang Lu paid no attention to this old six complaint. In his eyes, there was only the opponent's goal. The repeated tugging between Martins and Ibrahimovic created a brief vacuum in Eindhoven's central defense. Chapter 460. The association's dilemma. Mourinho's other adjustment was to substitute center-back Ivan Cordoba for number 30 Martins. Replacing a forward with a center-back made Inter Milan's tactics clear, preserve the 2-3 match result. It might seem difficult to understand how a trailing team would want to maintain the score, but it's essential to know that the Champions League knockout stage is played over 2 legs. With an aggregate score of 4-3 and 2 away goals, it would be enough for them to easily secure tickets to Istanbul. Being able to advance under such difficult away conditions, Old Mu was completely satisfied. What more could he want? Leading different teams to the Champions League final for 2 consecutive years proved his coaching ability was on par with the world's top coaches. Or rather, Mourinho had already entered the ranks of renowned coaches. His reputation and salary would significantly increase with this honor. Now, all that was left was to wait for the referee's final whistle, bringing Old Mu a step closer to this ultimate goal. The remaining match time played out as both coaches predicted. Eindhoven, with low morale, could no longer organize effective attacks. Strength and defense from Inter Milan allowed them to hold on to the 2-3 score until the end. Chapter 461. Zhang Lu is an uncertain factor. The old man's words made the others breathe a sigh of relief simultaneously. Some things and some words could be discussed privately. They shouldn't be laid bare in public. A middle-aged man in a suit cleared his throat. A player as outstanding as Zhang Lu, lingering abroad for so long, is a loss for summer country football. I personally propose that the Football Association should intervene and invite him back to play in the domestic league. After all, our current football atmosphere and strength are not any worse than those in Europe. The middle-aged man's statement caused the elder sitting at the head of the table to frown slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. General Manager Lu, what we're discussing now is whether the national team should call up Zhang Lu, not selecting players for Yuzhou Dahong team. After being subtly mocked by the elder, the middle-aged man's expression turned awkward. I was just thinking, why let the good water flow to outsiders? Even if Zhang Lu returns to play domestically, it doesn't necessarily mean he has to join our Yuzhou Dahong. The expressions of the other individuals were somewhat peculiar. Given Yuzhou Dahong's tendency, they would love to recruit all capable domestic players under their wing. Lu, do you really believe what you just said? The elder hosting the meeting seemed to know the middle-aged man's background and turned to a man in a jacket who looked disdainful. Chapter 462. How about drawing again? The decisions of the big shots in the capital were completely unknown to Zhang Lu. Even if he knew, he would only be overjoyed. It wasn't that he didn't want to serve his country. It was just that the current football scene in summer country was too murky. Jealousy of the talented, fostering cronies, and engaging in formalism. When he first entered the national training team, had it not been for his indestructible body, he would have already been instructed by Wei Chenghui's confidant, Shun Siyuan, to have his legs broken. In the eyes of those people, there were only interests. This situation had not improved until Zhang Lu was reborn. The national team did not summon him, and Zhang Lu was quite relieved. Unfortunately, all his skills seemed to have no place to serve the country. While he was lost in thought, a pair of soft arms gently wrapped around his neck from behind. Appa, what are you thinking about? At some point, Tsuyoshi, dressed in her competition uniform, had come up behind him. Zhang Lu smiled in surprise. Yoshi, you're back? The young girl from the archery team smiled sweetly. Appa, do you know? My teammates, and I won the women's team championship at the Amsterdam Archery Invitational. Zhang Lu found it somewhat amusing. With Tsuyoshi's family background, she really didn't need to rush around participating in competitions.